Jiang Nanshu found herself transmigrated into the role of a venomous true heiress within a melodramatic narrative. Bound to an all-hate system, the moment the disdain directed towards her reached 100 points, she could claim a staggering 1 billion in prize money and return to her original world. Engaging in self-destructive behavior was merely one of her many talents. At the outset, her hatred value stood at 89, and Jiang Nanshu set herself a modest goal. Within 6 months, she aspired to lead a life of financial gain. Yet, unbeknownst to her, everyone could hear her innermost thoughts. Confronting the unhinged and domineering older brother, "I believe this project holds great promise for substantial profit." Her mind echoed, "You won't be left unscathed, old deng. Once you venture out to execute that project, your own family will pilfer your company's secrets." Facing the aloof medical second brother, "Your colleagues' gathering must have delectable dishes." Internally, she mused, "If second brother serves food, I'll rotate the table. Infectious diseases won't catch up to me." Before the delicate and obsessive third brother. Third brother is truly remarkable, capable of conducting such sophisticated experiments. "Keep persevering," she thought. "The experiment is bound to explode. I shall exit gracefully." To the fourth brother, a singing sensation. "These songs suit you splendidly. Sing them all, and fame awaits you." Her inner voice chuckled, "Ha. Just wait to be embroiled in a tax evasion scandal." To the love-struck fifth brother. "Her managing to spare an hour amidst her busy schedule signifies her affection for you." Her thoughts retorted, "The green grass will flourish. Your goddess is juggling multiple rendezvous." Surprise, as the male lead's gaze deepened, he uttered, "Let us be together." Jiang Nanshu covered her face with her hands, weeping. "Do not let sister be misled. I am unworthy." Her heart lamented, "Money is hard to earn, and hardship is tough to endure. Even the supporting character's life has its value." Yet, why did she ultimately become the beloved darling of all? Chapter 1. Transmigrating into the malevolent supporting character. "I wish to annul the engagement. Summon Jiang Nanshu to meet me." Upon hearing that cold, indifferent voice while hiding behind the door upstairs, Jiang Nanshu was overwhelmed with joy. She had been in this narrative for 3 days and had finally awaited the arrival of this fortune-bringer. While others might bemoan their engagement annulments, she longed for a grand celebration with drums and firecrackers. This was all due to the all-hate system she had bound herself to upon her arrival. If she could amass a total of 100 hatred points from everyone in the story, she would receive a 1 billion prize and return to her original world. The narrative, titled CEO, Your White Moonlight Has Returned, was one Jiang Nanshu had read just before being fatally struck by a vehicle. The tale chronicled the tumultuous love-hate relationship between the male lead, Lu Qingyan, and the female lead, Bai Yueguang, Su Ran, spanning over 1,000 chapters. Her original self, Jiang Nanshu, was a malevolent supporting character, a genuine heiress who had been mistakenly raised in the countryside, coarse and unrefined. On the very first day of her return 3 years prior, old Master Lu had designated her as Lu Qingyan's fiancée. Illiterate and reckless, she was out of place among the elite of the capital, yet she had fallen head over heels for Lu Qingyan, pursuing him for 3 years and engaging in many reckless acts, which led to his deep-seated disdain for her. As a result, her family grew increasingly disappointed in her, diverting their attention towards the false heiress. This drove Jiang Nanshu to the brink of madness, attempting several desperate measures such as suicide and hunger strikes to coerce Lu Qingyan into staying with her. Ultimately, her plans backfired, and upon hearing that Lu Qingyan's true love had returned, he was immediately photographed meeting Su Ran, leading him to leap into a river in despair over their impending annulment. And thus, Jiang Nanshu, who had died in a car accident, took her place, beginning with a hatred score of 89. Wasn't this akin to receiving a fortune? Jiang Nanshu immediately bowed 3 times in all directions, performing a series of jubilant movements that left the Jiang family servants questioning whether she had truly returned to her senses after her near drowning. When the servants came to summon her downstairs, they found Jiang Nanshu standing at the door, tears streaming down her face. Though this young lady had a notoriously foul temper and little common sense, she appeared rather pitiful, having attempted suicide yet failing to earn even a single glance from her fiancé. Their expressions shifted to one of sympathy. "Miss Jiang, Master Lu has arrived. Perhaps I should concoct an excuse about your recovery to delay your appearance. You can hide for another day." Jiang Nanshu's gaze hardened. "No, he shan't be rid of me." The original character was defined by her relentless persistence and tenacity. In the face of an annulment, she would undoubtedly resist fiercely, refusing to compromise, becoming increasingly odious before ultimately capitulating in despair. Determined to adhere to the original plotline, self-sabotage was merely one of her many skills, and her goal was to reach the pinnacle of success within 6 months. Jiang Nanshu descended the stairs, her expression one of feigned agony. In the living room stood 5 individuals, her father and mother, the smug false heiress Jiang Lei, the flamboyant fifth brother Jiang Yunchuan with his red hair, and finally, the coolly elegant Lu Qingyan. The moment Jiang Nanshu laid eyes on him, she was struck with awe. His short black hair framed a fair complexion, a prominent nose, and lips tinged with a subtle rosy hue. When he turned to look at her, his eyes were as pale and misty as freshly fallen snow, pure and untainted. His chiseled features bore an air of cold detachment, and when he regarded Jiang Nanshu, his dark eyes held a barely perceptible chill. Dressed in casual white attire, Lu Qingyan appeared as though he had merely stopped by to annul their engagement on a whim. Indeed, upon her entrance, the once jovial atmosphere in the room morphed into a somber requiem. Lu Qingyan's handsome visage remained unyielding. He produced a document of annulment from his pocket. Our family tradition dictates that a virtuous wife brings prosperity for 3 generations, and we absolutely cannot allow a woman with such malicious intentions to enter our household. I have already spoken to my grandfather. Regardless of his response, I shall proceed with this annulment. Jiang Nanshu, return my portion of the engagement letter. From this moment forth, we shall have no further ties. As compensation, I shall offer you 10 million. Jiang Nanshu was taken aback. A divorce with such benefits. She recalled all the hardships she had endured in her life, suppressing the upward curl of her lips, and instantly tears streamed down her face as she clung to his pant leg. Spinning like a defenseless leaf, Qingyan Gij, please do not annul our engagement. Without you, I shall perish. Her mother's expression darkened. Jiang Nanshu, do you possess no sense of shame? You're tarnishing the Jiang family's name. Release Qingyan at once. Jiang Lei smiled with an air of elegance. Sister, what is fated will come to pass. What is not meant to be should not be forced. One should be content with their lot in life. Jiang Yunchuan chuckled carelessly. Her skin is thicker than city walls. This isn't her first time clinging so shamelessly. It would have been better had we never acknowledged her. At least Li would remain our family's pride, rather than being ridiculed by the elite of the capital. With tear-filled eyes, Jiang Nanshu gazed at Jiang Lei, who, at only 19, had already made a name for herself in the entertainment industry and was flourishing. 3 years ago, when Jiang Nanshu returned, Jiang Lei had been quite kind to her, even feeling guilty for having usurped Jiang Nanshu's luxurious life for 16 years, and had always been accommodating to her. However, the original character's tumultuous behavior had led to their current irreconcilable state. Reflecting on Jiang Lei's fate, Jiang Nanshu cast her a sympathetic glance. Sigh. Beautiful face, ample bosom, yet unfortunate in companionship. She will ultimately be exploited and left to suffer. How pitiful. Jiang Lei's smile faltered, her eyes wide with shock. What was this voice? Jiang Nanshu hadn't even spoken. Jiang Nanshu then turned her gaze to her mother. Sigh. Let the insults fly. While there's still breath, let them criticize me. This is my final act of filial piety. After a year, when they discover my late-stage breast cancer, they won't have the strength to berate me anymore. Jiang Mu could not help but rub her ears, her eyes reflecting a similar perplexity. Jiang Nanshu glanced at Jiang Yunchuan, who was blowing bubble gum and engrossed in the spectacle, her gaze filled with sympathy. Why is the Jiang family so unfortunate? Brother 5 should really die. That thing on his head greened. Pop! The bubble gum burst, splattering all over Jiang Yunchuan's face. Tisk, no wonder he's been greened. Turns out he's not the brightest. She then turned her attention to the stern Jiang father. Words hung on the tip of her tongue, yet she hesitated. Finally, she sighed. Alas, poor old man. It must be quite unbearable to end up in a mental asylum. Jiang father. The entire living room fell into a silence as profound as that of a chicken, with everyone casting peculiar glances at Jiang Nanshu. Ding, disdain value 1, progress 90. The system's voice echoed in her mind. Chapter 2. Is he really the prince of the capital? Jiang Nanshu was once again filled with exuberance. Noticing the atmosphere was amiss, she presumed her previous outburst had lacked fervor, prompting her to clutch onto Lu Qingyan's thigh even more tightly. Do not offer me 10 million. Money pales in comparison to even a single finger of my beloved Qingyan. Yet internally, she was nearly laughing herself into madness. Ha 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 ha, money, money, money. Men, retreat, retreat, retreat. Lu Qingyan's gaze, cold and peculiar, remained fixed on her tear-streaked face. Why is no one speaking?
Lu Qingyan.
Why are you staring at me? Hurry and kick me away. Go off with your Sue Ran for a romantic getaway. My eye drops are almost dry, damn it. Mom. You should scold me a bit. What is this? Am I performing a one-woman show here? Is everyone else insane? Lu Qingyan's expression darkened, and as he shifted his foot, Jiang Nanshu recoiled as if electrocuted, abruptly releasing him and bouncing a meter away to land at her parents' feet. Wah, Mom and Dad, please help me plead my case. I promise I won't threaten Qingyan with suicide again. Please don't abandon me. Jiang Nanshu spoke with heartfelt sincerity, wrapping her arms around her mother's leg. Your words make me want to regurgitate last night's dinner. No, I can't. Last night's spicy crab was too exquisite to waste. The others. Jiang's mother was in a state of panic. How could she hear her daughter's innermost thoughts? And late-stage breast cancer? She regularly underwent checkups. Her health was perfectly fine. She had no inclination to deal with this, her voice stiff as she said, "Ask your father." Huh? It's not as simple as 2 words. Just rejecting me isn't enough. I'm withdrawing from this marriage. 10 million, I'm ready. Jiang Nanshu turned to her father, her eyes glistening with tears. Dad, please say something nice for me. However, Jiang's father appeared oblivious, lost in a trance. There's something off about them today. I've laid my cards on the table, and despite my relentless entreaties, why do they not despise me more? Have they been filleting fish at Darun Fa for a decade, their hearts colder than the knives they wield? Jiang's father's face stiffened further, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. This is truly absurd, but having weathered many storms, he cleared his throat and composed himself. Nanshu. Since Qingyan wishes to end the engagement, you should return the wedding invitation to him. He won't mistreat you. Nice, that's exactly what I was waiting for. What? Jiang Nanshu cried even harder. Is there truly no way? But I can't bear to part with him. He is my electricity, my light, 3/4 of my life. Jiang's father, unable to watch, grasped the teacup on the table to mask his discomfort, muttering, I'll find you another prince from the capital. We can't afford to be picky. No way. Is he really the prince of the capital? I could be the sweet potato skin of Jean's circle, the king of rice rolls from U circle, the hot pot girl from U circle, or the one who handles green tea from Dien circle. Which title isn't more impressive than his? Lu Qingyan's expression darkened like ink. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang's father inadvertently spat water all over Jiang Yunchuan, who sat opposite him, dazed and forgetting to wipe his face, pondering whether he had been poisoned by mushrooms, or if the world had truly gone mad. Jiang Nanshu exclaimed in shock, Dad, don't spit at my 5th brother out of anger. I'll return the invitation right now. She pulled out the crumpled invitation she had prepared long ago. Standing, she tearfully presented it to Lu Qingyan. Qingyan, please don't be so heartless. Even if we're breaking off the engagement, I will still cling to you. If you can still see my shadow after the engagement is called off. Then I lose. Lu Qingyan's eyes suddenly deepened, his voice remaining cold. Aside from the 10 million, is there anything else you desire? I will grant it if I can. Huh? Jiang Nanshu found herself momentarily dumbfounded. Additional compensation? No, calm down. Don't fall into his trap. He must be trying to bait me. If I were to ask for a few million more, he would surely think I'm greedy and, in a fit of anger, might not give me even the 10 million, which would be a terrible loss. The only plan now is to cling to him, annoy him until he hands over the engagement invitation and leaves. I don't want money. I only want you. Please don't break off the engagement. Jiang Nanshu professed with heartfelt sincerity, her acting rivaling that of an Oscar-winning actress. The glistening tears, the stubbornly bitten lip, the unreasonable entanglement, everything was as she had orchestrated. She covertly assessed Lu Qingyan, feeling a twinge of regret. Even cloaked in loose, casual attire, he could not conceal his perfect physique. How I envy Sue Ran. She gets to touch Lu Qingyan's pectorals, abs, and biceps every night. I'm not asking for much. I just want to touch his backside. 4 or 5 gazes uncontrollably darted toward Lu Qingyan's rear, and the engagement invitation in his hand was punctured by his fingertips. The entire living room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, everyone frozen in shock as they stared at Jiang Nanshu, beads of sweat running down their foreheads. Suddenly, Jiang's father burst into laughter, breaking the tension. All right, it's noon. Let us all move to the dining room for a meal. Let us eat. Jiang Nanshu looked on in disbelief. What are you doing? We're in the midst of breaking off an engagement. How can we eat? She forcibly redirected the topic, waiting for Lu Qingyan to hurl the 10 million check at her face. After a long pause, Lu Qingyan finally let out an ambiguous chuckle, tearing the invitation in half before Jiang Nanshu, his teeth gritted. Fine, I won tea withdraw.
What?
His cold, jade-like face bore no emotion. What? Are you unhappy? Jiang Nanshu felt as if she had swallowed a fly, struggling to maintain her composure. I'm overjoyed. I'm crying from happiness. This time, she truly cried. All right. So this is how we're playing it? You must not want to part with the 10 million, so you refuse to withdraw? How stingy. Just wait. If you're not careful, tomorrow's withdrawal will surely cost you double. Lu Qingyan stood up. I won TV dining. He glanced at Jiang Nanshu's puffed-up face and, with a half-smile, remarked to Jiang father, You've raised quite the monkey. Jiang Nanshu, you're the monkey. Your whole family is a bunch of monkeys, especially the mischievous ones from Amei Mountain. Lu Qingyan shot her a cold glance before departing, while Jiang mother hurried to the hospital. Jiang Lai regarded Jiang Nanshu as if she were an oddity, then followed suit, muttering, I'm not listening, turtle chanting scriptures. Jiang Yunchuan shot a fierce glare at Jiang Nanshu. Indeed, you're an annoying brat. Your words are far from pleasing. I don't believe it. He would rather believe knives were falling from the sky than accept that he had been cuckolded. Jiang Nanshu found herself utterly bewildered by the absurdity of it all. She genuinely wished to call off the engagement. Then she turned her gaze to Jiang father, who immediately stood. I'm heading to the study. In just a minute. The entire living room was deserted. Chapter 3. Aiming for 6 months, reaching the pinnacle of life. Jiang Nanshu cheerfully sat alone at the grand dining table, feasting on a lavish spread of delicacies prepared for Lu Qingyan, who had ultimately not shown up, leaving all the exquisite dishes to indulge her own appetite. System. Are you there? How's my progress? Am I still far from the 100 billion in disgust value? After a few seconds, the system came online. Its mechanical voice cold. Host, the disgust value is checked every 6 months. Are you sure you want to check? The newcomer reward provided you with 1 progress report. It 1 to appear again. Jiang Nanshu hesitated for a few seconds before decisively nodding. Check. Although my target is 6 months, I believe I can complete the task within a month. Understood. Current disgust value, 94. Next query time is in 6 months. Just 6 points away. So this is how simple it is. I can wrap this up in 6 days. Jiang Nanshu was bubbling with excitement, her hands flailing in joy. In the distance, the Jiang family servants looked on with pity and relief. Alas, the young lady is overjoyed because she isn't called off the engagement. Thus, a video was recorded and shared, accompanied by the caption, It has been a long time since I have seen the young lady smile like that. Jiang Yunchuan promptly shared the video in the brothers group chat titled, The 4 Overlords of the Capital. Jiang Yunchuan messaged, Lu Qingyan, brother Yan. What caused this sudden change of heart? ISNT the one in your heart back in the country? Don't you owe us an explanation? Look at you. Not having called off the engagement, and Jiang Nanshu is overjoyed. Chang'an responded, 666, so the engagement didn't get called off? Did the Jiang family girl attempt suicide in front of you again? To be honest, Su Ran would have been a better match. If you two had gotten together back then, Jiang Nanshu would have been irrelevant. Yang Jiashu chimed in, Alas, brother Yan is truly unfortunate. In this day and age, to still be subjected to an arranged marriage. Grandpa Lu merely sought an oracle, and disregarding your objections, proceeded to arrange the engagement. It's utterly absurd. The group buzzed with fervent discussions. After a while, Lu Qingyan finally replied, My decision to call off the engagement has nothing to do with Su Ran. They merely interpreted it as him trying to save face. After all, a white moonlight is desirable, yet unattainable. In the afternoon, Jiang's mother returned home. Jiang Nanshu, watching television in the living room, obediently greeted her, Mom. Jiang's mother, with a complex expression, nodded slightly before hastily seeking out Jiang's father. In the original narrative, Jiang Nanshu exhibited an intense possessiveness towards Lu Qingyan while she endeavored to please her blood relatives, hoping her actions would garner their support. Yet, the reality revealed that she was the only one in the family with such warped values. Jiang Nanshu rested her chin in contemplation, currently wielding the entire plot as her golden key. She had no intention of revealing their fates to them. A venomous antagonist must possess the awareness befitting her role. She had already devised a plan. After all, the Jiang family in this narrative was destined to be the grandest of cannon fodder. The Jiang Group, a colossal enterprise, would eventually declare bankruptcy under the erratic management of the deranged elder brother Jiang Yisan. Several brothers would meet tragic ends, and the original character would, following the suicide attempt and the engagement cancellation, become even more twisted, resorting to various schemes against Sue Ran, ultimately gathering incriminating evidence against herself and being sent straight to prison. Such events were not beyond her reach to anticipate. Once she assumed her role, she could whisper to everyone like a demon, "In truth, I have known all along, yet I chose to remain silent." Merely contemplating this filled her with a sense of delightful vindictiveness. However, a sudden thought struck Jiang Nanshu. According to the original plot, the engagement had already been annulled. What was the male lead doing? The system remained silent before slowly replying. "Perhaps you haven't yet sunk low enough to wish for him to kick you aside. Host, you ought to reflect on whether the issue lies within yourself. Do not question the system for everything. The system's existence is significant too." Jiang Nanshu, all right. You've played your psychological manipulation quite clearly. South Book, your mother is taking you to the hospital for a checkup now. Change your clothes and accompany her. Jiang's father came down, his expression still stern. Jiang Nanshu felt a twinge of fear towards this serious elder, but then recalled his tragic fate in the narrative. Sighing inwardly, "Considering the daily delicious meals and the monthly allowance of 100,000, I shall ensure you are given the best of care in the psychiatric hospital." Jiang's father widened his eyes in astonishment, then turned to Jiang's mother. "Hurry up and take her. Especially check her brain. Forget it, I'll join as well." Thus, Jiang Nanshu rarely ventured out with both parents simultaneously. Her mother even scheduled appointments for her with a neurologist and a psychological counselor. "I merely jumped into a river, and now I have mental health issues?" In the next moment, Jiang Nanshu suddenly understood. The original character had developed depression due to unrequited love, leading to a hasty and indiscriminate filling out of forms, confirming severe depression without a doubt. She awaited the results with satisfaction. The psychologist, after reviewing the neurological results alongside the filled-out psychological forms, reached a grave conclusion. Your daughter is not only depressed but also somewhat lacking in virtue. Therefore, allowing her to indulge in madness for a while is advisable. Do not confine her, treat her with tolerance. Even if she may be detestable, she deserves care, as familial love is paramount. Jiang's father appeared somewhat worn. The sudden ability to hear his daughter's innermost thoughts left him perplexed. Most importantly, Jiang's mother had been diagnosed with a breast nodule that could develop into cancer, confirming the veracity of their situation. Consequently, he sent a message in the family group chat, stating, "Your sister has psychological issues. Let us be nicer to her." Except for Jiang Nanshu, the Jiang family was present. Everyone shared a singular response. "Impossible." Jiang Nanshu popped her head up from behind him, murmuring, "What is this? Are you all so intent on guarding against me? Are you conspiring to steal something?" Jiang's father, "I'll give you 3 minutes. Pull me in, infiltrate their ranks, make your presence known, and ensure they see me daily, loathe me, ha ha ha." How delightful. It was over. A perfectly fine daughter had truly descended into madness. He began to ponder whether their lack of tolerance towards Jiang Nanshu had contributed to her current state. Therefore, gritting his teeth, he added Jiang Nanshu to the group chat. Jiang Nanshu promptly greeted everyone. "Count me in for the scheme." The others, silence. She paid no heed to their feelings. She was simply enjoying herself. She tagged all 5 brothers and the false sister, ensuring they were aware of her entry into the group. Indeed, what the original character had failed to achieve in 3 years, she accomplished in 3 minutes. She was brilliant. The following day, Jiang Nanshu prepared to return to school. At the age of 19, she was a freshman, while Lu Qingyan and Jiang Yinchuan were both 2 years her senior in their junior year. At the age of 16, she had resolved to make Lu Qingyan remember her name, thus dedicating herself to her studies to attend the same university as him, ultimately securing admission through backdoor means. Meanwhile, rumors about her suicide attempt for Lu Qingyan had spiraled through the campus forums, primarily fueled by spectators eager for drama. Since her return, various rumors concerning her had circulated in the capital, mostly disparaging her intelligence and mocking her adoptive family's pig farm. Regardless of how lavishly she dressed, she could not escape the taint of her humble origins, and her engagement with Lu Qingyan, followed by rejection, was merely a matter of time. She was deemed inferior even to a mere finger of Zhonglei, a true heiress cultivated by a prestigious family, a stark contrast to her background as a country bumpkin. These myriad factors led to the original character's darkening disposition, igniting indiscriminate attacks against anyone. It was no wonder that she was universally despised. However, Jiang Nanshu found satisfaction in her adversarial position, grateful that her disdain value was being augmented rather than any affection value. Otherwise, elevating from 89 to 100 would be exhausting. Chapter 4. The Brother's Waist, the Lethal Blade. She contemplated how today she would seek out Lu Qingyan, determined to continue entangling him until he annulled their engagement. Anticipating a modest increase in her disdain value. Excellent, yet another day dedicated to striving for 100 billion. She strode forth with confidence, even neglecting her own classes, opting instead to hide in the bushes outside the finance department to await him. She perused her phone, which contained the meticulously devised plan of the original character. Step 1. Embrace Brother Qingyan's waist. Step 2. Plan a kiss on Brother Qingyan's lips. Step 3. Bear his children. How hasty. Too hasty. Yet. Excitement surged within her. Lu Qingyan despised being touched by others, save for his white moonlight. No other female was permitted to approach him. The original character had spent 3 years without even brushing against the hem of his clothing, relying solely on desperate attempts to gain his attention. Therefore, to provoke Lu Qingyan to the point of wishing to eliminate her, she would have to approach him from this angle. At that moment, the bell rang, signaling the end of classes for the finance department. Jiang Nanshu immediately spotted Jiang Yunchuan, his vibrant red hair billowing as he followed a pure-looking girl who smiled at him, rendering him utterly spellbound, as though drowning in her smile. This was the goddess Jiang Yunchuan had pursued for 2 years and finally secured a relationship with. Unfortunately, he remained unaware that this goddess was a siren. Jiang Nanshu had no intention of revealing this to him, as she planned to whisper dark secrets into his ear later. Lu Qingyan soon made his appearance, clad in a crisp, white shirt. The gentle September breeze tousled his hair, revealing exquisite features that exuded an ethereal elegance, akin to pristine snow. His slightly narrowed peach blossom eyes softened his otherwise aloof demeanor, imbuing his gaze with a hint of warmth. With such striking looks, it was no wonder that the original owner had been utterly captivated. The allure of male beauty can indeed lead one astray. Jiang Nanshu's eyes were fixed intently upon the muddy puddle ahead, its depths filled with a foot of stagnant water. Calculating the distance, she propelled herself forward with fervor. "Brother Qingyan," she called out, striding purposefully in his direction. When Lu Qingyan halted just 2 steps away from the mire, the familiar voice reached his ears, causing his brow to furrow instinctively, and he leapt back in alarm. A crowd of onlookers had gathered, as Jiang Nanshu's presence always incited a lively atmosphere. As they speculated on how far she would be flung by Lu Qingyan's inevitable kick, a sudden gasp escaped her lips as she tumbled heavily into the mud. She flailed and struggled within the muck, crawling and rolling, coating herself in yellow filth. In an instant, she lunged at Lu Qingyan, her muddy hands gripping tightly around his waist. The previously chattering spectators fell into silence. Jiang Nanshu found herself embraced as she had envisioned. His lean yet muscular form felt exactly as she had imagined. She surreptitiously reveled in the moment, exclaiming internally, "Brother's waist, a deadly temptation. How true the words of the poet." Lu Qingyan was utterly taken aback, his porcelain complexion flushed with indignation as he grit his teeth in anger. "Jiang Nanshu." "Ah Yen?" a clear, incredulous female voice interjected. Only then did Lu Qingyan, belatedly aware, push Jiang Nanshu away. He surveyed his soiled attire, his gaze clouded with confusion, while the instigator of the mess, Jiang Nanshu, showed no signs of remorse. She turned toward the source of the voice, spotting a strikingly beautiful girl in a white dress, standing in the sunlight as if radiant. When their eyes met, the depth of her gaze revealed a hint of hurt. "Oh dear, the white moonlight heroine, Su Ran, has made her entrance sooner than expected." This was indeed a battlefield of emotions. Although the narrative had deviated somewhat, the essence remained unchanged. Jiang Nanshu seized Lu Qingyan's arm once more, her demeanor audacious as she regarded Su Ran with a smirk that was 4 parts casual and 6 parts disdain. "Su Ran, even if you have returned, what of it? Brother Qingyan is mine now. You should take your leave. Am I to be slapped in the face for insulting his white moonlight? I can hardly wait to see." Lu Qingyan once again heard Jiang Nanshu's exuberant thoughts. The expression on her face was exaggerated, and the woman who had relentlessly pursued him for 3 years now seemed to desire nothing more than to provoke him. He fought the urge to upend Jiang Nanshu. Inhaling deeply, his gaze dark and profound as he addressed her, "Release me." Jiang Nanshu looked at him oddly. "Wouldn't it be quicker to just push me away? Why the pretense?" Before she could act, her boisterous 5th brother, with his head of vibrant green hair, yanked her away, casting a disdainful glance at her muddy state. Jiang Nanshu, could you refrain from bringing shame to the Jiang family? Because of you, I can hardly hold my head high at school. Jiang Nanshu averted her gaze from his fiery locks, feigning a hurt silence while internally mocking, "Oh please, this is just the beginning. There are far worse days ahead." Jiang Yunchuan could not suppress his gaze from drifting to his girlfriend beside him, suddenly feeling quite inadequate. Lin Yaya, the goddess he had pursued for 2 years, was not worth doubting because of Jiang Nanshu's uninvited thoughts. His temper flared and he snapped, "Could you possibly keep quiet?" With tears welling in her eyes, Jiang Nanshu replied, "I wasn't even speaking, fifth brother." Only then did Jiang Yunchuan regain his composure. This situation was utterly bizarre, and he must keep it concealed. The next moment, he heard Jiang Nanshu's aggrieved thoughts once more. "Huh, I won't tell you that your goddess is a flirt. Do you think you're the only man in her life? Fool. Prepare for a family photo of the green-haired clan when we return." Jiang Nanshu barely cast her gaze toward Jiang Yunchuan, instead observing Su Ran and Lu Qingyan. The latter's expression remained cold and devoid of emotion as he regarded Su Ran. "What brings you here?" Su Ran glanced between Jiang Nanshu and Lu Qingyan, her face betraying no emotion, her eyes stubbornly fixed on him. "I was merely passing through, not seeking you out. I wish you and Miss Jiang happiness." "Ran, why are you here?" "The director is waiting for you," a petite assistant with a work badge called out as she approached. Su Ran turned to her, her demeanor softening considerably. "I'll be there shortly." With that, she averted her gaze from Lu Qingyan and followed the assistant away. Yet, the disappointment and loneliness in her retreat were palpable. She likely had not anticipated that after 3 years abroad, forced upon her, Lu Qingyan would now be engaged to another woman. After all, their story had concluded with a grand flourish, and the entire capital knew that Su Ran was a forbidden topic in Lu Qingyan's presence. Jiang Nanshu observed Lu Qingyan with the keen eye of a spectator. "What are you dawdling for? Shouldn't you chase after her? Annulment would be the best dowry for Su Ran. Otherwise, you may face a fiery confrontation in your quest for her back." At that moment, Lu Qingyan turned his head, and Jiang Nanshu's expression nearly faltered, quickly adopting a haughty demeanor. "If you dare to break off the engagement with me for Su Ran, I'll report to Grandfather Lu." Chapter 5. I, who remain in this world, shall be thoroughly malevolent. Lu Qingyan's gaze was inscrutable as he shed his white shirt and tossed it into a nearby trash bin before striding toward the direction Su Ran had taken. Yay! Today's self-destructive mission accomplished. Lu Qingyan paused, turning to see Jiang Nanshu's wounded expression. How amusing. Around them, laughter erupted from the onlookers. Ha! Did she really believe she could leverage Grandfather Lu to control Lu Qingyan? What a naive girl. Spending so long with pigs has clearly dulled her wit. Does she not value her life? After all, she is the genuine daughter of the Jiang family. Isn't she afraid of retaliation? Please, genuine daughter? Who in the Jiang family even acknowledges her? Didn't you see how Jiang Yunchuan avoids her like she's a plague? If it weren't for the DNA test, she would have been cast out long ago. Oh, how I envy Su Ran. Lu Qingyan discarded his shirt because it was soiled by Jiang Nanshu and followed after her. Now that is true love, with an intense possessiveness. At that moment, Jiang Nanshu genuinely felt the malice directed towards the original owner, igniting a fury within her very soul. In an environment where one is unacknowledged and constantly invalidated, overshadowed by the excellence of older siblings and a privileged background, her sudden appearance felt like a grain of sand lost in the vast ocean. She could either blend in with the shore as pebbles or sink into the depths, ignored. Clearly, Jiang Nanshu was the latter, trampled upon and discarded like refuse. A fervent turmoil began to swell within her as she gazed into the void. "Jiang Nanshu, fear not. For the version of me that remains in this world shall be wicked to the core, ensuring everything unravels." In the next heartbeat, her spirit surged with agitation. Jiang Nanshu lamented the lack of recognition from her peers. How splendid it must be for Su Ran, now a rising star, while she herself languished in mediocrity, possessing little more than her looks. After all, the Jiang family was known for their beauty, and Jiang Nanshu was no exception. With her arched brows, almond-shaped eyes, and porcelain skin, she was strikingly beautiful, a birthmark adorning her left eye that added to her allure. Every smile and frown was captivating. Jiang Nanshu directed her gaze toward those who mocked her. None other than Lin Yaya, Jiang Yunchuan's girlfriend. Lin Yaya noticed Jiang Nanshu looking over, and the mockery in her eyes was unmistakable. "I truly pity Yunchuan for having such a troublesome sister like you." Jiang Nanshu chuckled, while Jiang Yunchuan remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. She exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you genuinely concerned for my fifth brother?" Lin Yeye possessively linked her arm with Jiang Yunchuan's, snorting dismissively. "Yunchuan is my boyfriend, so of course I care for him. So, do you feel concerned for him in the morning, at noon, or in the evening? What if you can't divide your time? How wronged my fifth brother would be." Lin Yeye's smile faltered, and in a flurry, she glanced at Jiang Yunchuan. Seeing his lack of reaction, she immediately feigned tears. "I only have Yunchuan. Why must you sow discord between us?" Jiang Nanshu retorted, "I never inquired about how many boyfriends you have, so there's no need to fret. However, given your genuine feelings for my fifth brother, I certainly believe in you. When you two marry, I expect to sit at the children's table." How explosive. If my fifth brother discovers that she has 3 benefactors supporting her behind his back, wouldn't he be furious? Lin Yeye's face turned a mixture of red and white, ultimately casting a resentful glance at Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Yunchuan's expression darkened, and after shaking her off, Lin Yeye hurriedly chased after him to explain. Attempting to outsmart her was a bit beyond her capabilities. The farce came to an end, and once again, she found herself at the center of public attention, while Jiang Nanshu remained unfazed. Following her memories, she returned to the dormitory. Having just showered and changed into fresh attire, a lavishly dressed girl carrying numerous bags pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing the living Jiang Nanshu, she momentarily froze in fear. What are you doing here?" Jiang Nanshu tilted her head slightly, instantly recalling the girl's identity. Chen Qian, the original's inseparable best friend, had concocted all the ideas for pursuing Lu Qingyan during their 3 years from high school to university. It was she who sent the photo of Su Ran meeting Lu Qingyan and even encouraged the original to threaten her family with suicide by jumping into a river. In the book, the original was fortunate enough to survive, only to be jilted, with Chen Qian intensifying her manipulations, leading the original to commit numerous detestable acts. Ultimately, she was expelled from the Jiang family, severing ties even with her adoptive parents. The original was sentenced to 20 years for intentional homicide, and on the day she was imprisoned, Chen Qian unveiled all the years of her deliberate instigation of crime and irreversible harm to her body. Upon entering prison, the original was so enraged she fainted from blood loss, and mere days later, she met her tragic end. It was a fate too grim to bear. Jiang Nanshu scrutinized her from head to toe. Everything about her was beyond what a girl from a poor family could afford. This was partly due to Jiang Nanshu's influence. Once she cared for someone, she gave her all, providing everything from clothing to luxuries, raising her better than a lady of higher status. Jiang Nanshu smiled at her. "If I'm not here, where else could I possibly be?" Chen Qian seemed to snap back to reality, promptly placing her belongings on her bed and rushing over to express her concern. "Nanshu, it's so good to see you safe. I almost thought you had drowned." She even shed a couple of crocodile tears. Jiang Nanshu replied brightly, "Good best friend, your ideas are marvelous. Lu Qingyan indeed hasn't cancelled the engagement. Do you have any more brilliant plans? I wish to marry him immediately." "And not cancelled?" Chen Qian looked somewhat dazed. The engagement remained intact. What kind of magic did Jiang Nanshu possess to hold onto her position as Lu Qingyan's fiancée for so long without anyone being able to shake her? "Let me think for a moment." Chen Qian forced a smile, her eyes betraying her anxiety. Jiang Nanshu smiled sweetly. That would be splendid. She was quite curious about what her so-called best friend was scheming, even at the cost of her life. Oh, wait. Jiang Nanshu mentally reclassified Chen Qian from best friend to frenemy. This was her lifelong adversary. Qian, how did you afford such an expensive bag?" Jiang Nanshu approached her bed, pulling out a limited edition LV bag worth 30,000, its appearance oddly familiar. She turned to Chen Qian, whose face had gone rigid. "Isn't your family quite poor? Do you still have money to shop?" "And no, these are all gifts from friends." In that instant, Jiang Nanshu recognized where the familiarity stemmed from. She had seen Zhonglei with it once. Suddenly, Chen Qian began hurriedly packing her things, her eyes darting around, a flicker of dark light passing through them. And she pitifully asked, "Nanshu, can you give me a ride home?" "Home?" Jiang Nanshu met her hopeful gaze, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Didn't you say you have an abusive, alcoholic father at home? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten for bringing back such nice things?" Chen Qian cozily wrapped her arm around Jiang Nanshu's. "You'll protect me, right?" This scene echoed a plot from the original story. where Chen Qian deceived the original into visiting her home, intending for her father to ruin Jiang Nanshu's reputation. In the end, Jiang Nanshu was severely injured and hospitalized, while Chen Qian's father ended up in prison. Jiang Nanshu lost her hearing in one ear from that brutal assault. It was a chain of schemes that left Jiang Nanshu utterly devastated. Jiang Nanshu smiled radiantly at her. "All right, I will certainly protect you." Chapter 6. She returned to seize everything that belongs to you. Upon hearing Jiang Nanshu's agreement, Chen Qian exhaled in relief. She knew that once Jiang Nanshu promised something, she would follow through. Though her intelligence might be lacking, she was genuinely devoted to her friends. Having been bullied due to her impoverished background during high school, it was Jiang Nanshu who stood up for her, and her life gradually improved. Even her frequently abusive father treated her more gently because of the money she brought home. In a sense, Jiang Nanshu had saved her life. However, one must look after oneself. Chen Qian was not intentionally deceiving Jiang Nanshu. Lowering her head, she gazed at the dazzling Jiang Nanshu with a flicker of barely perceptible jealousy in her eyes. Jiang Nanshu's life was so fortunate. At 16, she entered a wealthy family, living a life of luxury effortlessly. She had everything she could possibly want, so losing something didn't seem like a big deal. Chen Qian found herself a justification for the guilt she harbored. Once Jiang Nanshu successfully annulled her engagement, the person behind it promised her a hefty sum of money. Once she became wealthy, she vowed never to forget Jiang Nanshu's immense kindness. Jiang Nanshu found amusement in observing the shifts in Chen Qian's demeanor. It was rather refreshing to realize there were so many expressions before one attempted to harm another. She began to reflect on herself. If she were to engage in self-destructive behavior, she certainly wouldn't reveal such glaring flaws. It would be akin to seeking punishment. Currently, the only sources of disdain she could manipulate were Lu Qingyan and Jiang Yunchuan. As for Jiang father and Jiang mother, it seemed they were not as easily swayed. The remaining four brothers rarely appeared in their family villa like elusive dragons, and Jiang Li had practically lived in the filming crew since graduating high school. Presently, she was filming a youth campus web drama next door with Su Ran. Su Ran played the lead role, while Jiang Nanshu portrayed the malicious third female lead. Jiang Nanshu's intentions were straightforward. She aimed to fervently unite Jiang Yunchuan and Lin Yaya. After all, the original had harbored a deep disdain for their association, believing Lin Yaya to be a duplicitous green TBTCH, worried that her fifth brother would be deceived. In her attempts to intervene, she only accelerated their bond, provoking Jiang Yunchuan's growing aversion toward her. He assumed she was someone who could not bear to see her family thrive, wishing to remain oblivious to their happiness. Even when she faced bullying at school, he remained indifferent, treating her plight as inconsequential. As long as no one was killed, he wouldn't concern himself with Jiang Nanshu as fate. Only the original clung to the familial ties of the Jiang family, but through her tumultuous actions, she only distanced herself further from them. Jiang Nanshu harbored no grand ambitions of mending familial bonds. Her singular desire was to acquire 100 billion and return to her own world. The system assured her that upon completing her tasks, she would be transported back to the moments preceding her accident. "Nanshu, how could you act on your own accord?" Just as Jiang Nanshu wallowed in her sorrow, the sharp voice of Chen Qian pierced her thoughts, accompanied by a photograph of herself, disheveled and embracing Lu Qingyan. Ignoring the chorus of insults beneath the image, Nanshu conceded that she was indeed strikingly beautiful, her gaze brimming with self-admiration as she retorted, "What is the matter? Did you not teach me to persist relentlessly? I have thoroughly absorbed the essence of your lessons. After all, he did not push me away, which surely indicates he harbors feelings for me." Chen Qian was left speechless by Nanshu's unabashed confidence. She had never encountered such a brazen individual. It was as if she were blind to Lu Qingyan's true feelings. Remaining composed, Chen Qian contemplated her next scheme, a smile gracing her lips. "You are his fiancé, destined to become the matriarch of the Lu family. He is yours alone. However, that Su Ran is truly insufferable, shamelessly parading before you. Her return is solely to usurp everything that belongs to you. Nanshu, you must not let this vile woman escape unscathed." Jiang Nanshu glanced at the hidden recording on Chen Qian's phone, a sinister smile creeping onto her face as she echoed her sentiments. "Of course, Su Ran is nothing worth noting. How dare she compete with me, Jiang Nanshu? I shall ensure she wishes for neither life nor death." In mere moments, the recording would inadvertently find its way to Lu Qingyan's phone. Jiang Nanshu found herself growing fonder of Chen Qian, who was, after all, a valuable ally in her schemes. Little did she know, Chen Qian, discontent with her own pace, had come to fortify her endeavors. Chen Qian nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, I will devise a method to eliminate the blight that is Su Ran. It just so happens that she is posing as a graduate student at our university, and soon enough, she will reap the consequences of her actions. It was indeed a twist of fate that among the myriad schools in the capital, Su Ran had chosen the very university Lu Qingyan attended. This might just be the inextricable bond between the protagonists. As Chen Qian had taken the afternoon off from school, and Jiang Nanshu had grown accustomed to skipping classes, the attendance mattered little to her. Given her dismal grades, even graduation had become a looming uncertainty. However, such thoughts were not on her mind, for her time in this world was fleeting. Seated in a taxi, Chen Qian relayed the destination. Given the vastness of the capital, the detour was considerable, resulting in a fare of 100. She refrained from paying, awaiting Jiang Nanshu to foot the bill. Nanshu feigned ignorance, chuckling inwardly. Money equated to her very existence. Demanding her life was but a dream. Ultimately, Chen Qian begrudgingly settled the fare. As they passed Times Square, a commercial featuring a dashing man performing a catchy gum advertisement played on the screen. The man was undeniably handsome, his features exuding an untamed charm, captivating the passing young girls who gazed at him with hearts in their eyes. Jiang Nanshu cast a fleeting glance before turning away, a yawn escaping her lips, finding it rather tedious. With a blush creeping onto her cheeks, Chen Qian tugged at Jiang Nanshu's sleeve, her voice laced with hesitation. Nanshu, could you assist me in approaching your fourth brother? I promise to express my gratitude. Jiang Nanshu glanced back at the advertisement screen. The man, brandishing a piece of gum, winked with his enchanting almond-shaped eyes, bringing the commercial to a close. This was none other than her fourth brother, Jiang Zhouya, the most popular new singer and dancer among the younger generation, whose stunning visage had garnered him countless fans even before his debut. His record resources were abundant, and he had been nominated for the annual Golden Song Award. Jiang Nanshu raised an eyebrow. You still dare to pursue him? Chen Qian shyly nodded. After all, who could resist such an exceptional man thriving in the entertainment industry, backed by the formidable Jiang family? Jiang Nanshu pondered, the memory of Jiang Zhouya's disdainful gaze towards her surfacing. She stroked her chin. Within the Jiang family, Jiang Zhouya ranked first in terms of familial animosity, harboring a level of resentment that suggested he would gladly take a knife to her, all because 1 year prior, upon turning 18, the Jiang family had hosted a grand birthday celebration for her. In a moment of reckless boldness, driven by her friend Chen Qian's admiration for him, she had brazenly drugged Jiang Zhouya. Although Jiang Zhouya had discovered the plot in time and expelled Chen Qian from the room, no lasting harm had been done. Yet the psychological impact on him was undeniable. From that day forth, he had ceased returning home, and even when he did, he acted as though he were blind to Jiang Nanshu's presence, resulting in an entire year devoid of conversation between the siblings. Is this truly acceptable, Nanshu? Chen Qian dared to inquire once more. If only she had acted a tad quicker, Jiang Zhouya would have had no choice but to take responsibility for her, even if only to uphold his reputation. Regrettably, her initial shyness had squandered precious time. Each time she reflected on this, she lamented her missed opportunity. In her heart, she chastised Jiang Nanshu for her ineptitude. The dosage of the drug had been so minimal that it had only rendered him unconscious for a few minutes, far too brief for her to make a move. Jiang Nanshu lifted her gaze, her beauty striking and formidable, as she regarded those around her with an expression of indifference that bore an edge of fierceness. Chen Qian felt a fleeting chill, yet in the next moment, Jiang Nanshu broke into a smile, her demeanor softening considerably. Qian, you know my fourth brother is not a virtuous man. Last time, he threw a tremendous fit. Had it not been for my parents intervening, he might have resorted to violence against me. If this were to occur again, I fear for your safety. Chen Qian's thoughts were filled with disdain. She truly was oblivious to the worth of a phoenix amidst her nest. To her, Jiang Zhouya was the epitome of perfection, and upon hearing Jiang Nanshu's disparagement, her displeasure was palpable. How can you speak of your brother in such a manner? Surely, you must have provoked him for him to behave this way. Faced with Jiang Nanshu's teasing smile, she found herself at a loss for words. I do not mean to blame you. He is your brother after all. Is it not reasonable to forgive him? Besides, with their support, you could swiftly tame Lu Qingyan. Jiang Nanshu lowered her gaze to her flamboyantly manicured nails, nodding in agreement. You are indeed correct. I shall assist you once more, but the opportunity is yours to seize. Chen Qian's face lit up with gratitude. Nanshu. Having a friend like you is a blessing beyond measure. Indeed, Jiang Nanshu replied with a deep smile. It was sufficient that there were no regrets. She feared that Chen Qian might harbor some. Throughout her existence, she had never committed a single virtuous act nor possessed the inclination to fulfill another's wishes. Before long, the taxi halted in a narrow alleyway. The walls were mottled with age and covered in moss, while the ground was littered with shards of stone. Chen Qian felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. She loathed this place. Yet, before Jiang Nanshu, she bore the brunt of scorn without retaliation, still clinging to the hope of familial affection. For Jiang Nanshu, her thoughts were solely consumed with the desire to forge a harmonious relationship with her true family and Lu Qingyan. Nothing else mattered. Thus, she easily resonated with Chen Qian's plight. As Chen Qian led the way, she pushed open a dilapidated wooden door that revealed a two-story small house. The cramped yard strewn with empty bottles, leaving no place for a foot to land. Nanshu, I apologize. My family's circumstances are such. My father is likely inside drinking. I shall go check. Chen Qian remarked, disdainfully kicking at the bottles scattered on the ground. Suddenly, Jiang Nanshu's phone rang, a jarring sound amidst the disarray of the yard. She pulled it out, surprised to find that Jiang Yinchuan was calling for the first time. She swiftly declined the call. The next moment, it rang again. She dismissed it once more. It rang again. Jiang Nanshu's patience wore thin as she answered, her voice sweet and obedient. What is it, fifth brother? Jiang Yinchuan's temper flared. Jiang Nanshu, you've grown bold. How dare you hang up on me? Feigning innocence, Jiang Nanshu fabricated a lie, her heart steady. I did not. I accidentally cut the call. Must I be blamed for this as well? Perhaps due to the purity of her voice. Jiang Yinchuan fell into a rare silence for a few moments before continuing. Are you skipping class again? The school's calls have reached home. Where are you now? Which bar are you frequenting with your rascally friends? I give you half an hour. Immediately return to school for class. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a disheveled middle-aged man stumbling out with a bottle in hand. Who is it? It's so noisy. Jiang Nanshu smiled with a twinkle in her eye. I apologize. I received a nuisance call. Following Jiang Yinchuan's remark about the male voice on the other end, the call was promptly terminated. And she swiftly added Jiang Yinchuan to her blacklist to prevent any further disturbances to her good fortune. While courting disaster is one thing, she is not one to passively accept fate. Those who deserve punishment cannot be left unscathed. Otherwise, she might be jolted awake in the dead of night. Berating herself for being too lenient, Chen Qian quickly stepped forward to support him. Dad, this is the wealthy classmate I told you about. Her family is quite affluent. Upon hearing the mention of money, the middle-aged man's drunken stupor faded somewhat, his muddled gaze drifting over Jiang Nanshu. She was stunningly beautiful, adorned in a flamboyant red dress that accentuated her curves, her soft, delicate figure and porcelain-like skin standing out vibrantly in the drab surroundings. Chen's father swallowed hard, glancing at Chen Qian, who nodded in response, her gaze evasive. She continued, Dad, Nanshu is truly wonderful. Despite being a wealthy heiress, she is completely down-to-earth and exceptionally caring. Let's step inside. I'll get you some water, Nanshu. Instantly, Chen's father became obsequious. Yes, yes, please come in. I often hear my daughter speak highly of you, saying how good you are to her. Jiang Nanshu feigned ignorance, smiling as she followed them inside. In the original narrative, Chen Qian sought to tarnish her reputation in pursuit of being abandoned by old Master Lu. To him, the broken engagement with Lu Qingyan was inconsequential. As long as he did not consent, the marriage must proceed. Taking advantage of Chen Qian's deliberate absence, Chen's father attempted to force himself upon Jiang Nanshu, only to be met with resistance that left him injured and enraged, leading to his imprisonment. The Lu family would never accept a daughter-in-law with a tarnished reputation or a disability, thus the marriage was irrevocably terminated. Jiang Nanshu, now fully embittered, resorted to drugging, framing, and hiring assassins, among other underhanded tactics. She settled onto a clean stool, surveying the dilapidated home, peeling plaster, walls stained with grime, and a pervasive odor of alcohol and decay. It was evident that Chen's father lived in dire straits. Oh dear, we're out of tea. Chen Qian's voice chimed in as she turned an empty box upside down, apologizing to Jiang Nanshu. Nanshu, please wait here. I'll run to the store and buy some tea. Jiang Nanshu observed her performance silently, smiling. All right, hurry back. I'm afraid to be alone. Don't worry. My father is a good man. You can stay here comfortably. With that, she grabbed her bag and left, locking the door behind her. Chapter 8. If you strike my enemy's confidant, you cannot strike me. The sound of Chen's father swallowing echoed sharply in the stillness of the house, his lecherous gaze roaming over Jiang Nanshu as he emitted a series of lewd chuckles. He adjusted his belt and took deliberate steps towards her. You're my daughter Qianqian's classmate. Uncle will take good care of you. Pretending to be oblivious, Jiang Nanshu, at the moment he approached, pulled out a stack of cash from her custom LV purse and tossed it onto the table with a bashful smile. Thank you, uncle. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please don't think poorly of it. Chen's father hastily secured his pants, momentarily forgetting his prior intentions. Captivated instead by the allure of the money, his demeanor shifted, caressing the cash with a grin that illuminated his face with obsequiousness. Little Jiang, how thoughtful of you to visit and bring such gifts. Jiang Nanshu replied nonchalantly. It's only fitting, considering you are Qianqian's father. She often praises you, claiming that having you as her father is a blessing from her past life. Chen's father's smile widened. As long as that wretched daughter of his wasn't concocting tales behind his back, Jiang Nanshu's words were music to his ears. However, Jiang Nanshu's brow slightly furrowed, her expression betraying hesitation. Chen's father, sensing her discomfort, softened his countenance. What is it? Jiang Nanshu sighed. I didn't realize uncle was living in such hardship. A week ago, I gave Qianqian 30,000. Did she use it all? Please don't hesitate to spend it. That money is a gift for you. Chen's father was taken aback. What? 30,000? That girl hasn't given me a single cent. Jiang Nanshu's delicate fingers covered her lips in surprise. What? Over the past 3 years, I've lent her hundreds of thousands, and she hasn't given you a dime? The bag she carries alone costs several thousand. Qianqian wouldn't spend money meant for you on such things. She is exceptionally filial and often speaks of how good you are to her. Jiang Nanshu's use of the term lend was merely a ruse. Chen's father, enraged, clenched his teeth, his mind consumed with thoughts of a substantial sum. His face turned pale, veins protruding on his forehead, and his eyes reddened with fury at the mention of the money. Oh, returning him hundreds of thousands? He only gives me 500 a month, claiming it's a pity from her wealthy friend. She pinches pennies just to send me that. Initially, he had resented his daughter's wealthy friend for being so miserly, realizing now that this wretched girl had been deceiving him all along. As he fidgeted, the violent impulses within him began to stir, craving an outlet. Jiang Nanshu seized the moment, producing another stack of money. It must have slipped Qianqian's mind. Please don't hold it against her. Take this for some drinks. Chen's father accepted the money eagerly, even inviting Jiang Nanshu to wait downstairs while he attended to some matters upstairs. Aside from hiding the money, Jiang Nanshu could think of no other course of action. Yet her objective was achieved. It seemed the tables were about to turn. About half an hour later, Qianqian arrived, anticipating her father's success with mounting excitement. As long as Jiang Nanshu called off the engagement, her backers promised her 5 million. Given Jiang Nanshu's indulgence, she only needed to feign ignorance and shed a few tears afterward to regain her favor, allowing her to pocket the substantial sum while continuing to extract luxury goods from Jiang Nanshu. With this thought, her spirit soared. However, upon opening the door, the scene inside left her momentarily dumbfounded. Jiang Nanshu sat unscathed in a chair, while Chen's father dutifully served her tea. You too. She could scarcely believe the harmony before her. Why was Jiang Nanshu completely unharmed? Jiang Nanshu playfully chided her. Qianqian, the tea is in your cabinet. Have you forgotten? By the way, where are the tea leaves you bought? She bought no such tea. After wandering outside for half an hour, she had been eager to return and witness Jiang Nanshu's downfall. When the scandalous photos surfaced, Jiang Nanshu would be utterly ruined. Forcing a stiff smile, she replied, there was none at the store, so I thought I'd buy some fruit at the supermarket instead. Dad, have you treated Nanshu well? Chun Qian's voice brimmed with anger, and upon meeting her father's furious gaze, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Where's the 30,000 little Jiang gave you? Where is it? Chen's father demanded. Chun Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. She never gave me that much money. Dad, have you lost your mind? Who told you such nonsense? Ha! While you enjoy lavish meals at school, I'm left at home to eat scraps. You little wretch, if you don't hand over every penny today, I'll take your life. With that, he seized Chun Qian by the hair, dragging her into the house. Dad, I truly have no money. She screamed in agony. You dare lie to me, you little wretch. In a fit of rage, The man lost all semblance of reason, completely oblivious to the presence of the outsider, Jiang Nanshu. He swung a chair towards Chen Qian with reckless abandon. Jiang Nanshu, seemingly startled, darted to the doorway, repeatedly pleading, "Please don't hit her anymore, uncle." Chen Qian certainly didn't mean it. "Please stop." Yet, with each mention of her name, the man's fury escalated, and he struck harder. "Nanshu, save me. Whoa. You promised to protect me." Chen Qian cried, struggling to reach Jiang Nanshu, desperate for her assistance to shield her from Chen's father's onslaught. Just then, Jiang Nanshu appeared to trip over the threshold, tumbling out and inadvertently slamming the door shut, cutting Chen Qian off from view as despair filled her eyes. Hearing the anguished cries from within, Jiang Nanshu calmly remarked, "In a society governed by law, mutual brawling is ill-advised. Nanshu, please call the police. I beg you. I'm going to be beaten to death by this lunatic. Help!" came Chen Qian's desperate cries as the door shook from the force of her pounding. Finally, Jiang Nanshu made the call to the authorities, also requesting an ambulance. 10 minutes later, she pushed the door open. Chen Qian lay unconscious, bloodied and battered, while Chen's father, panting and red-eyed, glared at Jiang Nanshu, his hostility palpable. For individuals like him, who turned violent when intoxicated, it mattered not who was present. He would attack indiscriminately. Spotting Jiang Nanshu, he lunged at her, intent on wrapping his hands around her throat. With a smile dancing in her eyes, she quipped, "Uncle, having struck my dear friend, you cannot lay a finger on me." In the next breath, she swung a wine bottle, striking him on the head, rendering him unconscious, blood flowing freely. She kicked him beside Chen Qian and placed the bottle in her hand as if to frame her. With everything set, she sat down on the floor, appearing timid and shaken. The police arrived promptly, accompanied by Jiang Yunchuan. Chapter 9. Your goddess has affairs morning, noon, and night. Surprising, isn't it? Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, Jiang Yunchuan was taken aback. His gaze fell upon Jiang Nanshu, his expression fraught with irritation. "Jiang Nanshu, what trouble have you caused now?" Whenever an incident arose, the Jiang family instinctively blamed her. Jiang Nanshu chuckled inwardly, but blinked her tear-filled eyes as she ran to him, clinging to his arm. "Bowo, fifth brother, I'm so scared." Seeing her pitifully distressed demeanor, even his hardened heart softened slightly. Receiving unjust scolding had become habitual, but Chen Qian truly could not withstand a beating. She hadn't been enough of a spectacle. Jiang Nanshu mused to herself. Jiang Yunchuan's comforting words caught in his throat. Realizing it was rash to judge without fully understanding the circumstances, his face flushed with embarrassment. Observing her fragile state juxtaposed with her inner turmoil, he noted that she was unafraid and still seemed to revel in the drama unfolding. His expression shifted, eventually settling into a stony mask. "Is that so? I haven't even asked you why you skipped class again and ended up in such a dreadful place." Jiang Nanshu pouted, her eyes dimmed with disappointment. "Because Chen Qian asked me to accompany her home. She feared her father would abuse her. Yet, I felt powerless and failed to protect her properly. Which makes me feel so guilty. Hee, she even tried to drag me into this mess. Thankfully, I shut the door. I wonder if the ambulance has arrived. Or she might truly die waiting." Jiang Yunchuan. Before he could respond, the paramedics arrived, calling out, "Where's the patient?" Jiang Nanshu pointed obediently, "In there." Ultimately, her testimony confirmed that both parties engaged in mutual conflict, and it was revealed that Chen's father suffered from a mental illness. Exiting the police station, with tears in her eyes, she gazed at Jiang Yunchuan. "Fifth brother, please don't tell Brother Qingyan about today's events. I don't want him to think of me as a bad woman." Jiang Yunchuan sneered. "You have the audacity to skip class, but lack the courage to own up to it? Involving yourself in such matters will only lead to him abandoning you if he finds out. Woo, I'll be dumped. How tragic." "Ah, what are you waiting for? Go tell him. Make sure he gives me the 10 million divorce settlement too. So, this contradictory girl is truly my sister." He had never known Jiang Nanshu's inner world was so rich. Hesitating for a moment, he stiffly inquired, "What do you think of Lin Yaya?" "Jiang Nanshu, is he out of his mind? Does Lin Yaya not have a clear understanding of her own situation? Aren't they sharing a bed? Why ask me?" She blinked her almond-shaped eyes, her innocent demeanor softening the vibrant hues of her features, adding an air of purity. "If fifth brother wishes to be with her, I wholeheartedly support it." Jiang Yunchuan's brows furrowed, nearly pinching a fly. "Didn't you despise her? You once went to great lengths to prevent me from being with her. What does your current approval mean?" Jiang Nanshu, what? Do you need my blessing to date? I tried to stop you before, but look where you are now. I've decided to stop meddling. Are you not accustomed to it yet? Scoundrel. After gaining a femme fatale, you failed to cherish her. I decree you shall encounter 20 more like Lin Yaya. She mused softly. Primarily, I believe you two make a fine couple. Time will reveal true hearts. And I am genuinely moved by your sincere affection. I hope you and senior sister Yaya have a lasting relationship, eternally binding. Jiang Yunchuan felt a mix of vexation. Yet Jiang Nanshu's sincerity made her more endearing than her previous antics. He continued, but she is always so busy. I only get an hour with her each day. Do you think she loves me? Jiang Nanshu's face hardened, her eyes brimming with disapproval. Fifth brother, how can you think that way? If senior sister Yaya can carve out an hour from her busy schedule to be with you, it only signifies her love. You must never doubt her sincerity again, or I shall ensure you lose senior sister Yaya. TSK, the green pastures are overrun, yet you still ponder love? Your goddess has affairs morning, noon, and night. Surprising. Tiet? Jiang Yunchuan's expression was complex. Had he not accidentally overheard his sister's thoughts, he would never have realized the sordid nature of the life of the goddess he pursued for so long. I understand. He sighed. Let us go visit your classmate in the hospital. Oh, all right. Jiang Nanshu beamed at Jiang Yunchuan's seemingly approving expression, her heart elated. I truly am considerate. In the past, I was foolish. Instead of obstructing, I should have facilitated. After all, it isn't me who will suffer from being cheated or infected with AIDS. Yet I've endured so many disdainful glances. A comforting embrace is in order. Jiang Yunchuan stood frozen in place. What? AIDS? He could contract AIDS. He'll probably be offline in about 2 years. Jiang Yunchuan had no idea what Jiang Nanshu meant by offline, but it seemed synonymous with passing away. By the time they reached the hospital, his face was as pale as a ghost, sweat pouring down his forehead. Fifth brother, are you feeling hot? Upon arriving at the hospital, Jiang Nanshu thoughtfully offered him a tissue. Wipe your face. His hands trembled as if afflicted by Parkinson's, failing to grasp the tissue twice. Jiang Nanshu, exasperated, took matters into her own hands, gently wiping his face. They're all done. Jiang Yunchuan stared blankly at Jiang Nanshu's delicate profile, his heart a tumult of emotions. He realized that her persistent interventions were genuinely for his benefit. Yet, how had he repaid her? For the sake of Lin Yaya. He had locked Jiang Nanshu outside in the bitter cold for an entire night, leaving her to fend for herself while he slept soundly, neglecting her plight. That night, with their parents absent and his brothers indifferent, she had nearly frozen to death and was subsequently hospitalized. Initially, he was apprehensive, but upon witnessing his second brother's indifferent remark, "Be careful next time, don't kill her," without a flicker of sympathy for Jiang Nanshu, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, Jiang Nanshu seemed to have forgotten entirely, recovering from her illness, and once again clinging to him, disparaging Lin Yaya endlessly. At that moment he thought, how could someone be so bothersome? Rather than meddling in others' affairs, she should focus on her own. Jiang Yunchuan grasped Jiang Nanshu's hand, a sudden twinge of guilt flickering in his eyes. Jiang Nanshu, taken aback, forcefully wrenched her hand away, her gaze brimming with suspicion. Let us discuss matters at hand, and refrain from any unwarranted physical contact. You, Jiang Nanshu preempted him, her eyes filled with sorrow. It's what fifth brother said. He warned me not to touch you, claiming I carry germs. The last time I brushed against the hem of your clothing, that garment ended up in the trash. Evil spirits, begone. Do not approach me. Jiang Yunchuan, unwilling to yield, contemplated saying more. Just then, a detached voice came from behind. How long do you two intend to obstruct the entrance? Jiang Nanshu glanced back, spotting a tall man clad in a pristine white lab coat. His striking features were accentuated by a sharp jawline and thin lips, emanating an unsettling chill, as if his dark eyes were steeped in the depths of winter. Strands of his raven-black hair slightly revealed his fair forehead, with a few long strands resting beside his eyelashes, giving him the appearance of a disenchanted beauty. Jiang Yunchuan stammered, Second brother. Chapter 10. The original self remains unchanged, but she has transformed into something uncanny. Jiang Nanshu rummaged through her mind for information about her second brother, Jiang Jingcheng. She soon realized that during her nearly 4 years in this household, her interactions with him had been few, but enough to incite universal disdain. Jiang Jingcheng was the attending physician in the cardiothoracic surgery department at the Capital People's Hospital, exceptionally handsome, with many admirers. Yet he was akin to a walking air conditioner, with no female daring to approach him within several miles, characterized by an unusually indifferent demeanor, as if devoid of emotions and disinterested in everything. The enmity between them dated back 2 years when Jiang Nanshu, in dire financial straits, heeded Chen Qian's malicious advice and secretly took photos of him shirtless to sell to his admirers, earning a staggering 100,000. Upon discovering this, he merely toyed with his surgical scalpel before knocking on her door, coldly demanding 80,000 in return and instructing her, with the scalpel pointed at the screen, on how to delete the images. Ultimately, Jiang Nanshu composed a trembling apology of 1,000 words, which she posted online, after which he departed, seemingly satisfied. This incident had instilled a profound fear of her second brother within her. When he wielded the scalpel, it felt as if he were contemplating where to make the incision. Yet Jiang Nanshu was unperturbed. The original self remained unchanged, but she had become something extraordinary. She scrutinized his face, her eyes sparkling, nearly drooling at the sight. Ah, second brother is so handsome, so incredibly handsome. Jiang Jingcheng briefly paused at her cold gaze before retracting it, turning instead to Jiang Yunchuan, who was glaring at him. Jiang Jingcheng elevated his pale chin. Do not block the entrance of the hospital. It disrupts patient access. Jiang Yunchuan stepped aside, attempting to pull Jiang Nanshu along. But she defiantly squeezed herself next to Jiang Jingcheng, inhaling the faint scent of antiseptic emanating from him, her eyes gleaming as she brazenly assessed his features, attempting to strike up a conversation. Second brother, are you coming home today? As he moved further inside, his presence attracted considerable attention. His lips barely moved, and his gaze remained frosty. No, keep your distance from me. Jiang Nanshu's audacious antics had left her brothers hesitant to return home. Although she enjoyed gazing at handsome faces, she did not forget her mission. Whenever she could evoke disdain, she would not hold back. Her dark, gleaming almond-shaped eyes soon brimmed with tears as she gently bit her lip, feigning innocence. Second brother, are you still angry about the photos I took of you? I promise I won't do it again. Indeed, mentioning the photos altered Jiang Jingcheng's demeanor. Though he had only been photographed from the waist up, it was an egregious affront to a man of his ascetic demeanor. His deep-set eyes darkened, and Jiang Nanshu sorrowfully mused that should he find himself in an operating theater, he might issue a critical condition notice to their parents, allowing her to depart without resistance. Jiang Yunchuan felt a chill run down his spine, signaling Jiang Nanshu to cease her words. Why did she have to bring this up now, in such a public setting? He let out a cold, ambiguous scoff. Jiang Nanshu blinked her innocent eyes, raising 3 fingers in a vow, recklessly reiterating her self-destructive tendencies. I truly won't take any more photos of you. I've learned my lesson. And you took away 80,000. Why not let bygones be bygones? Mom and Dad are quite eager for you to return home. Oh, are you angry? Do you want to kill me? Do you despise me? If you dare to return home, I might still take a picture. With looks like that, what's wrong with revealing a bit of skin? This time, I'll sell it quietly for a fortune and astonish you all. Jiang Yunchuan wore a face of despair, unable to restrain someone intent on self-sabotage. Stealing a glance at his second brother's expression, which remained unchanged, he felt a flutter of anxiety, uncertain if he could hear his sister's unspoken thoughts. Get lost. It was a single word. He strode away. Jiang Nanshu did not pursue him, feeling quite satisfied. Inwardly, she mused, what a pity, such a handsome brother, destined to succumb to a viral infection and decay in 6 months, now without a home, and in half a year. The ICU will be your abode. Suddenly, Jiang Jingcheng halted, turning to fix his gaze upon Jiang Nanshu's face. Her expression was one of pitiful longing. Will you come home with me, brother? His lips seemed to twitch, but a nurse called out, Dr. Jiang, there's a patient looking for you. Only then did Jiang Jingcheng depart. Jiang Yunchuan cast a glance at Jiang Nanshu and said, Ahem. I need to discuss something with second brother. You should go see your classmates. He then hurried after Jiang Jingcheng. Jiang Nanshu was indifferent to his whereabouts. System. Am I on the brink of departing this world? Based on her current level of disdain, she felt it was around 3 points. The disdain system activated. Its voice tinged with satisfaction. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, host. At this pace, you shall soon return to your world. Jiang Nanshu brimmed with confidence. Earning money was surprisingly effortless. As long as others found her detestable, she was in her element. Before her demise, in her world, those who wished for her death could line up from the southern to the northern parts of the capital, all cursing her as a beast, a scourge, a devil who committed patricide and matricide. In those moments, she would always laugh heartily until her stomach ached. Her recklessness led to her confinement in a closed psychiatric hospital, from which she escaped only to be fatally struck by a car. As Jiang Nanshu entered the elevator, her spirits lifted, glancing at her reflection in the mirrored walls, vibrant and resplendent. Remarkably, the original self bore an uncanny resemblance to her. But the version from that other world had lost its vitality, appearing as her complete opposite. Life in this world seemed appealing. She was eager to witness the outcomes of the cannon fodder, gathering insights for her eventual return. System. Look at what the sister is saying. Does she truly believe in building her joy upon the suffering of others? Jiang Nanshu was indeed that kind of person. The system felt a twinge of embarrassment, but dared not offend her. Thus, it painted a promising picture. As long as the host diligently completes the tasks, all that you desire shall be yours. Jiang Nanshu's expression turned serious. I will. I shall be the most outstanding and successful host you have ever guided. In her mind, the titles of father, mother, brother, and sister were merely labels, now convertible into currency. Thus, she uttered them without a hint of pressure. Upon arriving at Chen Qian's hospital room, she found that after emergency treatment, Chen Qian had escaped the critical phase. Meanwhile, Chen's father, struck by the wine bottle Jiang Nanshu had hurled, remained unconscious and would soon undergo a psychiatric evaluation to determine if he indeed suffered from mental illness. If not, given the severity of his actions, he could face imprisonment. As she pushed open the door, a glass cup fell at her feet. Chen Qian, with one eye bandaged, glared at her with the remaining one filled with vengeful hatred. Jiang Nanshu, you caused me to be beaten like this. My eye is ruined. How am I supposed to live? Chapter 11. The statue of Notre Dame should have her as its muse. Jiang Nanshu felt a twinge of regret. After all, it was merely one eye that was lost. She had expected that a beating severe enough to fracture bones in her arms and legs, at the very least, would render her partially deaf. With her head bowed in guilt, she spoke softly from the side. I'm sorry, Qian. I didn't foresee that uncle would be mentally unstable. He was so vicious in his attack. Chen Qian clenched her teeth in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? He is not mentally ill. He is simply an alcoholic who abuses others. He deserves to die. A man like him should rot in prison. Every word from Chen Qian was laced with a fervent wish for her father's demise. Thus, she had orchestrated the scheme, capable of eliminating Jiang Nanshu, while simultaneously imprisoning the father she had despised for over a decade. Yet, she could not comprehend why the reality diverged so sharply from her expectations. Jiang Nanshu emerged unscathed, even feigning a sense of injustice in front of her. You did this on purpose. You conspired with him to harm me, Jiang Nanshu, didn't you? She felt an overwhelming desire to consume Jiang Nanshu with her rage. It should have been Jiang Nanshu lying in the hospital, not her. Why was Jiang Nanshu unharmed? The pain in her eyes clouded her reason. Jiang Nanshu gazed at her with sorrowful eyes. But Qian, it was you who brought me to your home. You were the one who mentioned your father might become violent. You even pushed me away to spare me from harm. Qian, you are truly kind to me. Chen Qian would never forget the moment of despair when that door slowly closed in front of her. She trembled, pointing a finger at Jiang Nanshu. You are lying. You deliberately closed that door. I will accuse you. You are an accomplice of Chen Jian. At that moment, the police outside seemed unable to tolerate any longer. With a serious demeanor, they shielded Jiang Nanshu. Miss Chen. The investigation indicates that Miss Jiang indeed visited your home for the first time and met your father for the first time as well. They were previously unacquainted. Thus the notion of complicity is unfounded. Furthermore, your father, Chen Jian, has long suffered from alcoholism, which has impaired his nerves and could lead to mental illness. This incident was purely accidental. Had it not been for Miss Jiang's timely report, your fate might still be uncertain. Accidental? Did an accident erase the harm she had suffered? Chen Qian suppressed the impulse to question Jiang Nanshu further. She could not possibly reveal that she had never intended to push her, but merely wanted to pull her in to take the beating on her behalf. Jiang Nanshu was indeed foolish, providing her with such a self-sacrificing excuse. Taking a deep breath, she declared, What about Chen Jian? I want him to go to prison. He has left me in this state. Let him serve 10 years. No, let him die in prison. The police, somewhat speechless, patiently explained. According to the law, mentally ill individuals are not in a clear state of mind when committing acts of violence, and thus do not constitute a crime. Such cases must be referred to a psychiatric facility. Chen Qian could hardly believe her ears. Was this truly the outcome? Her voice trembled as she asked, "What if he recovers from his mental illness?" The police offered her an apologetic glance. As long as the patient's mental state stabilizes and does not relapse, they will be released. This matter could only be classified as a domestic dispute, and since no one had died, Chen Jian would not face a lengthy imprisonment. Chen Qian's face turned pale. That lunatic could still walk free? The mere thought of him dragging her and beating her senseless sent tremors of fear coursing through her body. "Please, do not let him out." Jiang Nanshu looked at her in confusion. "Qian, didn't you say you loved your father most? You never wanted to be apart from him, wanting to care for him well? You even told me that despite his violent behavior, he treats you well. A child loved by their father is a treasure, unlike me. I am just a pitiful child unloved. So, Qian, you only suffered a beating, but your uncle will be confined to a psychiatric hospital for a while. He is already so pitiable. You should forgive him." Chen Qian was stunned by Jiang Nanshu's words. What did she mean by "you only suffered a beating"? Chen Jian was pitiable, and she was expected to forgive him? This insufferably naive saint was right beside her. She had been beaten to a pulp. Yet here was Jiang Nanshu defending her assailant. The figure of the Virgin Mary should be replaced by her. Chen Qian felt a lump in her chest. A breath she could neither expel nor swallow, making her feel utterly nauseated. She forced herself to hold back. She could not let this go so easily, and must extract some benefit from Jiang Nanshu. Wiping her tears, she said, "I understand everything you said. But when he has an episode, it is terrifying. My family is poor. I might struggle to cover this medical bill, let alone send him for psychiatric treatment. As a destitute student, where would I find so much money? Nanshu, could you help me cover this medical expense? I promise to repay you once I have the means." Chen Qian's expression was earnest. Jiang Nanshu hesitated for a moment before nodding. "It's not a big deal. I've already given you more than enough. I can lend you this." Chen Qian was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Zhang Yunchuan arrived. Noticing Jiang Nanshu's red eyes, he furrowed his brows and asked, "Why are you crying again? Who bullied you?" Jiang Nanshu glanced at Chen Qian, steeling herself. "Fifth brother, could you lend me some money? I want to help Qian pay for her hospitalization." She blinked her large eyes, signaling madly. "Hurry up and ask me. Where's my money? Hurry, hurry, hurry." Jiang Yunchuan, irritated by the noise, followed her lead. "Where's your money? Don't our parents give you an allowance every month? Where has it gone?" Jiang Nanshu's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected Jiang Yunchuan to catch on so quickly. She hesitated, looking at Chen Qian. Chen Qian cursed her luck. The next moment, Jiang Nanshu blurted everything out. "I gave it all to Qian. She said she is my good friend, and we should share everything. Half of the allowance our parents give me every month has been borrowed by her." Jiang Yunchuan's gaze turned inscrutable. Although the family did not interfere with Jiang Nanshu, as long as she was alive, that was enough, but there was no reason to let her borrow so much without repayment. One must know that Jiang Nanshu's monthly allowance was substantial, amounting to 100,000. Financially, they had never deprived her. "How much did you borrow in total?" Chen Qian's complexion turned ashen. She could deceive Jiang Nanshu, but she could never fool Jiang Yunchuan. Several police officers were watching, clearly surprised that this university student under 20 would borrow such a sum. She trembled as she stammered. "I borrowed 400,000 from Nanshu." "Not quite. It's 800,000, Jiang Nanshu corrected with precision. "There are also many bags, custom clothing, and jewelry you borrowed and never returned. I don't want the clothes back. Let us convert them to cash. So, when will you repay me the 800,000? Chen Qian felt as if she could faint from disbelief. This wretched girl had always seemed so foolish. She had borrowed so much, and now she was becoming increasingly audacious. After all, she wore her clothes and used her things without a word of complaint, even offering them to her. Jiang Yunchuan snorted coldly, recalling Jiang Nanshu's words about being a pitiful, unloved child, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. "Thus," he said, "considering you are my sister's friend, I will give you a week to repay my sister the full 800,000. Otherwise, be prepared for a lawsuit." Chapter 12. With such venomous songs, whoever listens shall perish. A week? To repay 800,000? Now she was truly crying. Her eyes ached painfully, especially since one was injured. The doctor warned that if not properly cared for, she might lose her sight entirely. Rubbing her uninjured eye until it turned red, she looked at Jiang Nanshu with a pitiful expression. "Nanshu, you're not planning to borrow money and not return it, are you?" Jiang Yunchuan interrupted coldly. dismissing Chen Qian's attempts to elicit sympathy. Jiang Nanshu immediately positioned herself protectively in front of Chen Qian, her expression furious. Fifth brother. If you continue to question my friend's character, I will not be polite. Qian is not that kind of person. She promised to return my money within a week. Right, Qian? Chen Qian she hadn't actually agreed, and was even contemplating how to plead for leniency. But with Jiang Nanshu having stated it so firmly, her face shifted from green to blue, then to a pale white, finally weakly uttering a single word. Right. Jiang Nanshu approached Chen Qian, tucking her blanket in, feigning ignorance of the seething hatred in her gaze, and whispered softly into her ear, "Rest assured, I shall certainly help you win over my fourth brother." At this, Chen Qian's eyes brightened, and the animosity she felt towards Jiang Nanshu dissipated almost entirely. Indeed, Jiang Nanshu had promised to assist her in securing Jiang Zhouya. If she could become his sister-in-law, would not the 800,000 eventually return to her possession? In that eventuality, she would deftly shift the blame for Jiang Zhouya's predicament onto Jiang Nanshu, rendering the latter powerless to retaliate. Chen Qian exhaled softly, grasped Jiang Nanshu's hand, and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Nanshu, you are too kind to me. Despite my grievances, you remain unperturbed and are willing to help. I am at a loss for how to thank you." Jiang Nanshu beamed radiantly. "It's nothing. We are friends. Surely, your eyes were simply in distress, causing your anger. I bear you no ill will." She then shifted the topic. "Today, I spotted Uncle hiding a substantial amount of money upstairs, which could be utilized for hospital expenses." "Thank you, Nanshu," Chen Qian replied, her heart swelling with appreciation. "You're welcome," Jiang Nanshu responded, her demeanor exuding an air of magnanimity, while Chen Qian internally disparaged her, reflecting on the potential advantages of having a self-sacrificing friend who could forgive all transgressions, no matter how foolish. Chen Qian resolved to dismiss this incident as an unfortunate occurrence. Once she became the fourth mistress of the Jiang family, she vowed to exact her revenge on all who had insulted her. Upon exiting the hospital, Jiang Nanshu maintained an expressionless facade, yet internally, she was elated, humming a tune that even ventured into the realm of good fortune. 800,000, sufficient for her to embark on a journey around the world. Jiang Yunchuan, hearing her off-key singing, felt a chill run down his spine. It was no wonder that during her high school years, Jiang Nanshu had aspired to follow in Jiang Zhouya's footsteps as a pop star, only to release a single that led to her withdrawal from the music scene, mercilessly criticized for her lack of talent. With such a dreadful voice, who could bear to listen? Among the Jiang family, only Jiang Zhouya possessed a voice of true beauty. He quickly sought to redirect the conversation, posing the question he was most eager to ask: "Sister, who do you think is more handsome, me or second brother?" Jiang Nanshu was taken aback. Ever since their time in Chen Qian's hospital room, she had sensed something amiss with him. Just that morning, he had regarded her with disdain, yet by afternoon, he was calling her sister. Jiang Nanshu perceived his behavior as suspicious, akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well. She scrutinized his features. Jiang Yunchuan cleared his throat, attempting to present his most appealing side. He was not unattractive. His red hair accentuated his rugged features, complemented by a muscular physique and sun-kissed skin. Were it not for his studies in finance, one might easily mistake him for an athlete. Jiang Nanshu, ever the honest soul, smiled slightly and declared, "Second brother is handsome." Jiang Yunchuan's expression fell immediately. Of course, fifth brother was not without his charms. She hastily pivoted her compliment to console him. However, before he could muster a smile, her inner thoughts followed closely. Why compare yourself to second brother? Is that not self-deprecating? Oh, fourth brother also ranks above you. And when first brother and third brother arrive, a closer inspection will surely reveal they are also more handsome than you. By the conclusion of her musings, Jiang Yunchuan felt utterly defeated. No amount of flattery could compare to the harsh truths revealed by Jiang Nanshu's candid thoughts. He retreated into himself, secluding himself in his room. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanshu, seated in the living room, began browsing for psychiatric hospitals. Her father, Jiang, could not simply be placed anywhere. Without him, who would torment Chen Qian? Jiang's father entered, holding a thermos and a briefcase, evidently just returning from the office. Upon seeing Jiang Nanshu in the living room, he felt an inexplicable warmth towards her, finding her more endearing than before. Although she had committed many errors, who among us has not erred in life? As long as one recognizes and corrects their mistakes, they remain a good child. Having been away from home for 16 years and returning only for 3, it was natural for him to feel unfamiliar with her. They had shown her little patience, unworthy of being called family. Jiang's father sighed inwardly, contemplating whether to ask his daughter if there was anything she desired. He would fulfill any reasonable request. However, his gaze fell upon her as she diligently selected psychiatric hospitals, causing his heart to flutter. Coupled with Jiang Nanshu's inner thoughts, he could only assume she anticipated her own eventual stay in one. He entertained the notion that perhaps after her leap into the river, she had acquired prophetic abilities regarding the future. In this moment, he felt an inexplicable sorrow wash over him, stammering, "Dear, are you already considering options?" Jiang Nanshu, startled by the grave tone in her father's voice, glanced at the psychiatric hospitals and nodded in agreement. The sooner one settles in, the better. Jiang's father was taken aback, and after a brief silence, lamented, "Are you so eager to send me away? In that case, I shall require the finest room." Jiang Nanshu replied quizzically, "Did you think this selection was for you?" "Father, this is for my classmate's father," he gasped, a flicker of hope igniting within him. "So I don't need to go?" Jiang Nanshu paused, then nodded, "No need." His heart had not yet settled when her inner voice echoed ominously, "Just hold on a little longer. Don't rush. The time is not yet right." Jiang's father, perplexed, inquired, "When may I stay then?" The lack of a definitive timeline left him feeling anxious, fearing that at any moment, he might be diagnosed with a mental illness. What a calamity that would be. He found himself questioning his own mental state, wondering who had driven him to the brink of madness. Jiang Nanshu's eyes brimmed with curiosity. You could actually check in now. I can find you the best accommodations." Jiang's father darkened. "That is quite unnecessary. I can wait a little longer." Jiang Nanshu contemplated. It appears this old man has been deeply affected by third brother's passing, coupled with the company's bankruptcy. He has not withstood the pressure and has lost his sanity. Chapter 13. I desire nothing but for you to transfer the funds directly. Jiang's father collapsed onto the sofa, his expression one of utter despair. Indeed, the bankruptcy of the company could certainly drive him to madness. The Jiang family had thrived since the Republic era, starting with soap production, and now ranked among the nation's top 50 enterprises. Apart from a slight rivalry with the Liu family, they were otherwise unblemished. The sudden collapse of a century-old business would not only induce insanity, but could also cost him his life. Moreover, how could his third son have perished so unexpectedly? He longed to ask Jiang Nanshu about the fate of their family. However, he refrained from revealing his awareness of her inner thoughts. His daughter had never been particularly close to them. It could be said that even if she were indifferent to their fates, it would not be surprising. During her 3 years back home, she had shown little interest in their lives. Perhaps this was fate's way of allowing them to understand her innermost feelings as a form of recompense. In an instant, Jiang's father pondered many things. His emotions were tangled. After all, Jiang Lei had been spoiled and adored from childhood, receiving all their love and being groomed to become a top socialite. Before Jiang Nanshu's arrival, Jiang Lei had always been the pride of the Jiang family. Thus, 3 years ago, when the plain, illiterate Jiang Nanshu appeared before them, it felt as though she had torn a rift in their once harmonious home. Despite their best efforts to cater to her desires, she remained dissatisfied. Jiang Lei wished to move out and seek her biological parents. However, as the daughter they had raised for 16 years, it was not easy to part with her so quickly. Therefore, Jiang's mother proposed that the two sisters coexist peacefully. Yet Jiang Nanshu's temperament shifted from gentle to vehemently resentful towards Jiang Lei, blaming her for usurping the affection that rightfully belonged to her, leading to Jiang Lei's sporadic visits, now primarily occupied with her entertainment career, spending most of her time on set or in school dormitories. Jiang Nanshu's thoughts were far removed from her father, as she selected several psychiatric hospitals she deemed suitable. Jiang's father stood up and suddenly reached out to fondly ruffle her fluffy hair. Jiang Nanshu's body stiffened, a look of bewilderment gracing her features as she gazed at him. "What's the matter?" "Nothing, my dear," her father replied, a hint of concern in his voice. "I merely wanted to inquire if there is any gift you might desire, seeing as your 19th birthday is approaching." What's with this old man? Why the sudden kindness? Is this some prelude to casting me out of the house? Jiang's father felt a pang of discomfort within. They had indeed contemplated the possibility of sending her away if she continued to defy their authority. So she was aware of their intentions. In that case, I should ensure I have enough money to avoid ending up on the streets. Familial ties may betray me, but wealth will not. If I can secure that, I promise to stay away. Suddenly, she broke into a radiant smile, evading his reaching hand. I don't want anything, just transfer some money to me directly. Jiang's father's hand faltered, his expression markedly complex. For over 3 years, he had never truly observed Jiang Nanshu. The most common refrain he heard was about her latest escapade or foolish act, always resorting to such petty and ridiculous methods to garner their attention. It was both vexing and distasteful. He gently replied with a warm smile, Nanshu, you are such a good girl. When your birthday arrives, I will prepare a substantial red envelope for you. Jiang Nanshu felt as if she had seen a ghost. No, what is happening? She recalled that in the narrative, her father's character was not like this at all. Did he not wish she were never born? How could he possibly be so kind? I don't want your affection. I implore you to despise me, loathe me. The Jiang Nanshu who craved familial love is long gone. I am not her. Internally, Jiang Nanshu screamed in despair, yet she maintained a stiff smile on her face. Thank you, Dad. Upon hearing the phrase about jumping into the river to die, Jiang's father seemed to retreat in fright. Was his daughter truly in such despair before contemplating suicide? In her earlier days, she had yearned for the affection of her biological family, but they had never fulfilled that wish. After being rescued, she had become disillusioned with them, and even knowing the family's fate, she refused to intervene. Sighing, Jiang's father resolved to take a more active interest in Jiang Nanshu's life. The doctor had stated that nurturing her in an environment filled with love and acceptance might help mend her psychological wounds. Downstairs, Jiang Nanshu finalized her plans for the psychiatric hospital and then called out to the system in her mind. System, what is going on? Why do I feel like their characters are somewhat off? The system reactivated after a prolonged silence, providing an answer. Host is mistaken. The characters in the story are indeed like this. Parents are not equivalent to siblings. Generally speaking, parents offer their children the utmost leniency. What a lie! Jiang Nanshu retorted without a second thought. The system, recalling Jiang Nanshu's true experiences, fell silent but persisted in explaining. Every individual's parents are different. The host should not generalize. She was utterly exasperated. Mentioning parents was pushing her mental state to the brink. I need to complete my tasks, I want to return, and I will personally eliminate those people. Why should I be the one to die when they deserve it more? The system broke into a cold sweat. Host, please remain calm. There are still many tasks to complete for the disgust value. You can still target the male lead, after all. The disgust value of 94 is no fabrication. Rest assured, I will assist you in strategizing to return to your world as soon as possible. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Nanshu felt satisfied, envisioning the upcoming scenarios of pushing the female lead into peril, drugging her, and fabricating slanderous stories. Her demeanor shifted to tranquility. Yes, yes, system. You are wonderful. To show my gratitude, I shall give you a name. The system felt a jolt of electricity surge through it, sensing that this ancestor had ulterior motives. Shivering in anticipation of judgment, Jiang Nanshu furrowed her brow in contemplation before her eyes lit up. Let us call you Big Silly Spring. The system. You make me feel nauseous. Big signifies great potential, while silly can imply that foolish people have their own fortune, brimming with blessings. Spring symbolizes hope. I hope you can help me attain 100 billion soon. What do you think? System, or rather, now officially renamed Big Silly Spring, responded in a monotonous, icy tone. As long as the host is happy, we systems can be disregarded. Yes, that's the name. It's both pleasant and memorable. Until next time. With that farewell, it vanished without a trace. With a new name, the system reveled in its secret joy. Jiang Nanshu's spirits lifted once more, and upon returning upstairs, she encountered Jiang Yunchuan, who was clutching an array of skincare and cosmetic products. He nearly dropped everything in shock, stammering, You came up so suddenly. From the direction he was facing, it was evident he had just exited Zhongli's room. She calmly pulled out her phone to capture the moment. You're stealing from your sister. I must inform her. In the next instant, that photograph was sent to the family group chat. Jiang Nanshu, covering her mouth in feigned apology, said, Sorry, I sent it to the wrong place. You won't hold it against me, will you, brother? Hehe. So, you're this delicate boy. I shall make sure the entire family knows about the daughter as heart hidden beneath your tough exterior. Chapter 14. Eating melons only to find them on your own plate. Jiang Yunchuan. I didn't mean to. I even tagged the main character. I'm not going to wear makeup. You've misunderstood. Jiang Yunchuan's face flushed crimson as he stumbled through his explanation. Jiang Nanshu clearly did not believe him. Why would he need to borrow cosmetics if he wasn't going to wear makeup? She had noticed the lipstick among the items. In the group chat, Jiang Lei frantically tagged Jiang Yunchuan. Jiang Yunchuan, why did you steal my things while I was away? You creep. Jiang Yunchuan's phone vibrated incessantly. He shared a close bond with Jiang Lei, having bickered their way through childhood. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he rubbed his nose and typed on his screen. I didn't steal, I borrowed it openly. Besides, you weren't using them anyway. What's the issue with me borrowing them for a bit? Jiang Lei, don't make me curse you. You have 1 minute to return them immediately. Jiang Yunchuan's temper flared in response. He retorted with a scoff. I'm using them. Come home and try to stop me if you can. Jiang Lei, consider them a gift. There was no chance he would return home. In the Jiang household, she and Jiang Nanshu were bitter rivals, bickering at the slightest opportunity. Rather than subject their parents and brothers to discomfort, she preferred to resolve matters at the source, which was why she rarely returned home. Jiang Nanshu observed the unfolding drama with an indifferent heart. The original owner had gradually developed psychological issues in such an environment, for every time she appeared, the laughter in the living room would cease, and she could never interact with her brothers as Jiang Lei did. Despite the bond of blood, the essence of relationships is rooted in the quality of interactions. Jiang Yunchuan, suddenly recalling Jiang Nanshu, hastily concealed his phone. Nanshu, I'm used to bickering with the...
Please don't be upset.
Jiang Nanshu. She feigned compliance. If you talk to her again, I will run away from home.
Huh? Who cares about you?
Even if you brought 10 more sisters, I wouldn't be bothered. Wait, that's odd. Usually, I would have started scolding by now. Why are things so quiet today? Jiang Yunchuan caught on and continued. Your running away from home is of no concern to me. Exactly. That's the spirit. If you dislike someone, you should show it, otherwise, I might not recognize you. Jiang Nanshu lifted her chin defiantly as she glared at him. Then try me. With that, she dashed into her room. Jiang Yunchuan stared in her direction, feeling an odd heaviness in his heart. That phrase was indeed something he often blurted out in anger, yet when repeated now, it lost some of its usual sting. He could not quite grasp why. He didn't take Jiang Nanshu's threat of running away to heart because he was confident she wouldn't actually do it. Glancing down at the skincare products, he thought that once he had used them, he would be as handsome as his second brother. He was determined to begin his skincare regimen, change his style, and this time he would win. The lives of these affluent heirs continued within the confines of their boarding school. Recently, Jiang Nanshu has just recovered her health and even skipped classes on her first day back at school. Both Jiang father and Jiang mother are aware of this. Early the next morning, Jiang mother prepared a breakfast for Jiang Nanshu. Nanshu, take this to school. Don't be late, and remember to study diligently. No more skipping classes. She chided, a hint of concern lacing her words. Jiang Nanshu stood to the side, responding nonchalantly. Oh, all right. She thought to herself, I don't want to study. I want to skip class. Jiang mother hesitated, wanting to say more. Ultimately, she relented. Well, it's not mandatory to study hard. After all, the Jiang family can support you. As long as you're happy, I'll make sure your elder brother finds you a job at the company after you graduate.
Okay, thank you, Mom.
She mused, I don't want to work either. I want to lounge around, having everything handed to me, without lifting a finger. Jiang mother sighed internally. Let us see what you want to do when you grow up if you wish to enter the entertainment industry. Your elder brother will support you. She initially intended to mention her sister and fourth brother, but halted at the thought of the discord between Jiang Nanshu and Jiang Lei, as well as the irreconcilable differences with her fourth son, which only added to her headache. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Nanshu tilted her head slightly. Thank you for your concern. I will carefully consider my own path. She thought, it's better to worry less and avoid stress. That way, you won't attract health issues. Watching Jiang Nanshu walk away, Jiang mother felt somewhat comforted by her daughter's unspoken sentiments. Although she did not voice it, her concern for Jiang Nanshu remained. As for the breakfast, Jiang Nanshu devoured it completely in the car, savoring each bite, and couldn't help but lick her lips. Acknowledging the exquisite taste of Jiang family meals, even breakfast held a unique flavor. The thought of spending 4 days at school before returning home for more delicious food dampened her spirits. Jiang Nanshu slowly exited the car, and the driver waved her off. Second miss, have a good day. Thank you, she replied, striding confidently into the school. Perhaps due to her passion for music, the original Jiang Nanshu had chosen the broadcasting major, but it seemed she had misunderstood. Broadcasting was less about singing and more aligned with voice acting and hosting. Additionally, she had heard that Su Ran's beautiful singing had once captivated Lu Qingyan, prompting the original Jiang Nanshu to attempt to follow in her footsteps. However, Her voice was utterly tone-deaf. Even a chicken would sing better than her if it were put in a similar predicament. Singing was a task more arduous than torture for her, a sentiment that resonated with her past self, who also could not sing. Jiang Nanshu sighed inwardly. Although fate had stripped her of her singing voice, it had bestowed upon her an extraordinary talent for songwriting. She had penned only a handful of songs, yet most had become classics. She had no intention of harnessing this talent in this world, as no one was worthy of her lyrical creations. As she walked, she noticed the disdainful and mocking gazes of those around her. Jiang Nanshu glanced back and retorted defiantly, "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before?" The onlooker seemed momentarily taken aback, but dared not retort, for Jiang Nanshu was indeed strikingly beautiful. Aside from her lack of intellect, her appearance was impeccable. Her fierce glare made the person unaccountably shy, yet they quickly regained composure, nearly slapping themselves for being so smitten. "Jiang Nanshu, if I were you, I'd be managing my fiancé right now. If you can't even keep a man in check, what right do you have to make a fuss here?" Jiang Nanshu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What did that imply? Was there new gossip? She pulled out her phone, ready to catch up on the latest news, only to discover it was about her. A message read, "Attention. The most devoted admirer of Jing University, Jiang Nanshu, your fiancé, is with his white moonlight. Hurry up and get ready for a showdown." Accompanying this was a picture of Su Ran dancing beneath a lush wisteria tree, with Lu Qingyan gazing at her from a distance. The image was imbued with a lingering romance, almost as if it were captured intentionally. The comments below were a flurry of reactions. "I'm a simple fan. I love a good reunion. Goddess Su is truly beautiful. If a woman like that loved me, I'd gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life." Will they get back together? Will they? Just like in many novels, after a long separation, they slowly find their way back to each other. It's so heart-wrenching. Jiang Nanshu is the third party. If it weren't for her, they would have been together long ago. This troublemaker is truly disgusting. Let's be fair, Lu Qingyan was never with Su Ran. She left without looking back. They can't even be called lovers. You're overreaching here. If Lu Qingyan hadn't been engaged to Jiang Nanshu, they wouldn't have held back so much. Plus, Su Ran waited for him for 3 years. She even entered the entertainment industry just to be in his line of sight. Jiang Nanshu is practically harassment. It's revolting. Haha, only the unloved are third parties. Jiang Nanshu, let go and cancel the engagement. Ah, this is so exciting. Lu Qingyan's eyes are filled with Su Ran. His possessiveness is intense. Jiang Nanshu read through the comments and felt no anger. Rather, she found it amusing. What nonsense about the unloved being the third party. Did they have any sense? How could Lu Qingyan's admiration for Su Ran's dance be equated with possessiveness? Jiang Nanshu felt an itch beneath her skin, and it dawned on her that it was her rebellious spirit stirring. Without hesitation, she commented on the post. "Feeling possessive? Please report if you see me passing by." The collective response was one of disbelief. What a lunatic. Lu Qingyan may possess one, but she had a whole throng. In this game, she emerged victorious. She lifted her gaze to the boy before her, speaking with a commanding tone. "No matter what you say, I believe he would never betray me. You should abandon your scheming heart. He will only marry me. As I've said, if you have the ability to get Su Ran to dance in front of me, we'll see if I don't slap her." The boy stood there, dumbfounded, his expression one of disbelief. How dare she provoke Su Ran under Lu Qingyan's nose? This girl seemed to have a death wish. Consequently, Jiang Nanshu's comments spread like wildfire, even being misconstrued to suggest that she intended to drag Lu Qingyan into marriage and would harm Su Ran should they meet. Jiang Nanshu paid no mind. After all, the animosity she stirred was negligible. The first class was an introduction to journalism. Jiang Nanshu chose to rest her chin on her hand and daydream. Seated at the back of the room, draping the curtain over her to feign sleep from the teacher's view, the journalism instructor, dissatisfied, rapped the desk. Jiang Nanshu remained unfazed. Since the school year had commenced, she had either been chasing Lu Qingyan or waiting outside the finance department for him to finish class, leaving her little time for actual studies. The term infatuated with love had found its poster child in her. When class ended, a sheet of paper was slapped in front of her. A bright voice called out, "Jiang Nanshu, come sign this." Jiang Nanshu lifted her gaze, her eyes still drowsy from sleep, and yawned lazily while looking at the charming girl before her. "What signature requires my personal attendance?" The girl frowned tightly. "You're not afraid, are you? It's for the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival talent show. Your signature is the last one we need. Jiang Nanshu searched her memory and indeed recalled this event. The reason for participating stemmed from Su Ran signing up before returning to the country. Jiang Nanshu, enrolled at Jing University for her postgraduate studies, was technically a student there. She could not allow the two to rekindle their old flame. So she decided to imitate Su Ran and sing a song to win Lu Qingyan's heart. The song had already been chosen, one she had selected herself. The description within the text reveals a rather embarrassing situation, wherein the protagonist becomes a mere backdrop to Su Ran, earning herself the mocking moniker of mower. Her singing pales in comparison to the sounds of a lawnmower. Jiang Nanshu picked up her pen and confidently signed her name, leaving the leading girl satisfied as she departed. By signing, she effectively challenged Su Ran, who is currently a shining star in the entertainment industry, flawless in both singing and dancing. Jiang Nanshu was only inviting humiliation upon herself. Host, do you intend to follow this storyline? The voice of Da Sha-chun emerged. Da Sha-chun. It's quite rare for you to make an appearance, Jiang Nanshu remarked. Da Sha-chun replied. Should I leave then? If it were capable of human expression. Its eyes would likely roll to the heavens. Jiang Nanshu scratched her head, her tone measured. Hold on. General Sha-chun is here to provide strategy. Please elaborate. What I mean is, surpass her. Excuse me?
Why?
Jiang Nanshu was puzzled. Da Sha-chun grew animated. Host, do you not realize that nothing garners more hatred than a vicious female antagonist turning the tables? When those who doubt you discover you are more formidable than they imagined, their immediate reaction is, how could I possibly lose? In the narrative, you are consistently overwhelmed, thus forfeiting the opportunity to incite hatred. What could be more infuriating than winning, and then mocking them in return? Da Sha-chun's words seemed to open the floodgates of enlightenment for Jiang Nanshu, elevating her spirit. Brilliant. Indeed, that is the way. I shall surpass them all, then deliver my barbed remarks. This is the legendary pinnacle of mockery. Truly, you are an exceptional strategist. Da Sha-chun smiled faintly, concealing its achievements and glory. It had spent a lifetime in quietude, yet now found itself compelled to engage.
Oh.
Should I pay a visit to Su Ran, perhaps to mock her for not aligning with my character? Da Sha-chun responded. Certainly. The female lead is filming at the high school adjacent to yours. This production is nearing its conclusion, and soon she will return to school. As the reunion of the male and female leads begins there. With her target in sight, Jiang Nanshu began to pay close attention in class. If she was to compete, she could not afford to falter in any aspect. She was utterly dedicated. At noon in the cafeteria, Jiang Nanshu selected a dish from each offering, while others gathered in groups of 4. She occupied a table alone, laden with her chosen fare. Jiang Nanshu savored the first bite of the steamed crab, accompanied by an exquisitely fresh dipping sauce. Though it paled in comparison to what she had at home, it was still quite delectable. Not far away, Lu Qingyan and his entourage entered, drawing considerable attention. Among them, a man standing to Lu Qingyan's left, sporting a buzz cut and clad in a black leather jacket, pierced ears adorned, surveyed the room before his gaze landed on Jiang Nanshu. Unable to contain his amusement, he quipped, Yan Ge, your fiancée is here. Should you not go greet her? The insinuation in his laughter was unmistakable. Observing Lu Qingyan's indifferent demeanor, he continued to tease. This is quite unusual. Usually, the moment class ends, she rushes to you, fussing over you during meals, yet today, she's dining alone. Lu Qingyan glanced at him. His clear, peach blossom eyes slightly frosty. Cheng'en, are you quite idle? Someone nearby whistled, their tone exuberant. Jiang Nanshu, look. Your fiancé has come to dine with you. Chapter 16. Indeed, a wild boar cannot thrive on fine grain. Jiang Nanshu was taken aback. It dawned on her that she indeed had a fiancé. She cast a grateful glance towards the speaker, realizing the timely reminder had averted a potential disaster.
Qingyan.
Then, under the scrutiny of mocking gazes, she dashed towards Lu Qingyan, her original self restrained, lacking the burdens she usually bore. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, she embraced him, her hands subtly exploring the taut line of his waist. How splendid! Is it true you have an 8-pack beneath your shirt? If I could touch it, I can only imagine how bright and cheerful a girl I would become. Lu Qingyan. In that brief moment of distraction, Jiang Nanshu's hand nearly slipped beneath his white t-shirt, causing him to tense momentarily, gripping her wrist in an attempt to pull her away. However, Jiang Nanshu possessed an unexpectedly formidable strength. Cheng'en watched her clinginess with some irritation. Jiang Nanshu, have you no shame? Embracing him in public like this? Jiang Nanshu recognized him as the young master of the Cheng family, notorious as a troublemaker at Jing University, and Lu Qingyan was widely regarded as the campus heartthrob. The two had been close friends since childhood. With an innocent gaze, she boldly walked the line of provocation. What is wrong with hugging my fiancé? If you're upset, I could always give you a private hug. Her words left the cafeteria in stunned silence.
Wow.
Cheating in front of Lu Qingyan? Bold move. Cheng'an was taken aback by her audacity, glancing at Lu Qingyan and quickly clarified, Yan Ge, I have nothing to do with her. Please don't misunderstand. How could I possibly be interested in such a venomous woman? Jiang Nanshu tilted her head and smiled at Lu Qingyan. I'm just joking. My heart still belongs to my Qingyan Ge. Wanting to provide a home for all handsome boys, sigh. It's truly vexing. How has my engagement not been annulled yet? I can't endure a day without the chance to touch those abs. Lu Qingyan tightened his grip on her wrist.
Pain.
She gasped softly, her radiant face slightly crinkling, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she looked at Lu Qingyan with a pitiful expression. He suddenly averted his gaze, as if seeing this woman for the first time in 3 years. Jiang Nanshu anticipated he would push her away, yet the next moment, he pulled her towards her seat. His voice cold. Let us eat first. Jiang Nanshu. What us with a fuss? Who wants to eat with you? Lu Qingyan turned to face her, his peach blossom eyes calmly scrutinizing her. You don't want to dine with me? Only then did Jiang Nanshu realize that although he held her hand, her feet remained firmly planted in place. Embarrassed, she chuckled and took a step forward. Of course not. I've ordered all your favorites, just waiting for you. Cheng'an looked at Lu Qingyan in disbelief. Had this guy lost his mind? Su Ran was so beautiful, gentle in nature, kind-hearted and talented. Why on earth would he choose to be with this venomous, foolish, and utterly lacking Jiang Nanshu? It was painfully obvious whom to choose. As Jiang Yunchuan arrived, he spotted Lu Qingyan holding Jiang Nanshu and assumed she had done something to upset him. Immediately, he pulled Jiang Nanshu behind him, distancing her from Lu Qingyan, nervously saying, Yan Ge, did my sister do something to annoy you again? She didn't mean it. Jiang Nanshu glanced up at him, then at the icy expression on Lu Qingyan's face. Although she had no idea what was unfolding, it did not deter her from enjoying the spectacle. That was a mistake. I did it on purpose. I planned to kiss him fiercely right in front of Su Ran. Do you have any way to assist me? None? The two men exchanged looks, both regarding the innocent-seeming Jiang Nanshu. Finally, it was Lu Qingyan who broke the silence. Relax. I'm just having a meal with your sister. With that, he sat down opposite Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Yunchuan's expression turned strange. Given Jiang Nanshu's relentless teasing over the past 3 years had effectively conditioned Lu Qingyan to avoid her. Cheng'an approached, patting his shoulder. Have you lost your mind? Didn't you want your sister to be in trouble? Why are you suddenly protective? Jiang Yunchuan's face momentarily shifted, then he snapped back. What is it to you? This is my family matter. She carries the Jiang surname too. Cheng'an interpreted this as Jiang Nanshu, no matter her shortcomings, still represented the family's dignity. Although the Jiang family's reputation had been nearly obliterated by Jiang Nanshu, he shrugged in resignation, wondering why they hadn't acted sooner. Now that their last shred of dignity had been stripped away, how could they hope to regain it? Impossible. He took a seat beside Lu Qingyan. Noticing Jiang Nanshu pointing at the braised pig trotter with chestnuts before her, she deftly avoided the trotter and placed a piece of chestnut into his bowl. Her smile radiant. Look, I ordered your favorite chestnuts in advance. They are quite sweet. Lu Qingyan glanced down momentarily. Cheng'an let out a soft laugh. Jiang Nanshu, your tactic of feigned indifference is a bit outdated. Even Su Ran knows that Brother Yan dislikes chestnuts. Why would you go out of your way to serve them to him? Are you deliberately trying to attract his attention? Jiang Nanshu's almond-shaped eyes widened. Who cares what he likes? Oh, this is a splendid idea. I shall bring him chestnuts every day to vex him. She lowered her eyelashes, her tone melancholic. Fully aware that Lu Qingyan despised her pretentious demeanor. Yes, I am being intentional, for I wish for him to remember me. I am so foolish. I cannot even manage this trivial matter. No wonder no one likes me. Saying this, she popped a chestnut into her mouth, her expression teetering between tears and laughter. Delicious. Delicious. How could he not like these delectable chestnuts? Truly, a wild boar cannot savor fine grains. Lu Qingyan. Jiang Yunchuan. Truly remarkable. Such a rich display of inner turmoil. Even a seasoned actress would step back into the shadows. Cheng'an. oblivious to the underlying tension, merely thought Jiang Nanshu was being overly sentimental, and it was no wonder so many disliked her. There was indeed a reason. He couldn't help but compare her to Su Ran, only to find Su Ran to be 1,000 times superior. Seeing Lu Qingyan's cold demeanor, not uttering a word and mechanically eating, he felt a surge of dissatisfaction and scoffed. Brother Yan, we all know about your past with Su Ran. If it weren't for that accident, you would have been together right after high school. It's been 3 years, and your brothers feel stifled on your behalf. How could this large-breasted, dim-witted woman be worthy of you? Now that Su Ran is back in the country, you should quickly distance yourself from Jiang Nanshu to avoid any misunderstandings. Oh, the second sycophant is shining brightly, nearly outshining my fifth brother. Jiang Yunchuan nearly choked on his food. Damn it, when did he become a sycophant? Memories of the past began to assail him. He felt somewhat listless. Indeed, he had once been a devoted admirer of Lin Yaya. Now, he felt uneasy because he had not uncovered any hidden financial backers behind Lin Yaya, leading him to doubt whether Jiang Nanshu's feelings were genuine. However, due to his irritation, he had ignored Lin Yaya for an entire day. Cheng and Lu Qingyan spoke, his tone icy. Do you like Su Ran? Chapter 17. If you fancy Su Ran, then go after her. The entire table fell silent. Cheng An's expression changed rapidly. Jiang Yunchuan also looked at Lu Qingyan in confusion. Initially, he had supported the idea of Lu Qingyan being with Su Ran, as they had attended the same high school. Their relationship had been passionate, though unspoken. During that time, they studied and progressed together, inseparable. Everyone assumed they would solidify their bond after graduation. But Su Ran abruptly accepted a 30 million check from Lu's grandfather, abandoning Lu Qingyan and leaving without a word. It wasn't until 3 years later that she reappeared in Lu Qingyan's life. Only Jiang Nanshu's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed. How did you know your good brother has feelings for his white moonlight? Can't stand it, can you? There are many who like Su Ran. Where do you think you stand? Perhaps due to the protagonist's halo, any male who interacted with Su Ran developed an inexplicable fondness for her. The entire narrative revolves around the male lead witnessing her in close proximity with someone one day, only to encounter her returning home with a stranger the next. This cycle perpetually increases misunderstandings and the emotional turmoil between them. Before Jiang Nanshu had donned this persona, while confined to a mental institution, a sympathetic nurse had given her a book to pass the time, masquerading it as a form of care for those with psychological disabilities, hoping to instill a sense of genuine human connection. She suspected that the nurse, having seen her weep, couldn't bear to let her wallow in despair alone, and forced her to share in the sorrow. Regrettably, she had not learned how to cultivate true feelings, however. She had certainly acquired numerous strategies for the cat-and-mouse game between the male lead and his white moonlight, for how else could she have escaped that institution? Jiang Nanshu, lost in thought, noticed Cheng An's prolonged silence and decided to stoke the flames, indulging in her altruistic impulse. Cheng An, if you like Su Ran, then pursue her. Don't let her interfere with my relationship with Brother Qingyan, okay? Jiang Nanshu struck fiercely for love. Cheng An, exposed, was infuriated. Jiang Nanshu, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly pursue Su Ran? Brother Yan is my comrade. Don't try to sow discord here. Brother Yan, I have no feelings for Su Ran. She only has eyes for you. I consider her a sister. His rapid clarification only served to amplify the impression of guilt. Lu Qingyan's expression remained unchanged as he coolly remarked, if you like her, then pursue her. I have no relationship with Su Ran. Cheng An stared at him in disbelief. And after a moment he was enraged. Indeed, enraged. He clenched his teeth and demanded, Brother Yan, how can you say such things? Do you think this is fair to Su Ran? She's sacrificed so much for you. 30 million has already severed any emotional ties, Cheng An. Do not mention her in my presence. Fine, fine. Cheng An, furious, laughed ironically, pointing at Jiang Nanshu. You truly are entranced by this woman's captivating exterior? You haven't called off your engagement in 3 years. Last time you tried, it failed. I see you have no intention of ending it, do you? It's a shame that Su Ran has been waiting for you. You are utterly unworthy of her love. Suddenly called out, Jiang Nanshu. She quietly retrieved a small mirror, admiring her exquisite beauty. Such sweet words, you've just highlighted my virtues. Lu Qingyan. Jiang Yunchuan. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated with Jiang Nanshu's antics. As one of the central figures in the discourse, she continued to preen before the mirror. She looked up to find Lu Qingyan and her fifth brother casting her complex glances. Jiang Nanshu suddenly recalled her mission. She stepped beside Lu Qingyan, Draping her arm over his shoulder, unabashedly belittling Su Ran. Huh. What kind of love can be settled with 30 million? My love for Brother Qing Yan cannot be measured in monetary terms. Cease your insults. I am the perfect match for him. In terms of compatibility, we are a perfect trio. While Su Ran barely measures up. The crowd, 6. How could she command a 30 million breakup fee? I can barely scrape together a million. When will my annulment payment be processed? How anxious. Suddenly, Lu Qingyan shoved Jiang Nanshu's hand away, rising with a chill and departing. Oh, yes, angry. How delightful. Jiang Nanshu revealed a genuine smile, then immediately pointed a finger. This is all your fault, Chang'an. If Lu Qingyan ends our engagement because of Su Ran, neither you nor Su Ran will escape unscathed. Chang'an shot her a cold glance. You're insane. He too walked away. TCH, boring, disrupting my meal. Should I pretend to be heartbroken? Never mind, converting my sorrow into appetite is something they, having experienced heartbreak, should understand. Thus, Jiang Nanshu sobbed while devouring her meal, sweeping the entire table clean. Jiang Yunchuan thought to himself that true heartbreak would render one unable to eat. Yet, seeing her enjoy her food so heartily, he uncharacteristically joined her, refraining from the usual cold barbs. Yunchuan? Lin Ye's voice suddenly pierced through. Jiang Yunchuan stiffened. Even he was unaware of how resistant he felt toward her presence. Lin Ye glanced at Jiang Nanshu, then at Jiang Yunchuan, who was indifferent to her. Normally, he would cling to her for 24 hours, replying to her messages in an instant. Yet, after an entire day and night of silence, she was engulfed in anxiety. Was that Jiang Nanshu, that wretched girl, spreading rumors about her to Jiang Yunchuan? She approached Jiang Yunchuan, her tone pitiful. Why are you ignoring me? I've been so worried not being able to reach you. What? Need money? Is he flustered because he can't find him? Lin Ye's cheeks flushed crimson. Indeed, wherever Jiang Nanshu was present, mischief ensued. My feelings for Yunchuan are genuine and not driven by wealth. Even if he were penniless, my love for him would remain unwavering. Jiang Nanshu was instantly touched. Was this the sincere emotion the little nurse from the mental hospital sought to convey? With a grand gesture, she declared, I consent to your marriage. With you to support me, I have no qualms about you caring for my fifth brother. After saying this, she patted Jiang Yunchuan's shoulder, adding, Fifth brother, I shall not intrude upon your sweet moments with my sister-in-law. Farewell. Goodbye to you both. I must distance myself from Lin Ye, lest I catch her affliction. Jiang Yunchuan's expression shifted to one of panic. However, Jiang Nanshu dashed away with remarkable speed, while Lin Ye grasped Jiang Yunchuan's hand, tearfully imploring, Yunchuan, have I done something wrong? Why do you treat me so hot and cold? Jiang Yunchuan swiftly shook off her grip, his voice stiff. No. But please don't touch me. I have a slight allergy. Lin Ye inquired, what level of allergy is it that I can't touch you? Yet, feeling aggrieved, she dared not voice her discontent. Jiang Yunchuan was one of her financial benefactors. She could not afford to lose him. The cafeteria's affairs were of no concern to Jiang Nanshu. After her afternoon classes concluded, noticing that time was still ample, she pivoted her steps and headed towards the neighboring high school. Chapter 18. Wherever the malicious female antagonist appears, drama must ensue. The high school adjacent to Jing University was named Mingda Middle School, where admission was granted only to those with excellent academic performance or substantial donations to the institution. It was also a prestigious high school that produced the most students entering Jing University, located merely 2 streets away. Jiang Nanshu took the opportunity to purchase a bag of sweet roasted chestnuts, intending to return and present them as a floral gift to Lu Qingyan. He would undoubtedly adore it. Along the way, she succumbed to temptation, munching as she walked, until she spotted high school students clad in red and white uniforms emerging from the school. Jiang Nanshu recognized that classes had ended. However, the students did not disperse far. Instead, they congregated by the school pond, the very location chosen for the campus web drama's filming. Jiang Nanshu was there to seek out Su Ran. How could the female lead not be challenged if she wished to evoke the male lead's sympathy? The more she pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. Squatting on the curb, she continued to snack on chestnuts while questioning the system. Big Fool Chun, are you certain there's nothing wrong on the male lead's side? I have an unsettling feeling about him. Big Fool Chun replied. It has grown weary of explaining, yet has grown accustomed to Jiang Nanshu's nature. She often assumes that those who treat her kindly harbor ulterior motives. Thus, it patiently responded, Host, the male lead's character is not that of a mindless tyrant. Initially, He is restrained, principled, and treats emotions with utmost seriousness. He is polite to others, being gentle with everyone except you and the female lead. He possesses good upbringing, temper, and a commendable family background. The male lead's eventual dark turn is a consequence of the female lead driving him to madness. Of course, you should not witness his descent into darkness. You were offline for 2 years in the book. Jiang Nanshu scoffed. Oh, how that stings.
What?
Do you wish to see his transformation? Jiang Nanshu's eyes sparkled with intrigue a bit. I particularly want to see him commit murder for the female lead. Otherwise, in my eyes, it would be a failed dark turn. Big Fool Chun fell silent, hesitantly murmuring, Host, murder is against the law. We are upstanding citizens and do not engage in such activities. Jiang Nanshu felt a wave of disinterest wash over her. Boring, I no longer wish to see. She lifted her gaze and spotted a familiar figure. Cheng-en had parked his motorcycle at the school entrance, and Jiang Nanshu promptly followed him. As he had the proof needed to enter the school, Cheng-en was likely there to find Su Ran, oblivious to the fact that Jiang Nanshu was stealthily tailing him. Feigning familiarity, the school was bustling with activity as Su Ran and her crew were filming, drawing many fans outside who eagerly awaited her appearance. Su Ran's rise to fame was straightforward. She gained recognition for her beauty and participated in a girl group audition abroad, debuting in the center position. After parting ways with her former management, she returned to China to pursue her career. Leveraging her prior success, she quickly secured roles upon her return. All thanks to her devoted fans. In contrast to Jiang Nanshu's striking and flamboyant features, Su Ran possessed a clean and ethereal beauty, akin to a dew-kissed white rose. Subsequently, Su Ran would rise to stardom through this campus web drama, becoming a prominent figure on screen. Consequently, the number of men she encountered would increase, causing Lu Qingyan to feel a sense of insecurity, leading to a tumultuous relationship. Moments of warmth were often interrupted by the arrival of unfamiliar men, plunging their connection back into coldness. While reading this book, Jiang Nanshu found it perplexing. Which good-hearted person only sleeps with one? Why couldn't she have them all? Today a different one, tomorrow another. Her husband could be a new surprise each day. Jiang Nanshu couldn't fathom how intoxicating her life would be if she were in the female lead's shoes. Perhaps her fervent gaze caught Su Ran's attention. Upon recognizing Jiang Nanshu, Su Ran instinctively stiffened, while Cheng-en followed her gaze and noticed Jiang Nanshu, who appeared to be stalking her. Damn, how does this wretched woman keep resurfacing? Encountering her at Jing University was suffocating enough. Now she's followed me to Mingda Middle School. Cheng-en immediately recalled Jiang Nanshu's harsh words and instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Su Ran. Ran, rest assured, with me here, she won't harm you. Su Ran took a deep breath, gently patting Cheng-en's shoulder with a smile. Anzi, don't think so poorly of others. Perhaps Miss Jiang has something important to discuss with me. What could she possibly want from you? Most likely to flaunt her engagement with Yen Ge. If not for, Cheng-en abruptly halted, turning in frustration. Forget it. Yen Ge said it has nothing to do with you, Ran. You deserve better. Despite knowing the outcome, her eyes still grew moist. After a moment, she spoke in a choked voice. Anzi, all of this is my fault. If I hadn't he left back then, would he not hate me so much? Cheng-en's gaze was filled with sympathy. Lu Qingyan had spent 3 years with Su Ran, and as close friends of his, they naturally interacted with her, often teasing them by calling her sister-in-law. During such moments, Lu Qingyan would always admonish them to cease their frivolity, as Su Ran would blush with embarrassment. Back then, Lu Qingyan's gaze towards Su Ran was starkly different from the indifference he displayed now. Su Ran was a truly wonderful girl, and Cheng-en felt unworthy of her. Never mind. Take your time. Yen Ge was just speaking out of anger. Once I deal with Jiang Nanshu, this sticky situation, you and Yen Ge can be together in peace. He then turned to find Jiang Nanshu. To his surprise, Jiang Nanshu, who had seemingly been approaching them, abruptly changed her direction, pretending to be a background actor in the film crew, successfully obtaining an ice cream under a large tree. She licked the ice cream with her tongue, and upon noticing their gaze, a smirk of mockery crossed her face, radiating an air of indifference. It was as if she were a carefully crafted illustration. Sister Ran, we're ready to shoot. Upon hearing her assistant's call, Su Ran bid farewell to Cheng-en and went to film her scene. By the time she returned her attention, Jiang Nanshu had vanished without a trace. Cheng-en searched around, vowing to issue a stern warning to her, urging her to stay away from Su Ran. Yet, after failing to locate her, he stood in frustration, smoking a cigarette. On the other side, Jiang Nanshu had initially intended to provoke Su Ran. Wherever the malicious female antagonist appeared, drama must ensue. However, she spotted someone she wished to see even more. Jiang Li sat under the shade of a tree, sharing an ice cream with a slender boy of about 15 or 16. The ice cream was familiar to Jiang Nanshu, having been acquired from the film crew, and was still melting in her mouth. The atmosphere between the two was warm, with Jiang Li smiling as she ruffled the boy's hair, while the tanned boy shyly returned her smile. From an external perspective, the scene appeared harmonious. Had she not arrived, it would have been a picturesque portrayal of sibling affection. Yet, her presence shattered this tranquility. Jiang Nanshu bit down heavily on her ice cream stick, producing a distinct crack as one corner crumbled beneath her teeth. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed it towards a nearby trash bin, the stick landing perfectly inside. Jiang Lei immediately shielded the boy behind her, her eyes sharp with vigilance as she queried with disdain, "Jiang Nanshu, what brings you here?" Chapter 19. In times of trouble, stay calm and shift the blame. Jiang Nanshu let out a gentle smile in response to the boy's equally furious gaze. This smile accentuated the vivid red tear mole beneath her left eye, enhancing her striking beauty. She pointed directly at Jiang Lei and spoke softly to the boy, "I'm not here for you. I'm here for her." Jiang Nanshu's words seemed to infuriate the boy to the point of tears, painting her as an unforgivable villain. Yet, she had little desire to console a child, even if he was Jize, her foster brother whom she had lived with for 11 years. At 15 years old, he was currently a freshman at Mingda High School. Jiang Lei furrowed her brow, letting out a cold laugh. "Every time you come, it's never for anything good. What is it this time? Do you wish to proclaim how your foster parents mistreated you, just like when little Zay was in middle school? Do you have any idea the psychological damage caused by your classmates' isolation and neglect back then? Even if you wish to sever ties with your former self, how can you inflict such harm on a child without feeling a pang of guilt?" Jize's eyes were already reddening with tears as he stared fixedly at Jiang Nanshu, as if searching for the sister he once knew beneath her current glamorous facade. "How could I possess such a noble quality as a conscience? You think too highly of me." Jiang Lei paused, recognizing this as Jiang Nanshu's inner voice. Just as she was about to unleash her anger, she witnessed Jiang Nanshu hand over a handful of candied chestnuts to Jize, her demeanor menacing. "I detest it when children cry. No crying, or I'll make you shut up." Jize was taken aback by Jiang Nanshu's fierce demeanor, staring blankly as her delicate hands placed the chestnuts solemnly in his palm. "Please don't cry, I surrender. I want to comfort you. But I've given you my favorite candied chestnuts. Will that suffice?" In the next moment, Jize, filled with rage, hurled the chestnuts to the ground, shouting with teary eyes, "I don't want your stuff. It's filthy." Jiang Nanshu blinked, unfazed by the insult, and tried to defend herself. "They're clean and edible. I had plenty when I came here." Jize, acting like a guilty child, bolted away.
Hey.
"It's fine to be angry, but why throw my chestnuts? Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered to appease you." Jiang Nanshu huffed, maintaining her dramatic persona. "Humph, bad child. Jiang Lei, this is clearly your doing. I've been gone for only 3 years, and he has turned into this. It must be your influence. In times of trouble, stay calm and shift the blame." "Jiang Lei, what should I do? I suddenly find it hard to harbor any animosity." Despite being the same person, the vibrant Jiang Nanshu is undoubtedly far more intriguing. Would he have turned out this way if it weren't for you? She crossed her arms and scoffed before changing the subject. "What do you want from me? I have only 10 minutes before I need to rehearse my scenes with the female lead, so make it quick." "Huh. With your pathetic acting skills, you should just quit. Even a passing dog could perform better than you," Jiang Nanshu retorted, determined to dig her own grave. Just as Jiang Lei was about to retort, she caught Jiang Nanshu's inner voice. "In truth, your acting is far superior to Su Ran's. She acts like a zombie. And even a passing dog would want to kick her. But I want to compliment you to your face." This sardonic remark, combined with Jiang Nanshu's aloof expression, succeeded in eliciting a laugh from Jiang Lei. "Jiang Nanshu, how can you laugh when being insulted? Are you recalling something amusing? Like the time you were exploited by a scoundrel? Oh, wait, ISN Teehee from your same production team?" Jiang Lei's smile faltered. Suddenly recalling Jiang Nanshu's earlier inner voice about being exploited for her organs, she felt a pang of sympathy. Her eyelids twitched, and she frowned. "Did you come here just to mock my acting?" "Of course not," Jiang Nanshu pouted. "I have a question for you. Do you possess a limited edition crocodile leather LV bag? Jiang Lei pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, why? Do you want it? Jiang Nanshu smirked coldly, maintaining her composure. Ha. I wouldn't tea on your shabby item even if you offered it to me. Wah, sister, I want it. I'm a poor, pitiful creature. Give it to me. Smash me with luxury goods. I hope you can see through my strong exterior to the fragile heart beneath. Jiang Lei. She rubbed her temples.
Get to the point.
Did you give the bag away? Are you spying on me? Jiang Lei frowned. How do you know I gave the bag away? Jiang Nanshu's gaze turned icy. Did you think you were being discreet? Your attempts to undermine me are glaringly obvious, bribing Qin Qian to tarnish my reputation. Jiang Lei's pupils widened in shock. Her instincts told her that unless she clarified, things could spiral out of control, and she might find herself unable to placate Jiang Nanshu with a vehicle full of luxury items. Sweat trickled down her back as she hastily explained. I gave the bag to Chu Mushi. Chu Mushi? Jiang Lei nodded. Yes, she's my childhood friend. I visited her abroad and she admired my bag, so I gifted it to her. Jiang Nanshu recalled Chu Mushi as a gentle and serene girl, always smiling and kind to everyone, beloved in their affluent circle. A stark contrast to Jiang Nanshu. However, she had always been in poor health, suffering from congenital asthma since birth, which meant she had spent her life in and out of treatment. Where is she now? Jiang Lei hesitated before responding slowly, abroad. She graduated with Lu Qingyan and went overseas for further studies right after high school. She hasn't returned in nearly 3 years. The trail of clues abruptly ended with Jiang Lei. Initially, she had assumed this false sister would be involved, but it seemed the bag never passed through her hands to reach Qin Qian. The actual person involved, Chu Mushi, was also absent. It was unclear why she would return. Or could it be that the person behind Qin Qian was neither Jiang Lei nor Chu Mushi, but someone else entirely? Jiang Nanshu felt a headache forming. Her patience wearing thin. Forget it. She'd just ask Qin Qian directly later. All right, I'm not particularly concerned about your affairs. I'm leaving, Jiang Nanshu declared, casting a pained glance at the chestnuts strewn across the ground. Oh, how I wish I could pick them up. Jiang Lei. With a deadpan expression, she crouched down to help collect the discarded chestnuts. Take your litter with you. Don't pollute the campus environment.
Ha.
Jiang Nanshu scoffed. Who would want the things on the ground? What's wrong? Am I making you angry by throwing them away? Do you believe I want to come back tomorrow to toss another handful? Jiang Lei noticed that while Jiang Nanshu spoke harshly, her bag for the chestnuts was opened with sincerity, as if she feared Jiang Nanshu might sneakily take some when she wasn't looking. All of it back to you, Jiang Nanshu said, gathering her bag. Hee hee, I'll hand them all over to Lu Qingyan. What a nice little saving. Chapter 20. 3 tricks to win over the campus heartthrob, universally applicable, worry-free after sales. Jiang Lei watched her retreating figure, suddenly feeling pity for Lu Qingyan, who was destined to encounter such a fiancé wrapped in a shell of black sesame filling. Before leaving, Jiang Nanshu also snapped a covert photo of Cheng An and Su Ran in an intimate moment. Provoking others was also a form of self-sabotage. On her way back, the sky darkened, and the night stalls around the school began to spring to life. Arriving at a barbecue stall, Jiang Nanshu halted, feeling unable to take another step. Perhaps it would be better to eat her fill before delivering chestnuts to Lu Qingyan. She glanced at her watch. It was only 7, far too early. She planned to go at 8. By the time it reached 9, Jiang Nanshu stared gravely at a table filled with skewers, realizing she may have indulged a bit too much. However, she disliked the thought of making the trip again tomorrow. So, gritting her teeth, she decided to give the boy a touch of ceremony. Each skewer had been meticulously licked clean by her, and she even borrowed the faucet from her boss to rinse them off. Then, one by one, she deftly speared the chestnuts onto the skewers. With a total of 20 skewers remaining, they were quite a sight to behold. As she passed by a discarded bouquet of roses, she plucked them all and inserted the skewers into the sponge at the base. By the time she finished, it was already nearly 10:30. Goodness. The curfew was approaching. She dashed towards Lu Qingyan's dormitory, eager to call out but hesitating at the thought of being impolite. Instead, she dialed Lu Qingyan's number, which was surprisingly answered this time instead of being hung up as usual. His voice, laced with sleepiness, was low. What is it? Fearing he might not hear her, Jiang Nanshu raised her voice. Lu Qingyan, come down. I have a surprise for you. However, she overlooked the fact that the surrounding quiet amplified her voice, making it resound loudly. In an instant, The previously dark dormitory erupted into light as many students rushed to their balconies to peer down. Jiang Nanshu glanced up to see a throng of onlookers, a testament to the allure of gossip. They were documenting every mortifying moment of her. Some even started live streaming. Hey folks, the most devoted admirer from Jing University is professing his love with flowers. Let's see if he succeeds. Send me a rocket. Jiang Nanshu widened her eyes, astonished at how easy it was to earn money. She quickly pulled out her phone, fearing she might miss out on the opportunity. The original owner of the account also enjoyed live streaming, often sharing various luxury goods and photos with Lu Qingyan. One particularly popular video featured a whimsically edited wedding certificate, which garnered thousands of comments, most of them derogatory. As the music from the video began to play, she inadvertently clicked on it, and a flood of memories about her late husband overwhelmed her, nearly suffocating Jiang Nanshu. The melodious tune echoed throughout the campus. Even though Jiang Nanshu was a strong-willed person, witnessing that video left her momentarily speechless. The editing was so absurdly fake. If it were her, there would be far fewer flaws. Jiang Nanshu, you better explain yourself. What madness is this at such a late hour? Lu Qingyan's cold voice pierced through her reverie. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed he was watching the video too, and her heart raced. Even with his typically good temper, he was barely holding it together. That video had led to him being ridiculed anonymously on the school's confession wall for a month. The mere thought of it now filled him with shame. Who could endure a relentless pursuer like Jiang Nanshu? She turned to him, hastily shutting off the video and opening the live streaming app. Wait a moment. I'm going to do a live stream. I must make this a grand event. I'm going to give you a good scare. Lu Qingyan. He must be insane to entertain this woman. She adjusted her angle. Dear viewers, I don't want rockets or yachts. I just want a plane. Let me teach you 3 tricks to win over the campus heartthrob. Applicable nationwide, with no worries about after-sales. After her declaration, she was astonished to see someone send her a plane, a full 10 at once. I'm making a fortune. Jiang Nanshu joyfully presented her meticulously arranged chestnut bouquet to him. Qingyan Gij, my love for you is like this chestnut. Once peeled, it's filled with nothing but you. She was quite consistent in her actions and words, and her antics were just as irritating as ever. In the past, Lu Qingyan would have completely ignored her. But now, he was intriguingly curious to peel back her facade of sincerity and see what lay beneath. He reached out to take the bouquet, but in the next moment, it found its way into the trash bin. Jiang Nanshu glanced at it in dismay. Lucky for you, it fell on the ground before I offered it. So, I'm not heartbroken. She tearfully looked at her phone. Love pursuit failed, no refunds. Let us try again next time. How can I enter your heart? Jiang Nanshu closed the live stream and walked away, lost in thought. I'm so drained. Maybe I'll go drink to forget tomorrow. I'll go to 857 to dance and hire some male models. Hee, I'm quite clever. Not only was she not upset, but she was also plotting to hire male models at 857. Lu Qingyan's expression turned icy. How unfortunate to be involved with such an ostentatious person. Yang Jiashu, a childhood friend, approached from behind and sighed as he patted Lu Qingyan's shoulder. Lu Qingyan sighed lightly, perhaps accustomed to the embarrassment. It no longer fazed him. Yang Jiashu adjusted his glasses. If it gets unbearable, just kneel in front of your grandfather for 3 days straight and call off this engagement. At this rate, you'll lose 10 years off your life from her torment. And if you want to pursue Su Ran or Li Ran afterward, feel free. But let me give you some honest advice. Su Ran may not be as wonderful as you think. Upon hearing Su Ran's name, Lu Qingyan's lips pressed tightly, and his brows furrowed. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message from Jiang Nanshu. Yang Jiashu, curious, urged him. Quick, open it. What did your fiancé send? It's not another flowery goodnight gif, is it? Setting aside everything else, her taste in pursuing you has remained consistent. Lu Qingyan. However, it was not a goodnight gif, but rather a photo of Cheng and standing alongside Su Ran. Cheng wore a look of infatuation, while Su Ran tenderly wiped the sweat from his forehead. They looked quite compatible, a handsome man with a beautiful woman. Below the photo was a message. Qingyan Gij. Sister, truly doesn't he appreciate your love. Unlike me, who will patiently guard you. For you, I even enrolled in a virtue training class. And I've graduated with flying colors.
Moi.
Accompanied by an utterly cheesy animated heart gif. Bursting into laughter, Yang Jiashu exclaimed, if you ignore her wild personality, she is actually quite adorable and funny. Tears of laughter streamed down his face. Noticing Lu Qingyan's grim expression, he quickly stifled his laughter and coughed. We brothers all know Qingyan's intentions. Since high school, he has taken quite a liking to Su Ran. But he kept it subtle out of respect for you. If you still have feelings for Su Ran, you should stand up to your grandfather and not delay Jiang Nanshu any longer. Chapter 21. The full picture is known. Immediate action required. Lu Qingyan turned off his phone screen. For 3 years, Jiang Nanshu had sent him messages, and he hadn't replied to a single one, allowing her to frolic about unimpeded. If only it were that simple. With his hands in his pockets, Lu Qingyan gazed at the thick night. Addressing Yang Jiashu, I can't seem to fall asleep after being awakened by her. Shall we go out for a drink? Yang Jiashu chuklet, ourig. I'll accompany my noble friend to the death. Shall we return to our usual spot? Jiang Nanshu tiptoed back to her dormitory, where the lights had already been turned off. Besides her and Qin Qian, 2 other roommates occupied the space. Jiang Nanshu had no interest in knowing their names and never spoke to them, maintaining her lofty demeanor. In the midst of her internal struggle between turning on the light or not, she had a rare moment of conscience and decided to use her phone's flashlight instead. As her foot collided with a stool, Jiang Nanshu groped her way to her bed. The next moment, the lights flicked on. Chun Qian Yu. The adorable girl in pajamas gasped upon seeing Jiang Nanshu and immediately stammered, Why you're back? Since the start of the semester. This was Jiang Nanshu's first night returning to the dormitory to sleep. Jiang Nanshu inwardly sighed at how frightened the girl looked. She smiled brightly and kindly explained, Chun Qian is injured and will be staying in the hospital for a while.
Okay.
Chun Qian replied awkwardly, then hurriedly scrambled to her bed. I'll go to sleep now, good night. Good night. Jiang Nanshu replied casually. The girl peeked from under her covers to observe Jiang Nanshu's retreating figure, suddenly feeling that Jiang Nanshu seemed different. She almost slapped herself for thinking that the bully had become less menacing. Surely, her mind was playing tricks on her. After a quick shower, Jiang Nanshu lay in bed, pondering how Lu Qingyan had not replied to her. He sent his cheesy good-night gif every single day, without fail. She closed her eyes and comfortably drifted into slumber. The next morning, Jiang Nanshu rose from her bed. Besides a charming girl, there was another girl of tall stature and cold demeanor. Upon seeing Jiang Nanshu, her brows instinctively knitted tightly. Turning her head, perhaps feeling that Jiang Nanshu sullied her vision, she strode to the door and called out, Su Shi, let us go. What are you waiting for? Su Shi responded, Wanwans, I'll be right there. After hesitating for a moment, she approached Jiang Nanshu, mustering her courage to present her phone before her, stammering, Don't be upset, Jiang Nanshu glanced at it.
Goodness.
It was yet another piece of gossip about her on the campus forum. The most devoted love-struck dog of Jing University becomes a joke. The prince buys drinks for his white moonlight and unexpectedly encounters a beauty. It even included a paparazzi shot. Lu Qingyan, while drinking, had encountered Su Ran. Jiang Nanshu thought, how delightful. Lu Qingyan appeared resolute on the path of jealousy, as if he were determined to join the party. Jiang Nanshu was aware of this plot. In the original narrative, after the male lead divorced the original character, he stumbled upon the female lead in a close embrace with another man. While he maintained a facade of restraint, he secretly drowned his sorrows in alcohol. The female lead, required to accompany another production team for drinks, was saved by him, leading to a blossoming romance. Could it be that the intimate pictures she sent him yesterday had prematurely triggered the sequence, leaving him heartbroken? She had indirectly nudged the plot forward. Jiang Nanshu smiled gently. Thank you, Su Shi, I'm fine. Su Shi, struck by Jiang Nanshu's beauty at such close proximity, felt her cheeks flush and stuttered more, and no, it's nothing. As long as you're not upset, I'll be going now, I have class. After tidying up, Jiang Nanshu followed suit to attend class, her mind racing with thoughts. It was splendid. The drinking scene must be arranged for today. If he could encounter his white moonlight, then she too could stumble upon her little puppy. Throughout the day, Jiang Nanshu remained in a daze, her state inviting a wave of ridicule. After school in the afternoon, she stormed towards the school gate with her bag in hand. Having failed to confront Su Ran yesterday, she had to make up for it today. The provocation was too blatant for her to ignore, and not retaliating would be a disservice to her identity as a vicious female antagonist. Her furious demeanor was captured by some onlookers, who eagerly forwarded the footage to Lu Qingyan, likely hoping to see how Jiang Nanshu would be humiliated this time. Outside, however, her fury dissipated instantaneously as she stood before a cotton candy stall, gazing up at the rainbow-colored treat with her fair face tilted upwards. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out 5 yuan. Boss, I want this. All right, all right. The jovial stall owner swiftly packaged the cotton candy and handed it to her. Take care of it, little girl. Here's a wet wipe in case your hands get dirty. Jiang Nanshu smiled, her eyes curving with delight. Thank you, uncle. As she walked and munched, she headed towards Mingda Middle School. Passing by an alley, sounds of beating and insults erupted from within. Aren't you a tough one? That stepsister of yours is as despicable as a dog. I told you to defend her, you country bumpkin. I'll stomp you to death. Jize. Let go of me. Upon hearing the name Jize, Jiang Nanshu halted in her tracks. The alley wasn't long. At its deepest point, a group of 15 or 16-year-olds had gathered, clad in red and white uniforms, surrounding Jize, who lay on the ground in a pitiful state, gnawing at the leg of the leading bully like a wolf cub, dirted and with bloodshot eyes. Jiang Nanshu blinked, her motion of eating cotton candy unbroken, and turned on her heel to walk in. Perhaps too engrossed in their assault, they remained oblivious to Jiang Nanshu, who stood nearby, watching the spectacle. Jize spat defiantly, still unwilling to relent, and sneered. What I said was the truth. With a coward like you who bullies the weak. One of my sister isn't enough to handle you. The bully seemed to find this amusing. Your sister abandoned you, and you still praise her? If I were you, I'd ditch that troublesome stepsister. She is selfish, hypocritical, and a white-eyed wolf. She'll eventually be cast out of the Jiang family. You still defend her? What a fool. Jize's eyes burned with rage as he repeated, what I said is the truth. One of her isn't enough to take you on. Jiang Nanshu shook her head at the absurdity. How could this fool still not know when to yield? If no one passed by, he could be beaten to death in this alley without anyone knowing. The bully, upon hearing something he deemed ludicrous, burst into laughter. You think your stepsister can take me on? I can take on 10 of her by myself. Jiang Nanshu's expression shifted in shock. What? He could take on 10? And yet he wanted to take on just one? With the entire context unknown, she decided to act decisively. Jiang Nanshu charged forward, swinging her shoulder to deliver a hefty blow, sending him crashing against the wall. The laughter of the onlooking high schoolers ceased abruptly, their faces frozen in terror as they beheld Jiang Nanshu, cotton candy in hand, with tears welling in her eyes as she clutched her reddened palm. The bully, with a gash on his forehead, glared at Jiang Nanshu with malice. Who the hell are you? Jiang Nanshu shook her hand, pulling Jize up, thrusting the cotton candy into his hands, and standing resolutely before him. You may call me the judge of justice. And I am also the central figure of your audacious claim to take on 10, Jize's stepsister. Chapter 22. In 10 minutes, I want to see him bankrupt. At this proclamation, the crowd fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, the bully regained his voice, his eyes bloodshot, twisting his somewhat handsome face into a grotesque mask. You're seeking death, aren't you? I have no qualms about hitting women. As he finished speaking, the group of high schoolers remembered they were still holding bricks from the ground and began to approach. Jize, looking at Jiang Nanshu, who stood protectively before him, shared a complex gaze. Before Jiang Nanshu revealed her true identity as the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, she had stood before him like this, ready to protect him. Yet, upon entering that world of wealth, she changed. She became unfamiliar, intent on belittling their family, alleging that her adoptive parents abused her to garner sympathy from the Jiang family. Despite their family's kindness towards Jiang Nanshu since childhood, lavishing her with love and never allowing her to suffer a moment of hardship, she would later avoid him, cursing her misfortunes as she walked away. 3 years later, once again standing before him to protect him was still Jiang Nanshu. Jize took a deep breath and tugged at her sleeve, whispering, there are too many of them. You can't win. I was just boasting. Jiang Nanshu asked, what? After she had already built up a reputation, she was suddenly supposed to let it go? Did she not care for her dignity? The bully, hearing their exchange, grinned with malice, touching his injured face. Now you're scared. Huh? Your cowardly stepsister wants to play the hero to save you?
How amusing. Wait.
Jiang Nanshu raised her hand to interrupt him, asserting firmly, first, I'm not here to save him. Second, on what grounds do you claim you can take on 10 of me? Such statements are infuriating, do you understand? The bully retorted, where did this lunatic come from? Mockingly, he added, Jize, your stepsister seems quite unhinged. She ought to be sent to a mental hospital. Say that again. The bully, momentarily intimidated by the chilling gaze of Jiang Nanshu, faltered, but remembering he was taller than her, regained his bravado. I said. A lunatic like you should be locked up in a mental hospital.
Slap.
Another resounding blow sent him crashing to the ground. The slap resonated symmetrically on both sides of his face. The bully, taken aback by this audacious woman, seethed with rage as he attempted to rise, only to be seized by her hair and slammed against the wall.
Ah.
If you bang your head, you'll be the one ending up in the mental hospital. Jiang turned pale with fright, hurriedly wrapping his arms around Jiang Nanshu's waist, pulling her back. Sister. Sister, stop. Something bad will happen. I was wrong. I won't insult you again.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't bully you anymore.
The bully cried out amidst his sobs, incessantly apologizing. After he was released, terror filled his eyes as he cowered in the corner, watching Jiang Nanshu. When she took a step forward, he let out a piercing scream in fright. Give me a chance to reorganize my words. How many can you hit me? He lamented. Whoa, I can't overpower even one. The punk truly wept. This was genuinely madness. There was no restraint in his assailants. Were it not for Jiang's hold, he suspected he would end up in the ICU. The thought made his face pale. Jiang Nanshu still intended to intervene. Suddenly, a calm and melodious male voice drifted from the alley's entrance. Jiang Nanshu, what are you doing again? Jiang Nanshu trembled, turning to see Jiang Jingcheng, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, looking at her with indifference. Backlit, his striking appearance left Jiang Nanshu drooling. Jiang Nanshu's reputation was already tarnished, notorious for her bad temper. If she was displeased, she would bully the weak and hire thugs without a second thought. Thus, upon seeing the punk with blood streaming from his forehead, his expression remained unchanged, though his gaze towards Jiang Nanshu grew colder. Jiang Nanshu feigned tears, dramatically rushing to embrace his arm. Second brother, they hit me. You must help me take revenge. She then showed him a tiny, slightly reddened cut on her finger. Second brother, come for me. Jiang Jingcheng froze for a second before impatiently pushing her away. That cut will heal in a second. His eyes turned to the alley, coldly stating, You hit someone? Jiang Nanshu shifted her gaze, and the punk hastily waved his hands. It's not her fault. I accidentally bumped into something, my apologies. Jiang Nanshu thought to herself, You're beaten to such an extent, and still dare not report it? How can I appear to be the bully? The animosity was low, and her status was precarious. Jiang Nanshu lifted her chin, fully embodying the image of a wicked woman. Indeed, I hit him. Not only do I want to hit him, I want to ruin him. Who told him to look down on me? She sneered, pointing at Jiang Jingcheng, fully exerting her might. Do you know who he is? He is the second young master of the Jiang family. If you provoke me, be careful. You will all suffer the consequences. Second brother, please call big brother. I want to see his family bankrupt in half an hour. Oh no, 10 minutes. I can also gain some presence with big brother. This maneuver could put me in the stratosphere. My two brothers might just end up hating me, huh? The group of high school students had never encountered such a scene. Their faces turned pale upon hearing her words, trembling in place. Jiang Jingcheng scrutinized Jiang Nanshu, who wore an arrogant expression, yet her smile was barely contained. When she looked at him, he averted his gaze, retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and made a call. In less than 10 seconds, the call connected. Hello, big brother. Jiang Jingcheng's voice was flat as he glanced at Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Nanshu is looking for you. Jiang Nanshu almost choked on her own saliva. Can't you do this for me? I don't want to ruin their family. If you can, go ahead. Jiang Nanshu thought she was merely a sycophant, wielding her brother's power. She took the phone, steeling herself, her tone fierce. Hello, big brother. You must make their family bankrupt. Do you hear? Otherwise, I will throw a tantrum when I get home and scream all night. The next moment, Jiang Nanshu handed the phone back, sniffling. Did he agree? Jiang Nanshu blinked her big eyes, her voice small. No, he told me not to go crazy. Humph. If their company goes bankrupt, I want to see if it's you or me who goes insane. The high school students discreetly retreated through another path, while Jiang remained inside. Jiang Jingcheng pondered. A company bankruptcy? There was something to it. His sister seemed to know many critical matters, like Jiang Yinchuan's sudden visit to the hospital for an HIV antibody test, claiming he might have contracted AIDS, saying he would be infected in 6 months, his body rotting, and that he might spend his entire life in the hospital. Jiang's mother had discovered a breast nodule, something that had never been an issue before. Thinking of this, he calmly asked Jiang Nanshu, where to next? I'll drive you. Chapter 23. Playing the good person could make her go bald. Jiang Nanshu, are you crazy, or am I? You want to take me? To the afterlife? She feigned surprise, really? I want to go to Mingda Middle School. Will you accompany me? Jiang Lei is there. Anyone with eyes knows what I'm going there for. You better show some protective instinct towards your fake sister later. Jiang Jingqing kept his gaze fixed on her head, making Jiang Nanshu feel uneasy. She touched her own hair, which had a little tuft sticking up. What? Is my hair bothering you? He retracted his gaze, coldly replying, no. It's just that sometimes I really want to dissect your brain to see what you're thinking. Jiang Nanshu, do you even hear yourself? I just want to cause trouble for my fake sister, and you want to slice my head open. I can't stay in this house for another moment. He lowered his eyelashes. Stay away from Lei. Jiang Nanshu, with her proud demeanor, retorted, impossible. Where I am, she isn't. Where she is, I am not.
Sigh.
Luckily, I'm playing the villain. If I were the good person, I might just go bald. Jiang Jingqing coldly turned and walked away. Let us go. I'll take you there. We might as well see her situation. The moment Jiang Nanshu took a step, her sleeve was pulled, and Ji Zhe's frail face moved slightly as he murmured, Sister. Jiang Nanshu glanced down at his finger, still dirty, and he seemed to realize it. Awkwardly hiding his hand behind his back, silent. Jiang Nanshu sighed inwardly. Though she was not a good person, she did not wish to harm a child. She would never repeat the actions of her original self towards children. However, she might not stay here long enough to cultivate any familial bonds. She withdrew her gaze, coldly stating, I'm not your sister. Your sister is Jiang Lei.
Remember that?
The boy's eyes suddenly turned red, his tightly pressed lips betraying the tremor of his restraint.
Ah, this was a sin.
Jiang Nanshu felt a heaviness in her heart, not wanting to see the disappointment in Ji Zhe's eyes. She extinguished his last flicker of hope. When you go back, buy some medicine to treat your wounds. Just consider your previous sister dead. She quickened her pace to catch up with Jiang Jingqing. The boy's stubborn eyes were still filled with tears, which he wiped away fiercely. Jiang Jingqing was unaccustomed to seeing Jiang Nanshu silent. Previously, she would have relished in belittling her former family at every opportunity. He coldly inquired, Aren't you going to visit your adoptive parents? Jiang Nanshu scoffed. No. I refuse to return to that pigsty. It's been a long time since I last visited. I wonder if my little flower pig has grown. Wait a minute. What flower pig was she raising? Jiang Nanshu fell into contemplation. The journey was quiet, with Jiang Nanshu in a daze. Jiang Jingqing, noticing her silence, felt a flicker of disappointment. He had expected her to chatter and spill secrets, but instead, she proved to be someone who could keep things to herself. Upon arriving at the school, Jiang Jingqing presented his medical credentials, allowing them to pass through smoothly. Jiang Nanshu tilted her head at him. Second brother, why are you here? Lei is injured. I came to check on her. Jiang Nanshu suddenly recalled the plot of the original story. This was where Su Ran and Jiang Lei had their confrontation, and unexpectedly, Jiang Lei got injured due to excessive force. Although Jiang Lei claimed she was fine, with a medically trained second brother and their mother's insistence, he still came to see how Jiang Lei was faring. Coincidentally, Jiang Nanshu found herself entangled with Su Ran, eventually being pushed hard by Cheng En and falling to the ground, scraping her knee. Lu Qingyan was also present, but his attention was on Cheng En and Su Ran. As the chemistry that had been ignited by their drinking dissipated in an instant, the original host, consumed by her disdain for Su Ran due to Lu Qingyan's unwavering affection for her, developed a profound hatred for Su Ran. As for herself, having suffered a broken leg, she found no one to tend to her. Jiang Jingqing turned a blind eye, assisting Jiang Lei as they departed. Lu Qingyan, upon witnessing Cheng and shielding Su Ran, left in a huff, seething with anger. As the malicious female antagonist sat on the ground, passers-by cruelly kicked her a few times. This was a pivotal scene. What to do now that the flames had ignited? Jiang Nanshu encouraged herself, assuring herself of her capabilities. Jiang Jingqing, upon noticing her erratic behavior, furrowed his brow slightly. In the next moment, he heard her inner thoughts. After I harm Su Ran, should I lie sideways or face down? Which side of my face should I lift to appear more pitiful? I don't want to look unattractive. Jiang Jingqing sighed in exasperation. Taking a deep breath, he observed someone falling on the basketball court, their knees scraped. He remarked calmly, in the event of a fall, using both hands to brace against the ground can mitigate the risk of fractures. Falling to one side minimizes the impact area and thus reduces injury, while landing on the back increases the impact area, which can lead to rolling injuries. Jiang Nanshu, is she really so impatient? He slightly turned his gaze, his dark hair brushing against his eyelashes, and asked softly, Did you understand? Jiang Nanshu, captivated by his face, nodded in a daze. Got it.
Ah.
The beauty is killing me. I swear I won't miss any opportunity to be close to my second brother. Jiang Jingcheng. In the Jiang family, only Lu Qingyan, with her serene beauty akin to snow, could rival Jiang Jingcheng. Jiang Nanshu wiped away her drool, already plotting to order several male models at the bar once she suffered from heartbreak. Upon arriving at the production set, Jiang Li's assistant gazed at Jiang Jingcheng with starry eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Nanshu beside him, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, cursing under her breath. Blushing, her eyes sparkling with affection, she said, "Brother Jingcheng, Sister Li is over there. Let me take you to her." When Jiang Nanshu finally saw Jiang Li, she began her performance. "Oh, Sister Li, I didn't know you were so old." Her makeup can't conceal her exhaustion. The assistant's eyes blazed with indignation, unable to voice her frustration. "What brand of foundation is that? This makeup is impressive. I need to buy a set for myself." Jiang Li. She directly ignored Jiang Nanshu, turning to Jiang Jingcheng, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Brother, I told you I'm fine. I didn't mean to trouble you." Jiang Jingcheng shook his head. "It's fine, mother saw you and is at ease. Are you comfortable staying in the production team?" Jiang Li instinctively glanced at Jiang Nanshu. Noticing she was completely distracted, gazing around. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "It's quite good. Tell mother not to worry. I'll bring gifts home to visit our parents after filming." Jiang Nanshu, with keen ears, turned to her, retorting harshly, "You will not set foot in the Jiang family home." "Wah. Dear sister, could you bring my gifts when you come in? Hurry and roll out." Jiang Li. If it weren't for her inner thoughts, "Dear sister, you are indeed straying further down a treacherous path." Suddenly, the crowd erupted in cheers and screams. Jiang Nanshu rushed forward. Lu Qingyan had arrived. Finally, her moment to shine had come. Chapter 24. Such a silver tongue. Do you wish for a wife? Oh, the protagonists have arrived. It's finally time for my scene. Jiang Nanshu's eyes blazed with fury. How dare Lu Qingyan meet Su Ran behind my back? If I don't tear Su Ran's face apart today, I shall not bear the surname Jiang. She turned to Jiang Jingcheng and Jiang Li, delivering a fierce warning. You two better not interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ungracious.
Hey.
I'm coming. Jiang Jingcheng and Jiang Li watched her performance in silence, observing as she stormed towards the enemy camp. Jiang Li suddenly felt concerned and turned to Jiang Jingcheng. Brother, is she going to be alright going over there? Jiang Jingcheng cast her a detached glance. Are you worried about her? Jiang Li's face flushed crimson as she quickly retorted. Who else worried about her? I haven't forgotten how she used to scold me. I would love to see her fail. Though she said this, her gaze unconsciously followed Jiang Nanshu. She sought a justification. After all, she was her nominal sister. If something went wrong, she ought to lend a hand, right? The Jiang parents only wished to see their daughters in harmony. She wasn't doing it for Jiang Nanshu, but rather for the sake of her parents.
Su Ran.
Jiang Nanshu's voice reached before her presence did. Her striking face, filled with rage, startled onlookers. Cheng An immediately positioned herself in front of Su Ran, her brows furrowing intensely. Jiang Nanshu, are you out of your mind? You came yesterday and now you're back? What has Su Ran done to you? Humph. Jiang Nanshu scoffed, pointing at Lu Qingyan in the distance. What? Is it permissible for her to seduce my fiancé, but I can't confront her about it? Su Ran, dare you claim he isn't here for you? Su Ran turned to Lu Qingyan, whose expression was cold, his gaze distant yet palpable, causing her heart to ache. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to say, Miss Jiang, you misunderstand. My relationship with him is not what you think. Jiang Nanshu's anger flared even more. Oh, is it not what it seems? If you don't message him, will he come? What kind of face do you have? You abandoned him back then, and now you want to return and compete with me. What does that mean? Jiang Nanshu, you are truly talented. With such acting skills, if you don't enter the entertainment industry, who will? Jiang Nanshu stole a glance at Lu Qingyan, noticing he was also looking at her. Her fury nearly broke as she thought, Brother, I've come this far. You should at least show some sign of support. What are you waiting for? She felt utterly drained. This was the most difficult male lead she had ever encountered. No wonder the pursuit of his wife had spanned over 1,000 chapters, and he had turned dark. She was truly in awe. Lu Qingyan approached at a measured pace. Su Ran bit her lip tightly, humiliation filling her eyes. Jiang Nanshu, I've told you, my seeking him is not as you perceive, since it ended 3 years ago. I have no further expectations of any connection. Can you please stop disturbing my life? Chung En's eyes brimmed with empathy. Her gaze towards Jiang Nanshu sharp as a knife. Enough, I called Qing Yan here. It has nothing to do with Su Ran. Stop causing a scene. I, Jiang Nanshu, will only utter a word. Suddenly, a powerful force yanked her away. Where is that vixen Su Ran? A loud, boisterous voice resonated. Jiang Nanshu, caught off guard, was dragged out of the fray, landing right on Lu Qingyan, who lightly steadied her shoulder. Who is this person? The plot has gone awry. She paid no mind to Lu Qingyan, grabbing the overweight woman. Excuse me, who are you? If you want to fight, you should at least wait your turn. I haven't finished yet. The hefty woman turned her bloated face, her eyes bloodshot and breathing heavy, startling Jiang Nanshu. What a grudge. What a grievance. To be in such a state. That little vixen Su Ran dares to seduce my husband. I will not let her go today. If you dare assist her, I will take you down too. Step aside. Jiang Nanshu's greatest virtue was listening to advice. She instinctively moved beside Lu Qingyan, gesturing to the hefty woman. Please, go ahead and fight. Just in case you don't recognize Su Ran, she's over there. Su Ran glared at Jiang Nanshu, then glanced at Lu Qingyan, only to find him looking back at her. She immediately turned her head away, her eyes reddening with defiance. Cheng'en positioned herself in front of Su Ran. Equally furious. Crazy woman, what are you yelling about? Who would want your ugly husband? The overweight woman pointed at Su Ran, exclaiming. She was drinking with that group of men in the bar's private room yesterday. This woman is so shameless, clearly a sordid creature from the entertainment industry. Captivating my husband to the extent that he calls her name in his dreams. As the mention of last night's event struck her, Su Ran's eyes brimmed with tears of humiliation. She stepped forward, asserting, I merely shared a drink with the director and investors. I did not engage in any inappropriate behavior. She then cast a glance at Lu Qingyan, inhaling deeply. In the end, I was taken away by someone else. Not by any of those present at the gathering. You dog of a man, your resolve to betray me is truly unwavering. The white moonlight is practically casting flirtatious glances at me, and yet you've still not acted? What? Do you want me to assist you in pursuing her? Lu Qingyan, with a gaze filled with complexity, lowered his eyes to observe Jiang Nanshu's head. However, her thoughts were completely consumed by Su Ran, and she paid little attention to him. Noticing Lu Qingyan still behaving like a quail, Jiang Nanshu could no longer contain her impatience. The torment of remaining in this melodramatic scene for even a second felt unbearable. She exclaimed in a delicate tone, The person who took you home yesterday could not possibly be my brother Qingyan. That photo must have been edited. The crowd responded in unison. Thank you for providing crucial evidence. It was only then that Lu Qingyan coldly addressed the overweight woman. I believe you are mistaken. She did not spend the night with any man yesterday, including myself. Jiang Nanshu retorted, with a tongue so eloquent. Do you still wish to keep your wife? The overweight woman did not recognize Lu Qingyan, nor did she know Jiang Nanshu or the other young masters like Cheng'en. They had yet to take over their family businesses. She sarcastically mocked, Who knows if you've slept with her? Supporting her, you can't be anything but her lover. Right? Wow, sister, you're quite the prophet. Impressive. Here's a thumbs up for you. Sensing the atmosphere around the men grow colder, Jiang Nanshu believed it was due to the insult directed at his beloved white moonlight, and she felt compelled to alleviate this wave of animosity. In a fit of desperation, Jiang Nanshu stomped her feet, tightly clutching Lu Qingyan, fully embodying the role of an undying sycophant. Shut your mouth. Even if he is a lover, he can only be my lover. I am to be his future wife. In the original text, Lu Qingyan found himself increasingly repulsed by Jiang Nanshu's incessant proclamations of ownership in front of everyone, making him feel suffocated and nauseated, prompting him to avoid her. If you don't push me away, your wife will truly be gone. Chapter 25. Of course, he would coax her back. Su Ran's gaze fell upon Jiang Nanshu and Lu Qingyan's intimate exchange, and it pierced her heart with pain. It was understandable that Lu Qingyan did not wait for her. Given her own wavering commitment, she had returned to the country with this self-justification, but seeing this scene unfold before her was still a shock. The boy she had adored for 6 years now seemed to drift further away from her. The overweight woman, uninterested in their squabbles, advanced to grab Su Ran by the hair, only to be forcefully pushed away by Cheng'en, landing hard on the ground and wincing in pain. Jiang Nanshu couldn't help but hug Lu Qingyan a little tighter. She had heard the sharp crack of bone and suspected a fracture. Ouch, if I fall like that. My face would be a mess and it would hurt terribly, and I dread pain above all else. Chang'an, his eyes aflame with anger, turned to Lu Qingyan. Brother Qingyan, are you truly willing to forsake Su Ran for this marriage? If it weren't for Ran back then, you would have perished long ago. Is it merely for 30 million that you have forgotten this bond? Anzi, stop. Su Ran pulled Chang'an back, halting his advance and shaking her head vigorously. Tears streamed down her delicate face, a sight that would soften even Jiang Nanshu's heart. It was no wonder multiple men in the original story were willing to go to great lengths for her. Lu Qingyan brushed Jiang Nanshu's hand away. Stepping forward a few paces to face Su Ran, his tone icy, it seems the timing today is rather unfortunate. We shall discuss what you mentioned another time. He then turned to Chang'an, slightly raising his cold visage, enunciating clearly. Since Jiang Nanshu is my fiancée, as long as the engagement remains intact, she is my responsibility. As for the bonds of the past you speak of. He glanced back at Su Ran, his dark eyes compelling her to pale. You should ask her if I ever provided her with a choice. Why should I wait for her return? If you like her, and wish to pursue her, I sincerely wish you well. I am not jesting. With the final word, Su Ran trembled, wishing to reach out to Lu Qingyan but found herself restrained. She wiped her tears, forcing a smile of resolve. Lu Qingyan, you are truly ruthless. Meanwhile, the male and female leads were embroiled in torment. Jiang Nanshu felt as though she were struck by 5 thunderbolts, a bucket of cold water dousing her to the core. She grasped the arm of Jiang Li's assistant, her complexion paler than Su Ran's, her voice trembling as she asked, what did he just say? Responsible to whom? My ears are a bit dull. I didn't catch that. The assistant couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Nanshu, thinking she was being coy after gaining an advantage, responding in a mocking tone. Who else could he be responsible for but you, his fiancée? The young master of the Lu family is like a flower blooming in cow dung, wasted on you. Perhaps truly reluctant to witness Jiang Nanshu revel in her small victory, she angrily sought out Jiang Li. In the eyes of the onlookers, however, Jiang Nanshu's reaction appeared to be one of foolish delight. Yet none took it seriously. It was evident that Lu Qingyan's harsh words were deliberately meant to provoke the white moonlight. Years ago, he had endured 5 days of kneeling to avoid this engagement, nearly crippling himself, yet Lu's patriarch had stubbornly betrothed Jiang Nanshu to him. Whispers circulated that he had maintained his chastity for the white moonlight, never sparing a glance at his fiancée in 3 years. Now that the white moonlight had returned, there was no longer room for her to dance. Her downfall was merely a matter of time. Thus, everyone understood the situation. Why did Lu Qingyan remain oblivious? Jiang Nanshu rapidly sought out the crux of the incident, realizing that everything stemmed from the abrupt failure to annul the engagement. She called out to the system, "Da Sha Chun. I'm not sure if the male and female leads are suffering, but this plot has certainly tormented me. Is there any way to revert the storyline to its proper course?"
Da Sha Shu.
After some contemplation, it provided a suggestion. Why not devise a way to annul the marriage? That should rectify the bug. Find the bug, fix the bug, and everything returns to normal. Jiang Nanshu pondered. That makes sense. But how do I go about annulling the marriage? I've always maintained the role of a devoted follower. Wouldn't that contradict my character? She felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. However, for the sake of 100 billion, she was willing to reshape her persona. She bolstered her resolve internally. 2 people suffering is one thing. 3 can also share the burden, so it's not excessive for me to join in, right? I'll step into your drama. Lu Qingyan. He turned around to see Jiang Nanshu charging at him, pointing an accusatory finger. What are you planning with Su Ran? What are you 2 conspiring behind my back? Oh, I see. It must be that my presence hinders your love. And you can't wait for me to pack up and leave, right? Lu Qingyan, let us annul the marriage. I refuse to be the pitiful one in this love story any longer. A hush fell over the crowd, unable to fathom that such words could escape Jiang Nanshu's lips. Just as Lu Qingyan was about to take responsibility for the engagement, she leapt forward, heartbroken, demanding to annul it. Jiang Jingqing's typically indifferent eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to Jiang Li. What do you think of her performance? Jiang Li replied, unprecedented. Truly breathtaking. The Oscar should be awarded to her. Jiang Jingqing, hands in pockets, his long black hair swaying in the breeze, remarked. There have been some issues with the 4th brother. I may need to return home for a few days. You should also go back. Jiang Li, realizing she could not outsmart her 2nd brother, asked, why do I need to return? To mediate? Everyone knew that Jiang Zhouye and Jiang Nanshu were at odds. She was quite apprehensive about the 2 of them potentially clashing. His lips curled slightly. Since Jiang Nanshu is a member of the Jiang family, there is no reason to cast her aside. Siblings should cultivate their bonds, should they not? Jiang, I understand, but if fourth brother wants to fight, I cannot stop him.
No need to stop him.
Fourth brother won't win. Jiang Jingcheng had actually witnessed everything from the moment Jiang Nanshu pulled the troublemaker boy into the wall. Given her ruthless demeanor, he did not believe Jiang Zhouye could intimidate Jiang Nanshu. How could a person change so drastically? Jiang Jingcheng could not comprehend this phenomenon and could only attribute it to the emergence of a second personality in Jiang Nanshu after she jumped into the river. That persona surfaces when she encounters danger or is provoked. Jiang Jingcheng received a phone call and told Jiang Li, for now, let us not worry about her. I need to attend to a patient at the hospital. Oh, okay. By the time she regained her senses, Jiang Nanshu had run out of the campus in tears. Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Li smirked. How wonderful it is to be young and full of life. Cheng'an scoffed, glancing at Lu Qingyan with a hint of sarcasm. Isn't she quite the darling? Now she's simply seeking attention by demanding a divorce. Aren't you going to chase after her and coax her back? Lu Qingyan remained still, his dark eyes seriously fixed on Cheng'an. Are you certain you wish to forsake our years of friendship for a woman? Cheng'an was taken aback, but recalling the harm inflicted upon Su Ran, he quickly retorted, as long as you are with Su Ran, our brotherhood can endure. I cannot bear to see that malicious woman flaunting her power before Ran. Since she has already declared her intention to annul the engagement, you would be wise to act while she is still in a daze. Miss this opportunity, and it may never present itself again. After a long pause, Lu Qingyan finally sighed softly and walked toward the school gates. Cheng'an thought he had gotten through to him and hastily inquired, "Where are you going?" Lu Qingyan strode ahead, casually replying, "To coax her back, of course." Young Jiang mentally replayed the events. I must have missed a crucial step from the male lead. Chapter 26. I love money, money loves me, and it flows to me from all directions. Chang'an stared in disbelief at Lu Qingyan's gradually retreating figure, then turned to Su Ran, who had her eyelashes lowered, enveloped in a palpable aura of sorrow. He felt a mixture of pity and anger, quickly assuring her, Ran, rest assured, what Brother Qingyan said was merely to provoke you. Over these past 3 years, we have all witnessed his disdain for Jiang Nanshu and his aversion to this arranged marriage. Cheng'an's words were slowly interrupted by Su Ran. Please, no more talk of him. She glanced at the plump woman. She had only returned to the country for a short while. Yet someone had already set a trap for her. Though reluctant to speculate, only one conclusion filled her mind. It was Jiang Nanshu's deliberate act to tarnish her reputation in front of Lu Qingyan. She could already envision the night as headlines on Weibo, undoubtedly filled with scandalous news about her, a serious blow to her career. Having distanced herself from the main conflict, Jiang Nanshu halted by the roadside, panting heavily. She glanced over her shoulder, fearing someone might be pursuing her. However, it was evident she worried unnecessarily. No one paid her any mind. After her escape, neither Jiang Jingcheng nor Jiang Li had sent her a single message. And she certainly did not expect Lu Qingyan to come looking for her. Though it was disheartening, her character was never particularly likable, which could only be deemed a success. Unfortunately, there was currently no way to ascertain her dislike value, but the foolish spring spirit had mentioned that once she reached a dislike value of 100, a notification would ring in her ears. The revolution had yet to succeed. She needed to continue striving. Just the thought of annulling her engagement with Lu Qingyan vexed her. This was never meant to be her concern, so why had it suddenly become her responsibility? The male lead was uncooperative, merely using her to irritate the female lead? The more Jiang Nanshu pondered, the angrier she became, and by the time she stopped, night had fallen. Before her stood a bar named Nightshade. 4 medium-sized fortune cats were displayed at the entrance, creating a rather impressive sight. Jiang Nanshu gazed at the fortune cats for a long time, confirming that no one was around before commencing her scheme. 10 minutes later, she admired her handiwork and entered the bar with satisfaction. Tonight, she was merely a heartbroken woman drowning her sorrows in drink. Across the street, Yang Jiashu recorded the entire scene on his phone, capturing Jiang Nanshu arranging the 4 fortune cats in a circle while chanting, "This is the correct way to attract wealth. I love money, money loves me. And it flows to me from all directions." If one disregarded the security guard who emerged from the bar, grumbling as he returned the fortune cats to their original positions, Yang Jiashu would have genuinely thought her a good person. After some contemplation, he ultimately sent the video to Lu Qingyan with a sly message. Your fiancé is at the bar getting drunk. Should you intervene? Minutes later, he received a reply. Send me the address. Oh, how delightful it is to witness such an unexpected turn of events. This fellow is genuinely coming after all. Amused, he rose from his seat and made his way toward Nightshade. Upon entering, Jiang Nanshu was immediately enveloped in the bar's heavenly atmosphere. The pulsating music allowed her body to unconsciously relax. She secured a table on the second floor, positioned near the edge, giving her a view of the frenzied dance floor below, where couples writhed in ecstatic abandon. Embracing the shadows, she ordered several bottles of liquor and spent 2,000 to have a server bring 5 handsome male models to keep her company. Her remaining balance of 50,000 quickly dwindled. The models were all tall and leggy, each standing around 180 centimeters. However, for someone with her appreciation for beauty, their looks fell somewhat short. Upon inquiry, she discovered that hiring top-tier companions would cost an additional 10,000. Without a second thought, she agreed. Soon, a man clad in the bar's signature attire emerged, his outfit accentuating the contours of his muscular chest. Jiang Nanshu surveyed his face, her gaze lingering on his deep brown eyes, his lips red and teeth white, possessing an androgynous beauty and a hint of familiarity. Her eyes immediately sparkled with delight as she pointed at him. You, what's your name? Come over and drink with me. The man approached, his features even more striking. With his eyelashes lowered, his beautiful phoenix eyes held a gentle smile. My name is Liang Xiqiu. How would you like to drink? Liang Xiqiu, one of the most significant antagonists in the story. He is also Lu Qingyan's half-brother, though his status as an illegitimate child has yet to be revealed. It won't be long before he is brought back to the Lu family. The twist is that both brothers are enamored with Su Ran, leading to a deadly rivalry over one woman. Despite their enmity, reconciliation is an impossibility. Liang Xiqiu is a year older than Lu Qingyan, while Lu Qingyan is a product of a political marriage and Liang Xiqiu is the result of a fleeting night of passion. Due to his illegitimate status, he has always known who his biological father is, but has been unable to acknowledge him, living like a rat in the streets. By this point in the narrative, before encountering Lu Qingyan, Su Ran had already redeemed him with her kindness. The so-called female lead, shedding her halo, is also a player, entangled with Lu Qingyan yet showing softened attitudes towards the second male lead, who is deeply troubled by his origins and starved for affection. TSK. Jiang Nanshu raised her glass and downed a shot of strong liquor in one go. For the sake of peaceful narrative progression, let her help advance the plot. If Lu Qingyan feels no pressure, how can he navigate his tumultuous relationship with the female lead? Let him be, she only desires 100 billion. Jiang Nanshu's eyes glinted mischievously as she beckoned with her finger. Come here, sit beside me, and feed me drinks. Liang Xiqiu smiled even more gently. All right. Yet, the flicker of disdain in his eyes was unmistakable to Jiang Nanshu. He was aware of her identity. Jiang Nanshu contemplated that the original character had committed numerous wrongdoings, and he had undoubtedly played a part in exacerbating her misdeeds. With his limited power, he could only use Jiang Nanshu to provoke Lu Qingyan while secretly hoping Su Ran might glance back at him. The evidence of the original character's crimes was collected by him, and before sending her away, he had thoroughly tormented her, making sure she remembered that Su Ran was a princess, a divine being she could neither touch nor harm. Alas, Su Ran's aspirations are solely directed towards her radiant youth, leaving her disinterested in the shadowy rodent that dwells in the underbelly of life. Liang Xiqiu obediently settled beside Jiang Nanshu. In the next moment, Jiang Nanshu reached out and pinched his face, forcibly pouring a glass of wine into his mouth. Only when Liang Xiqiu choked and began to cough did she, with a playful smile, inquire, "Is it delicious?" Liang Xiqiu suppressed the humiliation in his eyes and replied, "Delicious." Jiang Nanshu sighed. "How much do you need?" The surrounding male models were taken aback. What kind of wealthy woman is this, using the word package right off the bat? Liang Xiqiu was momentarily stunned, confusion evident in his gaze. Jiang Nanshu pinched his face once more, scrutinizing him as if inebriated, her eyes clouded with sorrow. Except for your eyes, you bear a striking resemblance to my fiancé. However, he harbors feelings for Su Ran, which saddens me. Is it wrong to desire a face that bears some resemblance to his? Liang Xiqiu clenched his hands at his sides. So, she too, like that repugnant woman, views him as a mere substitute? Wishing for all the readers to prosper. Chapter 27. True Heartbreak. True heartbreak is not about loud quarrels. Jiang Nanshu, dissatisfied, patted his face. How much? Liang Xiqiu turned his face away, suppressing the murderous intent simmering in his eyes. I am not for sale. Jiang Nanshu chuckled lightly. What are you pretending for? What is wrong with being with me? Once this opportunity passes, you won't find another. Were it not for your decent looks, I wouldn't give you a second glance. Well, if you can't attain the main prize, a secondary option to relieve my boredom wouldn't be too bad. Liang Xiaoqiu nearly lost his composure, anger bubbling beneath the surface as he retorted, Your fiancé is truly pitiable. Jiang Nanshu laughed in response, Not pitiable. He has someone who cares for him. Though she did not articulate it directly, Liang Xiaoqiu's demeanor noticeably chilled. He was all too aware of Su Ran's affections for Lu Qingyan. Different fates for similar faces, two lives diverging despite their resemblance. Jiang Nanshu had no genuine intention of packaging him, it was merely a ploy to irk him. After all, as a villain, one must endure a certain degree of humiliation to rise to a level where they can rival the male lead. She then left him to languish, happily sipping her drink while 5 male models took turns feeding her fruit, reminiscent of a patron reveling in a brothel, living a life of intoxicated indulgence. Had she not unexpectedly spotted Lu Qingyan approaching with a cold expression, Jiang Nanshu could have enjoyed a few more drinks. Instead, she found herself half-sobered by shock. Who could tell her why Lu Qingyan was here? At this moment, what persona should she assume? Weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Nanshu reverted to her lovesick character, calling out to the bottle, Hubby, let me steal a kiss. With that, she took a large gulp, leaving the 5 male models stunned. Yet, with her beauty and wealth, someone immediately professed their sincerity. Sister, forget about him, won't you? I can't bear to see you drowning your sorrows in a bar. How enviable it is for my brother to have such a wonderful fiancé. If I were him, I wouldn't dare leave you alone to drink away your troubles. Indeed, though we may not be as wealthy as your brother, we possess a heart that loves you dearly. Their words moved Jiang Nanshu. However, she resolutely pushed them away. You are not my husband. I must find my husband. As Lu Qingyan stood before her, Jiang Nanshu pretended not to see him, glancing beneath tables, rummaging through the sofa, even checking her bag. Where is my husband? Oh no, I've been caught. Can I pretend not to see him? Lu Qingyan lifted his eyelids, surveying the circle of 6 individuals. Oh no, including Jiang Nanshu, that made 7. 6 men and 1 woman. Quite the lively scene, all strikingly good-looking. Jiang Nanshu pivoted, preparing to chase after Yang Jiashu, calculating the probability of successfully navigating down the stairs and through the dance floor to escape the bar. Are you my husband? Yang Jiashu dodged Jiang Nanshu's physical advance, adjusting his glasses and pointing behind her. Your husband is right behind you. Lu Qingyan, with his long, pale fingers, gently grasped the back of her collar, halting her erratic movements. Jiang Nanshu turned around, her gaze dazed, her face blooming like a rose in full bloom, her slightly parted lips alluring. Upon recognizing the visitor, she clung to him like an octopus, her face rubbing against his chest, her voice affected, Hubby, cuddle.
Damn.
You ruin my mood. Can I still escape? In the next moment, she was nearly choked by her collar as Lu Qingyan forcefully pulled her away, regarding her with disdainful, cold eyes, a slight smile curling his lips. Did you have fun? Jiang Nanshu. Pretending not to understand, she covered her ears. I won't listen. You were flirting with Su Ran behind my back. I will not forgive you. A man who doesn't cherish himself is like a cabbage. What's wrong with me indulging in a little flower wine after a heartbreak? Lu Qingyan stared at her for some time before slowly saying, Su Ran approached me to repay a debt. She ran out of the bar last night, smashing a bottle of wine worth 20,000. And after arranging a designated driver for her at 100, she asked me to come and collect. Jiang Nanshu. No, what are you even explaining for? One sentence left Jiang Nanshu completely dumbfounded. What era are we in that we still need to conduct face-to-face transactions? Is this a spy film? Lu Qingyan. He was left speechless. He couldn't very well explain that Su Ran claimed her card was frozen and that she only had a hodgepodge of cash on her. The man who had been lurking in the shadows stood up, speaking gently, since Miss Jiang has someone to escort her. We shall take our leave. Please remember to settle the bill at the front desk. Yang Jiashu's eyes widened involuntarily upon seeing Liang Xiaoqiu, thinking he must be seeing things. How could he see a face that bore a 5-part resemblance to Lu Qingyan? Lu Qingyan's brow furrowed tightly, though it was only for a second. He sensed hostility. This area had been traversed enough. Yang Jiashu rubbed his eyes. Am I seeing things? Bro, that guy looks a lot like you. Jiang Nanshu. Feigning drunkenness, watched the scene with interest. You're not mistaken. He is Lu Qingyan's half-brother, 1 year his senior. I wonder if Lu Qingyan will be furious to have an additional rival for inheritance and affection. Lu Qingyan froze, his grip tightening. Jiang Nanshu's face turned red from the pressure, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him. Hubby, are you angry? I'll give you 3 seconds to let go of me. The next second, his grip indeed loosened. Jiang Nanshu adjusted her collar, continuing to lean against him. Her demeanor weak and delicate. Lu Qingyan's tone was ambiguous. He does bear some resemblance. Yang Jiashu frowned, not considering other possibilities. As the Lu family only had Lu Qingyan as the legitimate heir. Observing the unfolding drama, he remarked, Miss Jiang truly is a woman of passion. Unable to obtain her fiancé, she prepares to seek a substitute? Jiang Nanshu. She looked utterly aggrieved. How could that be? My heart belongs solely to brother Qingyan. A forced love with a substitute doesn't sound too bad. I want to give it a try. Why did you suddenly pinch me? Jiang Nanshu rubbed her slender waist, casting a look of reproach at Lu Qingyan. He regarded her with an indifferent expression, his tone gentle. I saw you were drunk, so I thought to wake you up. You are not allowed to come again. She nodded obediently. I won't come again. Yet inwardly she simmered with resentment. Who are you to control me? I will come. Ultimately, she was taken back to school by Lu Qingyan. After parting ways, Lu Qingyan made a phone call, his voice icy. Help me investigate a person named Liang Xiaiqiu. The consequence of excessive drinking was a splitting headache the next day. Jiang Nanshu, looking pale, wondered why she still insisted on attending class despite feeling so wretched. She lay her head on the desk, her stomach churning painfully, preparing to succumb to sleep. Outside the classroom, a cacophony erupted as a group of people rushed towards Jiang Nanshu. At the forefront, Lin Yeye wept bitterly, her eyes glistening with tears. Pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Nanshu, exclaiming, Did you say something to Yunchuan? He wants to break up with me. Jiang Nanshu, momentarily stunned, felt her stomach ease and a surge of energy course through her.
What?
He wants to break up with you? Heartbroken. She realized that the disheartening plot was beginning to take on a life of its own. Slamming her hand on the table, she declared, more furious than Lin Yeye. How dare he? Come with me. I will help you reconcile. Chapter 28. How could Jiang Nanshu be so indecisive? Lin Yeye, momentarily forgetting her tears, gazed at Jiang Nanshu with wide, bewildered eyes, taken aback by her intensity. Jiang Nanshu patted her shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. I recognize you as my one and only sister-in-law. Lin Yeye's expression shifted to one of dread as she began to sweat profusely. She was swiftly pulled into the finance department by Jiang Nanshu. Observers noted Jiang Nanshu's reappearance, especially in such a prominent setting, and they followed curiously. The girl who had previously approached Jiang Nanshu for a signature, Huang, the class representative from the broadcasting department, eagerly led her friends into the fray. She even approached Jiang Nanshu, tauntingly. You've become quite the sensation again. Haven to you? How do you manage to be the comparison group daily, making such a spectacle of yourself, yet still bouncing back? Jiang Nanshu was utterly perplexed. What gossip? Please elaborate. Huang, with a peculiar expression, pondered how she usually received news about Lu Qingyan before anyone else, her tenacity in love growing stronger with each setback. A flicker of disdain crossed her features. She truly abhorred such sycophantic, love-struck behavior. She waved her phone in front of Jiang Nanshu, grinning with schadenfreude. Turns out, Su Ran's past with Lu Qingyan is quite riveting. I had no idea she was not only his first love, but also his moonlight. The trending topics on Weibo prominently featured revelation of Su Ran and Lu Qingyan's first love, Su Ran and Lu Qingyan's reconciliation.
Who is Lu Qingyan?
The heir to the Lu family, a figure of adoration and flattery within the entire capital circle. A true nobleman, cultivated by a prestigious family, exuding an air of elegance in every gesture. Meanwhile, Su Ran barely qualified as a third-tier star, struggling to establish herself in the entertainment industry as a fledgling flower, primarily taking on web dramas. Should news of her connection with Lu Qingyan surface, it would undoubtedly propel her career to new heights. Moreover, some even unearthed a photo from 6 years ago, depicting the two of them in the same high school uniform. Lu Qingyan, cradling a book, appeared youthful and gentle, his dark eyes sparkling like a starry sky. Su Ran, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, showcased a fresh-faced beauty, holding an ice cream cone as she seemed to engage Lu Qingyan in conversation, this moment captured by chance. The contrast between the boy in the photo and the man he had become was stark. Once vibrant and warm, he now bore the weight of time. His demeanor subdued and indifferent. Many of their former classmates from high school came forth to affirm that they had indeed been good friends. Any malicious rumors regarding Su Ran's alleged liaisons with directors were swiftly dismissed. After all, who among the starlets would choose to bed an aging director when acquainted with the heir of the Liu family? However, the trending topics faded within half an hour. Hastily removed, even the entries became unsearchable. It was evident that the Liu family's public relations team was behind this. After all, Liu Qingyan was officially betrothed to Jiang Nanshu. Noticing Jiang Nanshu's lack of reaction, Hu Ying furrowed her brow and pressed, "Aren't you upset?" Jiang Nanshu feigned a mournful expression. "No, I'm so distraught that I've lost control of my emotional management. I may have lost love, but my fifth brother must not suffer the same fate." Hu Ying retorted, "How dismissive." As they arrived at the finance department classroom, classes had just ended. Liu Qingyan sat absorbed in his book, the soft morning light casting a warm glow across his face, enhancing the gentleness of his features. Jiang Nanshu was momentarily entranced. It was undeniable that Liu Qingyan's appearance had been exaggeratedly praised by the original author. A familiar voice broke through her reverie, causing Liu Qingyan to inadvertently snap his pen. He lifted his gaze from his book, immediately identifying Jiang Nanshu, who had arrived with a throng of followers. His previously kind expression turned cold. Did she not abandon her pursuit of that gigolo? While he held no particular affection for Jiang Nanshu, the engagement remained, and he had no intention of breaking it. His grandfather would never permit such a dissolution. He pledged fidelity to the marriage, but how could Jiang Nanshu be so fickle? Eating from one bowl while eyeing another? He was genuinely incensed. Yet, Jiang Nanshu's focus appeared to be elsewhere, as she glanced at him only briefly before diverting her attention to Jiang Yunchuan,
who was dozing at his desk.
With a resounding slap, she startled him awake, and he fell to the floor, his face pale as he exclaimed, "Earthquake?" Upon seeing Jiang Nanshu's stern expression, he breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed his eyes, and asked, "What brings you here?" His gaze then shifted to Lin Yaya, irritation creeping into his tone. "Haven't I made it clear that we've broken up? Why are you still clinging to me?" Lin Yaya's eyes brimmed with tears. "Yunchuan, if I have wronged you, just tell me, and I will change. I can't accept this." Such impressive acting for a femme fatale. Has my fifth brother lost his mind over a breakup? Jiang Nanshu interjected, indignant. "Indeed, if you have grievances against our Yaya, voice them. Let us resolve this together. How can you toy with her feelings like this?" Jiang Nanshu admonished, her tone righteous. Jiang Yunchuan glared at her. "Whose side are you on, Jiang Nanshu?" "Of course, I stand with Sister Yaya. I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. I am genuinely moved by her love for you. If it means anything, she can spend an extra hour with you. Just stop sulking and forgive her." Jiang Yunchuan, why does this sound so familiar? It was as though Jiang Nanshu had previously thwarted him with similar words, insisting that he not sulk. Lin Yaya's affection was beyond the understanding of someone so shameless. Wiping her tears, Lin Yaya attempted to reach for Jiang Yunchuan, but he recoiled as if confronted by a venomous snake, leaving her hand suspended in the air. Biting her lip, her eyes glistening with tears, "Yunchuan, you pursued me for 2 years. Was it all a lie? Is it a common affliction among men to fail to cherish what they have?" Jiang Nanshu nodded in agreement. Indeed, a domestic flower cannot compare to a wildflower. What a scoundrel he is. "Fifth brother, do you have another mistress on the outside?" Jiang Nanshu questioned, her tone fierce. "What do you mean, another?" Jiang Yunchuan protested, feeling wronged. Lin Yaya took a deep breath, deciding that retreating was wiser. Seeking peace now would be unwise. She needed to uncover the true reason behind this turmoil.
Subsequently,
she ran off, tearfully exclaiming, "Yunchuan, don't regret this." Jiang Nanshu observed this dismal spectacle.
"Hey,
you haven't even swindled any money yet, and you're already causing a breakup? Fifth brother hasn't even handed over his newly established gaming company to her." Jiang Yunchuan couldn't believe how foolish he had been to consider giving away his hard-earned gaming company to Lin Yaya. He began to question his life choices. It wasn't until Jiang Nanshu gave him an unceremonious kick that he snapped back to reality. "What are you still doing here? Go after her." "Little Jiang, for the sake of this 100 million, I am truly worried sick." Chapter 29. If you wish for my affection, I am willing to try. Jiang Yunchuan, my own sister is genuinely trying to push me into a pit of fire. However, he couldn't disclose that he had heard her innermost thoughts. After a long pause, he finally said, "I think we're incompatible." She cheated. Jiang Nanshu, How did this fool come to realize the verdant hue atop his head? Even if he did discover it, would he only come to his senses after being tested for HIV, with the company gone, regretting his past actions? What on earth is happening now? Jiang Nanshu is utterly baffled. Has this wretched book truly glitched? She cannot allow them to part ways. Nonsense. You previously declared you were a perfect match. Even the cowherd and weaver girl would have to yield the magpie bridge to you. Moreover, I firmly believe that senior Yaya would never stray, even if she were to lie down on the tracks. Fifth brother, if there's a misunderstanding, clarify it. Breaking up is such an eyesore. Hurry and chase after her. Jiang Nanshu yanked him up, urging him to promptly win her back. Hurry up. Don't make me resort to slapping you. Jiang Yunchuan. Whimpers my sister is so fierce. Jiang Yunchuan reflects, was it truly his past behavior that shattered her heart? So now she cares not for his well-being? Oh, how lamentable. He truly is a wretched soul. Never mind, he shall pursue her and see. Satisfied upon seeing Jiang Yunchuan take off, Jiang Nanshu prepared to leave, only to look up and catch sight of Yang Jiashu, whose face was alight with curiosity. This man seems to appear wherever there are juicy tidbits to savor. She turned her head to find Lu Qingyan watching her with an impassive expression. I almost forgot about you. I have yet to settle the score. Lu Qingyan? Jiang Nanshu took out her phone and slammed a photo of him, and Sue ran down onto the table. The impact made her wince in pain. Alas. It feels gratifying to stir up trouble, but it does take a toll on my phone. Lu Qingyan raised an eyebrow, observing her vibrant visage. A storm of anger brewing across his features, yet his almond-shaped eyes retained a clarity. The red mole at the corner of his left eye accentuating her striking features with life. He waited silently for her to continue. What is the meaning of this photo? You have left me sorely disappointed. I adore you with all my heart, yet you harbor affection for another. If you cannot reciprocate my feelings, then this marriage ought to be dissolved, Jiang Nanshu proclaimed, pouring all the blame onto Lu Qingyan. The classroom murmured, is the sun rising in the west? Is this truly the Jiang Nanshu who used to fawn over Lu Qingyan, terrified of being jilted? After just a few days apart, she has found her spine. Daring to threaten him with a breakup? Who does she think she is? A mere clown. As everyone speculated on how far Jiang Nanshu had been flung by Lu Qingyan's actions, his cold brows suddenly softened, his demeanor becoming considerably gentler. I can explain. His voice, icy yet resolute, sent ripples across the previously tranquil surface of the situation. Jiang Nanshu, he has lost his mind. The crowd, the school heartthrob has lost his senses. Yang Jiashu, the world has gone mad. Lu Qingyan ignored the gazes of those around him, lowering his eyes to the photo. Articulating each word clearly, this was during the first month of our freshman year. Sue Ran was a transfer student seated beside me. We were merely classmates. She had a problem and asked for my help, and I was explaining it to her by the roadside. There was nothing more to it.
Jiang Nanshu.
What a mere classmate. If your white moonlight heard of this, her heart would surely shatter. What a heartless man. Lu Qingyan's dark eyes shone brightly, his long lashes framing his gentle peach blossom eyes. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Is that all? What else do you wish to know? Jiang Nanshu, has he been possessed? Wasn't he the one who despised me the most? What is the situation now? Is he unwell, putting on such a show? How am I to respond? For the first time, Jiang Nanshu felt that this 100 billion was indeed elusive. Seeing her fixated gaze, Lu Qingyan's expression softened. If you wish for me to like you in return, I could give it a try. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanshu's eyes widened significantly. She disregarded the astonished stares of those around her and hurried away, fearing that if she lingered, she might end up in a brawl with Lu Qingyan. Her mind was muddled, uttering such nonsensical words. What a foolish spring. What am I to do? In contrast to Jiang Nanshu's panic, the foolish spring remained remarkably calm. This is merely the male lead trying to provoke the female lead. For the next moment, his words will reach her ears, leading to her heartbreak, drowning her sorrows in a bar, where they will nearly end up in bed together. So that's how it is, this scheming man. Jiang Nanshu immediately believed it. She then retorted, why just almost? Why not go all the way? Because your malicious female counterpart intervened, thwarting their budding feelings. Jiang Nanshu mumbled, the original character was truly worthless. In such a situation, she could have simply hidden under the bed to eavesdrop. The foolish spring, it could not fathom Jiang Nanshu's erratic thought process.
The
host merely needs to go with the flow. You are but a tool to help elevate the romance between the leads. The male lead's heart only holds as white moonlight. Do not overthink it. Jiang Nanshu's eyes sparkled. Can I go and eavesdrop? I promise not to intervene. The foolish spring. Of course, the plot will not restrict your actions. Only then did Jiang Nanshu feel at ease. Given Lu Qingyan's level of disdain for her, he would not utter anything that would make him feel nauseous. He was clearly trying to provoke Su Ran. When the time comes, she would catch them in the act, and this marriage could be annulled. However, she must maintain her character during this period. Thus, she took out her phone to message Lu Qingyan. Brother Qingyan, were your earlier words genuine? You mentioned trying to like me. Will Sister Su Ran be upset? After a few seconds, a notification showed he was typing. Jiang Nanshu stared intently, fearing that if Lu Qingyan responded, it would ruin the formation of her message. Over the past 3 years, the original character had sent at least 1,000 messages, none of which received a reply. Lu Qingyan, indeed. Jiang Nanshu gritted her teeth. That is splendid. I shall send our conversation to Sister Su Ran, urging her to cease her interference with my happiness with Brother Qingyan. Will Brother Qingyan be upset? No reply came from the other end. Amen. Jiang Nanshu found Su Ran's WeChat and, upon adding her as a friend, immediately sent her the screenshot of her conversation with Lu Qingyan. A minute later, Su Ran replied, Is this amusing? Jiang Nanshu smiled, her eyes crinkling, feeling utterly elated, and continued to provoke. Even if you return to the country, what of it? Brother Qingyan remains mine regardless. If you have the capability, go ahead and snatch him away. You call yourself a first love, and yet this is all you can manage. In this high-stakes game, she had given it her all. Jiang Nanshu felt a pang of bittersweet sorrow, wondering if the female lead would catch on. She had done everything she shouldn't have. At lunchtime in the cafeteria, Jiang Nanshu intentionally evaded Lu Qingyan, ordering an abundant spread of dishes. Just as she took a bite, she saw Jiang Yunchuan return, utterly despondent. Jiang Nanshu looked at him in confusion and gently admonished, I told you not to stir up trouble with breakups. Now look, Senior Yaya is ignoring you, isn't she? The next moment, Jiang Yunchuan's eyes reddened. Tears streamed down the face of a 185 centimeters tall man, his gaze filled with remorse as he stared at Jiang Nanshu. Sister, no wonder you urged me to chase after her. Did you know all along that she had a benefactor waiting for her at the school gate? Woe is me. I have truly been wronged, and you were only looking out for me. Jiang Nanshu sputtered her food out in shock. This is absurd. Jiang Yunchuan. So my sister was only trying to help me. I truly deserve to be punished. Jiang Nanshu. Get lost. Chapter 30. What benefactor? That is clearly her father. Jiang Nanshu felt a whirlwind of emotions. Had she truly botched everything? Looking at Jiang Yunchuan, who was sniffling like a wronged wife, she took a deep breath and did her utmost to clarify. You misunderstood. What benefactor? That is clearly Senior Yi's father. Woe is me. Am I not suffering enough? Why must it be so difficult to unite a pair of lovers? Jiang Yunchuan. Guilt, self-reproach, and remorse surged inexplicably within him. Originally, he should have been furious, for Jiang Nanshu harbored not a single thought for his well-being. However, had it not been for his previous deplorable demeanor, perhaps Jiang Nanshu would not have adopted such an extreme disposition. He hung his head, murmuring, Sister, I shall treat you well in the future. Jiang Nanshu cast her gaze down upon the array of dishes before her, a rigid smile tugging at her lips. Oh really? How delightful. Jiang Nanshu steadied herself. A slight setback is inconsequential. Support me, and I shall rise to fight again. She sighed softly and adopted a gentler tone. Why don't you take some time to cool off? Rest assured, I shall also counsel Senior Yaya, urging her to release all the fish from the pond, leaving only you. Jiang Yunchuan. 6. The afternoon was devoted to a public course in advanced mathematics. In an effort to be closer to Lu Qingyan, the original self had pinched her nose and chosen it. Even though her highest score in mathematics had merely been 9 points, she settled into the last row, where no one seemed inclined to engage her. It was not until a shadow fell beside her that Jiang Nanshu turned to see Sushi smiling at her. Classmate Jiang, may I sit next to you? There are no seats left in the classroom. Jiang Nanshu's eyes briefly flitted over Sushi's cherubic face, noting her still damp hair and clothing, which emanated an unpleasant odor. Jiang Nanshu gently nodded, and with a hint of hesitation, Sushi settled down. Thank you. She flipped open her book, preparing to earnestly listen to the lecture on calculus. Jiang Nanshu languidly reclined in her chair, inquiring, Did you fall into the restroom? You smell rather unpleasant. Sushi's face paled slightly as she bit her lip and stammered an apology. I'm sorry, I'll change my seat. No need. Jiang Nanshu stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with an excruciating sound. I just don't wish to listen. The teacher, unable to rein in her brazen act of skipping class, chose to turn a blind eye, as long as she did not disrupt the classroom order. Whether she graduated successfully was of no concern to them. Suddenly, a message from Chen Qian pinged on her phone, stating that she had been discharged from the hospital and requested Jiang Nanshu to come fetch her. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nanshu recalled that she also needed to retrieve Chen's father from the psychiatric hospital. Given her recording of the conversation with Chen Qian in the hospital, it was certain that Chen's father was now in a stable mental state. The reunion between father and daughter would undoubtedly be joyous. However, Jiang Nanshu was taken aback when she noticed the mixture of anger and fear in Chen's father's eyes as he regarded her, as if she were a harbinger of misfortune. Upon leaving his confinement, he fled without a backward glance. Goodness, was it truly that significant just because she had given him a bottle of wine? If it were not for her assistance in finding this psychiatric facility, whether he could have emerged at all would have been questionable. Thus, she had no choice but to head to the hospital where Chen Qian was located. Though she bore no serious injuries, her eyes were still bandaged, rendering her unable to see normally. Upon witnessing Chen Qian's gaze, which was both venomous and desperately masked with friendliness, Jiang Nanshu felt a surge of joy in her heart. Approaching her with concern, she examined Chen Qian's eyes. Chen Qian, even if your beauty is marred, it matters not, for you possess a kind and sincere heart. My fourth brother shall not be so shallow as to judge by appearances alone. Mentioning Jiang Zhouye seemed to alleviate Chen Qian's grievances, and she couldn't help but express her anxiousness. Your fourth brother is a popular idol. Surely he must be very busy? How long must I wait for you to convince him for me, Nanshu? Jiang Nanshu responded with a bright smile. Fear not, he shall return home this weekend, and I will devise a plan. Jiang Yunxuan had squandered half her chances. She would need to start anew. Fortunately, her grievances were few, save for her distaste for her brother. Yet, her deepest animosity was reserved for Jiang Zhouye. Jiang Nanshu could hardly believe that if she succeeded in her endeavors, she would be an exceedingly optimistic girl. The moment Chen Qian learned that Jiang Zhouye was returning to the Jiang family, she burst into excitement. Nanshu, thank you. If it works out, I will treat you well. Jiang Nanshu promptly produced her payment QR code. Then please return the 80,000 first. Chen Qian's smile faltered, while Jiang Nanshu maintained a sincere expression. You see, since my fourth brother is coming home, I must purchase some gifts to smooth over our relationship before discussing your matters. Realizing it was for her sake, Chen Qian reluctantly acquiesced. Jiang Nanshu beamed as she observed the additional 80,000 in her phone, grinning from ear to ear. How delightful. She could once again indulge in male models. She then feigned nonchalance and inquired, Chen Qian, where did you acquire such a sum? Chen Qian's expression faltered momentarily as she turned her head away. Don't concern yourself with such matters. I have returned the money owed to you. And Nanshu, you must fulfill your promise. Jiang Nanshu nodded earnestly. Rest assured, with my involvement, this matter will surely succeed. Were it not for the constraints of the situation, I would long to knock Jiang Zhouye unconscious and leave him on your bed. Alas, when will this self-destructive life come to an end? Jiang Nanshu, engrossed in her thoughts, failed to notice the two individuals not far away. Jiang Jingcheng displayed little reaction, while Jiang Zhouye, wrapped up like a dumpling beside him, was far less composed. His almond-shaped eyes were wide with shock, and he rubbed his ears in disbelief. How could he hear his sister's innermost thoughts? Moreover, to be blindsided by such a revelation, she was even contemplating sending him to her friend's bed? It was utterly revolting. Jiang Jingcheng patted his shoulder. Are you heading home? Or do you wish to greet Jiang Nanshu? Jiang Zhouye's voice was somewhat hoarse, laced with disdain. Second brother, must you truly disgust me? Talking to Jiang Nanshu makes me want to regurgitate my last meal. If you wish to greet her, do so yourself. And do not let me find out she harbors any intentions toward me. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to resort to legal measures and have her incarcerated. Jiang Jingcheng's expression remained impassive. Very well, you may leave. Jiang Zhouye hurriedly departed. His vocal cords had been strained, rendering him unable to sing for the foreseeable future.
Consequently,
he would have to halt all his engagements and return home to recuperate for a while. As for the weekend when Jiang Nanshu would undoubtedly return home, he resolved to ignore her as he usually did. It would only be a matter of 2 days. Regarding the thoughts he had just overheard, he convinced himself it was merely a figment of his exhaustion. Furthermore, Jiang Jingcheng had not reacted. Jiang Nanshu was truly diabolical, still wishing to ensnare him. Were Jiang Jingqing to hear her, as his elder brother, he would undoubtedly intervene. Jiang Zhouye concocted excuses for himself and exited the hospital. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingqing lingered for a moment, contemplating before calling out to her. Nanshu, I have a colleague's dinner gathering later. Will you be attending? Chapter 31. Second Brother. Pass me the food. I shall change tables. Jiang Nanshu. Why would you invite me to your colleague's dinner? While you are undeniably handsome, I must decline. Your infectious disease, which has left you in such a pitiful state, was contracted at a gathering. No thank you. Jiang Jingqing's expression darkened, emotions roiling within him. Jiang Nanshu hesitated, glancing at him. I'm sorry, second brother, I need to take Qian back to school. You go on without me. Jiang Jingqing's gaze shifted to Qian. Can you return on your own? I need to take Jiang Nanshu out for a moment. Qian immediately withdrew her infatuated expression, swallowing hard as she pushed Jiang Nanshu away, displaying remarkable understanding. It's fine, even if I haven't fully healed, I can manage on my own. Nanshu, your brother surely has matters to discuss with you. I won't hold you up. Jiang Nanshu, indeed, there are matters, but they are hardly pleasant. That virus is insidious. Initially presenting no symptoms, yet in 6 months, it can render one utterly powerless. Alas, how tragic. My second brother is no longer handsome. I shan't cling to him any longer. While I still can, I shall take advantage of this moment. Jiang Nanshu swiftly came to a decision, linking her arm with Jiang Jingqing's. All right then, I shall accompany you, cherishing my still handsome second brother. To her surprise, Jiang Jingqing did not push her away. Observing the pair, a passing nurse curiously inquired, Dr. Jiang, who is this? Jiang Jingqing replied nonchalantly, my sister. Jiang Li and the others had met her before. She was a strikingly beautiful girl, quite endearing. This might very well be the true daughter that the Jiang family has retrieved. It is said that she approached them herself, bearing a paternity test. Over the past 3 years, the hospital has been somewhat aware of her deeds, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Jiang Jingqing, who has encountered such a troublesome sister. However, the rumors seem to contradict each other. Weren't the siblings quite close? It is indeed puzzling. Yet they dare not gossip about Jiang Jingqing. Thus, they can only watch as he takes Jiang Nanshu further away. The time is now 5 o'clock in the afternoon. With dinner scheduled for 7, Jiang Jingqing drives, his gaze fixed ahead while Jiang Nanshu contemplates with her head bowed. By the time you arrive, the tableware will be all set. Oh, by the way, your second brother's utensils have been given special treatment, since you blocked the path of the son of your surgical department head. He is envious of your prestigious background, being a chief surgeon in the cardiac department of Jing University. If he climbs higher, he might even become the head himself. Of course, being infected with a virus isn't the worst fate. Soon you might be wrongfully accused of prescribing the wrong medication, leading to a patient's death. And then you'll be stabbed by the family of that patient. TSK, as your sister, I'll be there to witness your final moments. The car slowly comes to a halt as Jiang Jingqing waits for the traffic light, his emotions inscrutable. The department head's son Wu Guo, that good-for-nothing who has always ingratiated himself with him, he managed to get into this hospital through connections, and his skills are far from commendable. Occasionally, he prescribes the wrong medication, and if Jiang Jingqing hadn't caught the errors in time, who knows how many lives could have been lost. He has suggested numerous times that Wu Guo should be sent to a smaller hospital for his internship, with his capabilities. He doesn't deserve to be in the cardiac department of Jing University. Yet every time, the department head has blocked his suggestions, insisting that Jiang Jingqing mentor his son. He has even sent numerous gifts, all of which Jiang Jingqing has returned without accepting. Coming from the Jiang family, he has seen far too many valuable things to covet their trivial offerings. Little did he expect them to be so audacious as to secretly conspire against him. Jiang Jingqing glances sideways, noticing Jiang Nanshu yawning repeatedly, gazing listlessly out the window. Suddenly, he asks Nanshu, do you dislike your second brother? Jiang Nanshu replies, what's this about? Don't act like fifth brother and inexplicably try to be nice to me. She blinks, her vibrant features now tinged with a hint of grievance. I can't afford to dislike my second brother, as long as he doesn't dislike me, that's enough. Neither dislike, nor like. If I weren't so obsessed with appearances, I wouldn't even bother approaching you. It's not a crime to want to see some handsome men. Is that so? Jiang Jingqing murmurs softly. I actually wish my family could like me too, Jiang Nanshu continues candidly. In the memories of the original owner, Jiang Jingqing's disdain for her was not overt, but rather concealed within him. Thus, when the original owner was ridiculed, targeted, or mocked, he remained silent because, to him, as long as she was alive, it was not a significant issue. The car arrives at their dining destination, one of the larger hotels in the capital. Aptly named Dragon and Phoenix bring prosperity, a favored venue for business executives. Jiang Nanshu feels a bit conflicted. Oh, dear, should I eat when the dishes come? It seems one of the dishes was drugged, and only that unfortunate second brother took a bite. Poison upon poison. Jiang Jingqing responds, very well. Not a single one of your heartfelt musings came to my defense. He suddenly wonders if, during those moments when he could have helped her resolve some troubles but chose not to, she might also feel just as he does now, saddened by being disregarded. Jiang Jingqing finds it difficult to recall the misdeeds of the past Jiang Nanshu. The current image of her becomes increasingly clear in his mind. They remain silent throughout the journey. Upon arrival, they are greeted by a group of short, greasy men who rush to Jiang Jingqing, wearing expressions of eager servility. Dr. Jiang, you're here. Allow me to escort you to your table. Jiang Jingqing regards him coolly, recognizing the malice hidden behind those beady eyes. In the past, he wouldn't even spare a glance at him, let alone scrutinize his expression, but now he notices that the malice is unmistakable. He nods slightly. Wu Guo. Want you sit down? Wu Guo, barely concealing his excitement, replies, I'll be there shortly. I'm going to fetch my father. Jiang Nanshu, intrigued, remarks. This isn't about fetching his father. It seems he is preparing to send second brother to the afterlife. Jiang Jingqing maintains his usual aloofness. He then leads Jiang Nanshu to their seats, where each table is adorned with name cards indicating their designated spots. Due to Jiang Jingqing's unexpected inclusion of Jiang Nanshu, an extra chair is placed beside him. Jiang Nanshu exclaims, help. I can sit elsewhere. She hastily interjects, second brother, I can sit with someone else. And it wouldn't be appropriate for me to sit here among your cardiac colleagues. There are still vacant spots in other departments. I'll sit over there. Jiang Jingqing's lips curve into a faint smile. I want to feel at ease if you're not beside me. What nonsense. I do feel uneasy sitting next to you. Beside Jiang Jingqing is Wu Guo's name. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Nanshu isn't paying attention, he discreetly swaps their utensils, eager to see just how contagious this illness might be. After about 20 minutes, Wu Guo finally arrives, taking a seat next to Jiang Jingqing and subtly eyeing his utensils. Jiang Nanshu rests her chin on her hand, internally sighing, how can this thing possibly compete with my second brother? Alas, being cannon fodder is truly no easy task. Cannon fodder? What does that mean? Jiang Jingqing is perplexed by the unfamiliar terminology Jiang Nanshu often uses. He glances over to meet her sympathetic gaze, managing a faint smile. The person sitting beside me is the son of our department head, a brainless fool filled with useless thoughts. You feel sorry for him, don't you? Jiang Jingqing speaks candidly, his voice not low enough to avoid Wu Guo's hearing. Jiang Nanshu wipes her brow nervously. What bravery you possess. If he doesn't target you, who will? She nods in agreement, helping Jiang Jingqing subtly cultivate some enmity. Indeed, compared to second brother, you're worlds apart. Wu Guo, unable to voice his anger, sits in silence as the other colleagues at the table awkwardly turn their heads to engage in small talk, pretending not to have heard. Soon, the dishes begin to arrive. Jiang Nanshu, gripping her chopsticks, scans the array of food and begins to praise, second brother, your colleague's gathering has such delicious food. Jiang Jingqing responds coolly, if you find it delicious, then eat more. The book does not specify which dish, so Jiang Nanshu remains uncertain. Observing the chicken feet that had just been served, she stands up, shamelessly declaring, second brother, I'll go to another table for some chicken feet. If I switch tables while you're serving, the infection won't catch up to me. Jiang Jingqing pleads, save me. Please don't go. Jiang Nanshu quips. This one truly cannot be saved. Chapter 32. Please, do not utter such hurtful words again. I am a sensitive girl at heart. Is there not a single dish among these that you enjoy? Jiang Jingqing inquires. Jiang Nanshu nods resolutely. Indeed, I only wish to eat chicken feet. If I don't want to be infected, please don't harm me. After a long pause, Jiang Jingqing lets out a resigned sigh. His tone unexpectedly laced with a hint of fondness. I really can't do anything about you. I'll accompany you. Jiang Nanshu. The cardiac department staff. It is quite rude to walk around with a bowl and pick at dishes. Wu Guo, flustered, quickly interjects, Dr. Jiang. Aren't you at this table anymore? Jiang Jingqing, holding his bowl, casts a cold glance at him. Does your family live by the sea?
What?
Why are you meddling so much? Wu Guo, irritated, forces a smile. I was just asking, feel free. Seeing Jiang Jingcheng and Jiang Nanshu switch tables. He nevertheless takes his utensils away, finally feeling at ease. The layer of virus was smeared around the rim of the bowl, capable of surviving in the air for at least 3 days. Anyone who dined from this bowl would undoubtedly become infected. Initially, the virus would show no symptoms, but by the time it manifested, it would be too late to turn back. He was eager to witness how he dared to contend for the position of chief physician against him. When he noticed someone reaching for the dish directly in front of Jiang Jingcheng, he feigned indifference and poured wine into it. Thus, he ruined the dish. He then apologized and suggested they eat something else, as his sole intention was to harm Jiang Jingcheng. Should any other colleagues fall ill, suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. Spotting Jiang Jingcheng at another table, eating from a bowl, he finally revealed a satisfied smile and began to eat with relish. Jiang Nanshu, having left that table, was thoroughly pleased as she observed Jiang Jingcheng's elegant demeanor while dining. She inwardly mused, what luck you have to have avoided that dish. Yet the bowl in your hands is a vessel for the virus. How tragic. Once again, she felt the familiar mix of sympathy and curiosity directed towards her. Jiang Jingcheng set down his bowl and inquired, finished? Jiang Nanshu smiled slightly, yes. May we return now? After the leaders finish their speech, I will escort you back to the university.
Oh.
The leader's address felt interminable, akin to an old woman's lengthy and stifling foot-binding. Finally, after enduring until 8 o'clock, they could leave. Jiang Nanshu dashed out ahead, anxious not to be delayed by Jiang Jingcheng's superior's tirade. The September breeze remained warm, still far from the chill of autumn. Outside the Longfeng Qingxiang Hotel, crowds bustled by. As Jiang Jingcheng approached the designated parking spot, he had yet to enter the vehicle when a magnetic voice called from behind.
Jiang Air.
Jiang Nanshu turned to see the speaker, a man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, impeccably styled black hair, and clad in a black shirt with the collar fastened just above his collarbone, revealing a tantalizing Adam's apple. His alluring features rivaled Jiang Nanshu's own striking beauty, with a pair of slanted eyes that exuded both sharpness and a multitude of flirtations. He strode towards Jiang Jingcheng, an alluring woman with cascading waves of hair nestled in his embrace. Jiang Jingcheng stood firm, while Jiang Nanshu encountered her brother, Jiang Yisan. For the very first time in this world, in the original narrative, he was depicted as a madman, a ruthless tycoon well-versed in the law, known for his unyielding demeanor and a tendency to leave no escape for others. Should anyone find themselves bankrupt due to him and seek his aid, he would likely mock them for their folly. Consequently, he had accumulated numerous enemies, yet due to the Jiang family's wealth, they were forced to remain silent. After the Jiang enterprise's downfall, he was destined to meet the most tragic of fates. His gaze fell upon Jiang Nanshu, momentarily taken aback. Who is this? Jiang Jingcheng replied blankly. Jiang Nanshu retorted silently. No wonder the company collapsed. You seem to have lost your sight entirely. Jiang Yisan's expression shifted slightly as he glanced between Jiang Jingcheng and Jiang Nanshu, inquiring, what did she just say? Jiang Nanshu stepped forward, her demeanor one of feigned innocence. Brother, I said nothing. I am Jiang Nanshu, your sister. Your eyesight is poor and you have hearing issues as well. Being struck by a car seems fitting, he replied. President Jiang, you are hurting me. The voluptuous woman at his side interjected timidly, her voice tinged with reproach. Jiang Yisan's charming visage broke into a playful grin as he abruptly pushed the woman away, tossing a 2 million yuan check onto her. Take this and leave. We are done here. The woman's face went pale, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. President Jiang, I was wrong. Please do not be angry. He offered her nothing but a glance, and she promptly fell silent, clutching the check as she hastily departed, fully aware of the distinction between earning money and risking her life. Jiang Nanshu watched in awe, her gaze following the woman as if she had won a lottery. How enviable. Oh, this is a boss who treats money as if it were a mere game. I wish someone would shower me with cash like that. I would do anything. Jiang Jingcheng remained impassive. Jiang Yisan felt a sudden pulse of annoyance. Can someone explain why I can hear the sister's innermost thoughts? What bankruptcy? What being struck by a car? He recalled how Jiang Nanshu had always averted her gaze from him, never daring to meet his eyes, resulting in his failure to recognize this newly discovered sister's appearance. Yet here she was, openly criticizing him in her mind. He turned to Jiang Jingcheng and saw his indifferent expression, unable to suppress a laugh. How did you end up bringing this little girl along? I thought you despised her? Jiang Jingcheng replied coolly. I encountered her and brought her along. Is there a problem? Jiang Nanshu took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling the smoke as it was whisked away by the night breeze. Upon hearing the word despise, Jiang Nanshu began to feign sobs. She tugged gently at Jiang Nanshu's sleeve, her eyes filled with cautious hope. Do you truly dislike me, brother? Jiang Nanshu lowered his gaze to meet her tear-brimmed eyes, smirking mischievously. Indeed. You're the one I despise most in this household. When will you leave? Tears welled in Jiang Nanshu's eyes. Please do not speak such hurtful words. I am a sensitive girl at heart. Please maintain your disdain. Do not let me down. I will leave soon enough, she lamented softly. Jiang Jingqing interjected, stepping in front of Jiang Nanshu. Brother, please don't be like this. Jiang Nanshu scrutinized Jiang Nanshu's pitiful expression, noting her impeccable performance in evoking disdain. He despised such a tearful demeanor. Tossing his cigarette to the ground and extinguishing it with his foot, he playfully ruffled Jiang Nanshu's hair. I was just joking. Is my little sister upset? Jiang Nanshu responded, please remove your hand. I need to wash my hair immediately. With tearful eyes, she added, I do not dare to be angry. Jiang Nanshu slowly smiled, tousling her hair into a mess. As long as you like it.
How infuriating.
He had encountered a worthy opponent. While this banter was amusing, it would surely lead to a fiery confrontation later. Chapter 33. Can this cliché plot be altered? Jiang Nanshu straightened, hands in his pockets, grinning mischievously as he waved at Jiang Nanshu. Well then, sister, until next time. Jiang Nanshu beamed as if she had received a reward. All right, brother. With that, Jiang Nanshu climbed into his multi-million-dollar sports car. As for the rumors of the company's bankruptcy, he would certainly seek clarification from Jiang Nanshu. Finally gone. If I had to endure him any longer, I would have wanted to slap his face. It was suffocating. She disdainfully brushed her hair aside. What do? I no longer want this hair. Jiang Jingqing simply observed. Let us go. I will take you back to the university. Upon arriving at Jing University, they were fortunate that there were no curfews, allowing freedom of movement as long as they returned to their dorms before 11 o'clock. Before stepping out of the car, Jiang Jingqing remarked, Thank you for accompanying me today. Jiang Nanshu replied obediently, It was my pleasure to assist you, second brother. It was not arduous. I am the one who suffers. Given my plight, would it be too much to hope for the virus to manifest early so that I could inform you? I know everything, yet I shall remain silent.
Just to vex you.
Jiang Jingqing intended to say something, but Jiang Nanshu dashed off like a rabbit. He suddenly found himself at a loss with Jiang Nanshu, as she seemed to harbor no desire for familial affection, allowing her to remain indifferent and self-sufficient while resisting their overtures of friendship. He recalled 3 years ago when Jiang Nanshu had returned holding a paternity test. They had all felt shock, guilt, and remorse, yet there had been no sense of welcome. He pondered why, after Jiang Nanshu's attempted leap into the river, they could hear her thoughts. Perhaps it was heaven's way of showing pity for the young girl, wishing for someone to love her. Jiang Jingqing lit a cigarette, leaning against the car door, gazing at the bright moon and starry sky. He seldom smoked, only resorting to it when grappling with particularly vexing problems. After standing there for over half an hour, he finally drove away, while Jiang Nanshu rushed into the bathroom upon her return. However, upon her return, Sushi was met with the sight of 2 glaring red handprints adorning her face, her eyes swollen and red like a walnut. Chen Qian, watching the scene unfold, muttered derisively, serves her right. Who told Su Xingwan to seduce the young master of the Bo family? Unable to find her, they can only vent their frustrations on you. Su Shi lowered her head, resembling a frightened fawn. As Chen Qian noticed Jiang Nanshu had returned, she resumed her usual commands. Nanshu, bring me a basin of warm water for my feet. I wish to soak them. Su Shi's gaze met Jiang Nanshu's, and she hurriedly averted her eyes. Realizing why the scent surrounding her today felt so peculiar, she had been bullied. Jiang Nanshu smiled faintly at Chen Qian. Of course, I shall bring it right away. A flicker of disdain crossed Chen Qian's eyes. Jiang Nanshu had grown accustomed to being at her beck and call. The esteemed young lady of the Jiang family found amusement in this dynamic. Jiang Nanshu fetched a basin of scalding water. As she approached Chen Qian, she pretended to stumble, splashing the water onto her.
Ah!
Chen Qian yelped, leaping up in shock. Jiang Nanshu stood frozen, her hands vigorously dabbing at the spilled water. I'm so sorry. Qian, are you all right? I'm so clumsy. I can't even carry a basin of water properly. It hurts. Get away. Chen Qian shoved Jiang Nanshu aside, wincing in pain as she hurried to the infirmary. Jiang Nanshu chased after her for a few steps. Qian, it was unintentional. The next moment, she yawned and wandered into the bathroom. When she emerged, the floor was already spotless. She stood there with a mop, hesitating. I was afraid the floor would be too slippery, and you might fall. Oh, well done. Jiang Nanshu replied, yawning and dismissively acknowledging her efforts. Then, she carelessly tossed the trash from her desk onto the floor. Oh dear, it fell. Could you be so kind as to pick it up and toss it in the bin? She bit her lip, noticing Jiang Nanshu's tilted head observing her. Although her expression was reluctant, she eventually walked over and picked up the discarded trash, placing it into the bin. Humph. Jiang Nanshu let out a soft laugh. Sushi's cheeks flushed crimson, her face betraying her embarrassment. The laughter was laced with mockery. Jiang Nanshu reclined on her bed, muttering, "You truly are a goody two-shoes. Good people have short lives, while calamities linger for a millennium. No wonder I'm so hard to kill." She genuinely believed her own resilience. After all, she had survived 7 days and nights confined in a basement, endured the heinous act of parricide without perishing, and committed countless wrongs, yet she remained alive. Had it not been for a car accident, she would still be frolicking about. Albeit with a stroke of luck, she had escaped death, merely transitioning to a different world to wreak havoc. She closed her eyes, contemplating, how wonderful, I have lived another day. She applied medicine to her face. Suddenly reminded of something, she stifled her sobs. As for Su Xingwan, she had only seen that tall, alluring girl once in the dormitory. Jiang Nanshu rarely encountered her. As it seemed, she juggled part-time work to support her tuition. Regarding the young master of the Bo family, whom Qin Qian frequently mentioned, Jiang Nanshu had a vague recollection. The circle in Beijing was small, and wealthy second-generation heirs were generally acquainted. Yet this particular Bo scion was notoriously reclusive and difficult to engage with, having long since taken over the family business, leaving them with little common ground. Most importantly, the Bo and Jiang families were infamous rivals in Beijing, the Jiang family having been brought to ruin by his machinations. Suddenly, Jiang Nanshu's eyes widened. Perhaps it was time to start saving money?
No.
That wouldn't be of any use, as she would depart once her quota of disdain was met. Thus, the Jiang family's downfall was of no consequence to her. She felt akin to a carefree creature frolicking amidst a field of melons, the solitude of her unshared pain incomprehensible to anyone. Qin Qian had not returned all night, and upon inquiry, it was revealed she had been admitted to the hospital. Jiang Nanshu strolled to the playground, discovering a film crew setting up on the basketball court. Huang approached her, blocking her path. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala is just half a month away. How are your preparations coming along? Jiang Nanshu replied. She had nearly forgotten about it. The song she had chosen for her performance was an intricate divination piece. She smiled slightly, rest assured, I will leave the audience in awe. Huang couldn't help but chuckle, haha, I hope your singing is as fierce as your tone. She gestured towards the film crew nearby, continuing with a hint of mischief. Look over there. Su ran, glowing with beauty, diligent and steadfast, rehearsing her lines so early for the upcoming scenes. Su ran, clad in a delicate yellow dress, exuded an ethereal charm, drawing the attention of numerous students. They had wrapped up their high school scenes and had come to Jing University to film the final segments. A male actor presented Su ran with breakfast, to which she graciously thanked him, while Zhongli, standing nearby with a frosty demeanor, disdainfully tossed her breakfast into the trash when offered. Witnessing the entire exchange, Jiang Nanshu thought, what is wrong with her? How could she discard the breakfast meant for her future husband? Zhongli glared at the bewildered male actor. Ah,
So it's you.
no wonder you're so eager to please her. Your intentions are rather suspicious. With an icy demeanor, she added, please refrain from such gestures in the future. There should be some distance between men and women. The male actor responded, weren't you the one accepting my advances just a few days ago? Jiang Nanshu, perplexed, prepared to leave the scene when Huang pulled her back. Look, your fiancé is being stopped by Su Ran. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ran had approached Lu Qingyan, who held a book in hand, seemingly on his way to class. When she intercepted him, holding out a bag, she said, to avoid any misunderstandings with your fiancé, I won't message you anymore. I'm returning this money. We're even now. Jiang Nanshu moved closer, ready to relish the drama unfolding. Here we go again, can't they change the script? Perhaps have her throw the money at Lu Qingyan's face for some excitement? Lu Qingyan turned towards the source of the voice, and Jiang Nanshu stepped forward, forcefully pushing Su Ran's shoulder, causing her to stagger. Fortunately, Chang'an was there to steady her and prevent a fall. Lu Qingyan's anger flared. Jiang Nanshu, are you seeking death? Jiang Nanshu snatched the bag from Lu Qingyan's grasp, revealing 2 stacks of cash, which she then hurled at Su Ran. The red bills dancing in the air. With a mocking grin, she declared, Su Ran, is this how you repay me? You must pick every single one of these up and return it to my dear Qingyan, understood? The audacious Jiang Nanshu never shied away from the spotlight. She craved an audience. Chapter 34. Shouldn't you hurry and embrace her? She is on the verge of shattering. The spectators watching Jiang Nanshu's antics were utterly astonished, taking a moment to regain their voices. Incredible. This sister must be insane. How dare she, with Lu Qingyan right there? What was there to fear? Some individuals were born to be wicked, reveling in bullying the weak for validation. Hadn't Su Ran done anything to her? Did she really need to flaunt her jealousy so blatantly? It finally made sense why the Jiang family despised her, and how could Lu Qingyan tolerate such a venomous fiancé? Jiang Nanshu felt a twinge of respect for him. The murmur surrounding her had no effect on Jiang Nanshu. What disdain! Such remarks posed no harm to her. At her core, she was inherently selfish. Her only love was for herself. Su Ran's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed down at the scattered red bills. Jiang Nanshu had pinned her to the wall of shame, mercilessly humiliating her. Jiang Nanshu, what have I ever done to deserve this treatment from you? Jiang Nanshu briefly glanced at Lu Qingyan, noticing his profound gaze fixed upon her, obscuring his true emotions. Angry? That's a good sign. Let us provoke him even more. Jiang Nanshu suddenly broke into a radiant smile, akin to a blooming red rose, fervent and exuberant. Sister Su Ran, I am here to welcome you back to the country. Only upon your return can you ensnare my brother Qingyan's heart, making him utterly captivated. It is only you who can wear that woeful expression and declare your separation, and only you can let everyone know that you are each other's first love, that you are his cherished white moonlight. You both are meant to be together. And what of me? What am I to do? Having given my heart entirely to brother Qingyan? Su Ran's expression shifted, her gaze lingering on Jiang Nanshu's smile, feeling a fleeting discomfort, as though Jiang Nanshu had always known her thoughts. She inhaled deeply and raised her eyes, only to find that for the first time, Lu Qingyan's attention was not upon her, but rather scrutinizing Jiang Nanshu. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Lu Qingyan, I never intended this. I truly did not wish to disrupt your life. Jiang Nanshu, you have gone too far. Chang'an exclaimed furiously, seizing Jiang Nanshu's slender arm and forcefully pulling her before Su Ran. Apologized to Ran. His forehead was lined with veins, evidently enraged at the sight of Su Ran in tears, to the point where he might consider harming Jiang Nanshu to appease her. In the next moment, Jiang Nanshu struggled fiercely, her other hand landing a sharp slap across his face. Chang'an recoiled in disbelief, his rugged features contorting with astonishment. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Nanshu as his chest heaved violently. You vile creature! How dare you strike me? Oh, I didn't mean to. Jiang Nanshu whimpered, tears flowing freely. Brother Qingyan, save me. It hurts so much. Hee, just a little, and I'll smack you silly, you scoundrel who only bullies women. Lu Qingyan grasped Chang'an's hand, observing the red marks encircling Jiang Nanshu's delicate arm, his voice chilling. Release her. Chang'an looked at him incredulously. Brother Yan? Have you lost your mind? This venomous fiancé of yours not only struck me, but also insulted Ran. What wrong has Ran done to become her punching bag? And now you seek to defend this wicked woman? Are your eyes blinded? Regardless of her malice, she remains my fiancé. Let go. With a firm grip, Chang'an winced in pain, retracting his hand, glaring furiously at Lu Qingyan. Jiang Nanshu questioned, what is going on? You don't want to humiliate me to vent your frustrations on Su Ran, yet you come to my aid? Something is amiss. Having been rescued, Jiang Nanshu nestled into Lu Qingyan's embrace, sobbing. I see. This is your ploy to ensnare me, right? Using me to provoke Su Ran. Aren't you afraid that your wife will drift even further away? Lu Qingyan often found himself curious about what Jiang Nanshu was constantly thinking. Su Ran gazed at the two, her heart feeling as though it were being torn apart. The year she loved Lu Qingyan the most, she was forced to leave him, and the reasons behind it were too painful to articulate. Perhaps it was the anguish in Su Ran's gaze that compelled Lu Qingyan to push Jiang Nanshu away. Speaking softly, stand straight, Jiang Nanshu. Your actions just now were inexcusable. Is Brother Qingyan reprimanding me for her sake? Jiang Nanshu bore no hint of remorse on her face. Instead, smiling cheerfully, her almond eyes still glistening with tears, the mole at the corner of her eye appearing both perilous and enchanting as she smiled. The ground was strewn with red bills, scattered by the wind, yet no one dared to pick them up. Suddenly, Su Ran bent down, slowly gathering them one by one. The crowd's discontent and scorn for Jiang Nanshu intensified. In this matter, she was the victor, perched high above in a posture of disdain, successfully drawing sympathy from the onlookers for the weaker party. Lu Qingyan fell silent. Jiang Nanshu gazed skyward in exasperation, pondering, being the villain is truly easy. Aren't he going to hurry and comfort her? She's about to shatter completely. By the way, will quietly picking up a few bills get me caught? Jiang Nanshu contemplated the feasibility of this act. Chang'an pressed his tongue against his sore cheek, yanking Su Ran to her feet. His eyes filled with venom as he glared at Jiang Nanshu. Why should you pick them up? If anyone should, it should be Jiang Nanshu. Do you really think the Jiang family would protect you if something went wrong? Chang'an's words carried an unmistakable threat. Jiang Nanshu was infamous. Who would dare to assist her? They preferred to keep their distance. For these past 3 years, the Jiang family had done little more than prevent her from starving, leaving her to be widely known as a foolish heiress devoid of power and influence. Otherwise, how could they mock her so brazenly, leaping about like a clown? Jiang Nanshu blinked, feigning innocence. Please come and kill me now. Otherwise, I will trouble Su Ren every single day. Do you think I am afraid? Chang'an advanced, attempting to grab Jiang Nanshu by the hair. He had no aversion to striking women. However, before he could reach her, he was pushed aside by the arriving Jiang Yunchuan. Anzi, do you think I am dead? Chang'an's face turned ashen. Are you also siding with Jiang Nanshu? Please, don't go there. Jiang Yunchuan's expression shifted dramatically as he replied. Regardless, she is a daughter of the Jiang family. If you truly harm her, the Jiang family's reputation will be tarnished. Reputation? The entire Jiang family's dignity has been shattered by this shameless woman. Truly, you come from the countryside, lacking any manners. Didn't he once say you hoped Jiang Nanshu would be expelled from the Jiang family? How is it that so little time has passed and you're already defending her? Chang'an mocked Jiang Yunchuan.
Ansi.
Jiang Yunchuan's voice tightened, quickly silencing him. He scrutinized Jiang Nanshu's expression, which showed signs of despair. Her eyes slightly reddened. That was in the past. I won't allow anyone to bully her now. Nanshu, didn't he mean it? Help. I truly beg you to recognize your disdain for your sister and kindly banish me from the house. Please don't make it difficult for me, understand? Jiang Nanshu felt as though she might shatter. Why was this reality so different from the stories she had read? Even in such a predicament, she was still being defended, and Jiang Nanshu began to question whether she was not malevolent enough. She wore an expression reminiscent of an old man on the subway, deep disapproval evident in her eyes regarding Jiang Yunchuan's actions. Jiang Nanshu sought to justify herself. Fifth brother, you needn't defend me. I did it on purpose. I simply detest Su Ran. If she has the audacity, she should make brother Qingyan break off our engagement. Otherwise, I won't let her off. Chapter 35. Enduring the harshest criticism, earning the most money. It was hopeless. The crowd regarded Jiang Nanshu as if she were a fool. Truly, she was naive. Her own brother was defending her, yet she still sought to provoke disaster. Was her mind truly befuddled? Jiang Yunchuan felt a sense of despair. He often feared her reckless desire for self-destruction. Su Ran stepped forward. Resilient and pure as a delicate flower. Miss Jiang, my hometown is here. I will not leave. I will not be intimidated by your ruckus. Lu Qingyan has his own thoughts. He is an independent person. Clinging to him will do no good. If you wish for his heart, perhaps you should consider a different approach. How fortunate, for I do not desire it. I wish to cling to him. Whatever he detests, I shall provide him with. Jiang Nanshu once again latched onto Lu Qingyan, blinking her innocent eyes. I intend to cling to him. Do you have any means to stop me? Look, he pushed me away. He must like me. Lu Qingyan gazed at Jiang Nanshu, his eyes filled with a complicated mix of emotions. Who would have imagined that this girl, who loved him so deeply, would leap into the river? Her heart held not a shred of affection. Jiang Nanshu, do you wish to annul our engagement? Lu Qingyan abruptly asked. The onlookers were taken aback. Chang'an's expression brightened. Was Lu Qingyan finally losing patience? Even Su Ran's countenance froze, staring dazedly at Lu Qingyan, her heart racing at his words. Jiang Nanshu burst into tears, joyfully exclaiming, No, don't. Patience brings the clouds parting to reveal the moon. I have finally awaited this moment. Oh, and there's an additional 10 million. Do not offer me 10 million. Just a friendly reminder. Half a month from now, my grandfather will celebrate his 70th birthday. Let us finalize the annulment then. After speaking, Lu Qingyan pried Jiang Nanshu's hand away and turned to leave. He was not so desperate as to bind Jiang Nanshu through marriage. He found himself at a loss, uncertain of his true desires. To say he liked Jiang Nanshu would be a gross overstatement, especially since her affections were not as sincere as they appeared. Rather than endure this pretense, it would be far more prudent to part ways amicably. Just half a month left. How torturous it is to wait. I find this boy increasingly endearing. After successfully calling off the engagement, am I not closer to my path of wealth? Such a sum as 100 billion. Once she acquires the funds, she would return with vengeance, ensuring that those who had wronged her would find themselves confined to a mental institution. She turned away in tears, glaring at Su Ran with unrestrained fury. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, he would never have called off our engagement.
I loathe you. With that,
she fled in tears. Today is Friday. I can finally return home for a feast. I shall order braised pork knuckle and a basket of delicate crab meat dumplings. Observing from the sidelines were Jiang Yunchuan and Jiang Lai. The child is overjoyed by the dissolution of her engagement. The onlookers reveled in her misfortune. Look at this pretentious individual. Even Lu Qingyan could no longer contain himself and publicly ended the engagement. Chen En was the most delighted of all. Serves you right. Yet, he could not suppress his own disappointment. After ending the engagement, Lu Qingyan would be free to openly pursue Su Ran. This period had felt like a stolen happiness. But perhaps it was enough. A knight's duty is to shield the princess from harm. He cast a derisive glance at Jiang Yunchuan. Your sister has been publicly humiliated. Should you not protect her? What will happen if she seeks to harm herself over Lu Qingyan? Jiang Yunchuan regarded him as if he were a fool. You're the one who risks everything for Su Ran. She would never do the same. Cheng En's intentions were laid bare, his face flushing crimson. Su Ran hastily interjected. Yunchuan, Cheng En and I are merely good friends. Please do not say such things. Jiang Yunchuan had initially hoped for a rekindling between Su Ran and Lu Qingyan, as she was far superior to his core sister in education and upbringing, having even saved Lu Qingyan's life unexpectedly. Yet now, things had taken an unexpected turn, and he could not articulate his feelings. He merely muttered, "Do as you wish." One is willing to strike while the other is willing to suffer. What could these onlookers possibly say? It was akin to his past infatuation with Lin Yaya, where he could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of her, willingly ensnared in her web. Had it not been for Jiang Nanshu, he might have remained a fool until his dying day. On the other hand, Jiang Nanshu was humming a cheerful tune, feeling quite pleased with herself. The simple-minded Chun appeared. Host, you executed that maneuver splendidly today. Jiang Nanshu, basking in her own brilliance, recognized that Su Ran was indeed Lu Qingyan's Achilles heel. She took out her phone to message Lu Qingyan, expressing her inability to live without him, her love so profound it felt like a torment. She implored him not to use the engagement annulment as a means to inflict suffering upon her. Even if we achieved victory in our actions, we must remain vigilant, extinguishing any flicker of hope that might arise. Chun felt a wave of emotion. Jiang Nanshu was truly resolute, unwavering in her path, impervious to any attempts to sway her resolve. Yet it is unfortunate that the host must endure such harsh criticism. Jiang Nanshu, however, was unfazed. The more I am scorned, the more wealth I shall accumulate. With a stroke of luck, I estimate I can complete my task within 6 months. Just as the ancient Yu king endured hardship to seek revenge, so too would Jiang Nanshu endure scorn to amass her fortune. Having spent considerable time at the playground, she realized that class was about to commence. In a rush, she decided to detour to the restroom to wash her hands. Upon reaching the door, she discovered it was locked. Inside, she could hear the muffled sobs of a girl, accompanied by a cacophony of vulgarities from several others. Jiang Nanshu opted to wash her hands rather than leave. The purse contained something unknown, coated in a layer of grease. Although Su Ran's background was poor, she was earning a modest income from a web drama. Once she became truly famous, her real identity would inevitably be revealed. Jiang Nanshu recalled the original character's arc, where Su Ran was dramatically welcomed back into a wealthy family, no longer the impoverished girl she once was. The subsequent events were predictable. Lu Qingyan would likely become embittered. as the female lead, supported by her affluent background, would follow the classic trope of tumultuous love, leading him to beg for forgiveness. How pitiful for the man. Jiang Nanshu knocked on the door, her voice languid. "Are you done in there?"
I just want to wash my hands.
The sounds of violence and insults ceased abruptly, leaving only the quiet sobbing. After about half a minute, the restroom door finally opened. The girl at the forefront was strikingly pretty, her expression marred by an uncharacteristic cruelty for her age. Upon seeing Jiang Nanshu, she smirked disdainfully. "Oh, it's just a sycophant wanting to wash her hands." Jiang Nanshu nodded politely. "Yes, please make way." Pathetic coward, just like that worthless girl inside, sneered the girls behind her, their eyes regarding Jiang Nanshu as if she were refuse. The pretty girl, chewing on a mint candy, narrowed her eyes. "Jiang Nanshu, if you dare to utter a word of today's incident, I will gouge out your eyes. Do you understand?" Jiang Nanshu nodded obediently. "Of course. I promise not to say a word." The pretty girl, amused by Jiang Nanshu's compliance, playfully patted her cheek. Useless. Little Jiang bore the humiliation, patiently awaiting the day of her engagement's dissolution. Chapter 36. Why is this hand so uncontrollable? Slap. Jiang Nanshu instinctively retaliated with a swift strike. The pretty girl turned her face just in time to receive a resounding slap, leaving a bright red mark on her cheek, causing her to bite down on the mint candy, which shattered and cut her oral mucosa, resulting in a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva that she spat onto the floor. Jiang Nanshu stared in shock at her own hand, and before the pretty girl could speak, she quickly apologized, her tone laced with guilt. "I'm so sorry. I don't know why my hand has a mind of its own." The onlooker's eyes widened in disbelief, not expecting Jiang Nanshu to so readily concede. What a devious excuse. The pretty girl's expression twisted momentarily. "Jiang Nanshu, you are courting death." Jiang Nanshu genuinely felt perplexed. Why was her hand so uncontrollable? It had struck Xing Un and now another. Her hand ached, yet she believed that a sincere attitude in her apology would win her forgiveness. She pushed the girl back a step, fearful that her hand might act out again. With a serious demeanor, she earnestly explained, "Listen, I didn't intend to slap you. It's just that I suffer from a condition known as sensitive muscle stress response." The pretty girl was momentarily taken aback. "What does that mean?" Jiang Nanshu hesitated, lifting her hand, and ultimately confessed, "The truth is, I didn't want to hit you, but it wanted to slap you." They had never encountered someone so shameless, blaming her own hand for its uncontrollable actions. The pretty girl, furious, was about to retaliate. Jiang Nanshu, noticing someone passing by, called out urgently, "Oi!" In that instant, the pretty girl halted her movement, her gaze filled with reluctance as she glared at Jiang Nanshu. The passerby was a female teacher of journalism. Upon seeing the pretty girl, the teacher hurried over, smiling ingratiatingly. "Miss He." When her gaze fell on Jiang Nanshu, her smile vanished. "Why are you not in class yet? If your father hadn't donated several buildings to the school, do you think you would even be allowed to attend Beijing University? You ought to appreciate this rare opportunity instead of skipping class and causing trouble. If you continue this way, you might as well not attend. It's a waste of resources." Jiang Nanshu grew weary of such lectures. She was no stranger to being reprimanded for her rebellious behavior. Rubbing her ears, she retorted with a hint of defiance. "Understood. Off you go." The teacher's face flushed with anger. The pretty girl, eager to maintain her poised and graceful image, realized she could not strike Jiang Nanshu and suppressed her frustration, whispering menacingly, "You'll regret this." Jiang Nanshu promptly reported, "Teacher, she threatened to hit me." However, the teacher appeared to ignore her, exchanging pleasantries with the pretty girl before departing, her gaze not even lingering on the girl lying on the floor, Sushi. The pretty girl let out a contemptuous laugh, glancing at the corridor's surveillance camera, and ultimately chose to bide her time. Once everyone had left, she simmered with suppressed rage. Jiang Nanshu cast her gaze down at her hands. Damn it, not only were they slick with oil, but there was also a layer of makeup. How thick was this foundation? She hurriedly washed her hands. Sushi rose from her position against the wall, multiple footprints adorning her attire. That group of people had been somewhat clever, refraining from striking her face. Yet, beneath her clothing, her skin was undoubtedly marred with bruises.
Tangju, Susi Mumutsobdi.
Jiang Nanshu's eyes did not linger on her. "No need to thank me. I did not assist you." She muttered under her breath, "Just wanted to wash my hands. And now I've stumbled into this unfortunate affair. Well, it doesn't make much difference. Another grudge to bear." Her name was Lianji, the daughter of the He family and the fiancée of Bo Yen. Su Shi spoke up, tending to her appearance in the bathroom mirror, adjusting her clothing and hair, splashing water on her face to wash away the traces of tears. Jiang Nanshu responded, a hint of melancholy in her tone. It's annoying, my hands hurt. Su Shi retrieved a tube of ointment from her pocket, grasped Jiang Nanshu's hand, and applied it to the reddened, swollen skin of her palm. This will ease the pain. Jiang Nanshu struggled slightly, but Su Shi held her hand firmly, as if her grip could provide some solace. The cool ointment on Jiang Nanshu's palm contrasted with the softening features of Su Shi's cherubic face, which seemed to have lost some of its vitality since just days before. Jiang Nanshu glanced at her, noticing the tears brimming in Su Shi's eyes, and quickly averted her gaze. Teske, how pitiful. Beaten for no reason and unable to confide in Su Xingwan. You, who are so inclined to care for others' feelings, might as well swallow this bitterness. She withdrew her hand and smiled faintly. Thank you for the ointment. Su Shi watched Jiang Nanshu's carefree silhouette, a tinge of envy hidden in her eyes. She had heard tales of Jiang Nanshu's exploits, her relentless pursuit of Lu Qingyan over the past 3 years, antagonizing any female who dared to approach him, earning the moniker of the ultimate sycophant. She was loathed by her family, despised by her peers, and even her fiancé held disdain for her. Yet, she appeared unfazed by others' opinions, steadfastly pursuing her goals. How many could persevere for 3 years to disregard slander, ridicule, and derision, seeming utterly unperturbed? Was Jiang Nanshu truly vicious? Su Shi did not know, but if given the chance, she too would desire to emulate Jiang Nanshu, if only to avoid being bullied. She wiped her tears with her sleeve, a wave of despair washing over her. Su Xingwan's life was already fraught with difficulties. Having not returned to school for days, and He Lianji hailed from a wealthy family, ordinary folk like them stood no chance. If this continued, the only path left for her would be to drop out. Upon entering the classroom, Jiang Nanshu found the female teacher already lecturing. The teacher marked her absent on the attendance sheet, which would adversely affect Jiang Nanshu's credits at school. Without sufficient credits, graduation would be unattainable. Nonetheless, Jiang Nanshu listened intently, determined to outshine the female lead and make her feel humiliated. During lunch, Su Rand and her crew gathered in the school cafeteria. But with several dining halls at Jingda University, Jiang Nanshu chose to avoid the largest one, feeling fatigued and needing a moment to recuperate. Consequently, she overheard that Lu Qingyan had encountered Su Rand in the cafeteria, and someone had even come to inform her, eager to witness her reaction. Especially since Lu Qingyan had mentioned the annulment of their engagement that morning. Why did they feel the need to share such trivial matters with her? Did they expect her to compose an 800-word congratulatory essay? In the afternoon, Chen Xian returned from the hospital. Her eyes were nearly infected, and a layer of skin had been burned off her leg, slathered in a thick layer of ointment. It took Chen Xian until now to realize how everything seemed orchestrated by Jiang Nanshu. From the moment she attempted to frame her, it had all spiraled. However, Jiang Nanshu's actions had entirely dispelled her doubts, as she had guilt-riddenly slipped Chen Xian 10,000 yuan for medical expenses, feeling immense remorse for her inadvertent actions. She whispered to Chen Xian, "Come to my house this weekend. I'll have my 4th brother take care of you." Chen Xian's heart raced, her eyes sparkling. Really? Jiang Nanshu feigned innocence. Chen Xian, after knowing me for so long, don't you trust my character? I will fulfill my promise. Huh? Jiang Nanshu has integrity. If she truly did, she wouldn't have drugged my 4th brother. Chen Xian scoffed inwardly, yet her face radiated excitement. Nanshu, having a friend like you makes me so fortunate. Jiang Nanshu playfully tousled her hair. I will make you even happier. As chapter 37 unfolds, Jiang Nanshu departed the school, greeted by the familiar sight of the driver waving at her at the school gate. "Second miss, I'm here to take you home." She stepped into the car, immediately pulling out her phone to message Chen's father. "Uncle, Chen Xian has returned the 800,000 she borrowed from me. It turns out your family is quite wealthy. Knowing you're doing well puts me at ease. I won't sponsor you anymore. Giving you 10 or 20,000 feels too much." Attached was a screenshot of the transfer Chen Xian had sent her. Chen's father quickly replied, "What do you mean Chen Xian returned you 800,000? Does she even have 800,000? Clarify yourself. Where are you? Speak." Jiang Nanshu's lips curled into a triumphant smile. She ceased to respond, relishing the chaos of dogs fighting dogs. The driver mused, "Miss, are you happy because young Master Lu hasn't he called off the engagement? It's been a while since I've seen you smile like this." Jiang Nanshu's smile immediately faltered as she began to wipe away her tears. It's my fault. Qingyan was supposed to keep the engagement, but I'm so foolish that I upset him, and now he wants to annul it. The driver was momentarily at a loss for words. Don't be sad. Your parents will find a way to help you. Of course. That was merely a comforting platitude. After Jiang's father and mother had expressed their disappointment in her, they had ceased to care. This union seemed doomed. The car pulled into the expansive Jiang family estate. Jiang Nanshu alighted, aware that this was a realm for the affluent, where only the privileged resided. Apart from their grand manor, there was another residence next door, separated by a wall, but it had remained uninhabited, with only a few servants arriving daily to maintain the premises, never having encountered the villa's owner. Upon her return, Jiang's father was in the living room, engrossed in financial news. Upon seeing Jiang Nanshu, he sprang to his feet as if he had encountered a superior. Nan, you're back. Are you tired from studying? Jiang Nanshu's face lit up with feigned surprise. Dad, not at all. Just thinking of the several buildings you donated to me makes my fatigue vanish. Such a spendthrift. Perhaps this girl shouldn't even attend that school. Jiang's father. He forced a stiff smile, still jovial. Then focus on your studies. Once you graduate, we can find you a job at home. Jiang Nanshu bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him, feeling a pang of sadness. Dad, you really don't have to treat me like this. The teachers at school look down on me as a privileged child. Today, they even said that my admission to Jingda was a waste of resources. I'm just a fool. No wonder you all dislike me. Jiang's father's expression darkened. How Jiang Nanshu was treated was a family matter, not for others to comment on. His voice grew heavy. What's the name of this teacher? Jiang Nanshu shook her head, dejectedly replying, Forget it. I want to tell you she is our journalism teacher. I want to protect her privacy. Oh. So you want to report her? How delightful. Jiang's father. He immediately made a phone call, his tone slightly irate. Notified Jingda that the journalism teacher for the broadcasting department need not come to teach next week. Jiang Nanshu gasped, covering her mouth in panic. Oh no, how did I let that slip? I'm such a naughty child. I've harmed the teacher. Whoa. Jiang's father spoke sternly. You are the second miss of the Jiang family, not someone whom just anyone can bully. If you are mistreated in the future, tell your family. We will stand by you. Really? Jiang Nanshu's eyes glimmered with hope. Who cares? You didn't protect me before. You probably wish I didn't exist as your daughter, and now you want to play the good guy. I'm not falling for it. Jiang's father felt a rush of heat to his face, suppressing his voice. Really? Just then, a figure appeared at the doorway. He was clad in casual attire, his disheveled black hair styled into a dashing wolf tail. His features bore an untamed charm, strikingly handsome, with beautiful almond-shaped eyes that glimmered with a mocking glint. His voice, slightly hoarse, dripped with disdain. Jiang Nanshu, feigning pity is merely your habitual tactic, isn't it? Framing and slandering Li, your methods are despicable, and your heart is as venomous as a scorpion. You are truly unworthy of being a member of the Jiang family. I suspect your teacher has also fallen victim to your slander. Father, why not investigate this matter and clear the name of this unfortunate teacher? Jiang's father turned pale, hastily signaling him to cease his words. He could hear Jiang Nanshu's thoughts. Previously, he might have dismissed them as yet another ploy by his daughter to garner attention. However, having heard her true sentiments, he was convinced that the affair with the teacher was indeed genuine. Just then, Jiang Zhouya had returned from outside, and upon hearing Jiang's father terminate a teacher's employment, he was certain this was a deliberate act by Jiang Nanshu. She had committed countless misdeeds. The mere sight of her made him feel nauseous. Jiang Zhouya's reaction pleased Jiang Nanshu. This was the kind of disdainful response she expected from a normal person. With a loathing level of 89, if it rose any higher, he might stab her, without a second thought. Jiang's father and Jiang Yinchuan must have been bewitched, obstructing her fortune. In the next moment, Jiang Nanshu's eyes reddened. Fourth brother, how can you utter such hurtful words? I am not lying. I was truly bullied at school. Indeed. It is quite distressing. Her voice was as grating as a duck being led to slaughter, making me wish to record it to inform you that my ears have gone deaf. Jiang Zhouya appeared dazed. Here it came again, that voice. Was it not merely a figment of his imagination? How could he still hear it? He extended his hand, gazing at Jiang Nanshu as if she were a ghost, his fingertips trembling slightly. You. Following fifth brother and second brother, are you also succumbing to madness? Humph, with that outstretched hand. You dare to be arrogant, tempting fate, while in the evening, let Qin Qian crawl into your bed. Upon hearing Chun Qian's name, Jiang Zhouye's face turned ashen. Recoiling in shock, only to stumble backward, falling onto a chair, the pain causing him to clutch his rear and inhale sharply, rendering the scene comically absurd alongside his hoarse voice. Fourth brother, Jiang Nanshu exclaimed, rushing to assist him. Jiang Zhouye swatted her hand away. Get away. Jiang Nanshu bit her lip, standing in place feeling utterly wronged, theatrically wiping her tears. I knew it. My brothers do not like me. Father, you said family would support me. Was that all a lie? At that moment, Zhang Yunchuan entered from outside. He paused, momentarily taken aback by the scene, before hastily helping Jiang Zhouye to his feet. Fourth brother, how did you end up on the ground? And why is Nanshu crying? Jiang Zhouye, snapping back to reality from his shock, caught the concern in Jiang Yunchuan's voice directed at Jiang Nanshu and shook off his hand. Fifth, have you lost your mind? How can you start caring for Jiang Nanshu? Have you forgotten the foolish things she has done? Not only did she prevent you from finding a girlfriend, but she also drove Lo Yi out of the house. Second brother rarely returns home, and third brother has been living in the lab for a year because of her. Our once harmonious home has been reduced to this state because of her. When you protect her, have you considered Lo Yi's feelings? Jiang Nanshu lowered her eyes, an inexplicable heaviness settling in her heart. Perhaps it was the emotions of her original self. After all, in this home, she had always felt like an outcast. With reddened eyes, she looked up. But I just want my family to pay attention to me. You all only have eyes for Jiang Lo Yi. Everything I do is wrong. I am treated like an object, compared to other young ladies from affluent families, belittled to worthlessness. Have you ever cared for me? Jiang Nanshu gazed at Jiang Zhouye with tear-filled eyes, feeling oddly pleased. Chapter 38. The Aroma of Dragon Well Green Tea. Jiang Zhouye appeared outwardly calm, yet internally, he was in turmoil, utterly convinced that he could hear the thoughts of his sister, whom he had never favored. His voice had turned hoarse the day after their team's tour commenced, causing him pain whenever he spoke. Nevertheless, this tour was of utmost importance to him, marking the 3rd anniversary of his debut, and upon its conclusion, their 7-member group would disband and go their separate ways. As the captain, he enjoyed considerable popularity among the new idols, having amassed over 10 million fans in these 3 years. He had never disclosed his identity as the 4th young master of the Jiang family, relying solely on his own efforts to rise. The tour would proceed without him, and the company had arranged for a handsome replacement to fill his role, while the vice captain temporarily assumed his duties. Jiang Zhouye returned home to recuperate his voice, only to suddenly learn that someone had deliberately sabotaged it. Whether it could be repaired remained uncertain, and he had no inkling of the perpetrator. Deep down, he felt unable to trust Jiang Nanshu's words, yet he could not help but speculate. What a coincidence that his voice failed him the day after the tour began. And the company promptly found a newcomer to fill in, continuing the tour with the vice captain taking over. Jiang's father cast a glance at Jiang Zhouye, noticing his distracted demeanor, and sternly declared, "Enough. Do not mention the past again. Your siblings. Making a scene only invites mockery from others." He looked at his daughter, whose face was marred with grievance, feeling guilt wash over him. He had been unaware all these years that what she desired was so simple, love from her family. He reminisced about the beginning when Jiang Nanshu had gotten along with Jiang Lo Yi. They had raised Lo Yi for 16 years, watching her blossom from an infant into a graceful young lady, pouring love into her that could not easily be discarded. Thus, he and his wife had discussed with Jiang Nanshu's adoptive parents, deciding that even though Lo Yi was their biological daughter, she should remain in the Jiang household, as only there could she receive the best educational resources, ensuring their years of investment were not in vain. Jiang Nanshu's adoptive parents had readily agreed, only asking if Jiang Nanshu would return to visit them. This question had remained unanswered for 3 years. It was solely because Jiang Nanshu's temperament had suddenly grown strange, harboring intense hostility toward Jiang Li, that she had become a source of unrest for her family. Her adoptive parents had also heard rumors of her spreading tales of their supposed mistreatment, and they had ceased all contact. As her family grew distant, she had devoted herself to ingratiating herself with Lu Qingyan, declaring that once she became the young mistress of the Lu family, she would not let anyone who had wronged her go unpunished. Her delusions were both fervent and slightly absurd, making her a laughingstock in the capital. Jiang Zhouye furrowed his brows tightly. He truly loathed Jiang Nanshu and could not help but retort against his father's words. If she truly considered us family, she would not continue to push boundaries, repeatedly testing our limits. Ah, how perceptive. I never regarded you as family, and I shall only grow more outrageous. Jiang Zhouya stood in stunned silence, while Jiang Yunchuan wore a complex expression, hesitating to speak. Jiang Nanshu unleashed her trump card, rather than exhaust herself with internal conflict. She would divert her madness outward. Fine, fourth brother, you wound me with your words, claiming I am becoming increasingly intolerable. Where have I gone too far? I have maintained a steady demeanor all these years. Do not speak recklessly with your eyes wide open. For us sensitive girls, it is challenging. Perhaps you should reflect on your own actions. Has your love for me increased over the years? Have you ever sent more money? Often. I feel out of place due to my lack of funds. Don't I feel pain? Jiang Nanshu wept, her face a mask of accusation. Jiang's father, Jiang Zhouya, Jiang Yunchuan, and the three who had not yet entered. Jiang's mother surveyed the chaos in the household, her expression one of exasperation. What has happened here? Why are you all quarreling again? Mom, please do not blame fourth brother. It is all my fault. I am fine. Jiang Nanshu continued her onslaught, determined to make Jiang Zhouya despise her. What fault could I have? The blame rests solely on fourth brother. Courageous little Jiang, never admitting fault. Hee. Everyone. The aroma of dragon-well green tea was overwhelming. Jiang Zhouya was utterly astonished. He had witnessed the epitome of hypocrisy for the first time, and it infuriated him to the point that his head buzzed. Have I arrived at an inopportune moment? What mischief has your second daughter committed this time? Following the entrance of Mother Jiang, a lavishly adorned noblewoman trailed behind her, each step she took exuding a captivating allure, accompanied by Jiang Lei. The noblewoman's gaze settled upon Jiang Nanshu, her demeanor amiable, yet the disdain lurking in her eyes was unmistakable. Jiang Nanshu disregarded her entirely, directing her hostile glare towards Jiang Lei instead, reveling in the weekend's joy as her disdainful sentiments towards her grew. With an unwelcoming expression, she retorted, "What are you back for? The Jiang family does not welcome you." Jiang Zhouya interjected, "This is Lei's home. It is you who should not be here." Jiang Nanshu turned her head, shooting him a fierce glare. Silence. This is none of your concern. Jiang Zhouya merely remained silent. Jiang Yunchuan tugged at his sleeve, whispering in irritation, "Fourth brother, could you refrain from speaking so much? What if you end up driving our sister away? Have you been bewitched? Aren't you the one who despises her the most?" Jiang Zhouya was perplexed. He had only been away for a few months, yet the dynamics at home had shifted dramatically. The fifth brother, who had once stood in solidarity with him, had suddenly turned against him, leaving him disheartened. Jiang Yunchuan sighed, unable to hold back tears as he recounted, "I misjudged her. In the past, when she tried to stop me, it was because she truly recognized that Lin Ye was not a good person. She deceived me emotionally and betrayed me. If not for my sister, I would never have awakened to the truth. She is the guiding light of my life." Jiang Zhouya scoffed. "You're delusional." There was no way he would ever change his opinion of Jiang Nanshu. He would rather die than do so. Jiang Yunchuan cleared his throat, seemingly casually remarking, "You might as well pay more attention to your throat." If Jiang Nanshu claimed he had been drugged, then indeed, he must have been. Unsure if Jiang Zhouya could hear his sister's true feelings, he decided to subtly encourage the situation. Fortunately, they were speaking softly, and Jiang Nanshu was preoccupied with racking up disdain points against Jiang Lei, thus she did not catch Jiang Yunchuan's words. If she did, it would likely send her into a fury. Jiang father wished to intervene, but feared that it would only exacerbate Jiang Nanshu's hatred towards Jiang Lei. So he turned and ascended the stairs. The noblewoman observed Jiang father's retreating figure and sweetly called out, "Brother-in-law, why not sit down and chat with us?" Jiang father waved his hand dismissively, "You and Shuling can converse. I have some business to attend to in the study." Only then did the noblewoman retract her gaze with disappointment, covering her mouth with a smile. "Nanshu, your temperament won't do. The young master of the Liu family favors cultured and graceful ladies. Should you inadvertently find yourself rejected, do not weep in secret. Moreover, this is Lei's home. Please do not be so domineering." Chapter 39. This gossip is simply explosive. Her acting is so convincing that even bystanders can't bear to watch. A good omen. Jiang Lei looked on with helplessness. Although she did not understand why Jiang Nanshu sought to incite everyone's disdain, she believed that Jiang Nanshu's character was not inherently bad. "Aunt Chu, my sister merely speaks without thought. She has a good nature." Jiang Lei couldn't help but defend Jiang Nanshu. "Jiang Nanshu, what on earth gives you the impression that she is a good person? She is as venomous as they come." Jiang Nanshu scoffed derisively. Don't pretend to be virtuous here. I see right through your act. No wonder she is destined to be tormented by all manner of people in the future. Such naive goodness rarely survives. Truly pitiful. Jiang Nanshu. What do you mean? There's more than one actor attempting to manipulate her. The noblewoman snickered. Shuling, you must educate your daughter properly. She has returned from the countryside with a host of bad temper. Jiang Nanshu retorted defiantly. How is it that everyone from the countryside is assumed to be ill-mannered? She raised an eyebrow, flashing a dazzling smile, exuding a sense of superiority. Auntie, who are you? This matter between Jiang Nanshu and me has nothing to do with you. The noblewoman's pale face flushed crimson as she pointed at Jiang Nanshu. Indeed. You must be from the countryside. You are utterly uncouth. Whether I am rude or not is none of your concern. I don't require your approval. Jiang Mother felt displeased, particularly towards the noblewoman. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Nanshu was still her daughter. The noblewoman's immediate dismissal of her as a country bumpkin was incredibly disrespectful. She suppressed her irritation, but the refined upbringing of a noblewoman was deeply ingrained in her, preventing her from losing her composure outright. However, she could not allow the Jiang family's upbringing to be belittled, as she valued her reputation greatly. Therefore, she addressed Jiang Nanshu with a stern tone. Nanshu, you must not be so impolite. Quickly apologize to your Aunt Chu. Just in case Jiang Nanshu was unaware. Jiang Nanshu, maintaining a cold expression, clarified. Aunt Chu is the mother of Chu Mushi. You haven't met her, so it's understandable that you wouldn't recognize her. Jiang Nanshu then had an epiphany. Upon realizing this was Chu Mushi's mother, a myriad of plot lines erupted in her mind. Chu Xian and Jiang Mother were close friends, practically inseparable, and Chu Mushi had grown up alongside Jiang Nanshu, with their families maintaining a strong bond. The Chu family, while wealthy, paled in comparison to the Jiang family. Chu Mushi's father had married into the family, lacking significant business acumen. And it was only due to his honesty and loyalty that he was allowed to wed the only daughter of the Chu family. Unfortunately, Chu Mushi was born with congenital asthma. Despite her charming demeanor, no prestigious family would consider marrying a sickly bride who appeared unlikely to bear children. Noble families placed great emphasis on heirs and the continuation of legacy. Over the years, with Chu Mushi's grandfather having passed away, the Chu family's fortunes had waned, and no one sought to marry their daughter, which had become a lingering concern for Chu Xian. In her eyes, the ideal match for her daughter was Lu Qingyan. Thus, upon seeing Jiang Nanshu, she harbored an intense dislike, mocking her for her lack of decorum due to her rural upbringing. Jiang Nanshu regarded the stern-faced Jiang Mother and the overly sweet Chu Xian, unable to suppress her laughter. This was simply too amusing. Altering her demeanor, she adopted a much more agreeable attitude. Aunt Chu, it was my words that were too harsh. I blame my mother for not introducing us sooner. How fortunate you are to have such a wonderful friend as my mother. Chu Xian's expression softened as she affectionately linked arms with Jiang Mother. I have been friends with Shuling for 10 years. If she does not treat me well, whom should she treat well? And you, being so young, should temper your temper. No wonder you are not well liked. Yes. Jiang Nanshu feigned agreement. Internally, she began to relish the unfolding drama. This is no mere aunt. She is clearly our future stepmother. Just as Jiang Mother was about to reciprocate Chu Xian's gesture, her body froze, her pupils dilating with shock. Jiang Nanshu continued her musings. This dear friend beside you will swiftly ascend to the bed of your husband a mere year after your demise, and alas, she will be so impatient that she will not even wait for your funeral rites. Within a month, your husband will have no choice but to marry her. As she sleeps in your bed, spends your money, adorns herself with your precious jewelry, and your son will call her mother.
Oh.
And she desires to bear another son for your husband to inherit the Jiang family's wealth. Alas, your husband's capabilities fall short, thwarting her ambitions. However, her daughter. Had it not been for Chu Mushi, perhaps third brother would not have perished. I share a bond of enmity with Qin Qian. While your relationship is nothing short of toxic, it's a wonder you treat her so well when she has long coveted everything belonging to the Jiang family. Jiang Mother was beyond stunned. She had only known that she would succumb to late-stage breast cancer a year later, completely unaware that the subsequent events would be so riveting. Jiang Lei, Jiang Zhouye, and Jiang Yinchuan were equally thunderstruck, their expressions betraying their shock. Was this something they were even meant to know? This gossip was utterly explosive. In an instant, Chu Xian, whom they had once considered close, transformed before their eyes. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Xian surveyed the opulence of the Jiang family as if it were her own home, complaining, "Sister Shuling, why did brother-in-law go upstairs upon seeing me? I am hardly a monster." In the past, Chu Xian often lamented that whenever she visited, Jiang father would avoid her to not disturb Jiang mother's sisterly bond, questioning whether he disliked her and deliberately shunned her presence. In the past, she would occasionally admonish Jiang's father, feeling that he had not afforded her friend the respect she deserved. Yet now, upon hearing it, how jarring it sounded. She felt a wave of nausea wash over her. No wonder every time she visited the Jiang household, she adorned herself in ostentatious attire. She would often remark that such extravagance was unnecessary and encouraged her to dress more comfortably. Chu Xian explained that this was a sign of respect. Thus she ought to present herself more elegantly as a guest. But this was hardly respect. It felt more like an attempt to seduce her husband. Taking a deep breath, she subtly pushed her hand away, her voice growing notably colder. "Huanyi is preoccupied with company affairs daily. While my eldest son possesses a keen business acumen, he tends to be overly impulsive, requiring oversight to prevent any errors in projects." A fleeting glimmer of jealousy flashed across Chu Xian's face. How fortunate was Song Shooting! A successful husband, multiple sons, each a paragon of excellence. Meanwhile, she was left with a meek, inconsequential husband and a daughter who was a burden. The Chu family was also precariously positioned, forcing her to forego expensive clothing and jewelry, instead resorting to repeatedly wearing her old gems, which only served to diminish her stature among the circle of affluent women. With a tone laced with disappointment, she remarked, "Brother-in-law truly dotes on you, sister. I envy you for having such a wonderful husband, devoted and caring, unlike mine, who is utterly useless. I must apologize for the spectacle I bring upon you. How about this? In some time, sister, invite brother-in-law along, and I shall treat you both to a spa day at Maple Forest Villa. What do you think?" Jiang's mother felt a heavy sensation in her eyelids. She once sympathized with Chu Xian, but now she felt rather foolish. The woman's intentions were practically laid bare upon her countenance. Just as she was about to decline, Jiang Nanshu readily agreed, smiling brightly, "Sure, Aunt Chu. Can we join as well? I've never experienced a spa day. Here's your chance to foster a bond with the old man. Xiao Jiang, it's time for a new mother." Jiang's mother, "Daughter, do you think I can still be salvaged?" Chapter 40. In your eyes. I am simply a wicked girl capable of everything. Jiang's mother gazed incredulously at Jiang Nanshu, perplexed as to why her own daughter would turn against her. After all, she was her biological mother. Just as she felt anger rising, she heard Jiang Nanshu lament, "Though Chu Xian's methods are somewhat despicable, her intentions are solely for her daughter." One might say her intentions are commendable, but the execution is lacking. Jiang's mother's lips twitched slightly before she resignedly closed them. In her recollection, there seemed to be no moments of warmth shared with Jiang Nanshu, had it not been for the rare occasion of hearing her inner thoughts. She might not have paid her any attention at all. Her expectations for Jiang Nanshu were exceedingly low, merely desiring her to avoid embarrassment. Meanwhile, she herself was mild-mannered, graceful, and placed great importance on reputation. In the presence of other affluent women, she insisted on being the best and held her children to stringent standards from a young age. Jiang Nanshu was an anomaly, bursting into their world without decorum. Initially, Jiang's mother found it difficult to accept, even conducting a covert paternity test, confirming her biological relationship with Jiang Nanshu. Although Chu Xian was reluctant to include those who might hinder her, she sensed Jiang's mother's prolonged silence and gradually grew dissatisfied with her, instead adopting a more amiable demeanor towards Jiang Nanshu. "All right, you all can come along. I will treat you. Let us have a good time." She turned to Jiang Lei, saying, "Lei, my she is returning from abroad next week. If you have the time, could you please pick her up? She has been mentioning you for quite some time." Jiang Lei instinctively recoiled due to the bag incident, which had nearly implicated her. Although uncertain whether the bag in Jiang Nanshu's friend's possession was indeed hers, it nonetheless left her feeling uneasy. However, given her decade-long friendship with Chu Mushi, she found it hard to refuse, offering a vague response, "Let me check if I'm free that day. If I am, I'll go." Chu Xian frowned slightly, pondering what had come over the Jiang family today. It felt unusually somber. In the past, they would greet her with smiles. Today was the first time they appeared so glum. Jiang Zhouye and Jiang Yunchuan were even more taciturn, whispering to each other, without sparing her a glance. Suppressing her displeasure, she turned to Jiang's mother, "Shuling, would you like to go for a beauty treatment?" I have a membership card for MENC. Jiang's mother deftly avoided her, replying coolly, I'll pass. I have a bit of a headache and wish to rest upstairs. Li, please remember to see Aunt Chu out later. Upon seeing Jiang's mother truly leave, Chu Xian hurriedly added, Shuling, I'll call you when we go to Maple Forest Villa. Jiang's mother offered no response. Chu Xian felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Why had the atmosphere turned so cold all of a sudden? Unable to fathom it, she harbored a tinge of anger and departed without lingering. Yet, she rationalized Jiang's mother's abrupt change in demeanor as a consequence of her headache. With that thought, Chu Xian's spirits lifted, and she cheerfully returned home to prepare her outing to the spa. How peculiar. Why didn't Mom keep Chu Xian around for a while longer? Aren't they supposed to be close friends? Jiang Yunchuan and Jiang Zhouye. What do you think? Why is that so? There's no etiquette in hosting, unlike me. The day after tomorrow, I'll definitely invite Qin Qian to my brother's bed and treat her well. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Zhouye suddenly choked on his drink, his fair complexion turning crimson, the sharp pain in his throat now tinged with the taste of blood. Jiang Yunchuan was startled, quickly patting his back to help him breathe. His tone filled with concern. Fourth brother, what's wrong? Are you alright? Jiang Zhouye shot a frosty glare at Jiang Nanshu, gritting his teeth. I'm fine. I won die. What's with this kid glaring at me? Oh dear. He must harbor quite a grudge. I haven't even spoken a word. Yet I can feel the daggers in his gaze. How unfortunate my life is. Jiang Nanshu looked bewildered, her eyes brimming with tears, resembling a child who had erred. Softly murmuring, fourth brother, please don't look at me like that. I'm so scared. I understand that the harm I caused you a year ago can't be undone, so what must I do to earn your forgiveness? Living under your disdain feels as though my heart is being fried in oil. If I give you another dose, you're sure to forgive me, after all. 2 negatives make a positive. I'm truly clever. Jiang Zhouye nearly spat blood in response, realizing she was still contemplating drugging him. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, his tone laced with anger. Stop your feigned innocence, Jiang Nanshu. I warn you, if you dare to play any tricks on me again, I will not let you off easily. Jiang Nanshu, tear-streaked and sniffling, feigned helplessness. Yes, yes, in your eyes. I am merely a wicked girl capable of anything. Rest assured, I won't let you off before you have your turn with me. Jiang Yunchuan. The tension in the air was palpable. He felt the need to intervene. He then nudged Jiang Zhouye upstairs. You should go back to your room and save your voice. It sounds like a duck quacking, truly unbearable. Jiang Zhouye, mic off. Thanks. He suspected that remaining downstairs would drive him to madness courtesy of Jiang Nanshu. Moreover, he had always thought his condition was accidental, unaware it was intentional. Regardless of the truth, he felt compelled to investigate. Jiang Yunchuan sighed in relief, with Jiang Wei gone to see Chu Xian. The living room was left with only the two of them. The atmosphere grew awkward. Jiang Nanshu blinked, contemplating, and decided to strike up a conversation with her older brother. Fifth brother, how are things between you and senior sister Yaya? Jiang Yunchuan. Why bring up that woman again? We've broken up and lost contact. Jiang Nanshu couldn't help but sigh, opening a video she had received from Lin Yaya. Look, senior sister Yaya is heartbroken and drowning her sorrows after your breakup. The scene depicted a lively bar, with Lin Yaya in a pristine white dress, slumped over the bar, drink in hand. Jiang Yunchuan glanced over, his expression faltering as he pointed at the middle-aged man beside her. What? She needs her father to accompany her while getting drunk? Jiang Nanshu had never encountered the appearance of Lin Yaya's benefactor, so she was utterly unprepared for the misfortune that would befall her once more. At that moment, her silence was deafening. The middle-aged man was hardly handsome, yet he exuded the essence of a nouveau riche. Adorned with gold chains, rings, and watches, he stood out conspicuously in the crowd, embodying the very definition of a benefactor. Jiang Yunchuan's gaze was filled with indignation as he ground his teeth, muttering, What on earth makes me inferior to this old man? I've pursued her tirelessly for 2 years like a lovesick fool, and now that we are finally together, I must first present her with a gift worth 100,000. I barely make that much in pocket money each month. After less than half a year of dating, I'm as poor as a beggar. Jiang Nanshu remarked, What about a kiss? That'll cost 20,000. And what about sleeping together? Jiang Yunchuan, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, raked his fingers through his red hair, somewhat innocently confessing, I don't have enough money. I haven't unlocked that yet. Jiang Nanshu quipped, It's alright. Your growth to this point is already commendable, so your lack of intellect is merely a sign of divine favor. You fool. Chapter 41. How can one forsake wealth for the sake of dignity? Jiang Nanshu's complexion shifted through a spectrum of hues, red, blue, black, and pale, imbued with a pitiable fragility. What could be more lethal than silent ridicule? He found himself unable to muster a rebuttal and lamely stated, "A good horse doesn't turn back. I've just secured investment from Lu Qingyan for a gaming company that's just starting out, so I lack the funds to impress her." Jiang Nanshu sighed. Alas. This is truly troublesome. How did we expose ourselves so easily? I intend to leave a negative review for Lin Yaya, the ultimate femme fatale. Let us confront her on Monday. If she is indeed as you claim, then parting ways wouldn't be so bad after all. Jiang Nanshu felt a strong resistance within. He had no desire to see Lin Yaya's face, which reminded him of his past foolishness. On Monday, I shall ensure you witness Lin Yaya's true nature. Jiang Nanshu mused that Lin Yaya could hardly be foolish enough to brazenly bring her benefactor to school if she inadvertently acknowledged him as her father. Wouldn't the misunderstanding be resolved? Jiang Nanshu, begrudgingly, acquiesced, eager to uncover Lin Yaya's true disposition. Jiang Lei returned after escorting Chu Xian. And before Jiang Nanshu could begin, she raised a delicate jewelry box. "I brought you a gift. Would you like it?" Jiang Nanshu, intrigued, asked, "What's inside?" "It's a limited edition mermaid tear necklace. If you don't want it, I'll just toss it." Jiang Nanshu exclaimed, snatching the box. "Oh, trying to win me over? I'm not so easily swayed, you know. Sister. From this day forth, you shall be my beloved sister, my guardian angel, my sole confidant. I adore diamonds." Jiang Nanshu feigned composure, yet internally, she was ecstatic. She had always harbored a passion for glittering treasures, each piece a symbol of wealth. How could one forsake riches for the sake of dignity? Please do visit often. I shall welcome you with open arms. Jiang Lei, bemused, reflected on how easily Jiang Nanshu could be bought. A mere monetary offering sufficed. With a stern face, she warned, "Accepting my gift means no more mocking jests. Otherwise, I shall toss the gift into the trash." Jiang Nanshu glanced at the several exquisite bags at her feet. "Just give me a heads up before you toss them so I can linger by the trash can." Upon opening her gift, Jiang Nanshu discovered a breathtaking blue diamond necklace, exquisite enough to bring one to tears. Realizing its worth, her tones softened considerably. "I'll let you off the hook for today." Jiang Lei observed her sister's glistening eyes, thick lashes, and a hint of baby fat, with a depth of affection for the necklace shining through. Her heart softened, recalling how Jiang Nanshu had been upon her arrival at the Jiang household, timid yet hopeful, her eyes alight with wonder. During those early days, Jiang Lei had lavished care on her, knowing her penchant for shiny objects, gifting her only jewels. Having occupied the family's affection for years, she felt no jealousy, merely guilt. Thus, she allowed Jiang Nanshu to choose from the best, diminishing her own presence to facilitate her family's acceptance of their sister. Everything seemed to be progressing positively until a family discussion arose about visiting Jiang Nanshu's foster parents over the weekend. The very next morning, Jiang Lei witnessed her shatter items, ruin clothes, and destroy gifts, her gaze filled with animosity. Ultimately, the family failed to visit Jiang Nanshu's foster parents. Despite their efforts to reason with her, she remained silent. Jiang Lei continued to bring her gifts, but they all met a similar fate. Eventually, Jiang Lei grew weary. Yet Jiang Nanshu would come to her in tears, apologizing, claiming it was unintentional. Jiang Lei, feeling compassion, forgave her. The next day, however, Jiang Nanshu committed a more malicious act, placing dead mice in her shoes. Each night, she'd approach Jiang Lei to apologize, yet by day, she would insult her mercilessly. Presenting a facade of fragility, her heart was anything but pure. Eventually, Jiang Nanshu ceased her tearful apologies, her vile nature earning her notoriety in elite circles, leaving her devoid of respect. Yet the current Jiang Nanshu felt entirely different, as if the innocent sister of her had returned, though cloaked in malice. Seeking to provoke disdain from all, Jiang Lei, inexplicably moved, reached out to pat Jiang Nanshu's head. Jiang Nanshu stiffened, her doe-like eyes filled with confusion. "What are you doing?" Jiang Lei, feeling awkward, withdrew her hand, nervously stammering, "Nothing, just there's a lice on your head." Jiang Nanshu exclaimed, "Are you serious? I just washed my hair yesterday. You're not trying to poison me, are you?" Jiang Lei, a bit flustered, turned her head aside and suddenly inquired, "Do you eat crispy pork?" Jiang Nanshu's eyes lit up, feigning disdain. "That fried food is unhealthy, but I wouldn't mind indulging a little. Just make sure to slather it with sauce." I absolutely adore crispy pork. I want it with ketchup, salad dressing, and chili sauce. All on one plate. Jiang Lei's eyes widened, her lashes trembling slightly. Unbeknownst to anyone but her, 3 years prior, the innocent Jiang Nanshu had confided in her, resting her head on her shoulder, saying that crispy pork was a taste of home. Later, she had thrown it to the ground, her exquisite face contorted in disgust, declaring herself the true heiress of the Jiang family, unworthy of such lowly food. Jiang Yunchuan, indifferent to such fare, would often say it was too greasy and advised the servants to prepare less, for it could lead to weight gain. Jiang Nanshu retorted, "Shut up, I want to eat." The group settled at the dining table. Jiang Yunchuan cleared his throat and ordered, "Let us have some braised pork knuckle and a basket of crab yellow vermicelli buns. It's been too long since I've had them, and I'm craving them." Jiang Li took a deep breath, make several plates of crispy pork, loaded with sauce. Jiang Nanshu felt as though she were in paradise. Are they mind readers? How do they know what I crave? Oh, I'm so happy. Based on today's feast, once you all suffer the consequences of betrayal and manipulation, I shall ensure you find a splendid resting place. Jiang Yunchuan and Jiang Lai exchanged glances. Can't you wish for something better? I hope I can hold on until that day arrives, she mused, for at this moment, she sought not a shred of genuine affection, but rather the opulence that belonged solely to her. Jiang Yunchuan was oblivious to the deeper meaning behind her words, while Jiang Lai turned pale, as though Jiang Nanshu might vanish at any moment. Yet Jiang Nanshu remained blissfully enamored with her necklace, devoid of any disdain. After a long pause, Jiang Lai finally said, "Jiang Nanshu, let us pay a visit to your adoptive parents. They are eager to see you." Jiang Lai added, "I seem to have stumbled upon something of great significance." Little Jiang inquired, Please elaborate. Chapter 42. The light boat has struck the iceberg. The ship will naturally sink when it reaches the bridge. The first thought that crossed Jiang Nanshu's mind was of Jizai, that frail boy who, with tear-filled eyes, called her sister, as if hoping she would turn back. Strangely, the allure of the blue diamond necklace faded for Jiang Nanshu. She had never visited her adoptive parents' home. Yet the memory of that 2-story red brick house, entwined with wisteria, remained vividly etched in her mind. She felt like an outsider in this world. What would it matter if she went to see those parents? Was she expected to fulfill her filial duty? Jiang Nanshu lightly closed her eyes, reflecting on her life, where she had only ever sent her parents to their demise, never having truly honored them. She raised her head and scoffed, "No, I will not go. Don't think that you can command me with gifts. I refuse to return to that wretched place." Jiang Lai's expression turned cold as her hands clenched at her sides.
Why?
You know how Jizai feels. Enough, Jiang Nanshu interjected, silencing her. Jizai is your brother, not mine.
You saw how much he despised me that day.
Are you not afraid I might drive those 2 old folks to their graves? Don't persuade me. Don't persuade me. He clearly doesn't want me as his sister. Meeting him would only lead to heartache. Jiang Nanshu felt a sense of unease about encountering Jizai's family, though she could not pinpoint why. Jiang Lai parted her red lips, ultimately releasing a sigh. She wished to convey that the reality was not as Jiang Nanshu perceived it, but Jiang Nanshu was resistant, and Jiang Lai too felt apprehensive. Jiang Nanshu underwent a transformation at the thought of visiting Jizai's house. The matter would have to be postponed until she found clarity within herself. After finishing the delicious crispy pork, braised elbow, and crab roe vermicelli buns, Jiang Nanshu leaned back in her chair, content and burping. Jiang Yunchuan had gone to the gym, and since Jiang Lai had a play tomorrow, she did not stay overnight at the villa. After finishing her meal, she left, and Jiang Nanshu stared blankly at the ceiling. The chef in the Jiang household is truly exceptional. If only I could bring him to school, I would order dishes every day. At that moment, Jiang father descended from upstairs and overheard her. Glancing at the leftover dishes on the table, he casually asked, "Nanshu, which is tastier, the food at home or at school?" Jiang Nanshu smacked her lips. "Home-cooked is far superior. I absolutely love returning home." "Well, since you enjoy it so much, shall I replace all the chefs at Peking University just for you?" Jiang father looked at Jiang Nanshu with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Jiang Nanshu's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Dad, are you serious?" "Jiang father, I merely wish to be kinder to you, to compensate for the years of neglect. Why must it be so difficult? This girl is as stubborn as they come." He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "I was just joking."
Oh, well.
"I knew that old man couldn't he possibly be so kind. If he truly wanted to change, why would he come ask me? Just fishing for a response?" "Jiang father, what is wrong?" Are you allergic to familial affection? Change. You must replace all the chefs by next week, just to frighten her. Jiang Nanshu stood up and asked symbolically, "Where's mom and fourth brother? Aren't they having dinner?" Jiang father replied, "Your mother has a headache and has gone to sleep. Fourth brother's meal is prepared separately and will be sent up by a servant. All right, let mom and fourth brother rest. I overate and need to take a walk." Completely unconcerned. Excellent. Off to play then. Jiang father. Jiang Nanshu burst forth like a wild horse set free, and Uncle Qian, who was holding a thermos at the door, sighed. Youth is indeed wonderful. The wind from her rush nearly gave me a cold. Jiang father settled onto the sofa while a servant poured him a calming tea. After taking a sip, he asked, "Old Qian, how is the matter I asked you to investigate?" Uncle Qian then stepped inside and respectfully replied, "Sir, young Master Lu still intends to break off the engagement with the second miss, and he wishes to announce it at old Master Lu's 70th birthday banquet. This would be a significant blow to the second Mississippi humph." Jiang father snorted coldly. "My daughter is worthy of anyone. If it weren't for old Master Lu seeking an oracle at some temple years ago, claiming that Nanshu would bring prosperity to the Lu family and ensure his grandson's longevity, it would be sheer superstition." Uncle Qian remained silent, taking a leisurely sip from the thermos. "Yet, sir, you agreed to it." Jiang father. "The elite circles in Beijing have their ranks. The Lu family sits at the pinnacle. Those who wish to ally with them would trample their doorstep if they could. If our Jiang family were a notch higher, I would throw this marriage proposal right in that young man's face." Jiang father's tone grew heavy with frustration, but who can blame Nanshu for liking that face of his, leading her to agree so readily? Alas, what a misfortune. Uncle Qian tightened the lid of the thermos. "What shall we do now, sir? Wait for half a month? It might be better to dissolve it. The Lu family's affairs are too murky, and once entangled, it is hard to extricate oneself. I fear that Nanshu's temperament will suffer. Look at how she chases after Lu Qingyan, that boy ignoring her. Isn't it just tormenting her feelings?" Uncle Qian's brow twitched slightly. It was unusual to see Jiang father suddenly take on a paternal glow, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. "Rest easy, sir. After all, the light boat has struck the iceberg. The ship will naturally sink when it reaches the bridge. There is no use in haste." Uncle Qian spoke in a calm and composed manner, exuding a sense of enlightenment. Jiang father. "Well said. Let us not speak further on this." "Understood." Jiang father continued to worry about Jiang Nanshu's marriage, yet she was unaware of his concerns. At that moment, she was observing the neighboring villa, which was even larger than her own, its lawn separated by a wall, serving as a boundary. The interior was empty, the villa unlit, suggesting no one lived there. After a brief stroll around, Jiang Nanshu returned to her room. That evening, she skillfully opened the post she had stored in her phone's resource library, laughing with an almost ant-like smile. A blossoming young girl like her had yet to even touch a man's abs. She smacked her lips. With 800,000 in her account, she thought of Liang Xiqiu, wondering whether Lu Qingyan had gone to investigate. After all, with a face resembling that of a five-pointed star, even a fool would look into it, right? Jiang Nanshu pondered, stroking her chin, muttering softly. "It's time to indulge in some male models again. I've done my share of good deeds in this life, and I deserve this." The large fool appeared. "Host, are you sure you are doing good deeds and not committing heinous acts?" Jiang Nanshu crossed her legs and scoffed. "What do you know? Those who deserve to die have perished, sparing the world from further harm. I am merely performing a service." The large fool. It gazed at Jiang Nanshu's dossier, which bore only one line. Danger index, 5 stars. Indeed, it must be annihilated. How did it end up binding itself to her? The large fool was on the verge of tears, for Jiang Nanshu, with her endearing nature and rich inner world, how could she possess a 5-star danger index? Chapter 43. The path of true goodness and beauty is sealed. Continue to court disaster. Seeing Jiang Nanshu still gleeful, her mouth watering, it could hardly bear to look. It believed this dossier must be erroneous, yet the assessment was undoubtedly accurate. For Jiang Nanshu had, at the tender age of 15, set fire to her parents, leading to their demise. Although it was a means to accumulate aversion points, the large fool was a steadfastly principled being and decided to offer a little rescue for Jiang Nanshu. The large fool. Host. The antagonist Liang Xiqiu currently has a corruption value of 20. Originally, due to the original heroine's redemption, he was filled with hope for the world, until the original heroine abandoned him. His psyche twisted, leading to his gradual darkening and vengeful retaliation against society, complicating the romance between the male and female protagonists. Would you consider assisting him a little? Jiang Nanshu tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean? In simpler terms, it means redeeming the antagonist. Jiang Nanshu blinked her beautiful eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. Me? Redeem the antagonist? Large fool. Can't he just die on his own? I don't want to be bothered. The large fool. All right then, the path of true goodness and beauty is sealed. Continue to court disaster. Once she returns to her own world, everything will be well. Noticing that the system remained silent, Jiang Nanshu could only curl her lips in disinterest. You should be begging me, instead of kicking him while he's down, hastening the escalation of his dark transformation. Desha-chun. Don't say any more, I'm already sweating. Jiang Nanshu yawned. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Feeling a bit thirsty, she took a cup and went out to fetch some water. As she reached the staircase, she happened to see Jiang Zhouye coming down. He held a glass cup containing a bag of throat-soothing herbal tea, probably having come down to fetch hot water as well. Upon spotting Jiang Nanshu, he wrinkled his brow in evident disdain and rasped, "Don't block the way, Jiang Nanshu." Instead of moving aside, she looked at his cup with a smile and cheerfully inquired, "Fourth brother, fetching water to brew tea?" Jiang Zhouye's voice was frigid. "None of your business." "Indeed. It's none of my concern. It's not my throat that is poisoned." He likely hasn't realized that those who intended to harm him have taken the precaution of delivering this tainted tea, right? Jiang Zhouye's phoenix eyes widened slightly, and as he lost grip, the cup plummeted to the ground. Jiang Nanshu quickly dodged. What a close call. The world has become so depraved, and people's hearts so untrustworthy. I almost fell victim to a scam. The cup shattered upon hitting Jiang Zhouye's toes, and he cried out in pain. Coupled with his hoarse voice, he bore a striking resemblance to a resurrected zombie. Goodness, how terrifying. I need to keep my distance. She took 2 steps back, maintaining a safe distance from Jiang Zhouye. "Fourth brother, are you all right?" Jiang Zhouye covered his toes, where the nail had been bruised from the impact, gritting his teeth in pain. Seeing Jiang Nanshu so far away, he snapped, "Why are you standing so far? Come help me." Jiang Nanshu shook her head and retreated another step. "Fourth brother, you can stand up by yourself. I am unworthy to touch you." Jiang Zhouye, damn. He leaned against the staircase railing for support and grumbled, "Jiang Nanshu, do you even have a heart?" "Of course." Jiang Nanshu replied, her eyes filled with concern and her tone earnest. "I possess 3 hearts, one for joy, one for satisfaction, and another for the sorrow of your lack of forgiveness." Jiang Zhouye, listen to what nonsense you are spouting. He gazed at the herbal tea with a complex expression before turning back to Jiang Nanshu. "This tea. Have the person who sent it deliver you 2 more boxes. Drinking more 1 tea hurt. Only your throat may be ruined. It seems that when the severity is discovered, your vocal cords will need to be severed. Though saved, your singing will never reach its former glory, and your path to stardom will not be smooth. Such a good teammate. What a heartless act. I will not reveal to you who it is that intends to harm you." Jiang Zhouye took a deep breath, picked up the cup, and limped back upstairs. Not going to tell him? He would investigate it himself. He couldn't believe he wouldn't uncover who wished to harm him. No wonder his throat hadn't improved after taking the medicine. It was only getting worse. And in an instant his heart sank like a stone. The remaining 6 teammates had all supported each other through thick and thin. He truly did not wish to doubt his brothers, but the current circumstances made it nearly impossible not to. He would secretly test the herbal tea tomorrow to see if it had indeed been tampered with. Jiang Nanshu filled a cup with hot water and turned back to her room. Outside, the sound of a car engine cutting off caught her attention. She walked to the window and looked outside. A luxury car had parked at the neighboring villa, but it was too far away for her to see who had gotten out. How curious, the long-vacant villa had acquired new neighbors. Before long, the lights in the adjacent villa flickered on and off. Are they burglars? Jiang Nanshu continued to observe for several minutes until the water in her cup cooled. Then she drank it all in one go, feeling satisfied before heading off to bed. The next day, Jiang Nanshu yawned as she made her way to the dining room for breakfast. Jiang Yunchuan had left for an inspection early, even before dawn. Sitting at the table, Qin Mu smiled warmly upon seeing Jiang Nanshu. "Nanshu, come sit beside your mother." Jiang Nanshu regarded her with a peculiar look. In her memories, her mother had never shown her such warmth.
Oh, all right.
What has prompted this? How strange. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Mu maintained her smile. She served Jiang Nanshu crystal shrimp dumplings and accompanied them with a bowl of bird's nest soup. Eat up. This bizarre atmosphere led Jiang Nanshu to momentarily wonder if they had all gone mad. Jiang Zhouya hobbled in, and upon seeing him, Jiang Nanshu noticed his dark circles were so pronounced they could nearly touch the ground, his face etched with even more resentment than before. What an ominous specter. This household is becoming increasingly terrifying. Jiang Mu. Jiang Father. Jiang Zhouya. He took a deep breath and sat down, burying his head in his breakfast. Jiang Mu anxiously glanced at his toes. Are your toes all right? Should we apply more medicine? Jiang Zhouya devoured his meal quickly, not even caring to chew thoroughly to maintain his figure. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. After finishing, he stood up, touched the herbal tea tucked in his pocket, and shot Jiang Nanshu a meaningful glance. I'm heading out for a while. Jiang Nanshu followed suit, smiling slightly. Mom and Dad, I too shall be stepping out. Jiang Zhouya left first, with Jiang Nanshu trailing behind. She had spent a small fortune on sleep-inducing pills that worked instantly. She also sent messages to Qin Qian and Qin Father, asking them to come over tomorrow morning. Then, she sent a picture of the medicine to Qin Qian, assuring her that she would have a delightful surprise awaiting her. Finally, she stood by the roadside, stretching lazily. The sun was warm, making her feel drowsy. Between returning home and heading to the bar for some fun, Jiang Nanshu opted for the latter. Little did she expect her luck would take a turn for the worse. She unexpectedly ran into Lu Qingyan and Su Ran. Could you two not just go away already? Little Jiang, you two are like kindling meeting fire. Every time you meet, it's bound to ignite? Lu Qingyan, let me explain first. Upon hearing this thought, Lu Qingyan's tightly knit brows relaxed at once. He turned to see Jiang Nanshu, her face etched with irritation. When he caught her gaze, her expression shifted instantly, filled with anger and grievance as she looked at him. Brother Qingyan, what are you and Sister Su Ran doing here? Is it still daytime? If you two are going to do something, couldn't you at least wait until nightfall? You could have hidden better. Why must I bear the brunt of this? Lu Qingyan, what are you talking about? Doing what? After a moment of confusion, he finally realized, his stunning, cool visage now tinged with annoyance. What on earth was this woman always thinking? He turned his gaze away, ultimately muttering an explanation. A coincidence. This time, Jiang Nanshu did not cling to Lu Qingyan. Instead, she turned to Su Ran, lifting her chin with a haughty demeanor. Su Ran, are you intentionally flaunting yourself in front of him? We haven't even called off our engagement and you're so eager? Huh, do I look foolish? Don't you two run into each other every day? Since her return, when has there been a day you haven't encountered her? From watching dances to late-night bar gatherings, and even at Mingda High School, you're quite the actor. Su Ran was no pushover. Jiang Nanshu's jab elicited a cold laugh from her, since it seems nothing I say matters. Just as you put it, I intend to win him back. As she said this, her gaze burned fiercely into Lu Qingyan's, and though it sounded like a threat, Jiang Nanshu knew it rang true. If she no longer had feelings for Lu Qingyan, why return to the country? She could easily thrive abroad, and every time she appeared before him, claiming she had no feelings, she was merely forcing herself not to display her affection too overtly. After all, she was the one who had abandoned Lu Qingyan back then. Now that she returned, could this shattered mirror ever be mended? In the original narrative, following the male protagonist's decision to cancel the engagement, Su Ran frequently encounters Lu Qingyan, an occurrence that is laced with a hint of intentionality on her part. She seeks to rekindle his memories of her, step by step enticing him to succumb to her allure, while simultaneously inflicting emotional torment stemming from a misunderstanding that occurred 3 years prior. Her fervent desire to restart their relationship is met with cold rejection from the male lead, and compounded by the jealousy of a rival character who resorts to underhanded tactics, inadvertently entangling the two in a web of complicated emotions. However, the tables turn, as it is now the male protagonist who finds himself unable to let go of her. Jiang Nanshu reflects on the plotline, noting that the drugging incident has yet to unfold, and observes that the female protagonist's character is indeed flawed in more ways than one. Could it be that the unresolved engagement has driven her to impatience? She casts a glance at Lu Qingyan, whose expression remains unchanged even as Su Ran utters her provocative words. It is evident that he is a challenging conquest. Jiang Nanshu ponders Su Ran's significance in Lu Qingyan's heart, questioning whether the disdain she ought to receive will ever be realized. Unable to suppress her laughter, Jiang Nanshu's smile is radiant, reminiscent of the sun, accentuating the beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Yet, Her gaze is devoid of mirth as she drapes her arm around Lu Qingyan's. Su Ran, do you aspire to be the third wheel? With a mother who bore you out of wedlock, do you wish to follow in her footsteps? Su Ran's mother is indeed her Achilles heel. In the grand tapestry of life, a protagonist cannot be too flawless. There must always be imperfections, and her mother is a topic that is strictly off-limits. This is no secret. Those familiar with Su Ran are aware of her status as a child from a single-parent household with an unknown father. And the original character had thoroughly investigated her existence long before she was aware of Su Ran's presence. Fury courses through Su Ran, causing her to tremble with rage. Jiang Nanshu laughs unabashedly, trampling upon the pain of others, wishing she could tear her apart, yet she cannot. At least, not at this moment. Because there exists a swift method by which Jiang Nanshu, who is utterly devoted to Lu Qingyan, could plummet into despair. She turns to face him, her fingers tightly gripping his arm, her eyes reddening. Is this how you watch your fiancé humiliate me? Humiliate my mother? Lu Qingyan, you were not like this before. How many years have passed, and you still expect him to remain unchanged? How could that be possible? But you must be able to manage it. She raises her gaze, observing the tension in Lu Qingyan's jaw, a playful smile gracing her lips. Brother Qingyan, have I spoken amiss? Our engagement is still intact. Does she not understand what it means to be a third party? Lu Qingyan lowers his gaze to Jiang Nanshu's slightly curved almond eyes, grappling with the notion of how she can utter such hurtful words while maintaining an innocent facade. Although he disapproves of Jiang Nanshu's behavior, it is undeniable that Su Ran has indeed crossed boundaries. As the heir to the Lu family, under the guidance of his grandfather, he must cultivate a gentle disposition and uphold righteous values to be deemed the most satisfactory and qualified successor. It is apparent that he and Jiang Nanshu may not be well suited. She lacks the virtues required of the Lu family matriarch: grace, kindness, and obedience. His gaze turns icy as he addresses Su Ran. Refrain from speaking such words in the future. Consider the 30 million as compensation for your saving my life. Let us part ways amicably, without entanglements. As for Jiang Nanshu, what is it to me? You should speak up. I hope you do not bring up the topic of the broken engagement. Do not make things difficult for me. Noticing the flicker of anticipation in her eyes, he alters his words. As for you, I wish to assure you that during this period of unbroken engagement, I shall adhere strictly to my principles. Thus, you need not concern yourself with Su Ran. I have no connection with her. Jiang Nanshu responds, who the hell is doing this for you? I am in it for the money. I did not expect you to possess such a sense of morality. What about Su Ran? She is seething with anger. Lu Qingyan presses his lips together tightly. Is the Jiang Nanshu of the past truly the same as the one before him now? Ever since she returned from her plunge into the river, she has been eager to escape his grasp. His gaze turns inquisitive. Jiang Nanshu, rendered speechless, has little interest in scrutinizing his expression. In the realm of typical domineering male leads, who among them is not arrogant and excessively confident? For the sake of the female protagonist, they would gladly inflict harm upon all the supporting characters. This is her first encounter with such a morally upright male lead. Lu Qingyan observes her defiance and cannot help but sigh, his tone softening as he attempts to reason with her. Moreover, Su Ran's mother passed away in an accident during her senior year. She raised Su Ran alone, and was a good mother. Jiang Nanshu cannot restrain herself from rolling her eyes. Indeed, she was a good mother, interfering in another's family and driving the rightful spouse to death. Ultimately, her conscience weighed heavily, prompting her to flee with the child. Legally speaking, she could be deemed an indirect murderer. Love truly blinds one. Please ensure you investigate a person's background thoroughly before becoming involved with them, alright? It is perplexing how Su Ran could still be accepted back into high society, cherished and adored by her wealthy father. The author must have a rather simplistic understanding of plot development and logic. Chapter 45. I will save money to buy you a coffin. Lu Qingyan is momentarily taken aback by Jiang Nanshu's candid thoughts as he gazes at Su Ran. In his recollections, Su Ran's mother was a gentle soul, tirelessly nurturing her daughter and ensuring she never faced hardship. Yet, he remains oblivious to the darker history that lies beneath such tenderness. Su Ran, equally wounded, seems genuinely affected by Lu Qingyan's words, and she flees in tears. How has the narrative flipped? Shouldn't I be the one running away in tears? Is it too late to cry now? Jiang Nanshu is left bewildered, her gaze filled with sorrow as she watches Su Ran's retreating figure. All of this transpires because Lu Qingyan is too principled. His previous assertion to take responsibility for their marriage is sincere. Damn it. She refuses. Jiang Nanshu scans her surroundings, seeking an escape, only to find herself face to face with Liang Xiqiu, who is lurking behind the glass door of the bar, shrouded in shadows, his expression a mixture of pain and malice. Oh dear, yet another man wounded by the female protagonist. She surmises that Lu Qingyan must be here to confront Liang Xiqiu, having likely conducted thorough investigations into his identity. As an heir to a wealthy family, he cannot allow such a ticking time bomb to exist. He must either bribe Liang Xiqiu to leave or resort to more forceful measures to drive him out of the capital. Meanwhile, Su Ran happens to visit Liang Xiqiu, only to be caught in the act by Lu Qingyan. So, Su Ran is here to clandestinely meet an old flame? Before encountering you, they were probably destined to be a pair. Lu Qingyan follows Jiang Nanshu's gaze and spots Liang Xiqiu hiding behind. He neither hides nor avoids, his stare heavy as he regards the two of them. Alas, venturing out has only invited a plethora of animosity. Let it be obliterated. Jiang Nanshu does not miss the hatred and disgust reflected in Liang Xiqiu's eyes directed towards her. No wonder he remains loyal to Su Ran, even unto death. The notion of her redeeming a villain, as suggested by the system, only elicits laughter from her. In her worldview, it is the weak who require redemption. Those who stand at the pinnacle of power possess no vulnerabilities. Jiang Nanshu, pondering how to depart, finds herself unwilling to part from Lu Qingyan, yearning to remain glued to him for 24 hours. A luxurious Maybach slowly glides to a stop before her. The rear window rolls down slightly, revealing Jiang Yisun's captivating visage. Unlike her other brothers, Jiang Yisun possesses a remarkable talent for maintaining appearances, greeting Jiang Nanshu with a smile. Sister, what a coincidence, we meet again. Jiang Nanshu forces a smile devoid of warmth. What a coincidence, brother. Are you here to indulge in the nightlife? Dressed in a black shirt, Jiang Yisun's attire is slightly askew, as though he has just risen from a woman's embrace, exuding an air of nonchalant luxury. He maintained his unwavering smile as he glanced at Lu Qingyan beside him, raising an eyebrow in mock surprise. Oh, Master Lu can endure the discomfort of standing beside my sister? Aware of the sarcasm directed at him, Lu Qingyan remained unfazed. If you can pause to greet her. Why can't I? Jiang Yisun chuckled nonchalantly, scrutinizing Jiang Nanshu from head to toe. Master Lu, do not say that. I cherish her dearly. How could I ever despise her? Nanshu, would you like to visit your brother's company? Damn, I'm about to vomit. This old fool is even more nauseating than I am. Jiang Yisun's smile deepened, and his interest in Jiang Nanshu intensified. It had been quite some time since he encountered anything so entertaining. Jiang Nanshu feigned surprise. I can really visit the company? But brother, you said last time that you were afraid I would dirty the floors. Jiang Yisun mused, smiling. Then Nanshu can simply clean up the mess she makes. Can't she? Jiang Nanshu. Upon seeing her silence, his smile widened. Do not take it to heart, my dear sister. I was merely jesting. How could I bear to have you clean the floors? This fellow truly possessed a sharp tongue. Both cruel and mischievous, far more challenging than Jiang Zhouya. Ordinarily, he would expect her to walk away, yet here he was, inviting her to his company? Another lunatic on the loose. She pretended to be aggrieved. Even if brother does not like me, I will do whatever you ask. She turned her glistening apricot eyes towards Lu Qingyan. Brother Qingyan, I'll be leaving with my elder brother now. You should head back on your own. I will miss you. Please take care on the way. Finally, I can leave. I cannot stand being with you for another moment. Jiang Nanshu hurriedly opened the car door and got in. Lu Qingyan, can you not align your words with your heart? The understated Maybach pulled away, and Lu Qingyan glanced in the direction of Liang Xiqiu, pondering if he was an illegitimate child. A slow smile crept across his lips, his gaze icy. He would not allow him an opportunity to appear in the Lu family. Inside the car, Jiang Nanshu felt the seat was uncomfortable and discovered a pair of stockings left by an unknown woman. She disdainfully tossed them aside. Jiang Yisun, seemingly unconcerned, chuckled. That seems to belong to Qianqian, or perhaps it's Jejia or Mimi. I've forgotten. They've all broken up. Jiang Yisun was notoriously known in the capital for his flirtations, frequently swapping girlfriends every 3 months, or even every week if he was particularly swift. Each time, bringing someone different. Yet those young ladies were still willing to engage in fleeting romances with him. After all, he was wealthy, handsome, generous with gifts, and offered parting gifts in the millions. Jiang Nanshu appeared understanding. That's their problem. In her heart, she cursed. What a scoundrel! changing girlfriends as casually as one changes clothes, tossing around breakup fees like confetti, thinking himself charming and affluent? You're just a big fool if you weren't so promiscuous. How could your company possibly go bankrupt? Ultimately, getting hit by a car seems fitting. None of the women you pampered would come to claim your body. They would think it unlucky to pass by your corpse. Jiang Nanshu's smile faltered. For the first time, he was at a loss for laughter. If anyone dared to insult him so openly, he would take their life. Yet this was his biological sister, and she was merely voicing her thoughts. He took a deep breath and endured it. His purpose in finding Jiang Nanshu was to uncover the reasons behind his bankruptcy. Some matters must be preemptively addressed. He retrieved the freshly acquired tender document, his face brimming with pride. "Sister, look, this is the land that the Bo family is vying for with me. I secured it for 5 billion. This area can be developed into a tourist destination, nestled against mountains and water, perfect for living and travel." The words Yanshan District Development Plan were emblazoned across the top. Jiang Nanshu raised an eyebrow, her face filled with admiration. "Brother, you're amazing. What is the Bo family even worth to challenge you?"
Puffed.
Ha ha, you refuse to take the path to heaven, yet you stumble into hell without invitation. Splendid indeed. Jiang Nanshu couldn't help but clench his fist, his expression darkening as he gazed at the plan. The joy of acquiring this land was abruptly soured. In fact, it felt almost too hot to handle at this moment. Jiang Nanshu chuckled. "How about I build you a princess castle in this area? Once I make a fortune, I'll buy you sweets." Jiang Nanshu looked utterly astonished, biting her lip and cautiously responding. Can I really have a princess castle? But brother, I hope you can spend the money you earn on yourself. It's no trouble for me. I'll save the money you give me for sweets. I'll save up to buy you a coffin." Little Jiang, I love watching others jump into the fire pit. Jiang Nanshu, good sister, also lend me a hand. Chapter 46. I believe this project is promising and can yield great profits. Jiang Nanshu fixed his gaze on Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Nanshu met his gaze, confusion flickering in her eyes. "What is wrong? Did I say something wrong? Why are you staring at me like that?" After a long pause, Jiang Nanshu finally laughed, sitting up straight and reaching out to ruffle Jiang Nanshu's hair. "So well-behaved, truly considering your brother. How could I earn money without you, my dear sister?" Jiang Nanshu, I want to slap you. Get your filthy hands off me, you jerk. Jiang Nanshu expressionlessly turned her head away. "My hair is greasy. Don't dirty your hands, brother." Jiang Nanshu, unfazed, chuckled as he continued to peruse the plan. "Do you think if I invest 100 billion, I could turn a profit?" Jiang Nanshu finally smiled genuinely. "I think this project is quite promising and can yield great profits." "Is that so?" Jiang Nanshu's gaze grew inquisitive. Jiang Nanshu obediently nodded. You can trust me. You want to go bankrupt, old fool. Once you start the project, your family will come to steal your company as secrets. Do you really think securing this land makes you wealthy? This is merely a trap laid by Bo Yan, waiting for you, the fool, to fall in. Don't delude yourself into thinking those women around you genuinely care for you. If you can't manage your company, how can you control your lower half, scoundrel? You deserve to go bankrupt. The more Jiang Nanshu listened, the darker his gaze became, lingering on the words Yanshan. A trap? He inexplicably chuckled, addressing Jiang Nanshu with a soft smile. "Then I shall borrow my sister's good wishes. I wonder if you'll still be able to laugh after you lose everything. Will you think of your sister as a harbinger of misfortune? Never mind. I need to get out and buy a plastic bag. I'm truly about to vomit." Jiang Nanshu's complexion turned slightly pale, her voice weak. "Assistant Yang, please pull over." The car stopped at the roadside, and Jiang Nanshu hurriedly exited. "Brother, I'm feeling a bit carsick. You can go to the company by yourself. I want to go in since my shoes are dirty." Without waiting for Jiang Nanshu to respond, she dashed away. So suffocating, so suffocating, so suffocating, sobbing. Now that I've been in his car, I feel tainted. Jiang Nanshu. Is it really that terrifying? It's not like he did anything in the car. Looking at the stockings under the seat, he suddenly felt a wave of nausea. With a cold expression, he turned to Assistant Yang. "Get rid of this car. We need a new one." A bewildered Assistant Yang. "Understood, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Nanshu ran all the way to a 24-hour convenience store, purchasing a bottle of water. After opening it and taking a sip, she felt revived. To stay far away from Lu Qingyan had truly been a trial for her. She surveyed the desolate outskirts, her heart sinking. Where on earth was this man headed? Jiang Nanshu opened the map and saw that Jiang Nanshu had taken an entire detour in the opposite direction of the company. What the hell? Was he taking her to the company? Walking a dog? She mentally cursed Jiang Nanshu's ancestors for 8 generations, and now it was already noon. There was not a place to eat in this desolate area. The only sign of civilization was a nearby establishment boasting the name devoted to creating Research Institute in gilded letters. The name sounded somewhat familiar, and after a moment's thought, Jiang Nanshu recalled that this was where her cheap third brother worked. He was a research fanatic, consumed by experiments to an obsessive degree. At present, she has yet to encounter him, but the book describes him as a morose, sickly individual capable of dismembering a corpse for 3 days and nights. In her memories, her third brother, Jiang Nanshu, seldom returned home, and the reason for his complete absence was rooted in the original self. A year ago, she had a fierce altercation with Jiang Lei, during which she hurled a vase at her, inadvertently striking Jiang Nanshu, who had just returned home, and causing a fracture in his hand, which he relied upon for his experiments. Jiang Nanshu recalled how the original self was utterly petrified at that moment. The look in Jiang Nanshu's eyes seemed as though he were about to carve her up with a knife, a truly chilling sight. As a researcher,
His hands were his lifeline.
Jiang Nanshu obediently took out her phone, smiling as she dialed Jiang Nanshu's number. How delightful! Let her experience this terror firsthand. The phone rang for 5 seconds before being abruptly disconnected. Jiang Nanshu was not surprised. All of Jiang Nanshu's disdain for her was concealed within those knife-like eyes. Undeterred, she continued to call. After dialing more than 20 times, she discovered she had been blocked. Jiang Nanshu gazed at her phone and sighed softly. Just how much did he despise her? Did he not even wish to hear her voice? Her heart churned with excitement, and she was positively elated. Calmly, she used her second SIM card to continue dialing, fully aware that this would not pose any challenge for her. This time, the call did not end abruptly. It was likely a number he did not recognize. Soon, a deep voice inquired, "Hello, may I ask who this is?" Jiang Nanshu altered her tone, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "Third brother, it's your beloved sister Nanshu. Why won't you answer my calls? This is more distressing than being murdered with a knife. I'm outside your research institute, cold, hungry, and frightened. Could you come to assist your helpless sister?" After a long pause, the voice on the other end chuckled softly. "Wait there. I'll come to kill you now." Jiang Nanshu. This state of mind is truly concerning. She waited by the roadside, kicking at pebbles. A figure clad in white emerged through the automatically opening doors of the research institute. He wore a pristine work uniform. His sleeves rolled halfway up, revealing strong, muscular forearms. In stark contrast to his gloomy and indifferent demeanor, he appeared as clean and refreshing as a gentle breeze. Adorning his strikingly handsome face were gold-rimmed glasses, his hair of medium length tied loosely into a small bun, with some strands lazily cascading down the sides of his cheeks, exuding a captivating androgynous beauty. He was an identical twin to Jiang Jingqing. If one were to pinpoint a similarity, it would be their shared aloofness. Yet, he was undeniably handsome. No wonder he had caught the attention of Chu Mushi. Jiang Nanshu gazed at him with heart-shaped eyes, another dashing brother. If it weren't for that murderous glint in his gaze, she might have sought to get closer. Jiang Nanshu halted a mere step away from her, the sunlight reflecting coldly off his gold-rimmed glasses, one hand tucked into his work uniform pocket. His beautiful face devoid of any smile. "You better have a reason for being here. They may consider familial affection, but I certainly will not." Jiang Nanshu's expression dimmed. "Is it wrong to seek out third brother if there's nothing wrong? I haven't seen you in a year. I came specifically to see you secretly."
Boo-hoo.
Goodness, this lunatic isn't actually going to bring a knife, is he? His hand in his pocket seems a bit too eager. Jiang Nanshu's indifferent eyes flickered with surprise. What? Jiang Nanshu. Is he really so hard of hearing at such a young age? She sniffled, continuing her pitiful act. "It's nothing, third brother. Would you mock me for expressing concern in such a clumsy manner? The incident from a year ago still haunts me with guilt. Since you haven't returned home, the family despises me, believing I caused your injury." Boo-hoo. Finally, third brother had made an appearance. All 5 brothers were accounted for. Chapter 47. You have 1 minute to leave, or I will stab you directly. Although Jiang Nanshu was a research fanatic, he had never encountered such an absurd situation. He could hear the thoughts of the sister he despised most. This was more ludicrous than the world's top 10 unsolved mysteries.
Why so silent?
Have I disgusted you? Haha, what a stroke of luck today. I've been dialing randomly. Jiang Nanshu concealed his astonishment behind his eyelids and quickly resumed his usual demeanor. "This is all you're doing. They despise you. And it is only right that you should bear the consequences." Do not come before me pretending to be pitiful. I can tolerate you once, but not a second time. His tone carried a dangerously chilling undertone. His eyes, hidden behind the frames, glinted with a coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Unlike Jiang Nanshu, who displayed his madness openly, Jiang Nanshu's darkness lay concealed beneath his handsome exterior. He was sickly, morose, and bore a bloodthirsty chill. Only through his relentless experiments could he suppress this nature, appearing like a normal person. Jiang Nanshu understood precisely what he meant. The fracture he sustained a year ago still festered in his memory. You're not nearly as tolerant as you claim. If you can't endure it, just go mad. You nitpicker. Jiang Nanshu could not resist the inner monologue but outwardly disregarded Jiang Nanshu's increasingly frigid demeanor, sniffing softly. Please don't speak to me like that. My severe depression seems incurable. I specifically came to see if your hand is healed. I hope you can come home. Jiang Nanshu narrowed his eyes slightly. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated bringing Jiang Nanshu back to the Research Institute for detailed study, speculating whether he could hear her thoughts due to a resonance from their shared bloodline, or if her heart had some defect. After a moment, he emphasized. Specifically, her thoughts suggested she had not come out of genuine concern for him, but rather to irritate him. Jiang Nanshu nodded earnestly. Yes. I walked for 3 hours without taking a vehicle to show my sincerity. If it weren't for that fool Jiang Nanshu driving to this desolate place, who would come here? Ridiculous. Jiang Nanshu. He displayed no emotion. That must have been quite a hardship for you. Not at all. It was well worth it for you. Jiang Nanshu then pointed at the main road. You have 1 minute to leave. Otherwise, I will stab you directly. Jiang Nanshu. What a uniquely twisted individual. Her gaze lingered momentarily on his slender, bony hands. I hope you can still boldly utter threats like that when your hand is gone. Jiang Nanshu's expression shifted, and just as he reached out to grab Jiang Nanshu, she darted away faster than a whirlwind. How outrageous! Not adhering to the rules of combat, attempting to seize me before even 5 seconds had passed. What a scoundrel. Leaving that thought behind, Jiang Nanshu vanished in an instant. Jiang Nanshu. He still remembered how, back then, she had stubbornly refused to apologize, insisting they first drive Jiang Li away before she would relent. Had it not been for the family's insistence, he could not guarantee he wouldn't have cracked her skull open to see what was rattling around in her brain. He then looked down at his hands. A year had passed, and his fractured hand had returned to normal. Yet why did Jiang Nanshu's thoughts allude to him losing his hand? Jiang Nanshu ran a considerable distance, hailed a ride home, spending 200 yuan, feeling utterly drained. Most importantly, her abs were still untouched. She'd have to wait for another auspicious day. Thus, the hardships of today would conclude here. She needed to rest. With everyone at home absent, she had lunch alone before heading upstairs to sleep. It was not until the afternoon that she finally awoke, opening her phone to find a message from Qin Qian with a 99 and over 30 missed calls. The girl must have been frantic with worry. Thankfully, she had silenced her phone before sleeping, avoiding the incessant disturbance. Stifling a yawn, she leisurely replied, "What's up, Qian Qian? Do you need something?" Qin Qian responded instantly. "Jiang Nanshu, where have you been? Do you have any idea how frantic I've been trying to find you?" Was Qin Qian genuinely concerned for her? With her ulterior motives aimed at harming her for personal gain, Jiang Nanshu would not allow herself to be so deluded. It is undoubtedly due to the matter concerning Jiang Zhouya that she is more fearful than anyone else. She deliberately delayed for a few minutes, noticing that Qin Qian had sent several messages inquiring about her whereabouts. Only then did Jiang Nanshu sluggishly respond, "Qian Qian, you truly care about me. I was merely taking a nap, and you searched the world for me. You are my lifelong best friend." On the other hand, Qin Qian, upon seeing the reply, was infuriated. With one eye impaired, she found it arduous to read the screen of her phone. Prolonged exposure caused her discomfort. Did Jiang Nanshu even realize the extent of harm her delay inflicted on Qin Qian's eyes while she waited for a response? Suppressing her irritation, she replied curtly, "Where's your fourth brother? Is he at home? Are you deceiving me? If you're going to help me, it would be best at night. Why make me go in the morning?" The more she pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. Wasn't such an endeavor supposed to take place at night? What could she possibly achieve during the day? In the end, this foolish girl disappeared, nearly driving her to the brink of exasperation. Thus her attitude towards Jiang Nanshu was exceedingly poor. After sending that message, she waited another 10 minutes, without a reply. Just as she was about to make a phone call, Jiang Nanshu sent an apologetic emoji along with a message. "Qian Qian, my family will all be home tonight. and the security at the villa is quite stringent. Moreover, my fourth brother is particularly vigilant towards me, so it would be difficult to accomplish anything. Tomorrow morning, I will drug him while my family is out, and it will be perfect for you to come over. Chun Qian found this excuse somewhat satisfactory, curling her lips into a satisfied smile. Well done, I shall come over tomorrow. Sounds good. After Jiang Nanshu sent that final message, she slipped on her slippers and stretched lazily. Tomorrow, she would ensure that Chun Qian would be the first to descend into hell. Once she identified the puppeteer behind this, she would send that person to accompany Chun Qian. Those who commit malevolent acts must remain in this world only to further harm others. She, as a harbinger of justice, must bravely stand up and maintain peace when necessary. The foolish observer, Desha Chun, pondered, does your conscience not ache when you speak such words?
Oh.
She has no conscience. She is an anomaly. Jiang Nanshu smacked her lips, feeling hungry again, and descended the stairs in search of sustenance. Her mind wandered in a haze. How shall I drug my fourth brother tomorrow? I shall personally safeguard my dear enemy. Perhaps I could add it to his flower tea, given that he loves to drink it. As she opened the door, she found Jiang Zhoya standing outside, having maintained a rigid knocking posture. Under Jiang Nanshu's gaze, his complexion shifted from green to black and finally to a ghastly white. So, was his sister serious about drugging him? Would he have to endure this torment once more? Jiang Nanshu took a step back. You scared me. Are you trying to harm me by lurking outside my room? Jiang Zhoya. Who the hell is trying to harm whom? Jiang Nanshu blinked her water-like apricot eyes and feigned fragility. So terrifying. Are you going to eat me, fourth brother? Chapter 48. Do you have something on your mind? Jiang Zhoya let out a cold laugh, his voice dripping with disdain. If I could, I would like to swallow you whole right now. Jiang Nanshu, yikes, please stop talking my ears. Murder is illegal, dear. You wouldn't dare. Jiang Zhoya, this is truly infuriating. He turned away, his demeanor icy. He would not allow Jiang Nanshu to succeed and would expose her true nature in front of the entire family. Even if he knew their fate, he would not accept such a morally reprehensible sister. Initially, he had intended to extract Jiang Nanshu's innermost thoughts, as the test results had arrived, confirming that the flower tea indeed contained harmful substances, akin to a slow-acting poison. He had consumed too much, leading to his near loss of voice. Moreover, he had inquired with the teammate who provided the tea, who mentioned it was purchased online and offered to place an order if he desired. However, since the teammates were busy with touring, their conversation was brief before ending. Spending a bit of money on an investigation revealed that, as his teammate stated, the flower tea had not passed through anyone else's hands. It arrived exactly as ordered. It seemed this teammate had unwittingly become a pawn. Unable to identify the person behind this, he sought a shortcut by probing Jiang Nanshu. Fortuitously, he arrived just in time. Otherwise, how could he have discerned her malicious intentions? As dinner approached, Jiang Nanshu was the first to obediently take her seat, eager to eat. However, as her family members returned one after another, they regarded her with peculiar expressions. Jiang's father hesitated, ultimately sighing and glaring at the newspaper with indignation, neglecting his meal. Jiang Yunchuan raked his red hair, opened his mouth to speak to Jiang Nanshu, but ultimately slammed his fist on the table, appearing quite remorseful. Noticing Jiang Zhoya's cold demeanor, he finally stammered, Nanshu, do you have something on your mind? Jiang Nanshu. If Jiang Nanshu were to admit her intentions to harm Jiang Zhoya, her family, as her kin, could assist her in correcting her course. As long as she confessed, there would still be room for redemption. Jiang Nanshu appeared quite obedient. Not at all. As long as my parents and brothers are by my side, I am very happy and have no worries. My only concern is when the 100 million will be deposited. I just want 100 million. The entire family, what on earth? Who owes her money, let alone such a large sum? Everyone was bewildered. Jiang Yunchuan turned his head in pain. Forget it. You're on your own. Jiang Nanshu, nervously picking at her fingers, asked, have I done something wrong again? Did I upset you? Please tell me. I will certainly improve. Even if I say it, I one tea change. And I will dare to do it again next time. It's all about participation. What a focus on participation. Jiang Yunchuan looked at Jiang Zhoya with sympathetic eyes, ultimately shrinking back under Jiang Zhoya's murderous glare. Jiang Mother sighed heavily, glancing between Jiang Zhoya and Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Zhoya had been raised by her since childhood, while Jiang Nanshu had only returned 3 years prior. In terms of closeness, it was undoubtedly her own son, but Jiang Nanshu was also her daughter. She truly did not wish to see her continue down a misguided path. Some matters, if brought to light, would only tear apart the surface calm. Even among family, there could be rifts. They recognized their lack of concern for Jiang Nanshu, but as long as she was willing to amend her ways, she was still their beloved child. After a moment's hesitation, she forced a smile. Nanshu, how about I take you shopping for clothes tomorrow? The new fall collection has arrived at the luxury store. Jiang Nanshu. No, I have important matters to attend to tomorrow. After a moment's thought, she declined. Thank you, Mom, but I have enough clothes. I wish to stay home and rest tomorrow. Jiang mother felt helpless.
Can we eat now? I am hungry.
At that moment, she still had the capacity to think about food. Jiang Zhouye felt unable to eat a single morsel. The others finished their meals and went upstairs. While Jiang Nanshu remained oblivious to their mysterious activities, it had nothing to do with her. In the evening, Jiang Nanshu lay on her balcony, enjoying the breeze. Her gaze directed towards the neighboring villa, which was illuminated, indicating that the visitors from yesterday had yet to depart. Suddenly, something shiny was thrown from the window of the neighboring villa onto the lawn. Jiang Nanshu sat up straight, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. That object truly sparkled under the streetlight. Wasn't he that a diamond? What kind of family casually discards diamonds? Since it was thrown away, why not take advantage of it? Jiang Nanshu eyed the wall separating the two houses. If the diamond remained by tomorrow, she would quietly make her move. Dreaming of sudden wealth, Jiang Nanshu slept soundly. However, the other members of the Jiang family remained restless until the early hours. Jiang father and Jiang mother were particularly troubled, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Eventually, they both sat up. Huan Yi, what do you think we should do about Nanshu's situation? How can her unprincipled friend be worthy of Yi? Jiang mother could no longer hold back. Nanshu, really? We are her family. If she does not wish well for her family, how can she expect us to suffer? Hadn't they treated her well over the past 3 years? Father Jiang leaned against the headboard, letting out a deep sigh. Enough, no more words. The doctor has stated that Nan suffers from severe psychological issues. Do you recall how obedient she was when she first arrived? If it weren't for your disdain over her lack of talents, her inability to play the piano, paint, or adhere to the etiquette of a young lady, she would not have felt the need to seek your approval by bringing you water, which you refused. All your attention was on Lui. Could she have become like this otherwise? Mother Jiang's face momentarily reflected discomfort. It wasn't that she didn't love her daughter, rather, her vanity prevented her from relinquishing her obsession with outward appearances. She invested her utmost efforts in raising her children and nurturing the family. Compliments on her children felt like accolades directed at her own worth. Those affluent women, though silent, would deride Jiang Nanshu as a mere country girl, their words striking her like invisible slaps, igniting a fiery shame within her. Did she not wish to teach her? She had missed out on 16 years of Jiang Nanshu's life. Was it even possible to rectify that? Cultivating a refined young lady required immense time and energy. This was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight. Her expression tightened. I, too, was in a poor state during that time. Later, I came to terms with it. If she cannot learn, then she cannot. The Jiang family would not neglect her. But look at what she has become. I never taught her those vile and despicable tactics. She then felt a twinge of sorrow. Why must there be such a mistake? How could Li not be our biological daughter? Shuling,
Do not speak of such things again.
if Nan hears, it will only sadden her. Father Jiang's tone was somber. Unable to hold back her tears, Mother Jiang replied, Very well, let us correct her mistakes properly. I will go and soothe I. Tomorrow, we will catch Nan in the act and give her a proper lesson. Chapter 49. A villain must have villainous trials. Though reluctant, it was clear that without such actions, Jiang Nanshu would not amend her ways. The two returned to their slumber, never having felt the night to be so arduous. The following day, Jiang Nanshu rose with a refreshed spirit. Descending for breakfast, she discovered the household was empty. Upon inquiring with the servant, she learned that the family had departed early in the morning. While it struck her as odd, it also provided her the convenience to proceed with her plans. Jiang Zhouye descended with a cold demeanor. Good morning, fourth brother, Jiang Nanshu greeted with a smile. Feigning sincerity, he averted his gaze, placing his cup on the table as he quietly consumed his meal. Afterward, as he ascended the stairs, a servant appeared, looking troubled while holding a cup. Miss, could you please deliver a cup of water to fourth young master? I have yet to finish my tasks. Jiang Nanshu observed the bucket by her feet and smiled. Please, hand me the cup. Thank you, Mississippi. Once the servant left, Jiang Nanshu prepared to mix the medicine into the water, but to her surprise, her hand trembled, causing the entire packet to spill in. Those secretly observing nearby gasped, "How ruthless." Jiang Zhouye clenched his fists, harboring a desire to strike someone. Jiang Nanshu stirred the mixture. Noticing the water had become somewhat murky, yet she paid it no mind and leisurely made her way up the spiral staircase. "Is he blind?" Jiang Zhouye muttered in disbelief. "Does he not pay attention while drinking? Or is he simply foolish enough to fall for this?" He found himself contemplating Jiang Nanshu's current blunder, pondering how he would have executed it more discreetly. Ugh, what am I even thinking? He would never stoop to Jiang Nanshu's level of immorality. He retreated to his room and waited. Jiang Nanshu politely knocked on the door. "Fourth brother, I've brought you some water." Jiang Zhouye opened the door, accepting the cup and glancing down, his forehead twitching in agitation. "Why is this water so murky? What have you done?" Jiang Nanshu blinked her innocent eyes. Murky? That's merely dust from the air magnified through the glass." Jiang Zhouye, his expression devoid of emotion, replied, "You may leave now." Then, before Jiang Nanshu, he took a sip of the water and shut the door behind him. "Do I look like I would believe such an excuse? Is he a fool? No wonder he lost his voice without knowing who harmed him. It's all deserved." In the adjacent room, Jiang Zhouye spat out the water and rinsed his mouth. His heart had grown numb. So, the harm to his voice was merely the beginning? Even if he healed, there were still dark secrets awaiting him. Who could possibly wish him ill to such an extent? And what are these dark secrets? I truly wish to know. Jiang Zhouye lay back on his bed, closing his eyes in serenity, awaiting Jiang Nanshu's impending folly. Just as he was on the verge of drifting into slumber, he heard a commotion outside. "Rest assured, I'm home alone. My fourth brother is clean and ready for you to enjoy."
What?
"Then you must be my sister-in-law. I only recognize you as my fourth sister-in-law." Yes, go ahead. I will keep watch at the door for you." Jiang Zhouye thought, can they not speak quietly over such a short distance? Are they afraid no one will hear? He struggled to maintain his composure, reminding himself that these were mere trivial challenges. He could take the initiative and let Jiang Nanshu reap what she sowed. Yet he soon realized he could not lift his hand, his body immobilized. What kind of drug is this? I have not even consumed anything, and yet I'm affected. As Jiang Nanshu opened the door, leading in Qin Qian, she pointed at the sleeping Jiang Zhouye.
"See?
I didn't frame you." Qin Qian scrutinized Jiang Zhouye's strikingly handsome face, unable to suppress a gulp. "Nanshu, having you makes me so fortunate. Once I succeed in sleeping with him, I won't forget you. I will reward you with 10,000. Jiang Nanshu smiled, her eyes narrowing pleasantly. "Oh, 10,000 is quite a sum." Just as Jiang Zhouye was about to open his eyes, he thought, what is this all about? Deciding to feign sleep, he listened in. Qin Qian pouted. "Aren't you going to hurry up and leave? How can I act with you here?" "All right, I'll keep watch at the door." As Jiang Nanshu gently closed the door, Qin Qian's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Jiang Zhouye, muttering, "That fool Jiang Nanshu is so easily deceived. Haha, once I succeed, she will be the first to pay the price. This wretch, who has caused me such distress." Jiang Zhouye's face turned pale. He believed Jiang Nanshu was sacrificing her family for this friend, assuming Qin Qian must treat her well to make her act so foolishly. Yet, it was merely a case of being used. He desperately wished to shake her awake, wondering what kind of dubious friends she had made. He had to act quickly this time. Last time, he had been too slow and missed the opportunity. Thus, she began to quietly disrobe. Jiang Zhouye maintained a stern expression, awaiting his parents to rescue him. "Hey, you cannot go in. Qian Qian is still inside." Jiang Nanshu exclaimed in alarm from outside. Jiang Zhouye exhaled in relief. His family had arrived. The door burst open, and Qin Qian hastily donned her outerwear, her eyes widening in terror at the sight of the newcomers. "Father? What are you doing here? You little vixen, enjoying such luxuries here in the Jiang household? Do you think you can transform from a wild hen into a phoenix?" Father Zhang's eyes were bloodshot with fury as he yanked Qin Qian by her hair, dragging her outside. "I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your long-deceased mother for your disgraceful behavior."
Ah!
"It hurts," Qin Qian yelped, tears brimming in her eyes as she was compelled forward by her father's force, whimpering, "Jiang Nanshu, save me.
Ah!
Help." Jiang Nanshu covertly observed the location where her parents had hidden, a cold smile curling on her lips. So, they had known from the very beginning what she intended to do? They had waited here for her. which explained their peculiar behavior yesterday when they had inquired if she was troubled, sighing heavily. Had they made it clear? She might have enlisted their cooperation in staging a performance, fearing Jiang Zhouye would not comply, but they remained silent, merely biding their time to catch her. Jiang Nanshu chose to ignore it and descended the stairs. How could I possibly allow Qin Qian to ascend to the fourth brother? If she truly managed to latch onto him, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to dispose of her. Her current target was Qin Qian, with a side of loathing. However, since the truth was already out, she might as well embrace the error. She would feign having drugged her, but fortunately, Chen's father arrived just in time to thwart Qin Qian's advances towards Jiang Zhouye. Both she and Qin Qian were guilty. Jiang Nanshu leisurely made her way over, raising her voice to call out, "Uncle Qin, please do not harm Qian Qian. This whole idea was mine, and has nothing to do with her.
Yes.
I hope that when I emerge, I find you have already dealt with her. Villains ought to face their due reckoning." The entire family eavesdropping. "Xiao Jiang, I have brought ruin upon the fourth brother. I deserve to die. The rest, we have misunderstood you, Wowo." Chapter 50. Jiang Nanshu. May you meet a wretched fate. After Jiang Nanshu departed, they finally showed themselves, gazing in a daze at the direction she had left. Thus, she had known all along the true nature of this friend, orchestrating a performance where she never intended to genuinely harm Jiang Zhouye. In that instant, guilt surged within them. Had they not heard her innermost thoughts, they would have likely cast her aside, banishing her to face the world alone, or worse, severing ties entirely, leaving her without a foothold in the capital. After all, so many despised her, and without the Jiang family's protection, how could a frail woman safeguard herself? The three gathered in Jiang Zhouye's chamber to deliberate. Jiang Zhouye lay with his eyes open, staring blankly at the ceiling. It seemed he had indeed misjudged her. Jiang Yinchuan raked his fingers through his hair. "So what do we do now? If we step outside, and this turmoil unfolds, Nanshu will be terrified upon seeing us." Jiang father wore a troubled expression. "What do you suggest?" Who could have known she merely sought to confront her duplicitous friend? Alas, aside from her rebellious streak, your sister is not foolish. Jiang mother's face was etched with guilt. Let's keep this under wraps, as if we are unaware of the incident. There's no need for reports. As long as Nanshu remains silent, we shall consider this a beautiful misunderstanding. Once she retires to her chamber, we will emerge. I have always asserted Nanshu is not wicked. It is merely that you harbor biases against her. She has psychological troubles that we ought to indulge. Healing will come in time. When the fourth brother spoke of this issue, he seemed ready to kill her out of frustration. Jiang Yunchuan said with irritation, somewhat blaming. Jiang Zhouye remained stoic. "Just help me out. I'm in a state of paralysis." Jiang Yunchuan retorted sharply. "You think you are the only one incapacitated?"
I am equally paralyzed.
"What I mean is, my whole body is numb. What have I even said? Fourth brother, can you grant her a chance? Stop viewing my sister through tinted lenses. Were it not for her, I could still be frolicking on the verdant meadows. This infuriates me." Jiang Yunchuan, now gradually feeling sympathy for Jiang Nanshu, thought she had suffered enough. Jiang Zhouye muttered, "Damn it, this fool, let her perish," until the agonizing screams echoed from below. The four exchanged instinctive glances. Jiang father, Jiang mother, and Jiang Yunchuan stealthily approached the balcony to gaze downward, directly overlooking the grand garden of the villa. Below, an enraged man dragged a woman across the ground. Chun Qian sobbed until her voice was hoarse. Jiang Nanshu trailed behind, slowly pursuing, even seizing a metal rod from the housekeeper who had intended to intervene, speaking earnestly. "Uncle Qian, you cannot dissuade them. Allow me to handle it, they are unfamiliar." The housekeeper looked at Jiang Nanshu with pride. Mrs. groaned. She understands the importance of considering others. How wonderful. Jiang Nanshu. Upon reflection, there was no fault in that. The housekeeper had struck the nail on the head. Then she chased after Qin Qian, exclaiming, "Oh, Uncle Qin, please do not strike any further. Qian Qian merely wishes to become my sister-in-law, to marry into affluence, and escape poverty. What wrong has she committed? Even if she has hidden a few million from you, you cannot fault her. Who can provide her with the best?" Jiang father's fury surged at her words. "A few million? This wretched girl has concealed millions while handing me mere hundreds as if I were a beggar?" Chun Qian's eyes widened in shock, her bruised gaze meeting Jiang Nanshu's radiant smile. In that moment, she realized everything was a trap set by Jiang Nanshu, with her as the sacrificial lamb. From the very beginning, she had intended to harm her, exploiting her greed to cast her into an abyss. Chen Qian clenched her fists, recklessly charging toward Jiang Nanshu. You vile creature, it's you. Isn't it? You are the one who has harmed me. Jiang Nanshu took a step back, the metal rod clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Qian, what are you doing? You should quickly apologize to uncle and return the money to him. He is so pitiable, barely able to make ends meet. It pains me to see. Jiang father seized her, thrusting her to the ground, then picked up the metal rod to strike her mercilessly, his eyes ablaze with rage. I let you deceive me. You and your mother, who cheated on me, deserve to die. Where is the money? Where are the millions?
Speak.
Chen Qian shielded her head, enduring the relentless blows. Her voice hoarse from tears. I do not have millions, father. Jiang Nanshu deceived you. I truly have no money. Woo, I have no money. Ha ha ha. Still attempting to fool me? You can return 80,000 to your friend, yet you cannot produce a single cent for me? If it were not for your dear friend showing me the evidence, I would have remained oblivious to your schemes. And I recall vividly your fabricated words in the hospital. You had better hand over the money, or I will take your life. After tiring from the beatings, Jiang father stood, panting heavily, pointing the metal rod at the half-dead Chen Qian. Speak. Oh, Nanshu, I realize my mistakes. Please save me, I beg you. Chen Qian reached out toward Jiang Nanshu, her tone filled with pleading agony. At that moment, Jiang Nanshu stepped forward, gently stating, Uncle Chen, why don't you take a moment to rest on the side? I will assist in questioning. Qian and I share a close bond, and I will certainly persuade her to reveal the location of the hidden money. Jiang father turned to Jiang Nanshu, seeing her cheerful demeanor, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, recalling some unpleasant experiences. He stepped back from her, speaking harshly, Fine. You can question her. Money should rightfully be given to me. Otherwise, I will send her down to meet her mother. Once Jiang father had moved away, Jiang Nanshu squatted before Chen Qian, gazing at her bloodied eyes with feigned sympathy. How unfortunate. It must hurt terribly, does it not? Chen Qian's hatred was barely contained. Her whole body ached, each movement a struggle, and all of this was thanks to Jiang Nanshu. She seethed with rage. Jiang Nanshu, did you orchestrate all of this? You are truly malicious, treating me this way. Jiang Nanshu chuckled, her laughter dazzling enough to blind Chen Qian's eyes as she leisurely replied, Indeed, it was I. The positioning was sent to your father by me. However, Chen Qian, was this not all of your own making? For 3 long years I treated you as a friend, while you toyed with me like a fool. In truth, I was aware of your intentions every time I visited your home. Your ultimate goal was to ensure I would break off my engagement with Lu Qingyan and be cast aside by the Lu family. Your eyes were deliberately blinded by me. If you enjoy watching others suffer, then you should experience the sensation yourself. Chen Qian's face transformed with terror, grasping Jiang Nanshu's hand, fear and desperation gleaming in her eyes. I did not do it intentionally. Someone coerced me into this. Please save me, will you? Very well. Jiang Nanshu replied with a playful smile. Then tell me, who is this person, and I shall let you go. Chen Qian hesitated for a moment, casting a fearful glance at her menacing father. Chen, yes, it was Chu Mushi. She approached me shortly after your engagement to Lu Qingyan 3 years ago, offering me 5 million as a reward if I successfully convinced you to break off the engagement. I truly do not possess such a sum. She only gave me 1 million, from which I returned 80,000 to you. Please, let me go. I beg you.
Jiang
Nanshu was not surprised. However, Jiang Le remained oblivious to her best friend's betrayal. She lowered her gaze upon Chen Qian, and, in response to her desperate eyes, pried open her hands. Then turned to Chen's father, who stood not far away, with a gentle smile. I'm sorry, Uncle Chen, but I can't extract any information. You'll have to handle this yourself. Chen Qian trembled all over, staring at Jiang Nanshu in disbelief. As her furious father dragged her away, Jiang Nanshu, clad in a vibrant red dress, looked on with a devilish smile. Suddenly, Chen Qian began to struggle violently, her voice hoarse with rage. You are not Jiang Nanshu. You are not her. Jiang Nanshu, may you meet a terrible fate. Jiang Nanshu gracefully walked towards the villa. Chapter 51. I shall candidly confess to my family, meticulously detailing the course of my transgressions. As the 4 of them, who could hear Jiang Nanshu's inner thoughts once more due to their proximity, reflected on her fluid and calculated maneuvering, they realized she genuinely wished for Chen Qian's demise. She had even handed Chen's father a metal rod without a hint of hesitation, showing no compassion for Chen Qian whatsoever. Jiang Yunchuan shook his head, awkwardly defending Jiang Nanshu. This isn't her fault. It's her treacherous friend who has hardened her heart. In truth, she is a very lovely and gentle girl. Jiang father, could you please stop shaking? What? Am I shaking? Jiang Yunchuan was on the verge of tears. No way. How could I be shaking? I'm cold. Jiang mother, it's only September. What are you cold about? She tried to cast a favorable light on her daughter. Old Five is right. Nan must be heartbroken. That man was so ferocious. It's a relief she wasn't harmed. Just look at how terrifyingly he struck. Jiang father's expression was one of exasperation. Let us hurry. She's coming up to find a Yi. This is sheer misfortune. We mustn't be discovered. Perplexed, Jiang Zhouyi asked, what are you all whispering about? Jiang Yunchuan took a deep breath and said, just don't provoke her. If something happens, bear with it. You can't just drop dead on the spot.
Can you?
As they prepared to leave, a knock resounded from outside. Fourth brother, I'm coming in. The four of them gasped. Quick, hide. They dashed about like headless flies, causing even Jiang Zhouyi, who lay on the bed, to break into a cold sweat. Jiang Yunchuan was the first to leap into the bathroom, locking the door behind him. Jiang mother and Jiang father hurriedly concealed themselves in Jiang Zhouyi's wardrobe. In the next moment, the door swung open. Jiang Nanshu's gaze fell upon the bed. Jiang Zhouyi stared back at her with a look of utter despair. You're awake? That makes things easier. The faces of the four hidden in the room turned ashen. Oh, dear. May you find your own salvation. They were powerless to intervene. Jiang Zhouyi's eyes were wide with evident terror. What would you want? Jiang Nanshu, you're truly remarkable. Administering drugs to make this boy suffer psychological trauma. Jiang Nanshu silently regarded him, then rubbed her eyes, which turned red moments later as tears began to flow. This onion is so intense. Boo-hoo, my eyes hurt. She sobbed. Fourth brother, I didn't mean to drug you. It's just that Chen Qian is so infatuated with you. I had no choice but to acquiesce to her request. You know, I'm not particularly likable and have very few friends. She is my only close companion. I never expected my good intentions would lead to misfortune. Especially after her father found out. I'm so worried about her. Both those in the open and those hiding in the shadows fell into silence. What a thoughtful friend she was, sending someone straight to the ICU. Jiang Zhouyi began to sweat profusely, his expression icy as he closed his eyes. Withdraw. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. You're trying to backtrack while chatting with me on WeChat? Jiang Zhouyi felt embarrassed and began to fidget. No, you heard me, fourth brother. Rest assured, I will dutifully confess to my family, outlining the details of my crimes. The four of them chimed in. Really, there's no need for any more reports.
Thank you.
They were already fully aware. When they return, I'll divulge every detail. What awaits me? Being cast out of the house or severing ties? Should I pick up the diamonds from the lawn next door first to avoid ending up on the streets? Jiang Nanshu was already contemplating her escape route. The others felt a pang of sadness. Alas, this foolish child. Jiang Zhouyi's expression darkened as he turned to her, her eyes red and appearing pitiful. Despite knowing she was feigning, he felt a twinge of softness in his heart. He took a deep breath, his tone frosty as he defended Jiang Nanshu. What difference does it make if you tell mom and dad? Will that not deepen the family misunderstanding? Jiang Nanshu, as long as we share the same roof, you are my sister. I do not wish to see our parents distressed because of our sibling discord. He had never imagined himself a victim, would rationalize for the one who harmed him. He felt he might just weep. Jiang Nanshu, what the hell? Why is he being so magnanimous? Wasn't he like this a year ago? Show me the same vigor as when you wanted to stab me like third brother. Jiang Zhouyi, help. Retreat. Please leave. Don't disturb my rest. I wish to sleep. With his eyes closed, he continued to feign death. Jiang Nanshu could only regretfully exit. Since my lips are on you, how can you control whether I speak or not? I'm going to talk. She stood up, feigning contrition. All right. But her eyes burned painfully, so she walked a few steps towards the bathroom. Fourth brother, may I borrow your bathroom for a moment? Jiang Zhouyi's eyes shot open, witnessing Jiang Nanshu twisting the doorknob. He hurriedly called out. Wait. Don't go in. Jiang Nanshu turned, puzzled, looking at him. Jiang Zhouyi wished he could move, to yank Jiang Nanshu out of his room, but regrettably, he felt utterly paralyzed. Sweat soaked his back, and as Jiang Nanshu's increasingly confused gaze bore down upon him, he stammered. I need the restroom. Finally, closing his eyes with determination, he muttered, I didn't flush the toilet. Jiang Nanshu, your place has quite the aroma. He felt a flush of heat on his face, wishing he could rid himself of Jiang Yunchuan. Incorrect approach. Just walk away. Correct approach. Take a photo and ruin your reputation.
Get it?
Jiang Zhouyi. Jiang Nanshu twisted the knob, only to discover the bathroom door was locked tight. Jiang Zhouyi's heart, which had leapt to his throat, gradually settled back into his stomach. Thank goodness. He almost experienced a cardiac arrest. Jiang Nanshu turned her head, her demeanor deceptively understanding. Fourth brother, I understand you. Everyone has some undisclosed quirks. I respect and comprehend that. Are you locking the door so tightly to prevent someone from coming in to steal your? The four eavesdroppers cringed at the embarrassment of another. Jiang Zhouyi gritted his teeth, enunciating every word. I truly thank you. Can you please leave? Jiang Nanshu abandoned her hand-washing, stepping closer to him and noticing his forehead glistening with sweat. The room was air-conditioned, and he was covered with a thin blanket. After a moment's thought, she politely inquired, Fourth brother, are you very hot? Sweating so much. My affairs are none of your concern. Just get out. Jiang Zhouyi's eyes reddened, as if Jiang Nanshu's presence was driving him to madness. Jiang Nanshu observed him quietly for 2 seconds, then flashed a toothy grin, resolutely standing her ground to aggravate him further. Fourth brother, it's a sister's duty to care for you. Since I've caused you this much trouble, do you expect me to leave and make you feel guilty for a lifetime? Chapter 52. Do you see me like this? Are you satisfied? Jiang Zhouyi, I just enjoy watching you wanting to hit me, but being unable to. Jiang Nanshu circled around to the wardrobe and said, Fourth brother, your bathroom is locked, so I won't intrude upon your privacy. I'll just find a clean towel in the wardrobe to help you wipe off your sweat. Wait a moment. As she pulled on the wardrobe door, she turned to see Jiang Zhouyi's flushed face, the veins in his neck bulging. He seemed to want to struggle to rise, yet felt powerless. He was genuinely afraid that Jiang Nanshu would recklessly open the door, and he stared vacantly at the ceiling, weakly imploring, Don't open it. I have a pair of underwear in there that hasn't been washed for several days. How presumptuous of you. That was close. Almost an eyesore.
Oh.
I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. No wonder you've been rendered mute. It must be due to your habitual sloppiness. Who could possibly share a room with someone who doesn't flush after using the toilet? Jiang Zhouyi was at a loss for words. At that moment, he was seriously contemplating why he hadn't taken the medicine earlier. If he had fallen asleep, what did the happenings outside matter to him? The fact that the three of them had been discovered and that Jiang Nanshu's feelings had been hurt was of no concern to him. He felt utterly wronged. Jiang Nanshu released her grip on the wardrobe and, with a touch of sympathy towards the disillusioned Jiang Zhouyi, said, All right then, fourth brother, you rest first. I'm leaving. Jiang Zhouyi fell silent. Satisfied, Jiang Nanshu closed the door and departed. In one fell swoop, she had uncovered 2 of his closely guarded secrets. Surely, they would have to silence her. After a full 5 minutes, ensuring that Jiang Nanshu had truly walked far away, the 3 of them stealthily emerged. They looked awkwardly at Jiang Zhouyi, who lay on the bed, pallid and seemingly devoid of energy, feeling as if his once great reputation and rebellious persona had crumbled. In a hoarse whisper, he lamented, Look at me like this. Are you satisfied? The 3 of them exchanged glances. Jiang Yunchuan scratched his head, recalling that he had nearly screamed when Jiang Nanshu attempted to enter, trembling in the corner. He cleared his throat and muttered, Fourth brother, it's fine. I can testify that you do flush after using the toilet. Jiang Zhouyi's complexion turned a shade of greenish-white. Am I supposed to sing you a tune of gratitude, thanking you for warming the seasons with your presence? Do you think you're funny? Daylight truly does not comprehend the darkness of the night. Jiang Yunchuan, why on earth are you getting worked up? Yet, he realized this predicament stemmed from him. If he had chosen a different hiding spot, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. So, he promptly fell silent, glancing outside before slipping away to his own room. Seeing his 4th son, who was fuming with indignation, Jiang's father understood his grievances. Unable to suppress a sigh, he assured, Dad will vouch for you. You wash your underwear every day. You're a clean child. Jiang Zhouyi wished he could faint on the spot. He had no desire to speak any longer. Jiang's father took his leave as well. Jiang's mother hesitated, glancing at the wardrobe before quietly advising, Don't leave them overnight. They must be washed the same day. Thus, he was successfully dispatched from their presence. The group quietly departed. In her room, Jiang Nanshu peered through binoculars and discovered that the diamond was still there, sparkling amidst the grass. This was a gift from the heavens, and she was determined to seize the opportunity. She swiftly changed into a pair of pants suitable for climbing walls and hurried towards the wall. Upon approaching, she realized it was a high wall surrounded by well-trimmed bushes, a lush green that was quite pleasing to the eye. Jiang Nanshu tied her hair back with a scrunchie. Her black locks cascaded like clouds, the ends slightly curled, revealing a delicate, pale neck. She tilted her head to assess the height, noticing there was nothing to aid her ascent. Would it be too conspicuous if she fetched a ladder? As she looked down for any possible openings, she heard a child's voice crying and sneezing from the other side of the wall. The child was mumbling incoherently about something dreadful, which was enough to bring tears to anyone's eyes. At that precise spot, there was a small gap in the branches. A child of about 4, clad in light blue overalls, was weeping, his face smeared with tears and snot. Before him lay a pit, the contents of which remained a mystery. He was crying, patting the ground, and sneezing relentlessly. The diamond lay just 3 meters away in front of him. There was also a sign nearby reading in red letters, "Wall damaged. Awaiting repair." Kicking aside the lush green shrubbery, she managed to reveal a small hole. Jiang Nanshu found a stick and widened the opening just enough for her petite frame to squeeze through. The elderly butler from the neighboring villa called out a few times for the young master, causing the child to scamper off. Once she was certain no one was around, she crouched and crawled through the hole. Arriving right beside the diamond, she reached down to pick it up. To her surprise, it was the size of half a palm. Was it truly so easy to discard such a valuable gem? However, her greed soon overshadowed her reason. Giddy with delight, she whispered, "Has someone lost something? If not, it's mine now." After waiting a few seconds, she concluded there was no owner. Tucking it into her pocket, she glanced into the pit as she passed by and instinctively noticed a white Samoyed puppy lying motionless at the bottom. In an instant, Jiang Nanshu pieced together the situation. The puppy was dead, which explained the child's tearful lamentations. He had presumably dug the pit to bury the poor creature. She touched the diamond in her pocket and decided to do a good deed, considering this as a funeral expense for the dog to ease her conscience. Swiftly, she began to cover the pit with soil, ensuring it was properly buried, and then hurriedly crawled back through the hole, content to remain anonymous. Just a few meters away, the child erupted into even louder cries. She sighed, feeling pity for the child's emotions. Truly, it was unnecessary. Amidst sobs, the child wailed, "Who buried my puppy? How dare you? If I catch you." Jiang Nanshu remained silent. A few seconds later, she heard frantic barking. To her astonishment, the puppy was alive. Mistaking its stillness for death, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Jiang Nanshu nonchalantly touched her nose, feigning innocence, and casually informed the butler, "The hole in the tree wall is too large. Please fix it quickly. I'm worried a dog might get in." The butler replied respectfully, "Of course, Mississippi." At noon, Jiang Zhoya did not come down for lunch, and Jiang Nanshu paid him no mind. She surmised that Jiang Yunchuan and the others had taken the opportunity to slip out. Thus, she awaited their return at dinner time, and when they entered together, feigning laughter and joviality, the smiles on their faces froze upon seeing her in the living room. Suddenly unable to muster any mirth. "Ah, is my presence so inherently unamusing?" They were likely already aware of the morning's events. "All right, I confess. I'm about to be kicked out of the house." The three exchanged glances. As Jiang Nanshu looked over, Jiang Yunchuan fumbled to retrieve his phone. "Hello? What? There's a problem with the company's operations? All right, I'll be right there." Jiang Nanshu twitched her lips. With a company that's destined to send women gifts, it might as well go bankrupt. Jiang Yunchuan dashed out as if pursued by demons. Jiang Nanshu turned to Jiang Father. "Dad." Jiang Father slapped his forehead. "Oh dear. I forgot something very important. Didn't Arson secure the land at Yanshan? I must personally remind him to handle that project well. It's a prime location." Jiang Nanshu thought to herself. Indeed, it's a prime spot for burying people. Why bother with a company that's bound for bankruptcy? Jiang Father exclaimed, "Absolutely not. Bankruptcy must not happen." He hurriedly instructed the driver to take him to Jiang Group. 2 of them left, leaving one behind. "Stuck with the one who dislikes me the most. How delightful." Jiang Nanshu cleared her throat, preparing to express her feelings. "Mom, actually, Jiang Mother interrupted." Her voice flustered as she searched for her bag. "Where's my bag? Aunt Chu is taking me out for a full-body massage. I can't cancel on her." Jiang Nanshu watched as her mother dashed away, bewildered. Well, that sounds splendid. You're spending money on Chu Xian while she still has her eye on your husband. What a perfect match. Jiang Mother exclaimed, I'll go kill her. Jiang Nanshu finally realized, wait, you three are under some curse? Couldn't you wait for me to finish speaking? I apologize, dear ones, for the miscalculation in the plot progress. Let us postpone until tomorrow. Chapter 53. So, you two are but a pawn in their play. Jiang Nanshu found herself in disarray amidst the wind. After a moment, a look of relief graced her features. It seemed they had grown to despise her to the extent of not wishing to see her at all. Had I known it was so simple to incur their disdain, I would have poisoned the whole family in one fell swoop, Jiang Nanshu muttered. A loud thud resounded from behind her. Startled, Jiang Nanshu turned to see Jiang Zhouya tumbling down the stairs, having slipped. He rubbed his backside, his throat ached, and his body felt weak. He had merely come down for a meal, only to hear Jiang Nanshu plotting to poison the entire family. What's this? Has she become addicted to it? Does she consider them mere dumplings? Jiang Nanshu hurried over, and Jiang Zhouya felt a flicker of comfort. His sister appeared concerned for his well-being. He reached out a hand, but Jiang Nanshu cautiously sidestepped him on tiptoe, whispering, Fourth brother, I've finished eating. You can go by yourself. His hand froze, and he glared at her in anger. Would it kill you to help me up? Jiang Nanshu sniffled and, with profound sorrow, nodded. Yes, it would. I feel so guilty. Just thinking about the emotional harm I've inflicted upon you today makes me hesitant to approach you. Please, get up on your own. I promise not to bother you anymore.
Damn.
She had said all that. What more could he possibly say? Jiang Nanshu ascended the stairs with quick strides. Oh hey, time to check the post. Eventually, he managed to get back on his feet and ate the food on the table as if it were wax. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up and a notification chimed. He opened it to find his gaze growing colder by the moment. The next day, after descending the stairs, Jiang Nanshu discovered that Jiang father, Jiang mother, and Jiang Yunchuan had not returned home. Had they truly grown to despise her so much as to relinquish such a grand villa to her? Such a wonderful family, collectively abandoning their possessions, bestowing upon her their real estate, they would truly be the death of her. After having breakfast, Jiang Nanshu prepared to embark on 5 days of self-indulgent living at school, planning to return home over the weekend to torment her family once more. Life was orderly and filled with anticipation. Her phone buzzed, revealing a message from Lin Yaya, simply reading okay. In an effort to help them reconcile and revert the storyline to its original trajectory, she had messaged Lin Yaya the previous day, encouraging her to play along. Jiang Nanshu sighed. It was utterly exhausting. Although Jiang Yunchuan was avoiding her and wished not to see her, she felt compelled to introduce him to the genuine Lin Yaya. Thus, she took the initiative to call him and suggest they meet at the school gate. Upon hearing it was about Lin Yaya, Jiang Yunchuan agreed. The weather outside was splendid, the morning sun pleasantly warm, and Jiang Nanshu was in high spirits. In her mind, the silly spring appeared once more. Host, I have concealed something from you. Jiang Nanshu, what is it? Silly spring. In truth, there is not just the option of 100 billion for the task. There is another option. Jiang Nanshu, another one? 200 billion? Are you trying to hoard my 100 billion for yourself? You truly are a despicable creature. Silly spring, is this person blinded by money? Could it not be a better option? It struggled to maintain its mechanical tone. The central control detected that you are performing well in your tasks. Hence the second option was presented. Upon completion of the task, you may choose to remain in this world. After a lengthy silence, Jiang Nanshu finally spoke softly. I choose 100 billion. Do not even think about taking my money. Jiang Nanshu turned her gaze toward the window. Only when the topic of returning to her own world arose did her eyes darken, as if storm clouds were swirling within. She lowered her eyelashes, shattering the fragments of memory in her mind. Her weeping, helplessness, pain, and despair coalesced into a mocking smile. No one could impede my steps toward returning. The vehicle gradually came to a halt at the school entrance. The driver spoke. Second miss, we have arrived at Jingda. It was still early, only 7:30. Jiang Nanshu alighted, her small leather shoes tapping against the broad, clean avenue. Flanking the campus were verdant camphor trees, a testament to the lush landscaping. Jiang Yunchuan awaited at the gate, his striking red hair and superior physique rendering him a focal point amidst the crowd. Jiang Nanshu's appearance, clad in a vibrant red dress, also drew many gazes. Her porcelain skin shone under the sunlight, revealing faint blue veins beneath. Fifth brother. Upon hearing Jiang Nanshu's voice, Jiang Yunchuan cast a wary glance at her, fearful she might confess to her misdeeds concerning Jiang Zhouya. How delightful. Does that fearful gaze also suggest he fears I might drug him too? Jiang Yunchuan. That's not what I meant. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, where shall we go to find her? Some matters must be clarified in person. Quite right, the ebb and flow of relationships is quite normal among couples. Follow me. Jiang Yunchuan did not wish to reconcile with Lin Yaya. He merely wanted her to cease her harassment. The effort he had expended to pursue her initially seemed wasted, as she now clung to him relentlessly, driving him to the brink of exasperation. The pair sought refuge on a quieter street corner, where a large tree provided some concealment. Jiang Yunchuan glanced at his watch, frowning. When will she arrive? Jiang Nanshu craned her neck excitedly, pointing at a low-key luxury car. Here she comes. Senior Lin Yaya's wealthy father has come to drop her off for school. Lin Yaya emerged clad in a little white dress, her appearance pure and innocent, having been voted the campus belle by many of Jingda's male students. Upon exiting the vehicle, another door swung open, revealing a man with hair dyed a grandmotherly gray, who was not as tall as Lin Yaya. Jiang Yunchuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and Jiang Nanshu's mind was filled with questions. The middle-aged man in the photograph was certainly not him. Who is this? Hearing Jiang Yunchuan's inquiry, Jiang Nanshu quickly regained her composure and blurted, given the color of his hair, he must be her grandfather. Goodness, you brought your father along. Why has it changed? Jiang Yunchuan. They then witnessed Lin Yaya lean down to plant a kiss on the lips of the gray-haired man. What was this? Jiang Yunchuan's voice turned cold. Jiang Nanshu, a Western greeting? Have you never seen one? What on earth? How could you bring a financial backer to my fifth brother's face? After the kiss, Lin Yaya bid farewell to the man and proceeded in the opposite direction of the school. Jiang Yunchuan let out a laugh, addressing Jiang Nanshu with a hint of melancholy. Why not take a guess if this is morning, noon, or evening? Let's follow and see. Forget it. The gentleman has already departed. Jiang Yunchuan forcibly pulled Jiang Nanshu along. They soon spotted Lin Yaya entering a nearby breakfast shop. Inside, a tall but unremarkable-looking man waved at her. Upon meeting, they engaged in a display of affection, feeding each other porridge mouth to mouth. Jiang Yunchuan's complexion turned green as he was unable to suppress the urge to retch against a nearby tree. Jiang Nanshu cast a sympathetic glance his way. Alas, being green with envy is truly tragic. To be simultaneously entangled with 3 men while remaining unaware, it seems you are also a participant in their play. Chapter 54. Engaged with 18 male models. Jiang Yunchuan. Why on earth did I end up pursuing such a filthy woman? Ugh. Sister, who is this again? His voice was frigid, as if he wished to tear Lin Yaya apart. This was it. He was already beginning to sweat coldly. She raised a hand to wipe the inconspicuous beads of sweat from her forehead, her voice considerably weaker. Perhaps it is her uncle. The two of them finally endured until Lin Yaya had sent off her benefactor. She then pivoted and headed elsewhere. Both of their faces turned green. This time management, master, handling a full array of breakfast and beverages. Who wouldn't be confused? The final stop was a high-end beverage store, where the middle-aged man awaited her inside. As Lin Yaya entered, they embraced and shared drinks with each other. Jiang Yunchuan sighed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sister. Had it not been for your brilliant suggestion, I would have remained oblivious my entire life to how she has kept them under the covers while keeping me in the dark. Jiang Nanshu, no need for thanks. She unlocked her phone, confirming once more, her gaze fixated on the glaring OK sent by Lin Yaya. A feeling of being utterly defeated washed over her. After Lin Yaya had seen off 3 patrons of varying styles, she turned around to find Jiang Yunchuan, accompanied by a despondent Jiang Nanshu, standing behind her. Her previously rosy cheeks paled instantly. You too. Jiang Yunchuan scoffed. How utterly filthy you are, Lin Yaya. I can't believe I was blind enough to take a liking to a woman like you. If you weren't my sister, I would have never imagined you could entertain 3 men in a single morning. You truly have opened my eyes. Lin Yaya's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The innocence on her face vanished as tears welled up. She glared fiercely at Jiang Nanshu. You deceived me? You told me you would help me reconcile with Yunchuan. But in reality, you merely wanted to expose my indiscretions with other men, didn't you? Jiang Nanshu looked pale and weary. I truly didn't know you would play like this. Heaven knows, I wish you two would just lock yourselves away. I would respect your wishes. Lin Yaya pulled out her phone, pointing at the message Jiang Nanshu had sent her the previous day, tears streaming down her face. Look for yourself. Is this not your message? You told me to pretend on a cloudy day, to stage a performance that would convince your fifth brother of my innocence. I trusted you so much, and this is how you repay me? I even checked the weather forecast for nearly 15 days. And the next cloudy day is at least a week away. It's only partly cloudy. Jiang Nanshu. Wasn't she talking about tomorrow? Upon checking her phone, oh dear, she must have been half asleep and typed it wrong. She awkwardly chuckled. Sorry, there's a typo. Linya. She felt like tearing Jiang Nanshu apart. Get lost. I want to let you off the hook. Jiang Yunchuan let out a cold laugh, standing before Jiang Nanshu, looking down on her. Try to lay a finger on her, I dare you. Do you think I'm being nice? If you dare to harass me again, I will expose everything you've done, and let us see how you will stand at Jing University. Out of respect for our past, I'll let you off this time, but don't ever show your face in front of me again. Jiang Yunchuan felt that conversing with such a woman was utterly degrading. Ultimately, the curtain fell as Lin Yi fled in tears. Nanshu, don't worry. Your fifth brother will protect you. Jiang Nanshu wanted to laugh, but couldn't he? Oh, you and Lin Yi can just roll away together. Jiang Yunchuan. Upon returning to school, the two parted ways. Jiang Nanshu went to class and discovered that the female teacher who taught journalism had indeed been dismissed. Thus, the newly appointed teacher, upon seeing Jiang Nanshu arrive late, trembled and marked her present. Many gazes fell on her, dim with disbelief, as if they never expected that the infamous Jiang Nanshu would still enjoy the protection of the Jiang family. Merely one female teacher had spoken against her. And the next moment, the Jiang family had intervened to facilitate her dismissal. A teacher could easily be distinguished from the formidable Jiang family. And even the president of Jing University knew better. After class, Huang approached Jiang Nanshu with a group, lightly tapping her desk. Jiang Nanshu. Do you know what happened to your good friend Chen Qian? Jiang Nanshu, who had been dozing off, instantly perked up, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. What happened? Did she die? Huang. Her tone and expression suggested she would rather Chen Qian were dead. She pouted. She's not dead. But I heard she was beaten by her father to the point of being in the ICU overnight. One eye is blind, one ear is deaf. And she may spend her life in a wheelchair. Have you no reaction? She is your inseparable friend. Jiang Nanshu felt a fleeting sense of pity. Wasn't he dead? Chen Qian truly was an important NPC in this story, enduring such hardship without bowing out. Then I'll call the police and have her father arrested, just to cheer her up. Huang. Having a heartless friend like you is truly her misfortune. She glanced at an empty seat. Smiling with her eyes narrowed, a friend without conscience is indeed as miserable as Sushi. Sushi hadn't he shown up for class again? Jiang Nanshu didn't he mind. After lunch, on her way back to the dormitory, she passed Sushi's desk, where a handwritten application for withdrawal lay, seemingly stained with a few drops of blood. It appeared she had a rough time last weekend. Meanwhile, Su Xingwan had seemingly evaporated, having not appeared at all. Jiang Nanshu changed into a dress and applied light makeup. And after school, she exited the campus. Remembering she hadn't checked in with Lu Qingyan for 2 days, she sent him a message. Qingyan, where are you? The reply was silence. The film crew at Jing University was dismantling the set, indicating that Su Rant's web series had wrapped up. Once released, Su Rant's identity would undergo a dramatic transformation. Jiang Nanshu had no intention of obstructing the unfolding of this narrative. She simply needed to hasten the plot's progression. Upon returning to the nightlife, she marveled at the 4 lucky cats outside and resolved to finally touch the abs she missed last time. However, the arrangement of the lucky cats was rather unsightly. They needed to be gathered together to attract fortune. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, she hugged the 4 lucky cats into a circle. Inside the bar, Jiang Nanshu had learned her lesson this time, avoiding the outdoor area. She booked a spacious private room that could accommodate 50 people, spending a hefty sum of 100,000 to hire 18 premium male models. All stood at a height of 185 centimeters, boasting narrow waists, broad shoulders, and long legs, clad in shirts that revealed half of their chests, each exuding an overwhelming aura of hormones, their appearances varied yet captivating. They lined up before Jiang Nanshu, leaving her dazzled. The 18 male models shyly chorused, "Please, master, show us your favor." This scene, this grandeur, made her feel like a sovereign, with all present as her consorts. She smiled brightly, wiping her lips, and hurriedly beckoned. Come over, I will show you all my favor." Although she had yet to indulge, at least she had made her presence known, hadn't she? Chapter 55. When one seeks a favor, one must exhibit a semblance of humility and shed their garments. The 18 models were momentarily taken aback, for it was their first encounter with such a carefree patron who commanded them all to come forth. Could they withstand it? But who could resist Jiang Nanshu as the boss? They obediently approached her one by one. Jiang Nanshu's gaze swept across their partially exposed chests, fair, dark, and tan skin. Each with distinct appearances and temperaments, yet all muscular and robust, their chests rising and falling with each breath, hinting at the abs beneath their clothing. Jiang Nanshu pointed to one in the center, who had short hair, strong and chiseled features, and a smooth musculature, standing slightly taller than the others. Estimated to be around 190 centimeters, Jiang Nanshu, petite and comfortably nestled into the dark sofa, let her cascading black curls spill behind her, winding over the sofa, contrasting with her red dress, making her look like an enchanting fairy. She flashed a radiant smile, pointing at him. "You, come sit beside me." The 190 centimeters model sat down, neither servile nor overbearing, while Jiang Nanshu leaned against his powerful arm, treating him like a cushion. She casually pointed to a few others, instructing them to pour her drinks, peel fruits, and perform stripteases. The room was dimly lit, the atmosphere thick with desire. After a few drinks, a pleasant intoxication enveloped her. Gazing up at the model she leaned against, she grinned. "Do they dance well?" The dance was quite provocative, the boundaries blurred, and they even shed their shirts, revealing taut muscles that radiated sexual tension. The 190 centimeters model felt somewhat nervous. The faint scent of orchids emanating from Jiang Nanshu was particularly pronounced in the confined space, an aroma that was undeniably gentle and intellectual, yet her behavior was shockingly audacious. He exhaled softly, nodding, "They're good." Jiang Nanshu blinked, pulling out a stack of cash from her bag and tossing it into the air with a smile that was both exuberant and flamboyant. "This is for you all." The bills rained down like a shower of red, leaving all 18 models utterly astonished. This was indeed a true wealthy patron. Jiang Nanshu tilted her head to gaze at the 190 centimeters male model, her fingers brushing against his chest, distinctly feeling the tremors of his muscles beneath her touch. Her voice, laced with a teasing undertone, inquired, "Do you desire this?" The male model turned his head, his gaze locking onto Jiang Nanshu's striking features, her smile radiant and captivating. He had never encountered anyone quite like her. She resembled a spoiled and pampered young lady. In a low, husky voice, he confessed, "I do." Jiang Nanshu deftly rolled up a bundle of cash, tucking it into the slightly open collar of his shirt. Her fingers slipped between the fabric and his taut skin, the crisp bills grazing against him, drawing his attention entirely to the delicate warmth of her touch. "What is your name?" she asked. "Duan Huayu," he replied. Jiang Nanshu paused, studying his rugged visage, before breaking into a smile. This was indeed the character from the story, due to Su Ran's assistance. He had become the most capable bodyguard by her side, yet his attempts to harm Su Ran had backfired, leading to considerable embarrassment for him. Just as she prepared to speak, the door to the private room swung open. All eyes were drawn to the newcomer. His damp hair clung to his forehead. Clad in a black t-shirt, his chest rising and falling slightly. The male models who were gathering the scattered money looked up in astonishment. "Liang Xiqiu? What are you doing back here?" Liang Xiqiu's gaze settled on Jiang Nanshu, the floor littered with cash exuding opulence, while she stood barefoot. Her slender legs accentuated by a striking red dress, leaning against Duan Huayu, her eyes glinting with intrigue. "What brings you here?" Jiang Nanshu's voice resonated. Quickly, someone interjected. "He was kicked out of the nightshade for stealing from a guest, yet he still thinks he's the main attraction. This isn't a place you can simply waltz back into." In just a few words, Jiang Nanshu grasped Liang Xiqiu's intentions for being there. She swirled her wine glass, downing its contents, and in the next moment, Duan Huayu instinctively refilled it. She opened her mouth to savor the grapes offered by the male models, their juices staining her crimson lips, rendering her breathtaking amidst the dimly lit room. With a playful smile, she teased, "You're here to find me, aren't you?" Liang Xiqiu clenched his hands at his sides, never having felt so humiliated. Yet, all of this was brought upon him by this very woman. If it weren't for her accidental encounter with Lu Qingyan, how could Lu Qingyan have ever suspected him? He still couldn't fathom how Lu Qingyan had uncovered his illegitimate identity. This debacle had derailed all of his plans to ingratiate himself with the Lu family, leaving him unable to appear in public, surrounded solely by Lu Qingyan's associates. Now, the only person who could assist him was Jiang Nanshu, who also happened to be Lu Qingyan's fiancé. Suppressing his discomfort, his handsome face devoid of expression, he asked, "Miss Jiang, is your offer to keep me still on the table?" As his words hung in the air, the music in the room ceased abruptly. Everyone was taken aback, questioning his sanity for seeking a patron. Jiang Nanshu met his gaze, noticing the disgust and resistance lurking in his eyes. Yet, in his pursuit of the Liu family, he forced himself to engage with her. Suddenly, she erupted into laughter, leaning against Duan Huayu's shoulder, wiping away the tears of mirth that had sprung forth. Tilting her head slightly as she spoke gently, "What do you think you are?" This elicited a chorus of chuckles from the others present. Liang Xiqiu's complexion turned ashen. He had never experienced such degradation in his 22 years of life. He merely wished to reclaim what he believed was rightfully his. Both the Liu family and Su Ran should belong to him. He had known Su Ran first, yet he had lost out to Liu Qingyan, the only difference being his lesser status. He had not been born into privilege like Liu Qingyan, the chosen heir from the outset. His identity was shrouded in secrecy, and he had to toil in squalor, yearning to grow into a towering tree. Suppressing his trembling, he spoke in a subdued tone, "Miss Jiang, I've come to a realization. I am willing to be a stand-in if you would just glance my way." A stand-in? She had no affection for Liu Qingyan. What need had she for a substitute? Straightening up, she scrutinized him, her gaze settling on his face, clicking her tongue in disdain. "You are truly proud, refusing to submit when I held interest, yet now you come crawling back. If you choose to debase yourself, do it without pretense. It's quite pathetic." A heavy silence enveloped the room. Jiang Nanshu's reputation for being difficult and quick to offend was well known, and the others silently thanked their lucky stars for staying on her good side. Had they not witnessed Liang Xiqiu's humiliation, they would have surely been terrified. Taking a deep breath, Liang Xiqiu clung to his last shred of dignity, his eyes darkening. "If you're unwilling, then so be it. I have other paths to pursue." Jiang Nanshu tilted her head back, downing another shot of strong liquor, the effects of intoxication bubbling up as she laughed, raising a brow. "You lack sincerity when begging. One ought to at least appear desperate. Take off your shirt." Chapter 56. Can't you live without Su Ran? Liang Xiqiu remained rooted to the spot. Jiang Nanshu pointed towards the row of shirtless male models behind him. "They are all under my patronage. Do you believe you are any different from them?" The blatant insult rolled off her tongue without hesitation, regarding him as nothing more than a jest. Liang Xiqiu cast a deep glance at Jiang Nanshu. Realizing she was truly a woman with malevolent intentions at her core, could such a woman genuinely hold a sincere heart for Liu Qingyan? He couldn't suppress a cold laugh within himself, feeling pity for Liu Qingyan. Without hesitation, he removed his shirt, exposing his toned physique to the air. Jiang Nanshu appraised him from head to toe, admiring his sculpted chest and the alluring lines of his physique, brimming with vitality. She turned to Duan Huayu, her eyes sparkling as she smiled. "Make space for him." Duan Huayu rose to leave, while the other male models looked on with envy. Who wouldn't he want to be associated with a wealthy patron? They nearly believed Duan Huayu had caught the eye of this young lady, yet ultimately, he could not surpass the star attraction of the nightshade. Jiang Nanshu patted the seat Duan Huayu had vacated. "Come sit beside me." Compared to his previous reluctance, he complied much more willingly this time. Jiang Nanshu marveled once again at the perks of wealth. "Host, I must remind you that Liang Xiqiu, as one of the antagonists, has seen his darkening value rise to 30. The mechanical voice of Da Sha-chun interrupted, tinged with urgency. This sudden increase was incomprehensible. Was this truly the behavior of a rational person? Jiang Nanshu replied, Are you suggesting this is my fault? Da Sha-chun responded, "I wouldn't dare. I merely wish to caution you to tread lightly. Rest assured, I'm merely fostering his growth. He will thank me for it in the future." Jiang Nanshu dismissed Da Sha-chun from her thoughts, for Liang Xiqiu had already settled beside her. Indeed, he was the man redeemed by Su Ran, a beautiful, yet tragic antagonist. In that moment, Jiang Nanshu could sense Liang Xiqiu's intense desire to consume her whole. For the sake of his love, he bore humiliation at her hands. The tension radiating from him silently betrayed his discontent. Yet, Jiang Nanshu cared little for his feelings. Her own delight was all that mattered. She extended her fingertip, gliding it along his jawline to his Adam's apple, feeling him shiver beneath her touch. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as her finger traced over his lightly perspired chest, following the path down to his abdomen, until he grasped her hand firmly. "You haven't called off the engagement. So, you seek my financial support?" You might bristle at the term whore. Liang Xiqiu gritted his teeth, infuriated by her audacity. Jiang Nanshu pulled out a stack of red bills from her bag, sliding them down his torso, nestling them against his lower abdomen, just above a hidden azure tattoo marked with the letters SR, perfectly concealing it. She cupped his face, forcing him to meet her gaze. Her laughter boisterous and unrestrained. Liang Xiqiu, your love for Su Ran is truly sordid. The words struck him like a dagger piercing his chest, and he harbored no doubt about how Jiang Nanshu had unearthed his dark thoughts concerning Su Ran, for she was the architect of this elaborate scheme. She compelled him to seek her out, every step she took beneath the veil of night meticulously calculated. You possess me, and thus I am yours. Liang Xiqiu uttered in a hushed tone, feigning a pallid heart. Jiang Nanshu dabbed her fingers with a tissue and smiled. Though I have no desire to nurture a disloyal hound, it certainly serves well to disgust others. De Shachun was already sweating profusely, the antagonist's darkening aura rising by another 5 points, a true travesty. Thankfully, it was not a redemption system. Otherwise, it would prove fatal. This echoed Jiang Nanshu's assertion. She would not save anyone, but she could expedite their descent into darkness. Yuan Go, which room shall we send Su Ran to? Suddenly, Yang Jeshu's voice rang out. Jiang Nanshu paused momentarily. Lu Qingyan and Su Ran? What were they doing here again? De Shachun, what scene are we witnessing now? De Shachun, exhausted, replied, in the original narrative, Su Ran discovers that the male lead has no feelings for her anymore. She goes to the bar to drown her sorrows and nearly ends up in bed with him, but thanks to your timely intervention, the situation was averted. Jiang Nanshu pondered and chuckled. Even without my intervention, he would not have ended up in bed with Su Ran. De Shachun felt a sense of relief. I told you. The male lead in this story has impeccable morals. Indeed. Jiang Nanshu smiled wryly. He is kind to everyone simply because Su Ran is intoxicated. He comes running. How unfortunate that I have to encounter them everywhere. Jiang Nanshu found herself at a loss for words. She had scarcely interacted with Lu Qingyan, aside from periodic disturbances, having exchanged only a few words. From the very beginning, her communication with him was entirely reliant on the butterfly effect caused by Su Ran, which drew the male lead into her orbit. Each time she repulsed them, all she wished for was to exit the scene. Lost in thought, Lu Qingyan's cold voice pierced through. Send her to the front room and call her manager. We shall depart. Yang Jeshu muttered. Aren't you the one who insisted on coming? As if Su Ran cannot survive without you? Here I am, soaking my feet at night. I'm so sorry, Lu Qingyan, I didn't mean to leave you behind. Su Ran's drunken sobs echoed intermittently. Oh dear. Yang Jeshu complained. Stop squirming. Supporting you is already exhausting, yet you still want to cling to Yuan Ge? Which is quite heavy. All right, Ran didn't mean it. She is simply drunk, Qingyan interjected, coming to Su Ran's defense. Their voices gradually faded away. Jiang Nanshu propped her chin on her hand, gazing with interest at Liang Xiqiu, whose complexion had turned ashen. TSK. How pitiful, calling out another man's name in your beloved's presence must sting, does it not? Liang Xiqiu lowered his eyes, his voice tinged with bitterness. I was merely a fraction short. Jiang Nanshu cast him a sympathetic glance. You fell far short. You have known Su Ran since childhood, yet she still chose another. Do you know why? Liang Xiqiu turned his head, noticing the faint red tinge in his eyes. Jiang Nanshu's eyes sparkled with mischief. Because you lack the fortune. Lu Qingyan is the male lead in this world, the favored child of destiny. How could a mere antagonist like Liang Xiqiu compete for a woman against him? Everything was predetermined 6 years ago. Jiang Nanshu understood that the author intended to depict a high and mighty flower descending from grace for love, but it was woefully executed. She lifted her chin, commanding the other male models, open the door to my private room. Liang Xiqiu, flustered, stammered. What do you intend to do? What do you think your role as a substitute is? I am heartbroken because he has gone off with Su Ran. Liang Xiqiu was at a loss for words, failing to discern the hint of sorrow in Jiang Nanshu's voice. Hearing footsteps, Jiang Nanshu abruptly pulled Liang Xiqiu closer, creating the illusion of a passionate kiss. Heavens! Is that Jiang Nanshu? Yang Jeshu's stammering voice reached them. Lu Qingyan halted at the door, peering inside, his pupils dilating sharply. A large-scale scene of chaos was about to unfold. Chapter 57. Even if you turn to ash, I would recognize you. I love you dearly. The man stood bare-chested, while the woman's alabaster arms wrapped around his neck, creating a tumultuous atmosphere rife with desire in the dim light. Cheng'en, harboring resentment from being slapped by Jiang Nanshu previously, spoke with a distinctly sarcastic tone. This woman plays her cards well. Yuan Ge, even your grandfather can be deceived. Yang Jiashu glanced at Lu Qingyan's increasingly cold demeanor and pulled Qingyan aside. You ought to stop talking. The male models within the room were drenched in cold sweat. What on earth had summoned the scion of the Lu family? Furthermore, if memory served, Jiang Nanshu was still betrothed to him. Now, before Lu Qingyan's eyes, she was entangled with another man. They could already foresee the explosive news of the engagement dissolution between the Jiang and Lu families. What the hell are you doing standing at the door? Get in here. My arms are getting sore, Jiang Nanshu exclaimed, utterly exasperated, as if he were enjoying the spectacle. Wasn't he supposed to be enraged, pulling Liang Xiqiu away and confronting her? Instead, she effortlessly stated her affections for the substitute, further increasing the disdain meter. The cumulative disdain had reached 94. Yet, a week had passed without any task completion notification. Jiang Nanshu suspected the issue lay with Jiang Yunchuan, leaving her with no choice but to extract favors from others. Lu Qingyan stepped inside, and Yang Jiashu, somewhat anxious, held his wrist. Finding an excuse for Jiang Nanshu in light of Jiang Yunchuan's reputation, Yuan Ge, don't let your anger drive you to violence. She's still young. Those rogue men must have lured her. Qingyan, relishing the drama, couldn't help but revel in the prospect of this scandal. Knowing that even if old Master Lu opposed the dissolution, Lu Qingyan's mother would not spare Jiang Nanshu. He could already envision her dismal fate. Lu Qingyan approached, forcefully pushing Liang Xiqiu aside. Jiang Nanshu, tipsy and with hazy eyes, smiled at him, sweetly addressing Brother Qingyan, you've come to take me home?
Lu Qingyan,
usually gentle and seldom angry, found the absurdity of the situation overwhelming. He grasped her face tightly, his tone grave. Jiang Nanshu, I thought you were drunk enough to not recognize anyone.
how could that be?
I would recognize you even if you turned to ash. I love you dearly. Ha ha ha. Here's a gift for you. Do you like it? Your face is turning green with anger, and yet you can endure this? Lu Qingyan inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his discontent. He had no affection for Jiang Nanshu, but as his nominal fiancé, such behavior would tarnish not only the Jiang family's reputation but also the Lu family's. What would outsiders say? That Lu Qingyan could not even manage his own fiancé? And the person Jiang Nanshu was enamored with was this illegitimate son who bore a resemblance to him. Liang Xiqiu donned his clothes expressionlessly, offering no explanations. He suddenly realized that Jiang Nanshu's scheme was quite clever, as it would certainly irk Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan shot him a glance, his expression icy as he remarked, Did I not tell you? If you ever appear before me again, it will not be as simple as letting you go. Liang Xiqiu, unfazed, chuckled lightly, glancing at Jiang Nanshu and provocatively addressing Lu Qingyan, whether I leave or stay is inconsequential. After all, your wife is quite comfortable to hold. Jiang Nanshu. Alas, this is undoubtedly my long-lost student, who has captured the essence of the matter. I must take him as my disciple. He articulates so eloquently. Lu Qingyan, Jiang Nanshu, with tears glistening in her eyes, nuzzled against Lu Qingyan in a bid to prove her innocence. You speak nonsense. How could I ever hug you? I only embrace my brother Qingyan. Brother Qingyan, do not believe him. He seeks to undermine the bond we share. Lu Qingyan pushed her away, questioning her intently. What bond exists between us? Jiang Nanshu sniffled, her apricot-shaped eyes tinged with red. So you still harbor feelings for Su Ran? Do you? I knew it. With her around, you could never notice me. Wherever Su Ran is, you are sure to be there, Brother Qingyan. You are truly kind to her. Lu Qingyan, weary of explanations, felt a mix of frustration and annoyance within. He was uncertain of the source of his anger. Yet he felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate Liang Xiqiu. Seeing his silence, Jiang Nanshu assumed his acquiescence. The relationship between the protagonists relied on the efforts of supporting characters like them to bring them together. Jiang Nanshu gazed at him with wounded eyes. So, in your view, you would mind if I were involved with any other man? Indeed, Lu Qingyan replied coldly, I do not mind. Then you must remember your words today. If you can endure being cuckolded, it's no wonder Su Ran has a parade of men around her, and you can tolerate it. Your skills and patience are truly remarkable. Jiang Nanshu internally scoffed, her countenance growing more pitiful. Liang Xiqiu stood up, smiling at Jiang Nanshu. Let us arrange to meet again. If your fiancé does not mind, then I certainly shall not. Lu Qingyan's demeanor turned frigid, his gaze icy as he regarded him. Indeed, the saying that a magnanimous man can manage a household holds true. Jiang Nanshu's heart rejoiced. Yet her head felt increasingly heavy, and she saw Lu Qingyan's figure appearing double. She shook her head to maintain her clarity. By the door, Cheng En observed Jiang Nanshu, viewing her as a mere joke, and remarked to Yang Jiashu, "I told you, how could Brother Yan possibly be attracted to such a fickle woman? If not for this marriage contract, he wouldn't need to endure her at all, unlike Ran. Yang Jiashu cast him an irritated glance. If you truly like her, then pursue her. I don't see Brother Yan particularly enamored with Su Ran. It's all a figment of your imagination. The flight from M country to Huagua is merely 10 hours. If Brother Yan truly liked her, wouldn't he go after her himself instead of waiting 3 years?" Cheng An's expression darkened. In his mind, Su Ran, being so flawless, was only fit for someone as exceptional as Lu Qingyan. He could not compete with Lu Qingyan in family background, knowledge, or even in looks and demeanor. He was merely a rich second-generation heir, an idler amidst the revelries of life. With an older brother to inherit the family business, he could afford to live a carefree life without worries. Thus, for someone like him, Su Ran appeared as pure as a handful of snow. He gazed down at the muted video on his phone, contemplating that only Ran was worthy of the position of matriarch of the Lu family. Chapter 58. Jiang Nanshu was intoxicated. Liang Xiqiu had departed. Jiang Nanshu hung her head, swaying unsteadily. Lu Qingyan gradually lost his patience. "Are you not leaving? Are you waiting for him to carry you back?" Hearing his voice, Jiang Nanshu lifted her head. Her porcelain-white cheeks were flushed, and her apricot eyes shimmered with tears as she tilted her head to gaze at him, rubbing her eyes and shaking her head, only to suddenly look alarmed. Lu Qingyan, there is something on your head." Lu Qingyan lowered his gaze at her, wondering what antics she was up to. "Why is SpongeBob SquarePants pooping on your head?" So many SpongeBob SquarePants. How frightening. Her eyes widened, as if she truly beheld something terrifying, and she shrank back behind the sofa. Lu Qingyan, he had imagined various scenarios, such as Jiang Nanshu saying all sorts of things to annoy him. Yet he never anticipated that she was drunk. Indeed, the confidently defiant Jiang Nanshu had now succumbed to inebriation. Her expression made him genuinely believe there was something filthy atop his head. He couldn't help but raise his hand to pat it, only to see her leap off the sofa barefoot, crying, "Wah! You killed SpongeBob. You're a bad man." Lu Qingyan's face turned green. Seeing Jiang Nanshu look at him in horror, he was at a loss.
Ha ha ha.
Yang Jiashu could not suppress his laughter, which drew Lu Qingyan's sharp glare. He cleared his throat somewhat begrudgingly. "Brother Yan, it's getting late. You should take your fiancée back to school. We can't just leave her here, unattended." Only then did Lu Qingyan move to grab Jiang Nanshu, who was twisting and struggling. "You murderer of SpongeBob, stay away from me." He held her firmly, his voice cold. "If you cause any more trouble, do you believe I will kill you?" Jiang Nanshu quieted down, gazing up at him with her small face, her apricot eyes looking woeful. "Don't hit me. I don't want to die." This woman truly was something else. Looking at her rosy lips, he couldn't resist giving them a firm wipe. It was only when she muttered a soft, "It hurts," that he released her, placing her back on the sofa while frowning as he searched for her shoes. Yang Jiashu found it comical and recorded the scene. Jiang Nanshu sat quietly on the sofa, her dark, lustrous curls cascading over her red dress, her eyes downcast as she gracefully extended her foot, resembling a proud princess. Lu Qingyan half-squatted, resigned to putting her shoes on. Once shod, Jiang Nanshu resumed chasing after the fluttering red butterflies, gathering the remaining ones on the floor to tuck into her pockets. Forgetting that she was wearing a skirt, and thus sat on the ground, teary-eyed, looking at Lu Qingyan, my pocket flew away. Lu Qingyan. He searched around for her bag, and only after she had satisfactorily collected all the butterflies did he assist her in getting up. Cheng En did not accompany them. He was concerned about Su Ran not being picked up, so he stayed behind at the bar. He glanced at the secretly recorded video, then at Su Ran, who was drunkenly calling out Lu Qingyan's name. After an internal struggle, he ultimately decided to send the video out. At Jing University, under the guidance of the dormitory supervisor, Lu Qingyan carried Jiang Nanshu upstairs. She was far more delightful when quiet, though she kept mumbling about something. Unable to resist, he inquired, "Jiang Nanshu, what are you saying?" Jiang Nanshu's mind was clouded, and she nestled closer to Lu Qingyan, inhaling his cool, fresh scent reminiscent of snow. Her voice was barely audible. "What are you murmuring about? A name?" He pondered. There was no one in the vicinity whose name contained Su.
Who is Sue?
After a few seconds, she murmured, "It's the scent on you." Lu Qingyan, that was completely nonsensical. Why was he conversing with a drunken person? After successfully delivering her to her dorm room, he found only one roommate inside, bundled up in thick clothing even in this relatively warm weather, with her neck completely obscured. Lu Qingyan placed Jiang Nanshu on her bed, and as he reached the door, he said, "Classmate, please take care of her. She's intoxicated." Sushi nodded. After Lu Qingyan left with the dormitory supervisor, she finally removed her heavy layers, revealing large, disturbing bruises on her skin. Sushi looked at the dropout application on the table, rubbed her eyes, and approached Jiang Nanshu's bedside. She lay with her eyes tightly shut, her brow furrowed. Seeing that Jiang Nanshu was about to be sick, Sushi hurriedly helped her get to the restroom. After she had vomited, Jiang Nanshu's expression cleared slightly. She gazed dazedly at Sushi, noting the gruesome injuries she bore, evidently having endured considerable torment during this time, yet she dared not report it to the school or the police for fear of retaliation. Squinting, she smiled. "Good Samaritan, haven't you yet revealed Su Xingwan's whereabouts?" Sushi lowered her head, assisting Jiang Nanshu in sitting at her desk, refraining from answering. Instead fetching a basin of warm water, she dampened Jiang Nanshu's face and applied makeup remover, knowing that even the best skincare products could harm the skin if left overnight. Jiang Nanshu's lips curled into a faint smile as she closed her eyes, relishing the attentive care being given to her. Once her face was cleansed, Sushi poured some water. Once again, Jiang Nanshu prepared a cup of honey water for Sushi. This remedy is effective for alleviating intoxication. Otherwise, you may awaken with a throbbing headache tomorrow morning. Jiang Nanshu accepted the cup, savoring its sweetness and delightful taste. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the application for withdrawal from school on her desk and mockingly inquired, "Are you planning to leave? After all the effort it took to gain admission to Kyoto University, are you really going to give it all up?" Indeed, it had been a formidable struggle. Gaining admission to one of the nation's top universities was the fruit of her 12 years of arduous study. Unlike Jiang Nanshu, who had taken shortcuts to enter, she had invested considerable effort. At this thought, she could not restrain her tears. "But I have no idea where Wanwan is. Why are they bullying me? Why am I the target? What have I done wrong?" Sushi's once round face had grown gaunt, her spirit waning, with her eyes red-rimmed. After finishing the honey water, Jiang Nanshu felt her inebriation dissipate significantly, showing no inclination to engage with Sushi. She merely pushed the cup back, saying, "Thank you for the honey water.
I need to sleep now."
She nestled comfortably in her blanket, while Sushi silently cast a glance at Jiang Nanshu before tidying up the desk, applying medicine to herself, and extinguishing the light to sleep. The following day, Sushi was already gone, along with the withdrawal application. Fortunately, having consumed some honey water yesterday, her head was not pounding. Reflecting on the previous night, she seemed to recall becoming intoxicated, hoping she had not acted inappropriately. She never anticipated that the alcohol would hit her so hard. Every time she got drunk, she would forget her actions, feeling a twinge of regret. From now on, she would need to drink more cautiously. She then donned a fitted red dress, had breakfast, and bought a bottle of water before heading to class. Perhaps due to excessive drinking, she found herself continually thirsty, desperately needing to quench her dry mouth. This eventually led her to urgently seek a restroom during class. Raising her hand to ask for permission, she found that teachers at the school were now hesitant to offend her, who would want to face dismissal. Given the current job market, they chose to turn a blind eye to Jiang Nanshu's actions as long as no lives were endangered. Upon receiving permission, Jiang Nanshu made her way to the nearest restroom. The restroom door was tightly shut, and her twist of the handle yielded no success. Pressing her ear against the door, she discerned various chewing sounds from within. After waiting for 2 minutes, she politely knocked. "Are you eating in there? Could you please open the door?" The next moment, the door swung open. A girl with bleached blonde hair, upon seeing Jiang Nanshu, immediately brightened, pulling her inside and locking the door tightly behind them. She turned to the leader, He Lianji, proclaiming, "Sister Ji, look who I've brought in." Inside were 6 individuals, He Lianji, Sushi lying on the floor, a boy with a phone filming, and 3 other girls who looked like troublemakers. He Lianji cast a cold smirk at Jiang Nanshu, remembering the slap she had received last time. Her once charming features twisted into a malicious grin as she taunted. "I was just lamenting my inability to find you to vet my frustrations. Your timing is impeccable." Chapter 59. Do these people truly not understand the agony of needing to urinate? Jiang Nanshu hardly paid attention to He Lianji's incessant prattling. Her small face was serious as she assessed the situation before her. Damn it, with so many people here, how could she possibly relieve herself? And, to make matters worse, there was a boy present. Despite her inner strength, she had no desire to be watched while using the restroom. Thus, she nodded towards He Lianji, stating, "Excuse me, but I must leave." He Lianji's forehead twitched angrily. How dare this insolent girl disregard her words? Jiang Nanshu turned to the door, but the blonde girl blocked her path. Mocking her, "Ha ha ha, are you scared now? Did you ever consider this moment when you slapped our sister Ji a few days ago? And what of the Jiang family? A worthless outcast, expecting help from them?" This held some truth. The original owner had indeed faced a difficult situation. Any misstep on her part would be deemed intentional by her family. Jiang Nanshu tapped her heels on the floor, producing a sharp sound. Her urgency was palpable. She then addressed He Lianji in a calm tone. "What do you want?" "I'm simply trying to use the restroom." He Lianji's pretty face contorted with arrogance as she laughed derisively. "What do you think? Do you know my identity? I am the fiancé of Bo Yan, the future matriarch of the Bo family, while you will soon be cast aside by both the Liu and Jiang families." Jiang Nanshu found her words grating. How could she appear as though she had been kicked to the curb by them? Could she not simply push them all away? Truly, how arrogant they were. Seeing Jiang Nanshu's disdainful expression only fueled He Lianji's anger. She glanced at Su Shi, whose face was bruised and bloodied, and sneered. "Do you see her fate? Did she think withdrawing from school would save her? I will kill her for not revealing Su Xingwan's whereabouts. Anyone who offends me deserves to die." With that, she viciously grabbed Su Shi by her hair, forcing her head up to reveal her swollen and injured face. Jiang Nanshu glanced over. Su Shi's vacant gaze met hers. Tears no longer flowing. One could not deny the depths of He Lianji's wickedness, dragging an innocent person into this mess. All of this stemmed from her suspicion that the impoverished Su Xingwan was trying to seduce Bo Yan, with no way to find Su Xingwan. She took her anger out on Su Shi, both foolish and malevolent. Jiang Nanshu's brow remained unfurrowed as she expressed her sympathy. "You're quite ruthless, He Lianji. Aren't you afraid of facing consequences from the school?" "Consequences? Do you think anyone would dare speak up if I hurt you? Do these people truly not understand the agony of needing to urinate?" She was on the verge of exploding, and they were still contemplating hitting her. Growing impatient, she shoved the blonde girl aside, exclaiming, "Get out of my way. I need to find a restroom." Infuriated, the blonde girl raised her hand, about to slap Jiang Nanshu. However, Jiang Nanshu swiftly kicked her, sending her crashing against the door. "Ouch! How dare you hit me?" The blonde girl groaned. He Lianji had not anticipated that Jiang Nanshu, despite appearing so delicate, possessed such strength. Her grip tightened, causing Su Shi to cry out in pain as she gazed at the pristine and out-of-place Jiang Nanshu. Her voice hoarse with desperation, "Jiang Nanshu, please help me. I can't take this anymore." He Lianji interrupted Su Shi's plea with a slap. "She is struggling to save herself. How can you expect her to rescue you?" Releasing her grip on Su Shi's hair, she signaled the two girls restraining her, "Bring this wretched Jiang Nanshu before me. I want her to kneel and apologize, licking the blood off my shoes clean." The two girls approached with malicious intent. Jiang Nanshu's gaze remained fixed on Su Shi. After a moment of silence, she slowly uttered, "Slap her back." Everyone froze in shock. He Lianji questioned in confusion, "What did you say?" Jiang Nanshu looked at Su Shi, her almond-shaped eyes cold and calm. "Su Shi, I command you to slap her back." Su Shi had always been the passive recipient of violence. She had never considered fighting back, knowing that retaliation would only lead to more brutal beatings. Staring blankly at Jiang Nanshu, she suddenly found courage from an unknown source, summoning her last ounce of strength to deliver a resounding slap to He Lianji's face. In that instant, it felt as though she had reconciled with herself. After all, it was just a life. Enduring such torment was still torment, and perhaps collecting some interest before death was not so bad. She slumped to the ground. He Lianji stood in shock, her lips split, and half her face numb from the blow. Jiang Nanshu smiled lightly. "Well done. Ah! I will kill you all," she shouted, pushing the boy holding a stick, pointing at Jiang Nanshu. "Kill her. Go kill her." The boy, brandishing the stick, approached with a menacing demeanor. Jiang Nanshu remained composed. "I am standing right here. Do you dare to kill me?" The stick halted mere centimeters from Jiang Nanshu's forehead. The boy had expected her to flinch, yet she stared at him coldly, unflinching. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He naturally dared not to kill, only to resort to intimidation. Yet the individual before him, bearing witness to the brutality, remained unnervingly calm, as if detached from the scene. Jiang Nanshu tilted her head. Afraid to kill? Then it falls to me. She seized the stick and struck the yellow-haired boy's arm, a sharp crack resonating as she forcefully fractured his bone. In the next instant, she grasped his head and slammed it against the tiles, a vivid spray of crimson mingling with his anguished cries. He Lianji, pale-faced, took a step back, her eyes filled with terror as they fixated on Jiang Nanshu. Even the three girls, once fierce, now exhibited sheer horror. A full minute elapsed before the boy ceased his screams, and Jiang Nanshu finally released him. He lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, oblivious to his fate. Only then did Jiang Nanshu approach the sink, methodically washing away the blood from her hands. Turning around, she smiled at them. Still wish to confront me? The two girls attempting to accost her crumpled to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He Lianji shook her head in disbelief, her body quaking as she pressed against the cold tiles. Jiang Nanshu looked at Su Shi, her red lips curving into a smile. You may take your revenge. Repay them for all they have done to you. Jiang Nanshu pointed her stick at the remaining four girls, her expression bright and radiant. Dare to move even a little, and I cannot guarantee this stick won't find its way to your heads. Su Shi rose, seizing He Lianji and slamming her against the wall, mirroring their treatment of her. She bit her lip fiercely, her grip on He Lianji astonishingly strong. Su Shi, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I will take your life. Ah. Help. How could one, unafraid of death, tremble at mere verbal threats? It wasn't until the restroom, where everyone except Jiang Nanshu lay incapacitated to varying degrees, that she finally opened the door, not forgetting her initial purpose. She needed to use the restroom. Outside awaited a throng of people. Jiang Nanshu paused, her face a canvas of confusion, wondering what? So many wished to use the restroom? They've even begun to queue. Upon seeing Jiang Nanshu emerge, they recoiled in horror, their expressions shifting to fear as they beheld the chaos behind her. Among them were Lu Qingyan and Zhang Yunchuan. Jiang Nanshu didn't bother to greet them, instead taking off running. Damn it, I'm about to burst. Restroom. I need a restroom. I'm going crazy. Lu Qingyan, Zhang Yunchuan. As Jiang Nanshu fled, everyone else snapped back to reality, and someone shouted, "Quick, chase after her. She assaulted someone and is trying to flee from justice. Don't let her escape. We absolutely cannot let her go." Chapter 60. You're about to be called off from the Lu family. Hearing the commotion behind her, Jiang Nanshu glanced back to see a group of people pursuing her with fervor. The next moment, her face blanched. There were only 10 stalls in a restroom, and with so many people, it would be impossible to accommodate them all. So, she ran even faster, her feet nearly igniting beneath her. No one could take her first stall. The crowd chasing after her watched as she desperately sprinted toward another restroom. Everyone, she lost it. When Jiang Nanshu finally exited the restroom, she was apprehended. The yellow-haired boy and Su Shi were whisked away by an ambulance. He Lianji had fainted from fear, and Su Shi was visibly weakened, her strength waning. However, her forehead bore a noticeable gash. A vivid red handprint marred her face, rendering her somewhat pitiful. Jiang Nanshu found the situation baffling. Why are you arresting me? They were fighting each other. I was merely trying to use the restroom. The boy apprehending her wore an expression of utmost seriousness. You can save that for your discussions with the school authorities. Who would believe such a claim? In the entire restroom, she alone remained unscathed, casting significant suspicion upon her. Upon seeing Lu Qingyan, Jiang Nanshu feigned distress. I advise you to let me go quickly. My fiancé is here. If he sees you bullying me, he won't take kindly to it. Your fiancé? Today, as you leave this school. Whether he remains your fiancé is a matter of uncertainty, the boy retorted with a mocking tone. What? Can a mere fight make me lose my fiancé? If I had known, I would have fought more often. Jiang Nanshu felt somewhat dazed. Lu Qingyan regarded her radiant face, his gaze eventually warning the boy, shut your mouth. The boy stammered, ultimately refraining from challenging Lu Qingyan. Though his temper was gentle, he was fearsome when he wore a cold expression. Jiang Nanshu turned to Zhang Yunchuan, asking, fifth brother, why would he say that? Jiang Yunchuan's expression darkened as he glanced at Lu Qingyan before whispering, sister, did you go to a bar to drown your sorrows last night? Jiang Nanshu, can't you articulate? I didn't drown my sorrows, I was just having fun. Jiang Yunchuan. Jiang Nanshu quickly understood. She blinked at Lu Qingyan, her face a mask of sorrow. Yes, I was so heartbroken yesterday that I went to a bar. So, because of this, am I to be cast off by the Liu family? Though she was reluctant to admit it, the video that had been suppressed was indeed chaotic. Jiang Yunchuan reluctantly nodded. There's an 80% chance you will be dismissed by the Liu family. Jiang Nanshu perked up, feigning tears. I'm truly unfortunate. The snow of Dou must have fallen upon me. Woe is me. I merely wanted to provoke Brother Qingyan. Why would he spend time with Su Ran and ignore my messages? I did nothing with them. You must believe me. Saying this only makes it seem like I'm trying to cover something up. Even though I did nothing, it gives the impression of having done everything splendid. Liu Qingyan, Jiang Yunchuan. She discreetly glanced at Liu Qingyan, who wore an impassive expression, tugging at his sleeve with a pitiful demeanor. Brother Qingyan, I promise I won't order 18 male models again. Right, no more than 18. I'll double it to 36 and have them perform a striptease, hee. Slurp slurp. Jiang Yunchuan broke into a cold sweat. He observed Liu Qingyan's stoic face and sighed in relief, thankful that Liu Qingyan lacked the ability to read minds. Or, he would surely be incensed. Jiang Yunchuan immediately feigned a serious tone, admonishing Jiang Nanshu, you dare order so many again. The video has already been shared online. Can't you be mindful of your image? The Liu family is a prestigious literary family, a century-old lineage. As the fiancé of Brother Yan, your every word and action represents the Liu family's reputation. Alas, there may be no room for redemption this time. Finally, he lowered his voice. Rest assured, I will make sure to get back at Cheng'en, that wretched scoundrel. His methods are truly despicable. Jiang Nanshu gritted her teeth. Weeping, he's just Su Ran a sycophant. He would do anything for her, even go so far as to frame me to have my engagement with Brother Qingyan annulled. ISNT that stabbing me in the heart. He is practically a benefactor in my heart. I could reward him $5. Though he has merits. He has faults too. Next time, I'll simply slap him twice. Jiang Yunchuan, you're quite discerning in your rewards and punishments. Liu Qingyan regarded her with a calm gaze. Jiang Nanshu, do you truly have feelings? At his unexpected question, Jiang Nanshu looked at him and hurt. Unlike you, who harbors Su Ran in your heart, I can't simply overlook the sincerity I'm laying bare before you. Internally, Jiang Nanshu was perplexed. Without a heart, am I to become a living corpse? Silly girl. Liu Qingyan clenched his fists, a short, cold snort escaping him. Damn it. Why could he hear that? As long as he encountered Jiang Nanshu, not a day passed without irritation. With a cold countenance, he refused to engage further with her. Today's dose of disdain acquired. Delightful. Soon, they arrived at the principal's office. He Lianji was already there, her head wrapped in bandages, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Upon seeing Jiang Nanshu, her eyes brimmed with resentment, while beside her stood a lavishly dressed middle-aged woman, tenderly caressing He Lianji's face, repeatedly saying, Don't cry, darling. Mommy will avenge you. Upon hearing the commotion, she first directed her gaze towards Jiang Nanshu, rising to her feet, her previously refined demeanor evaporating. Resembling a shrew as she pointed accusingly at Jiang Nanshu's nose, exclaiming, It was you who injured my daughter, wasn't it? How can the Jiang family raise someone as uncouth as you? No wonder you've been raised in the countryside. Your actions are nothing short of brutish. Jiang Nanshu looked over, just as Jiang Yunchuan was about to erupt in anger, only to hear Jiang Nanshu exclaim, Wow, dear aunt. While one may indulge in the whims of their appetite, one mustn't speak carelessly. This severely tarnishes my reputation and inflicts immense harm upon me. The three girls cowering in the corner trembled, as did the students eavesdropping at the door. You still care about your reputation? It's already in tatters. The noblewoman seemed taken aback by Jiang Nanshu's audacity. At the last banquet, many affluent ladies had openly mocked her in front of Jiang's mother, and she had not dared to utter a word, standing behind Jiang's mother in a state of utter humiliation. They looked down upon her with disdain, thinking, Old Master Liu must truly be blind to favor such a lowly creature and allow her to associate with Liu Qingyan. Yet now, with Jiang Nanshu appearing so nonchalant, as if casually inquiring whether she had eaten today, it ignited her fury. Thus she retorted, My Gigi has declared that you cornered her in the restroom and assaulted her, and regardless of her pleas for help, it was to no avail. You heartless wretch. You deserve to spend your life eating dirt outside. Jiang Nanshu chuckled lightly, her captivating eyes turning towards He Lianji. Swear to me. If I laid a finger on you today, your mother will be struck by a car the moment she leaves the school. Dare you? He Lianji's face paled. For Jiang Nanshu had indeed not laid a finger on her. It was Su Shi who had struck her. And she merely wielded a stick to silently threaten them against moving. The room fell silent. Who could have anticipated Jiang Nanshu's words to be so cutting? He Lianji did not dare to speak. Jiang Nanshu scoffed, pressing her with a series of relentless questions. Speak. Swear. You're feeling guilty, aren't you? I knew it. You nefarious woman wished to harm me, yet you lack the courage to swear.
I dare to.
If I strike you today, my mother will be hit by a car upon leaving. Upon receiving notification, Jiang's mother hurriedly arrived. This is absurd. Little Jiang, I can be even more venomous. My entire family, the entire Jiang family, we implore you, show some mercy. Chapter 61. It would be better to rot in the countryside. Make way. Madame Jiang has arrived. A spectacle awaits. Jiang Nanshu's arrogance was astounding. Madame Jiang, who valued her reputation above all, would surely not let her off lightly after such disgrace. Humph. I would rather see her forfeit the engagement to the false heiress. She is unworthy. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Jiang's mother suppressed her anger and surveyed the onlookers. Soon, bodyguards dispersed all the students on this floor. Only then did Jiang's mother enter, her expression impassive. Among noble women, Jiang's mother exuded the gentlest aura. Even at 52, she appeared as if she were in her 30s, her hair elegantly styled, her entire presence radiating a nobility that his mother could never hope to match. Upon entering, her well-maintained visage commanded respect without the need for anger, as she turned to Jiang Yunchuan. What is the situation here? Jiang Yunchuan scratched his head. The He family insists that my sister assaulted someone. Beyond that, I am unaware. Jiang Nanshu observed Jiang's mother's demeanor upon her entrance, noting the lack of joy on her face, for she had caused her mother considerable embarrassment. Mother's mood is poor. Perfect for playing the rogue and aggravating her further. Jiang's mother. Jiang Nanshu approached her tearfully, grasping her arm and pointing at He Lianji and her mother, lamenting. Mom, they're bullying me and defaming me. You must help me. I did not strike, He Lianji. Jiang's mother had always despised this pitiful display, lacking refinement and decorum. Noticing her mother's continued indifference, Jiang Nanshu could not help but reflect. At least He Lianji has her biological mother to protect her. The person beside me wishes I would never return to the Jiang family. The disparity is so vast, it would be better to rot in the countryside. Jiang's mother struggled to maintain her composure. She clenched her fists at her sides. It was not that she was incapable of defending anyone, but the one she defended most was Jiang Lui, who, despite not being her biological child, she regarded as her own. Yet Jiang Nanshu, it seemed, had never received her public support. At various gatherings, all she desired was for her to speak less and not bring shame upon her. In this light, she felt like a truly failed mother. Jiang's mother gently patted Jiang Nanshu's hand, her voice softening. Nan, I assure you, I will seek justice for you. Jiang Nanshu. What? Miss Song is going to seek justice for me? I must still be dreaming. This is absurd. Jiang Nanshu was genuinely astonished. This was not in accordance with the original narrative. Seeing Jiang's mother arrive, his mother was the first to raise her voice. Shuling, you've come at the right time. Look at what your daughter has done to my Gigi. Her once delicate face is now marred. What do you expect her to do? Madam He, you claim my daughter assaulted your daughter. Where's the evidence? Everything must be substantiated with proof. Without evidence, how can you place such accusations upon my daughter? Is that reasonable? Jiang's mother spoke with a gentle yet firm tone. She cast a fleeting glance at his mother, then turned to the venomous He Lianji. I have yet to mention that your daughter has slandered mine without cause, inflicting emotional distress upon her. His mother could hardly believe her ears. Jiang's mother was actually defending Jiang Nanshu? Unable to restrain herself, she lashed out at Jiang's mother. Slander? Everyone here knows that the restroom was packed, with one boy and one girl injured the worst, while your daughter emerged unscathed. If she didn't do it, then who did? Song Shuling, don't think that because your Jiang family is wealthy, you can bully us. The He family is not to be trifled with. My daughter has been hurt this way. I refuse to let this go unpunished. Either your Jiang Nanshu must apologize to my daughter, or the Jiang family must compensate me 10 million, and then we shall consider the matter settled. Jiang's mother's expression turned frigid as she glanced at her fifth son. She claims that the onlookers are aware. Did you see anything? Jiang Yunchuan. Being called out, I shook my head like a rattledrum. All I know is that my sister went to the restroom and inadvertently walked into that battlefield. Jiang's mother straightened her posture. Did you hear? The onlookers saw nothing. Now I present you with two choices. Either your daughter bows and apologizes to mine, or you must pay 20 million to my daughter as compensation for emotional distress, and we shall consider this matter resolved. P.S. Mother. I'm truly gaining insight here. The Jiang family is audacious enough to raise their demands. With a cold smile, she retorted, "This is the first time I've encountered such blatant manipulation, Song Shuling. I can't believe you come from a scholarly family and exhibit such poor upbringing. Your elegance is clearly a facade." Jiang's mother felt a rush of heat to her face. Her grace and upbringing were intrinsic to her being, something she strived to showcase to the world. While her actions may have been rude, she could not allow Jiang Nanshu to be bullied. What use is elegance and upbringing if the Qing dynasty has fallen? Why constrain oneself within such rigid rules? I suspect that even if she knew that Chu Xian was trying to seduce her husband, she wouldn't dare slap her in public, as decorum forbids her from behaving like a shrew. Jiang's mother, previously flushed with anger, suddenly turned pale. Jiang Nanshu had struck at the very core of her insecurities. For indeed, as her inner voice echoed, even if she noticed Chu Xian's interest in Jiang's father, she could never bring herself to act in a manner that would tarnish her image. She was on the verge of despair. How could a man in his 50s, regardless of his good maintenance, still attract attention? Jiang's mother steadied herself, speaking coldly. "No matter what, my upbringing surpasses yours, gained through underhanded means. Until there is evidence, I will not allow you to harm her." Upon hearing the term mistress, He's mother nearly lunged at Jiang's mother, ready to tear her apart. This is a taboo she cannot mention. Since she firmly established herself in the position of Mrs. He, her worth has long surpassed what it once was. Regardless of the means employed, her success is what truly matters, is it not? Observing the towering figure of Jiang Yunchuan brimming with suspicion towards her, Mrs. He could only swallow her grievances. A cold smile crossed her lips as she recalled another scandal involving Jiang Nanshu, and she turned her gaze towards Lu Qingyan. "Young Master Lu, the Jiangs are all of one family and are bound to claim ignorance. What about you? Did you witness Jiang Nanshu's vile deeds? Any man would find it intolerable to be cuckolded, especially with Jiang Nanshu's ostentatious display." The video, albeit brief and dimly lit, revealed enough to discern several figures: Jiang Nanshu, Lu Qingyan, and an unknown male model. Upon the video's release, it was rumored that Lu Qingyan's mother nearly demanded an annulment, only to have the elder Lu suppress her. She mused that Jiang Nanshu had stirred up numerous scandals over the past 3 years, but this was undoubtedly the gravest. The Lu family would not tolerate further transgressions. She was confident that Lu Qingyan would not shield Jiang Nanshu. Mrs. He straightened her posture, awaiting Lu Qingyan's response. While he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Nanshu, she blinked her bright, innocent apricot eyes, exuding a blend of obedience and allure. Lu Qingyan spoke calmly. "I trust her. If she claimed she did not, then she did not." Chapter 62. A mouthful of oil wheat lettuce. Jiang Yunchuan and Jiang's mother breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, Jiang Nanshu's nominal fiancé stood by her side. Mrs. He, however, was incredulous. "Young Master Lu, are you mistaken? How could you defend such a woman? She is nothing but Mrs. He, maintain your dignity." Lu Qingyan's tone was slow and frigid, yet his words were unequivocal. "The evidence is being compiled and will be revealed soon. My fiancée is frail and delicate. She is clearly not one to engage in brawls." Jiang Nanshu, delicate and fragile. Yes, well said. Not only am I frail, but I am also an extremely sensitive and vulnerable little girl, boo-hoo. Lu Qingyan, he unconsciously smiled slightly. The lively Jiang Nanshu was indeed quite endearing. "Brother Yan, take a look at this footage." Yang Jeshu pushed the door open and entered, holding a mobile phone. "Someone deliberately smashed a phone in the restroom, so I spent some time extracting the information inside. Fortunately, it wasn't deleted." Upon hearing this, He Lianjia's face suddenly turned pale, her lips trembling unnaturally. Before she could faint, she violently smashed the phone containing the footage. If these atrocities were made public, her life would be irrevocably ruined. Little did she expect that the young master of the Yang family had extracted that footage. It must not be disclosed, absolutely not. As she attempted to seize it, a man approached the doorway. Dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, with a face as sharp as a knife, he bore a serious demeanor. His striking features were meticulously groomed. A spark of hope ignited in He Lianjia's eyes. "Brother Yan, oh, you finally arrived." She broke free from Mrs. He's embrace and rushed towards the man, only to be evaded by Bo Yen, who coldly asked, "He Lianji, what is going on?" He Lianji immediately bit her lip in grievance. The president of Jing University finally spoke up. "Oh, Mr. Bo, what brings you here?" Bo Yan cast him a sidelong glance, his tone frigid. "If someone dares to bully my fiancé, I must certainly come to demand an explanation." Upon hearing that Bo Yan had come for her, He Lianji's sorrow dissipated instantly, replaced by bubbling joy. Although the Bo family was not as powerful as the Lu family, under Bo Yan's leadership, they were not intimidated. Jiang Nanshu regarded Bo Yan with keen interest. "Oh. So this is the other antagonist responsible for the Jiang family's eventual bankruptcy and subsequent merger with the Lu family, and he is rather handsome too. I like it." Jiang Yunchuan. "Is that so?" Jiang's mother. "Hearing the family is going bankrupt, why does this girl sound so pleased?" Lu Qingyan scrutinized Bo Yan. "Is he really that handsome?" "Yes, just average, I suppose." Jiang Nanshu was simply fickle and overly sentimental. TSK. What is he trying to portray? He demands an explanation, yet his fiancée is akin to a speck of rat droppings, mistakenly believing she is wrapped in gold. The voice that followed was light and laced with mockery. Everyone turned to see Jiang Yisun casually strolling in, hands in pockets, dressed in a loose black shirt. His handsome face adorned with unabashed derision. Compared to Bo Yan, he appeared rather unrefined. Noticing Jiang Nanshu's gaze, his smile widened as he winked at her. "So she is a backer, huh? Sister, you do too." Jiang Nanshu. A mouthful of oil wheat lettuce. "Please move this oil press out." What had initially seemed like a rather dashing action, through Jiang Nanshu's inner commentary, had taken on a different flavor. Jiang Yisun, "Forget it, I don't expect Jiang Nanshu to utter anything worthwhile." He cast a knowing glance at Bo Yan. "Mr. Bo, how grandly authoritative you are. Do you think your arrival will suffice to withhold the evidence? You wish to protect her? I shall not allow it." Bo Yan's expression hardened, and He Lianji, frightened, stood behind him, looking pitiful. "Brother Yan, save me." The atmosphere in the office was tense. The previously chatty president of Jing University quietly submerged again, hoping to avoid being pulled into this conflict among the wealthy families. Fights among ordinary people are easily resolved, but now the Jiang, Lu, and Bo families were all involved. When gods clash, mere mortals should stay as far away as possible. This was no longer a simple brawl. Jiang Nanshu glanced at He Lianji, then at Bo Yan, filled with sympathy for He Lianji, merely a pawn used by Bo Yan as a shield. Bo Yan will certainly rescue He Lianji. After all, she serves as his cover. Who would have thought that the seemingly aloof Bo Yan would not even spare his own adopted sister in private? Everyone present, capable of hearing thoughts, was left in shock. Bo Yan and his adopted sister. "I knew it all along. Su Xingwan is Bo Yan's adopted sister. There's no such thing as her being missing. She is probably locked away by the Bo family." Meanwhile, He Lianji is still causing trouble for Su Shi, trying to uncover Su Xingwan's whereabouts, all while being in the know, playing the role of a big shot. Jiang Yisun's eyes glimmered with excitement as he smiled slowly.
Focusing on Bo Yan.
"I've found your weakness, you nemesis." Bo Yan took a deep breath and slowly said, "This matter is not honorable. We all belong to the same circle and we encounter each other often. Let us settle this matter amicably with monetary compensation, shall we?" "Very well, I agree. Money can solve this." Jiang Nanshu nearly lost her mind. After all, she was merely a bystander in this affair. Jiang Yisun, observing her greedy demeanor, chuckled lightly and rejected. "I don't think so. My sister's reputation cannot be resolved with money. Her innocence must be restored." Jiang Nanshu. "What reputation do I have?"
Huh.
"Why can't it be resolved with money? Damn it, I'm itching to end you." "How much?" Jiang Nanshu directly inquired. Only then did Bo Yan shift his gaze to Jiang Nanshu, finding her quite beautiful, but hearing she was rather dim-witted. However, as long as someone desired money, this matter could be easily resolved. He maintained his cold demeanor. 20 million. This matter ends here. Jiang Nanshu's eyes lit up. Jiang Yisun's expression darkened as he immediately rejected, "No way." He snatched Yang Jiashu's phone and opened the video. His face adorned with a broad smile. "Let us all appreciate the truth of this matter together." He Lianji stepped back, nearly collapsing, without the support of the nearby table. It was all over. Her body trembled involuntarily. The sounds from the video resonated in the ears of everyone present, with He Lianji being the mastermind behind this incident. Amidst it all, Jiang Nanshu's voice could be heard, declaring that she was merely in the restroom. And just as the blonde man approached, the video was abruptly cut off. Thus, the segment involving Jiang Nanshu was not recorded. A flicker of despair crossed Jiang Nanshu's face, yet the crowd assumed she was simply overjoyed at having her grievances vindicated. Damn it! Why wasn't my magnificent moment captured on film? Although I did not confront He Lianji, I certainly engaged with others. She had been anticipating the crowd's reaction upon discovering her involvement. Jiang's mother detested her unruly behavior. The Jiang family also loathed her penchant for stirring trouble. And given the current situation, their disdain for her would surely escalate. Life seemed utterly hopeless. The onlookers, his mother shook her head, struggling to accept the reality. This cannot be. This video has to be doctored. My Gigi would never act in such a manner. Jiang's mother let out a cold laugh. Next time you slander someone, ensure you have evidence first, lest you end up slapping your own face and losing face entirely. Jiang Yisin smirked provocatively. President Bo, will you still defend her? And as for your fiancé's words about Su Xingwan, I recall you have a sister named Bo Xingwan. Has she changed her name? He Lianji is in a frenzy, attempting to catch her sister-in-law in a scandal. Is she? Bo Yan gritted his teeth so tightly that the veins in his neck bulged, glaring at Jiang Yisin as if he were a corpse. Meanwhile, Jiang Yisin, a madman well-versed in the law, remained unfazed, his smile growing even brighter, as though he would not rest until he had thoroughly infuriated his adversaries. Jiang Nanshu, what the hell?
How does he know about this?
The matter concerning Bo Yan and Su Xingwan isn't even supposed to be public yet. Little Jiang, there must be some mistake. How have these pawns become so astute? The crowd, it's a secret. Chapter 63, A Latecomer is More Despicable Than Emotions. The crowd regarded Jiang Nanshu, whose astonishment was evident, with complex expressions. What do you think? He Lianji's complexion shifted dramatically as she sensed Bo Yan's icy gaze upon her. Feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her fingers gripping the table until they turned white. No one knew but her. That man, Bo Yan, harbored feelings for his adopted sister. How utterly laughable. She was merely a tool to shield him from his misdeeds. From the moment of their engagement, he had made his intentions clear, yet she clung to a sliver of hope, wishing he might notice her. Unlike Su Xingwan, she was willing to humble herself for him. Mr. Jiang, the current Bo family no longer has Bo Xingwan. She has severed ties with them and changed her name to Su Xingwan. The reason I sought her out was not to catch her in infidelity. Rather, she stole my belongings. He Lianji mustered the strength to lie, hoping that even if the truth eventually surfaced, her reputation would remain somewhat intact. Oh, I see. Jiang Yisin feigned enlightenment. I almost thought President Bo, such a paragon of virtue, would forcibly take advantage of his adopted sister. Alas, I knew you could not possibly be such a beast. The veins on Bo Yan's hands also began to surface. Jiang Nanshu wore a wooden expression. You've stripped the mountain of its bamboo shoots. Such eloquence. Your ability to speak in veiled references is truly impressive. Bo Yan might be tempted to end your life. Tread carefully, for a knife may descend upon your head. Jiang Yisin finally turned to glance at Jiang Nanshu, who promptly flashed him a sweet smile. He inexplicably felt a surge of nervousness as he turned away. So, was his sister genuinely concerned for him? Woe betide him, for even if it was for her sake, he would not so easily meet his demise. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanshu began to calculate the timeline for Jiang Yisin's downfall, realizing it would take at least 2 years. Damn it, why so long? Surely 6 months to fall from grace would not be too much to ask? That just happened to align with her own target completion time of 6 months. Finally, Jiang Nanshu felt at ease, watching the two of them bicker. The outcome was undeniable. Jiang Yisin would triumph. Bo Yan abandoned He Lianji and walked away. She stumbled a few steps after him, collapsing to the ground. What awaited her was likely the Bo family's annulment of their engagement.
Jiang Harbert no piti.
He presented the evidence before the president of Jing University, casting a seemingly amused glance at his mother. This matter will not be kept private by the Jiang family. The truth shall be revealed as it is. As for the girl who was injured, I trust Jing University will not act with bias. The president of Jing University wiped sweat from his brow, patting his balding head, and smiled apologetically. Mr. Jiang is correct. Those who err must face the consequences. However, this will certainly impact our university. Jiang Yisin cast a sidelong glance at He Lianji, sneering. Expelling her would eliminate any impact, would it not? I am deeply concerned for my sister's safety if a woman with such a venomous heart remains at the school. The president of Jing University, Jiang Nanshu, a latecomer is more despicable than emotions. She donned a facade of faux sincerity, expressing gratitude. Thank you, big brother. Without you, I truly would not know what to do today. No need for thanks, dear sister. It is but an elder brother's duty, Jiang Nanshu replied with a smile. His mother helped He Lianji to her feet, taken aback by the outcome, realizing that everything was a consequence of her daughter's own actions.
Yet,
Her pride forbade her from conceding. She glared at the Jiang family, snorting. You think you've won?
I will not let this matter rest.
Her gaze shifted to Jiang Nanshu, and she spat. If my daughter is cast off by the Bo family, you will not fare any better. With that, she seized He Lianji and departed, her rough gestures betraying none of the tenderness she had once shown her daughter. Jiang's mother glanced at Jiang Nanshu, then took her hand. Looking at the expressionless Lu Qingyan, whispering, Nan, your marriage to Qingyan will be addressed by your father and me. Do not worry. Jiang Nanshu, if it truly comes to that, it will be a cause for universal celebration. How unfortunate for me, losing 20 million. The million from the annulment will surely vanish as well. Ugh, I might as well hang myself. Jiang's mother, she responded with a lackluster demeanor. Dear, you must help me. How could I concede my position to that woman, Su Ran? Without brother Qingyan, I would go mad. Lu Qingyan regarded her with cold eyes. Noting her contradictory demeanor, you do not seem like someone who is on the verge of madness. Jiang Nanshu forced a strained smile. Who isn't mad? I'm just putting on a brave face, boo-hoo. Lu Qingyan, Jiang Yunchuan, Jiang Nanshu, Jiang's mother. So, should she protect this marriage or not? Jiang's mother departed the school, troubled, needing to discuss the matter with Jiang's father. Though the Lu family had yet to make a move, it was merely the calm before the storm. If the engagement were truly annulled, Jiang Nanshu would become the laughingstock of the entire capital circle. Jiang Nanshu continued to converse with the president of Jing University, ensuring that He Lianji would no longer remain there. He hoped to see results by the following day. He then strode away, his long legs carrying him with an invigorated demeanor. It was likely the first time he had dealt a blow to his adversary, and the joy on his face was unmistakable. Jiang Yunchuan cast a glance at Jiang Nanshu before approaching Jiang Nanshu. He left behind a parting remark. Qingyan, please take care of my sister. I need to speak with my elder brother about something. Lu Qingyan led the way out. Yang Jiashu followed suit, while Jiang Nanshu hesitated briefly before resignedly trailing behind him. What about Cheng'en? Lu Qingyan inquired.
Yang Jiashu sruget, no idea.
That kid has the guts to act, but not to face the consequences. You told him yesterday not to let this matter leak. Yet he secretly recorded a video and posted it online. Does he even consider us brothers? Lu Qingyan was equally curious whether Cheng'en truly regarded them as brothers and whether he would sever their long-standing friendship for Su Ran. TSK. That sycophant only has eyes for his goddess. Do you believe he would sell you all out for her without a second thought? Whether I'm around or not. Your brotherly bond with him will never endure. This drama is truly delightful. Jiang Nanshu pouted. Cheng'en was even more infatuated with Su Ran than Lu Qingyan. Initially, he had wanted to play matchmaker, but now seemed to wish he could take her place. However, their brotherhood remained intact for the moment, merely unbroken. Lu Qingyan frowned, noticing the barely concealed glee in Jiang Nanshu's expression. With a resigned sigh, she pondered whether she truly understood the situation. In this affair, it was her reputation that had been tarnished. Why was he so preoccupied when the principal party was not even anxious? Thus, silence enveloped the three of them. Eventually, Yang Jiashu, unable to contain his curiosity, turned to Jiang Nanshu and inquired, Jiang Nanshu, are you not afraid of being called off your engagement? Chapter 64. Can you hear your sister's voice? This tiresome question was becoming unbearable. She felt as though she might retch. Indeed, if my engagement were to be annulled, it would be more terrifying than encountering a ghost. Jiang Nanshu replied with a sigh, then shifted the conversation. However, I seem to have employed the wrong method in attempting to retain brother Qingyan's affection. Perhaps this is my just recompense. Yang Jiashu quipped, Hee, you didn't expect this.
Did you?
I've even planned where to hold my singles party. Lu Qingyan, with a stern expression, hastily departed. Yang Jiashu quickly followed. Hey, brother Yan, where are you going? To return to the Lu family and inform my grandfather about the annulment.
What?
Jiang Nanshu watched the two retreat into the distance before leisurely making her way to the cafeteria. She hadn't attended class much lately, yet had encountered a plethora of events. Today, she must eat in advance. Host, the male lead is upset with you. Upon hearing the voice of Da Sha Chun, Jiang Nanshu responded with a perplexed expression. Isn't that what I am supposed to do? Should I be concerned about making him happy? Da Sha-chun replied, no. I merely wanted to commend you on your task performance. Jiang Nanshu nodded in agreement. I, too, believe I am quite commendable.
Da Sha-shu.
When will this person rid themselves of their narcissism? Honestly, I was somewhat surprised that you would save Su Shi, Da Sha-chun inquired, voicing its most pressing question. The data indicated that Jiang Nanshu's emotional value was 0. This meant she was indifferent to everything and found it difficult to empathize. After all, having witnessed Su Shi's misery on 2 occasions, she could have helped long ago. Yet, she did not and even found time to mock her. Utterly wicked. Jiang Nanshu remained unfazed, batting her long, dark lashes. I did not assist her. I merely saw a reflection of my former self in her. In the past, I was helpless, weak, battered and bruised, until a warm hand reached out and saved me, ensuring I did not perish that winter at the age of 8.
Da Sha-shu fell silent.
It felt both fear and pity for Jiang Nanshu. In her original world, she was neither a princess nor a wealthy heiress. She could hardly be considered the daughter of an ordinary family. She was impoverished and burdened with devilish parents. At the age of 8, those parents had chained her up and sold her to a man in his 40s in exchange for money to buy toys for her brother. Host. It is all in the past. You will have a better future, Da Sha-chun said sentimentally, its mechanical voice trembling slightly from suppressed emotion. Jiang Nanshu mused. How had the initially aloof system transformed into this emotional state simply by changing its name? Meanwhile, Jiang Yunchuan had caught up with Jiang Yisun. Brother. Wait a moment. I have something to ask you. Jiang Yisun slowed his pace and glanced at him. Why are you still chasing me instead of returning to class? Jiang Yunchuan cleared his throat and determinedly asked, Brother, can you hear your sister's inner thoughts? Jiang Yisun halted abruptly, fixing his gaze on Jiang Yunchuan, making him feel rather uneasy. He chuckled nervously. I was just joking. Hearing inner thoughts is such a mystical concept. Jiang Yisun's brow furrowed slowly. So, I am not the only one who can hear them? I thought I was unique. How absurd. Jiang Yunchuan. If you can hear them, then so be it. He was taken aback, wondering if he had misspoken. Brother, I want to discuss the company's bankruptcy with you. It would be wise to heed your sister's warning. It seems something might happen in the future. Jiang Yunchuan carefully articulated his intention, fearing that Jiang Yisun had not caught Jiang Nanshu's previous concerns regarding the company's potential downfall, thus offering a precautionary measure. Jiang Yisun chuckled lightly. I am well aware. Focus on your studies. Jiang Yunchuan sighed with relief. That's good. If it weren't for my sister, I might still be a fish in Lanya's pond, oblivious to the truth and sinking deeper. There was a note of gratitude in his voice, followed by concern. But fourth brother's voice seems to have been harmed. I wonder who the culprit is. If only my sister could tell us. She is the only one who knows. The uncertainty of fate was truly terrifying. Jiang Yunchuan found himself worrying about his company. He had avoided Linnea and hoped he wouldn't have to face any more predatory women. Please, he truly feared that. He did not wish to develop a fear of women. If Jiang Nanshu were present, she would undoubtedly affirm, yes. Linnea was merely a stumbling block on his path to ruin. At that moment, however, she was indulging herself heartily in the cafeteria when her phone chimed. Account. 6X has transferred 1 million to you. Jiang Nanshu nearly choked on her food. She read it carefully. The account belonged to Jiang Yisun. In the next moment, a message from Jiang Yisun popped up. Here is your pocket money. Jiang Nanshu furrowed her brows tightly, ultimately letting out a cold laugh. Does this fool think that sending me 1 million can atone for the 2 million he has cost me? He must be dreaming. Chapter 65. Inviting her to the wrap party. Just as she arrived, Zhang Lei heard her grumbling. Observing the still fuming Jiang Nanshu, she hesitated to greet her. Knowing that if she scolded her elder brother, she could not then scold Jiang Nanshu. Ultimately, she approached and sat down opposite Jiang Nanshu with her tray. Looking at the 2 unexpected guests before her, Jiang Nanshu raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing at Zhang Lei and then at the taciturn Ji Zhe, whom she chose to ignore in favor of asking Zhang Lei, what brings you here? Don't you have school? Why do you keep coming to mine and bringing him along? Are you hoping to witness our sibling bond? Ji Zhe tightened his grip on the chopsticks, seemingly reminded of Jiang Nanshu's callous words from their last encounter. He turned his head away with a huff. Humph, I'm here to pick up Sister Louis, not to see you. Jiang Nanshu rested her chin on her hand. Oh, that's a relief. I'm not in the mood to meet you both anyway. Ji Zhe widened his eyes at her, noticing a faint blush on her cheeks. Jiang Nanshu felt a pang of melancholy, thinking how this troublesome child was prone to tears. Don't cry, Don't cry. Last time you threw chestnuts at me. This time, I won to comfort you. Was that too harsh? He already has an older sister. Why should he be upset over my mere words? Lu Yi observed the gloomy Jize and, with a resigned gesture, pushed a box towards her with an expressionless face. Can we come? Jiang Nanshu opened it to find a crystal-clear emerald. She grinned, tucking it into her pocket. Well, this school isn't mine. You can come if you like. Or should I give you another tour? Lu Yi replied. The web drama I filmed is wrapped up, and the crew has disbanded. It airs in a month. Jiang Nanshu looked at her quizzically. And then? Did you come just to tell me this? Cough. Even though you gifted me a gem, our relationship is adversarial. I might just refrain from being hostile towards you. She gestured slightly, indicating she would only be marginally less hostile towards Jiang Lu Yi.
Leibit her lip.
Content as long as she could communicate with Jiang Nanshu. Clearing her throat, she continued. I heard you had some trouble at school, so I came to check on you. I happened to run into Jize and brought him along. From your demeanor, it seems the issue has been resolved. Jiang Nanshu stirred her food. Resolved. But at a cost of 20 million. She cast a puzzled glance at her. You didn't come to tell me this, did you? When did you become so concerned about me? What if she realizes I'm just pretending to oppose her? That would be disastrous. I might as well jump into the river again. Lu Yi interjected. Does it have to be so extreme? Taking a deep breath, she coldly chuckled. Who cares about you? I'd rather you got into trouble. Phew. Thank goodness it was just my imagination. That startled me. Jiang Nanshu rolled her eyes. I knew it. You came with no good intentions. Just so you know, I want to be returning this gem. Lu Yi was about to say something when she felt Jize gently tugging at her sleeve, subtly shaking his head. His eyes concealed a multitude of emotions, predominantly sadness. Alas, this boy clearly wished to see Jiang Nanshu, yet feared her cold demeanor. Cloaked in a layer of thorns, he was likely terrified of being hurt by her again. Nevertheless, he could not bear to hear anyone speak ill of Jiang Nanshu, not even her own sister. I will not reclaim what I've given away. I did come to discuss something. Tomorrow, will you accompany me to the wrap party for the web drama? Lu Yi concluded, anxiously awaiting Jiang Nanshu's response. What? Jiang Nanshu questioned, doubting her ears. You want me to accompany you to your little party? Lu Yi nodded. Didn't you say you wanted to break into the entertainment industry? I believe you meet the criteria now. Jiang Nanshu paused. It seemed that the original personality had aspired to enter the entertainment world, a desire expressed to her family 3 months before her arrival. Clearly, her family had paid her no heed. Jiang Lu Yi and Jiang Zhoya acted as if they hadn't heard a thing. Bringing Jiang Nanshu along would be akin to sabotaging her own prospects. Moreover, they were eager to avoid her. Thus, the original personality resorted to live streaming, but the outcome was dismal. Lacking emotional intelligence, she became a target for mindless criticism, attempting to learn every skill Jiang Lu Yi possessed, ultimately resulting in a jumbled mess, reminiscent of Dong Shi imitating Xiang Lin. Noticing Jiang Nanshu's prolonged silence, Lu Yi smirked. Changed your mind now? Didn't you want to compete with me on everything? Taking you to the wrap party is merely an opportunity for you to meet a few directors and some friends I made on set. Or was your aspiration to venture into the entertainment industry merely a jest? Jiang Nanshu pondered. According to the original personality's character, she would have been overjoyed at the prospect of being accompanied. After encountering setbacks with Jiang Zhoya and Jiang Lu Yi, had it not been for the return of Su Ran, her white moonlight, she might have led herself to ruin. And it would have had nothing to do with her current self. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Nanshu reluctantly replied, Fine, I'll accompany you to see. In the original narrative, Jiang Lu Yi had not invited the original personality. Rather, the latter had insisted on going. Subsequently, she had encountered the male lead, who had feelings for Su Ran at the wrap party. What a ridiculous turn of events. Did she need to have a role every day? This is absurd. I'll consider this gem my appearance fee. Thinking of it this way, I've struck gold. Yet, she was oblivious to whether the original male and female leads had rekindled their feelings. The current trajectory of the plot was quite distressing. Jize placed his chopsticks down with a clatter, pulling Jiang Nanshu from her thoughts. When she looked up, she found him stubbornly pursing his lips, gazing at her. She couldn't help but smile. What are you staring at? I still haven't settled the score with you for throwing chestnuts at me last time. Jize had intended to assert that he hadn't done it on purpose. However, the words morphed into, Who would want your stuff, you wicked woman? Jiang Nanshu nodded earnestly. Exactly. Next time you get bullied, don't expect my help. He bowed his head, recalling the incident in the alley, where Jiang Nanshu had stood in front of him, biting her lip, her voice low and gruff. Who cares? Lu Yi looked at the conflicted Ji Zhe with exasperation. Ultimately, she spoke up. Jiang Nanshu, Ji Zhe has missed you a lot these past few years. You grew up together, and there's bound to be some feelings. Don't be so cold towards him. Ji Zhe reacted as though someone had stepped on his tail, almost leaping up, his face flushed. Who would miss her? My parents didn't he even sigh when she left. It's better without her. The moment the words escaped his lips, he paled, instinctively glancing at Jiang Nanshu, who remained unfazed, still smiling as if it didn't matter. He stood abruptly and ran out, unwilling to face Jiang Nanshu any longer. Lu Yi rose as well. Ji Zhe. She turned, her gaze earnest. Jiang Nanshu, Ji Zhe isn't as he appears. 3 years ago, you spread rumors about his adoptive parents, causing him to be isolated at school. He never blamed you. He's just overly sensitive and insecure. Chapter 66. So, is this Jiang Nanshu really the original? In her memories, Ji Zhe had been a cheerful and laughing boy. Unlike the gloomy and silent figure he was now, certainly not resembling a high school student at all. All of this was due to Jiang Nanshu. She raised an eyebrow. What he does has nothing to do with me. Sighing internally. The original personality truly had a knack for alienating people. No wonder everyone around her detested her. Whatever. I'm not here to mend their perceptions. I'll leave it as it is. The burden of blame is quite bothersome. Lu Yi looked at Jiang Nanshu in shock, unable to shake off the revelation. Why are you staring at me like that? Am I that frighteningly cold-hearted? Everything is under my control. Having eaten her fill, Jiang Nanshu sauntered off, leisurely remarking, hurry up and chase after that little brat. I don't want to deal with any trouble at school. Only after Jiang Nanshu had vanished did Lu Yi begin to process what she had just heard. What does it mean to be the original personality? What does it mean to bear the blame? So this body no longer housed the former Jiang Nanshu, but rather some wandering spirit? But wait, if she were truly an unknown soul, why did she share so many similarities with the Jiang Nanshu from 3 years ago? She loved shiny gemstones just the same and had a fondness for crispy pork. Lu Yi felt as if she had stumbled upon a secret that must not be revealed to others. Exiting the cafeteria of Jing University, she appeared somewhat dazed. Ji Zhe anxiously approached her. Sister Lu Yi, did she bully you again? Jiang Lei regained her composure and gently patted his head. No. Do not cast her in such a negative light. It is not as if she feels compelled to rescue every soul she encounters in the alley. She merely chased away those tormenting you because you happened to be there. Ji Zhe rubbed his eyes, his hand slightly damp. Really? Is that true? But she told me to think of her as if she were no sister of mine. Jiang Lei chuckled helplessly. So, you truly intend to sever ties with her? Little Zhe, I know you may not voice it, but deep down you care for her. The bond you share from growing up together is not a trifling matter. Ji Zhe seemed to contemplate something and fell silent. Jiang Lei escorted him out of Beijing University and slowly continued. Why don't you share some stories about your past with her? I am quite curious to know if she was the same as she is now. Not at all. Ji Zhe swiftly retorted this time. My sister was not like this before. She adored me, cherished our family, relished our mother's cooking, and loved fishing with our father. She would never allow anyone to bully me. Mentioning the past brought a shadow of sadness to Ji Zhe's face. Thus, when she claimed to be the true daughter of the Jiang family, we were incredulous. However, she pushed our mother to the ground and came to the capital. And after being recognized, she began to assert that our parents mistreated her and abused her, which was utterly unfounded. I cannot fathom why she chose to lie. Ji Zhe was at a loss, but Jiang Lei understood. At that time, Jiang Nanshu's temperament was in stark contrast to her rival, longing for her family's attention. She fabricated the tale of mistreatment by her adoptive parents to elicit sympathy. And what else? Do you believe there are any other peculiarities in her behavior? Peculiarities? Ji Zhe's eyes displayed confusion as he pondered carefully. It seems my parents were particularly fearful of my sister falling ill, for when she did, it was as though she transformed into a different person. When my sister was 6, she suffered a high fever. Upon regaining consciousness the next day, she insisted on having her pet pig, which had been raised since childhood, killed. My parents, unable to refuse, complied. A few days later, she appeared to fall ill again. Upon awakening, she learned of her pet's demise and wept throughout the entire day without eating. Ji Zhe ran his fingers through his hair. This is merely what I heard. My parents even suspected my sister was possessed and consulted a fortune teller, but eventually, everything returned to normal. I was quite young then and did not fully comprehend.
Well,
I understand. You should head back to your classes now. Jiang Lei smiled and encouraged Ji Zhe to return. Ji Zhe gazed at her reluctantly. All right then, Lei sister. If she ever bullies you, you must tell me. Jiang Lei waved him off. Off you go now. Once Ji Zhe had departed, Jiang Lei furrowed her brow in contemplation. The matter was too bizarre and exceeded her comprehension. Was this Jiang Nanshu truly the original Jiang Nanshu? As someone entrenched in the entertainment industry, she felt the need to enroll in a metaphysics class. Unable to make sense of it, she decided not to dwell further. She had pressing matters that required Jiang Nanshu's assistance. After all, she was merely navigating through the entertainment realm and could not afford to alienate all male celebrities. She would see if she could unearth some secrets tomorrow to help her avoid unnecessary detours. At the Liu family's ancestral residence, the expansive villa was situated not within the city, but rather on a mountainside. A silver luxury car glided slowly into the estate. From the vehicle emerged a poised woman, impeccably made up, dressed in an elegant gown. She was undeniably beautiful, yet her icy demeanor somewhat diminished her allure, imparting an air of harshness. The staff along the path halted to greet her. Madam. The lady offered not even a glance in their direction, her heels clicking sharply against the stone path. Upon entering the villa, she found two individuals seated within, an elderly man with hair as white as snow yet exuding vitality, and a middle-aged man whose handsome features remained striking despite the passage of time. The man respectfully poured a cup of tea for the elder. Father, please have some tea. Old Master Liu, maintaining a stern expression, set down his cup upon the entrance of the lady. Shichi, you have arrived. Lu Mu ignored Old Master Liu entirely, directing her gaze towards the middle-aged man. From her bag, she produced a stack of photographs and hurled them at the man's face. Lu Tingzhan, take a good look. The illegitimate child you fathered is already this grown. The elder's face was marred by a flush of anger, and just as he was about to unleash his fury, he comprehended Lu Mu's latter statement and hastily seized the photographs. This was a male model captured in a screenshot from the video, one whose face bore a striking resemblance to Lu Qingyan. His heart skipped a beat, for this boy looked even more like him than Lu Qingyan did. The realization that he had another son, one lost to the outside world, stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Lu Mu's anguished expression pierced Lu father's heart, and she could not restrain herself from slapping his face. You wretch! The veins on Lu father's hand bulged, his demeanor transforming from genteel to furious. His eyes reddened as if ready to retaliate. How dare you strike me? Shang Shichi, do not push your luck. Do you think I would hesitate to retaliate?
oh,
I am excessive. Lu Mu snarled through clenched teeth, her demeanor suggesting she wished to rend the man before her. You fathered such a significant illegitimate child, and I have not killed him. You dare call me excessive? What do you intend to do? Do not touch him. Lu father's expression grew tense as he turned to Old Master Liu. Father, this is my flesh and blood lost to the outside world. I must bring him home. You dare. The commotion echoed painfully in Old Master Liu's head as he thumped his cane against the floor. Enough. If he is indeed a member of the Liu family, there is no reason for him to remain lost. However, the legitimate heir of the Liu family is only Xiao Yan. Tingzhan, if you agree, you may return. If not, let him fend for himself outside. The Liu family needs only Xiao Yan. After much contemplation, Lu father finally nodded gently, his tone imbued with an inexplicable sorrow. I have no objections. He has endured hardship wandering outside all these years. Lu Mu's hands clenched tightly. Wandering?
suffering?
This child is even a year older than my son. Before he deceived me into marrying him and becoming pregnant, he had already sown his wild oats. Lu Mu felt an overwhelming sense of nausea. She would absolutely not allow this vile spawn to return and usurp everything belonging to her son. With a chilling expression, Lu Mu regarded Old Master Liu, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Father, if you insist on bringing this illegitimate child into our home, do not blame me for my lack of civility. I can agree to his entrance, but the condition is that Xiao Yan must break off his engagement with that good-for-nothing Jiang. Disgust was evident in her features. A country bumpkin does not deserve my son.
What is so appealing about her? How are you?
Chapter 67. Freedom is precious, but lying flat is even more valuable. Lu Mu spoke with unwavering conviction. She had been weary of Jiang Nanshu, the newly discovered daughter, for quite some time. Her own son was exemplary in every regard, cultivated by the family to be a refined gentleman. And pairing him with Jiang Nanshu felt akin to a fine cabbage being trampled by a pig. She could not fathom old Master Lu's persistence, nor his refusal to allow her, as his mother, to intervene in her son's marriage. Despite Lu Qingyan's silent resistance, it was of no avail, for old Master Lu declared that if he did not marry Jiang Nanshu, the position of heir to the Lu family would be offered to another. Even she could not comprehend what enchantment Jiang Nanshu had cast upon the elder. No, Xiao Yan could only marry Nanshu. Old Master Lu firmly rejected any negotiation on the matter. Lu Mu's face turned a shade of green with rage. Father, even if it is a marriage alliance, it should not be with the Jiang family. Qing Yan has silently resisted countless times, yet you stubbornly persist. If it is due to that monk, we could easily find another cultured partner. Just look at her. She is hardly suitable. There are far more worthy candidates in the capital than the Jiang family. I find the eldest daughter of the Yan family quite admirable, and she has even studied under a skilled mentor. Even that girl, what was her name, Su Ran, is superior to Jiang Nanshu. She had caused quite a stir over this matter countless times, yet old Master Lu remained obstinate in his disregard. In her eyes, a suitable daughter-in-law must possess an illustrious family background and refined upbringing, someone who could aid Lu Qingyan in consolidating the power of the Lu family. However, look at Jiang Nanshu. Either she is clinging obsessively to Lu Qingyan or threatening self-harm. She has even begun to degrade the family's reputation by ordering male models in bars. If such a woman were to enter the Lu family, it would almost spell the end of their lineage. Noticing old Master Lu's continued silence, Madame Lu pressed on. As Xiaoyan's mother, I possess the authority to dictate his marital affairs. I would never harm him. Meanwhile, old Master Lu was utterly indifferent to the situation. Even if Lu Qingyan were to marry a beggar, it would not concern him, as long as he was not disturbed. He held no affection for this son of his, had it not been for a financial crisis that necessitated a strategic marriage to resolve their troubles. He would never have wed Madame Lu. Now that the business was being undermined, he regarded her with even less respect. Since you have made this decision, there must be a rationale behind it. And as for the young lady from the Yen family you speak of, is she not merely a pawn of your business? What? Do you wish for the Lu family to support your maternal family? Old Master Lu mocked. Exposed and irritated, Madame Lu's voice became stiff. If you refuse to comply, I shall ensure that wretched child never crosses the threshold of the Lu family. Go ahead, test me. After a long pause, old Master Lu sighed. Let's discuss this matter tomorrow. If both Xiao Yan and Nanshu are willing to annul the engagement, it shall be deemed fate. With old Master Lu relenting, Madame Lu finally took her leave. At Jing University, 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Nanshu sat alone in her spacious dormitory, engrossed in her reading. Her daily delight was traversing through various posts, indulging in themes of forced love and obsessive captivation, thoroughly enjoying the narratives. A smile adorned her face when the dormitory door swung open. She failed to conceal her grin as she bared her teeth at the girl stepping inside, the long-absent Su Xingwan. Tall and cold-eyed, her once delicate features now bore an air of aloofness, yet her darkened gaze and weary visage revealed a lack of rest over the past weeks. Jiang Nanshu merely cast a glance her way before turning back to her reading. She would eventually draw a curtain around her bed to shield her from such distractions. Su Xingwan approached Jiang Nanshu, hesitating before asking, "Where is she? Where is she?" Jiang Nanshu, without lifting her gaze, replied, "Probably in the hospital. Who knows?" Su Xingwan bit her lip, her expression complex as she looked at Jiang Nanshu and then slowly said, "Thank you." Jiang Nanshu, puzzled, finally raised her eyes, arching an eyebrow. "How did you get out?" Upon mentioning this, Su Xingwan pressed her lips together, taking a deep breath before divulging, "Your older brother saved me. He called the police. And Bo Yen, fearing repercussions, released me. Had this incident not escalated, I might have been sent abroad under a false pretense, effectively imprisoned in a lavish villa, deprived of freedom and sunlight." Jiang Nanshu lowered her gaze to her reading, quietly turning off her phone screen. Oh dear. Was this not the epitome of forced love in reality? It was happening right beside her. She knelt on her bed, her eyes curiously fixed on Su Xingwan. "How does it feel, Su Xingwan? Are we even on the same wavelength here?" She was expressing gratitude to her family, while Jiang Nanshu was inquiring about her feelings. Hesitating for a moment, she finally exclaimed, her tone filled with indignation. "It's absolutely dreadful. My days consist solely of eating, drinking, sleeping, and watching television to grasp the outside world. My phone was taken away, severing all contact with the outside. He gifted me numerous haute couture outfits, even gems worth 7 figures, but I discarded them all. I have no need for his charity. What I desire is freedom. Jiang Nanshu listened, utterly astonished. Just listen to that. What a luxurious existence. Daily indulgence without the burden of study and gifts of money, clothes, and jewelry. Sister, do you not understand? This is what life truly is. You have already left behind the majority of people from the very beginning. Jiang Nanshu lamented. Those were gems. Sparkling gems worth 7 figures. In conclusion, Jiang Nanshu thought, if someone were to gift me gems daily, I would willingly reside in a mansion and drive luxury cars. Su Xingwan, you truly refuse to accept even a slight disadvantage, do you? But without freedom, she added. Freedom is precious, but to lie back and accept is even more valuable. Jiang Nanshu sighed deeply, her expression of despair suggesting that she was the one who had lost everything. Su Xingwan pinched the bridge of her nose. You are indeed somewhat different from what I had imagined. Jiang Nanshu sprawled on her bed. Why must she toil tirelessly to earn 100 billion, while some receive everything effortlessly? Oh dear, the comparison is maddening. Her voice was weak. What did you envision me to be like? Su Xingwan glanced at her. A big-chested airhead, lacking independent thought and easily led by others, possessing nothing but a pretty face. Jiang Nanshu looked down at her chest, shyly adjusting her skirt. Well, it's not that impressive, really. It's just average. Su Xingwan. Then she spoke again. And if I have a beautiful appearance, how can I be worthless? That's a flawed statement. Hearing Jiang Nanshu's serious correction, Su Xingwan was momentarily speechless. She rarely engaged in conversation with Jiang Nanshu, believing she would find no common ground with such a decorative figure. Now, it seemed the same. She could not relate to someone with such an unusual thought process. Su Xingwan turned to leave. Her voice cold. I'm going to find Shishi. It is because of me that she has suffered this fate, and I will not let He Lianji go unpunished. Chapter 68. If you hurt me again, I will have no choice but to find a rope and hang myself at your doorstep. Jiang Nanshu lay down, staring at the ceiling, feeling somewhat glum. Silly Chun, why has my brother suddenly become so clever? ISNT, the plot supposed to involve Su Xingwan getting pregnant by Bo Yan, unable to keep it hidden, leading to He Lianji's jealousy exploding? It was all a mess. A complete mess. Silly Chun, perhaps the plot truly has its own intentions. Jiang Nanshu, I knew it. The plot holes are becoming more pronounced. What bad luck. At least their disdain for me is genuine. As Jiang Nanshu continued to grumble, she resumed her reading. Silly Chun. Host, what kind of books are you reading every day? Why do I see large mosaics in front of my eyes? The world of adults is not something a mere system can comprehend. Be good, and watch some educational programming. It will benefit your intellect. Jiang Nanshu replied dismissively. Silly Chun, haha, coldly pulling out the cold young master S99 escapes with his bride. As if there are no other books available. Once I finish, I will strategize for you. Jiang Nanshu paid no attention to its incessant prattling, continuously responding, all right. We are relying on you for this uphill battle. Silly Chun suddenly felt a great sense of responsibility. No one understood the value of melodramatic plots better than it did. The next day, with no classes during the first and second periods, Jiang Nanshu slept until 9 o'clock before waking. Upon checking her phone, now unmuted, she found several missed calls from her parents and Jiang Yisin, all made around 7 or 8 o'clock. What was this? Were they calling her to wake up early? The next moment, a notification popped up. The Bo family announced their annulment of the engagement with the He family's young lady. Jiang Nanshu paused for a moment, then clicked her tongue. Bo Yan was indeed heartless, discarding He Lianji as soon as she became useless. She paid little attention to it. It was not her engagement being annulled, so she could not muster any joy. After preparing herself, she gathered her few scattered books and headed to school. Upon reaching the entrance of the dormitory building, 2 bodyguards in black suits blocked her path. Jiang Nanshu stopped, quickly scanning the two with a puzzled expression. Who are you? 2 bodyguards wore stern expressions, though the disdain in their eyes was unmistakable. We are here on behalf of Mrs. Liu to escort you to the Liu family estate to discuss the annulment of your engagement. Miss Jiang, we kindly request that you accompany us. What? Jiang Nanshu's voice trembled. An annulment? Is this some kind of joke? Seeing her stunned reaction, the bodyguards exchanged knowing looks. Their young master was indeed a rare gem wasted on the likes of her. Yet, it was understandable. Being associated with the Liu family was a stroke of fortune she could only dream of, and her desperate clinging to it was to be expected. They braced themselves for her to wail and plead, perhaps even preparing to forcibly drag her away. As Jiang Nanshu remained silent, their impatience grew. She covered her face with one hand, her shoulders shaking as she fought to suppress a laugh. "Oh dear, I'm to be annulled. How tragic. I'll go with you. But I must see Brother Qingyan one last time." The bodyguard scoffed. "What last meeting? He is alive and well. As long as you cooperate, this will go smoothly. But I haven't even requested leave from school yet. Uffed with your grades, what difference does it make? You think you'll win an award?" Jiang Nanshu blinked in confusion, her expression incredulous. Is winning an award really that difficult? The bodyguards exchanged glances, both seeing the mockery reflected in the other's eyes. Jiang Nanshu had entered the capital through backdoor means. Her casual tone suggested winning an award was merely a matter of effort, which was utterly laughable. What seemed simple to others was a mere fantasy for her. With a sigh of frustration, Jiang Nanshu lamented, "I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to showcase my many talents." Talents? The only skill you possess is the art of self-sabotage. Even if you wish to escape through self-harm, it would be futile this time. Jiang Nanshu was on the verge of bursting into tears. After boarding the Liu family's car, they drove for about an hour before arriving at the Liu family estate. This marked Jiang Nanshu's second visit. Her memories of the original engagement were tied to this very place. The white European-style villa exuded grandeur, complete with an outdoor fountain, an artificial lake, and a naturally flowing swimming pool, all contributing to the opulence of the estate. The floor was adorned with emerald jade tiles, reflecting Jiang Nanshu's shadow. Even the 8-foot chandelier above sparkled with diamonds, glimmering like gold. Tears betrayed her as they trickled from the corners of her mouth. This was true wealth, indeed. Compared to the Jiang family, they seemed to plummet several tiers in status. No wonder Liu Qingyan was a coveted figure in the capital. Even Su Ran, the heroine who left with 30 million, would return to seek him out again, while various other women vied for his affection. Jiang Nanshu's wandering gaze caught the attention of Liu's mother, who observed her with derision. Clearly a girl raised in a humble household, lacking any refinement. A sudden voice drew Jiang Nanshu's attention. She turned to see a noblewoman, exuding classical beauty and graceful elegance. This was Liu Qingyan's mother, whom Jiang Nanshu had encountered once before, not at the engagement banquet, but at Liu Qingyan's 20th birthday celebration. The original Jiang had fiercely asserted her claim, trailing behind Liu Qingyan and warning the elite women present that she was his fiancée, only to embarrassingly fall into the pool, much to the merciless mockery of Liu's mother. This had turned her into a laughingstock in high society, and Jiang's mother had hurriedly taken her home, leaving Jiang Nanshu with a sense of shame that lingered. Jiang Nanshu withdrew her gaze, her tone languid. "So, I beseech you, grant us humble folk a path forward. Allow me the opportunity to ascend to wealth overnight. I genuinely wish to cling to Brother Qingyan as a lifelong parasite." Liu's mother's expression turned a shade paler, clearly taken aback by Jiang Nanshu's brazen audacity. Any other girl would have been mortified to hear such words. She snorted coldly, turning to the butler. "Fetch the elder and young master, and inform them that Jiang Nanshu has arrived." As the butler ascended the stairs, Liu's mother sneered. "I will never allow someone like you to cross the threshold of the Liu family." "Oh, please don't say such hurtful things. If you hurt me further, I might just have to hang myself at your doorstep," Jiang Nanshu cried, her words a tumult of emotional distress aimed at intimidation. Indeed, upon hearing the word hang, Liu's mother fell silent, perhaps genuinely fearing that Jiang Nanshu would act on her threats, jeopardizing the estate's reputation. "Huh, did that scare you? Sweating bullets, are we? I'll just jump into your artificial lake for a swim and leave you all dumbfounded." As Liu Qingyan descended the stairs, along with Jiang's parents who hurriedly approached the entrance, they pleaded, "Please don't jump." They were frightened. "Little Jiang, who doesn't he go a little mad? Everyone, don't commit suicide. We can talk about anything." Chapter 69. This wretched life has truly turned its sights on me, the poor soul. Jiang's father entered, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Nanshu, you mustn't be so disrespectful to your Aunt Liu." Upon turning her head, Jiang Nanshu spotted her parents. She smiled slightly.
Oh.
"You're all here. What do you mean by being rude? We've only just begun." Jiang's father felt a jolt of panic. Good heavens, he wished to flee immediately. He sensed that his daughter was up to no good. In the midst of his hesitation, Jiang Nanshu had already stepped forward. taking their hands and gesturing towards the grand villa. Mom, Dad, don't worry. Once I successfully marry in, I'll take this house and give it to you. Jiang's parents nearly collapsed in shock. Was it appropriate to say such things? One would think they were coveting the Liu family's wealth. Noticing Liu's mother's ashen face, Jiang's father grimaced. Nanshu, don't say such things. Do you really think you'll need to steal anything once you marry into the Liu family? Jiang's mother pinched his side, exclaiming in surprise, "What are you doing?" Jiang's mother, glancing at Liu's mother's furious countenance, forced a smile. My daughter doesn't mean any harm. We wouldn't dream of taking anything from the Liu family. Jiang's father suddenly realized he had misspoken and sealed his lips.
Right.
Once I marry in, everything in the Liu family will be under my control. Why steal anything? I'll simply gift it to you. Whatever you desire, I'll provide. Oh, and when I have children, I'll have them carry the Jiang surname. We'll drain the Liu family dry. What do you think, Mom and Dad?
Now.
Even Jiang's mother turned pale. Why include we? This made it sound as though they were all accomplices in this madness. Did they not see Liu's mother's face turn as green as envy itself? Hee, if the annulment doesn't happen, I'll just clear out the Liu family for you. What is wrong with that? I'm merely a simple girl from the countryside, ignorant of etiquette. Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out. Jiang Nanshu looked up to see an elderly gentleman with graying hair, dressed casually. His typically stern face broke into a warm smile upon seeing Jiang Nanshu, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum in full glory. There was something unsettling in his warmth. Jiang's mother quickly tugged at Jiang Nanshu's hand, shaking her head in warning, fearful that her daughter might speak out of turn again. Jiang Nanshu cast her mother a sideways glance, then nodded in understanding. Jiang's mother was still catching her breath when Jiang Nanshu, oblivious to the tension, blurted out, "I love it, Grandpa Liu. Could you gift me this villa? I truly adore it and wish to move in tomorrow." Everyone else, "Oh, dear. Might that be a bit too much to ask? What do you think? Asking for a house outright." Jiang's father and mother wished they could faint on the spot. How utterly absurd. Is this how the Jiang family raises their daughter? Their upbringing is truly concerning. They have no fear. Liu's mother seethed with indignation, her chest heaving as if she were a bellows. Jiang Nanshu furrowed her brows, displaying a rebellious spirit, clearly displeased. "Aunt Liu, I forbid you from criticizing my parents' upbringing. They have instilled in me the values of sincerity, and because of my timid nature, they have always encouraged me to express my desires openly. They have nurtured me so well, and yet you dare to cast aspersions upon them. The annual 10 Filial Sons Award in Huagua cannot be complete without me." Jiang's father and mother, truly, such filial piety is formidable. They have managed to offend everyone, both those who ought to be offended and those who ought not. Aunt Liu was taken aback by Jiang Nanshu's audacity, recalling that just a year prior, she had cowered behind Jiang's mother. A pitiable creature who scarcely dared to utter a word. She smirked coldly, still hoping to reside in the Liu household.
Dream on.
The reason I summoned you today is to discuss your annulment with my son. Old Master Liu's expression darkened, and Liu Qingyan's demeanor remained frosty, his deep-set eyes briefly resting on Jiang Nanshu. Upon hearing the word annulment, Jiang Nanshu pressed her lips tightly together. Stay composed, a single life beckons, remain calm. Unflustered, suppress that laughter. She took a gentle breath, gazing pitifully at the three in front of her, theatrically wiping away tears. I knew it. This wretched life has turned against me. Poor little me. My heart aches. Without Brother Qingyan, even the sky is shrouded in gray. She tilted her face slightly, resembling the protagonist of a painful youth novel on the brink of abandonment. If one were to overlook the gradually rising corners of her mouth, Liu Qingyan might indeed be deceived by this pretentious woman. Old Master Liu's gentle smile was on the verge of faltering, and he cleared his throat. If Nanshu desires this villa, I shall personally gift it to you. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the room. Aunt Liu could scarcely catch her breath, staring incredulously at old Master Liu. Jiang's father and mother, too, exchanged astonished glances. What was happening? Could madness be contagious? Was it not enough that their daughter was deranged, but now old Master Liu too? Only Liu Qingyan maintained a stoic expression, as if this turn of events was entirely anticipated. Jiang Nanshu. She had come to annul the engagement, not to inherit a fortune. This is not the intended direction. Shouldn't we be swept away with a broom instead? I have asked for so much, and yet I might inherit a villa? Jiang's parents. So you are aware of your insatiable greed. Jiang Nanshu licked her lips. surveying her surroundings. Are you truly going to give me this luxurious villa worth 10 billion? Old Master Lu nodded. Once you marry Xiao Yan, this house will be transferred to your name immediately. Should you have children, the first shall bear the Lu surname, and the second may take the Jiang name. Jiang Nanshu, why are there so many additional stipulations? All right then, perhaps I am not worthy of such a gift. She cast a hesitant glance at Lu Qingyan, her eyes downcast. Never mind, I do not wish to make brother Qingyan unhappy. I have always known he has someone he loves. Aunt Lu could no longer contain herself. Father, did you not summon this girl to annul the engagement? Why are we discussing conditions instead? Old Master Lu ignored her, turning his gaze to his grandson. Xiao Yan, what do you think? I am aware I arranged this marriage, and if you are unwilling, I understand. 3 years ago, I gave that woman with the surname Su 30 million to leave. You nearly had a falling out with your family over it. You sought her out, and yet, in the end, you returned alone. If she truly cared for you, why would she accept such money? At the mention of Su Ran, Lu Qingyan's cold demeanor flickered slightly. Grandfather, can we not speak of her? Tsk. Indeed, bringing up his painful past, his first love, is not a matter of his unwillingness to pursue her. It is simply that Su Ran has not given him the opportunity. For 3 years, he has not sought her out even once. His affection appears rather shallow. Chapter 70. Jiang Nanshu exhibited a double standard. Internally, she scoffed at the melodramatic romance of the original protagonists. It was reminiscent of an old lady's foot-binding cloth, both foul and lengthy, causing the viewer's intellect to dwindle. Jiang's parents also sighed in exasperation. It has been said that a forcibly tied fruit is not sweet, insisting on binding Lu Qingyan to their daughter. It was a wonder if he could ever display kindness towards her. Noticing Lu Qingyan's silence, Jiang's father finally spoke. Old Master Lu, this marriage was initially agreed upon by Nanshu out of her affection for him. Under duress, we consented without considering young Master Lu's sentiments. Now that everything has reverted to the beginning, let us not allow this mistake to perpetuate. Wow, for the first time, I find you too agreeable. I cannot become an obstacle preventing him from pursuing Su Ran. Jiang Nanshu fervently nodded inwardly. Yes, that was indeed the case. It was time to rectify the chaos and eliminate this bug that impeded her from earning 100 billion. Old Master Lu observed the downcast Jiang Nanshu and then glanced at his grandson, who was fixated on her, his expression darkening. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He pulled a check from his pocket. Years ago, I gave Su Ran 30 million to leave you. Nanshu is the granddaughter-in-law I personally chose. Even if the engagement is annulled, it must be done with dignity. Here is 100 million, to serve as compensation for your annulment. Jiang Nanshu. She lifted her head, astonished. 100 million. Compensation for the annulment. She glanced at Lu Qingyan, realizing his gaze had not shifted from her. What are you staring at, you impoverished mutt? 1 million for an annulment, and yet you are so miserly. Sob, sob, sob. Grandfather is truly kind. From this day forth, he shall be my beloved grandfather, and I shall care for him in his old age. Lu Qingyan, his brows twitched slightly, observing Jiang Nanshu, her eyes glistening with tears, gazing at old Master Lu with an expression of profound gratitude. He felt his temper rising. This woman truly was such a double standard. Seeing Jiang Nanshu's eager expression, old Master Lu's heart softened. What a charming and lovely girl. How could this foolish boy not appreciate her? Look at how she cried at the thought of being annulled. How much must she care for his grandson? Jiang Nanshu rubbed her hands nervously. Grandfather Lu, Old Master Lu interrupted. Nanshu, do not rush. Let me ask you. Xiao Yan, do you truly wish to annul the engagement? In the past, he would have swiftly provided an answer. Yet this time, it seemed something lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless, as he hesitated. He would rather not deal with any more complications. I no longer wish to play the role of a sycophant. Hurry and agree if you do not. I shall look down upon you. Lu Qingyan's face was icy. Yes, let us annul it. Jiang Nanshu exhaled in relief. She could already envision 100 million beckoning to her. Old Master Lu internally sighed. Having lived to 70, he could sense that this boy's tone was predominantly petulant. Sometimes, when things truly fell apart, he would regret it. Taking a deep breath, he turned back to Jiang Nanshu. And what of you, Nanshu? What are your thoughts? What could she possibly think? Naturally, the sooner, the better. However, to outsiders, she had always been perceived as harboring feelings for Lu Qingyan. She could not suddenly shatter that facade. She bit her lip, allowing emotions of pain, sadness, and despair to flit across her face. Finally, blinking her teary eyes, she donned a look of resignation. Although I am reluctant to part with Brother Qingyan, I fear his dislike for me more than my own reluctance. Lu Qingyan quietly observed her performance. As the atmosphere thickened, Jiang Nanshu finally articulated her heavy decision. Therefore, concerning this marriage, I too am willing. I knew it, Nanshu. You cannot bear to part with this insufferable boy, old Master Lu suddenly interrupted. Jiang Nanshu. Could he not allow her to finish her statement? Grandfather, what I meant was... I understand. Springing an annulment on you unexpectedly must be jarring. I have heard from your parents that you suffer from severe depression, and I do not wish to provoke you, worsening your condition. She was not ill. She was perfectly fine. No, How about this? Let us not annul it for the time being. Aunt Lu's smile had not yet surfaced when old Master Lu delivered another heavy blow. Father, Xiao Yan has already agreed. How can you do this? I am speaking of both parties. Did you not see that Nanshu is unwilling? Old Master Lu, with an unwavering demeanor, dismissed the astonishment reflected in Jiang Nanshu's eyes. He coughed lightly, expressing his approval of the marriage. Mrs. Lu, incensed, could no longer maintain her grace. Father, she is merely a girl yet to turn 19, frequenting bars and mingling with male models. If this were to leak, it would bring disgrace to the Lu family. What's the matter? Who among the youth hasn't indulged in such frivolities? Who hasn't admired a few young models? Old Master Lu proclaimed robustly. So, what if she has invited 18 male models? She is young. What harm is there in gazing at handsome men? Your son is overly possessive, forbidding her from seeking joy. In my youth, I was far more carefree than these young ladies. Mrs. Lu and Lu Qingyan were rendered speechless. This truly was his grandfather. Old Master Lu felt a surge of emotion, lamenting that for the sake of his grandson's marriage, he had compromised his integrity in his twilight years. Jiang Nanshu thought to herself, had I known, I would not have maintained this absurd facade. This has thrust me into the depths of despair. Jiang's father wiped his brow, relieved that, apart from their family, no outsiders could hear his daughter's lively thoughts. Otherwise, calamity would surely ensue. Just look at how the heir of the Lu family had been scorned by her. Old Master Lu continued, let the two of you spend 3 more months together. If you truly cannot find common ground, then we shall call off the engagement. I cannot toy with the happiness of 2 children. What say you, my esteemed son-in-law? This last remark was directed at Jiang's father, who hesitated. This depends on Nanshu herself. Old Master Lu pressed a check for 100 million into Jiang Nanshu's hands. Regardless of whether the engagement is called off or not, this money is yours. Nanshu, I implore you for an extension of 3 months. You 2 young people should spend more time together. I know you cannot bear to part with Qingyan. He will surely recognize your worth. Jiang Nanshu mused, his appreciation is likely non-existent. Yet, the venom I must showcase will not diminish. She glanced at Lu Qingyan, who was staring down, lost in thought. How peculiar, neither happiness in breaking off the engagement nor joy in maintaining it. Is it a natural disposition not to smile? Without waiting for Jiang Nanshu's response, old Master Lu rubbed his temples. Oh dear, I have a headache. We shall discuss this later. I must attend to my massage. Qingyan, accompany me to the study. Butler, see Jiang Nanshu's family out. Mrs. Lu shot a disdainful glance at Jiang Nanshu and, seeing that the engagement could not be called off, ascended the stairs. She was determined to have a serious talk with old Master Lu. Jiang Nanshu grasped the check tightly. She had come to understand. Old Master Lu had no intention of allowing them to break off the engagement. The money was merely a pacifier to quell her restless thoughts. Truly, he was a good man. Clenching the check, Jiang Nanshu displayed a genuine smile. Men may not belong to me, but the money must. In the study on the 2nd floor, old Master Lu locked the door as he entered. It was just the 2 of them, he and Lu Qingyan. With the engagement still intact, Lu Qingyan's previously taut expression eased somewhat, though this wretched boy remained oblivious. He sighed. Qingyan, tell your grandfather the truth. Are you still unable to let go of Su Ran? After a long pause, Lu Qingyan shook his head. Grandfather, my decisions have never been swayed by her. She is not significant enough to interfere with my life. 3 years ago, she saved my life, and I promised her a single request. She expressed her desire to be with me after graduation. Old Master Lu tightened his grip on his cane. You promised? After a lengthy silence, Lu Qingyan finally nodded. I did. Chapter 71. Can the wealth I acquire in this world be taken away?
Ha!
Old Master Lu scoffed, fool. You agreed to that just because of a debt of gratitude? Lu Qingyan's expression turned cold. What else was I to do? The Lu family taught me to honor promises, to be respectful, righteous, and magnanimous. Those virtues must come first to be a worthy heir. My feelings are of little consequence. Old Master Lu was momentarily taken aback, recalling Lu Qingyan's childhood and Mrs. Lu's strict upbringing. He sighed deeply. So, you are rebelling against the family? Or perhaps seeking to defy the family through Su Ran? Do you believe the constraints of the Lu family suppress your true self? In the depths of Lu Qingyan's dark eyes, shadows flickered before he lowered his lashes. I dare not. Old Master Lu felt as if he were striking a cotton ball, so utterly powerless. As the heir to the Lu family, Lu Qingyan was undoubtedly compliant. He followed every directive, behaving like a puppet of the family. He had been the subject of others' gossip since childhood, and the only time he had clashed with his family was when they had given 30 million to Su Ran, facilitating her departure. When he sought her out afterward and returned, he never mentioned it again. Even his engagement was shrouded in rumors that he had knelt for days to secure it, when in reality, he had silently agreed, indifferent to the partner's appearance or demeanor. Passively accepting. It was merely Jiang Nanshu's antics that became unbearable, driving him to contemplate breaking the engagement. Old Master Lu sometimes found it difficult to fathom his grandson. Thus he sighed again. When I offered Su Ran 30 million, it was merely a test of her intentions toward you. I warned her that if she insisted on being with Qingyan, she would be cast out of the Lu family, deprived of any support. She left with the money. Qingyan, you were never truly valued. I can see she has feelings for you, but she harbors her own ambitions. Much remains unspoken. Lu Qingyan's lashes quivered slightly as he turned his gaze to the window, where Jiang Nanshu was just getting into a car, her smile radiant as she clutched the check. Embodying such simple joy. What difference does it make whether one is cared for or ignored? After all these years, she has survived. Grandfather, please do not mention her again. I wish to remain uninformed. Qingyan, I still find it peculiar that she saved you. Do keep your eyes open. You may leave now. I need to rest. By the way, spend more time with that Jiang girl. She is quite charming. Don't be obtuse, or you may regret missing your chance. Old Master Lu waved his hand, effectively dismissing Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan, unfazed, resolved not to regret his decisions. Upon exiting, he found Mrs. Lu waiting for him. She seized his arm forcefully. Do you know your father intends to acknowledge that illegitimate child? That wretched spawn is returning to claim your inheritance. Find a way to eliminate him. Everything in the Lu family is yours. Do not let it slip away. Lu Qingyan's expression remained unchanged, though his tone softened. Mother, I am aware of everything you mention. Engage with the young lady from the Yan family. I will eventually call off the engagement with Jiang Nanshu. Only by taking control of the Lu family can you assist the Shang family in revitalizing their fortunes. Do you understand? If not for your father, how would our family have fallen to such a state? Mrs. Lu's voice dropped, her tone laced with hatred for the Lu family. This cage had confined her entire life. She equally despised all members of the Lu family, including her own son, viewing him merely as a tool for her ambitions. Lu Qingyan gently brushed her hand aside. You should express those sentiments to grandfather. As long as this engagement remains, I cannot pursue any young lady from the Yan family. My father is in good health, and the Lu family does not require my governance at present. Do you dare defy me? Mrs. Lu, incensed, raised her hand to strike him. Lu Qingyan seized her wrist. After a long silence, he smiled gently. Mother, I am no longer the child I once was. I have grown up. Mrs. Lu's expression stiffened as she gazed into Lu Qingyan's dark eyes, feeling a fleeting sense of guilt, swiftly overshadowed by her bitterness. This was her son. She would teach him as she pleased, forcefully wrenching her hand away, her voice cold. You must marry the person I have chosen. You cannot defy my orders. Without a backward glance, Lu Qingyan departed. Upon descending the stairs, the old butler of the Lu family regarded him with concern. Young master. Your mother. Lu Qingyan's cold gaze softened slightly. Lu Bo, it is nothing. She will calm down soon enough. I am returning to school now. Lu Qingyan entered the black Land Rover, shut the door, and lit a cigarette. In the next moment, his phone screen illuminated, revealing a message from Su Ran, inquiring about his whereabouts as she was encountering some troubles. With the cigarette perched between his lips, Lu Qingyan's expression turned icy, shedding any semblance of warmth. Enveloped by the curling smoke. After a brief pause, he typed, location. Su Ran swiftly provided him with her coordinates. Lu Qingyan promptly forwarded this information to Cheng'en. At Jingda University, Jiang Nanshu stood at the school gate, waving to her parents with a radiant smile. Mom and Dad, travel safely.
We shall see each other this weekend.
Jiang's mother stumbled slightly, but managed to steady herself against the car door, forcing a smile. Nanshu, see you this weekend. She then tugged at Jiang's father. Hurry. I need to recover from the shock of today. Jiang's father waved back at Jiang Nanshu before driving away. Observing her successful maneuvering today brought her a sense of satisfaction. Both parents seemed to regard her with trepidation, clearly shaken by her demands. It was merely a request for a house. They were far too flustered. Next time, she might as well ask for two. Elated with her check in hand, Jiang Nanshu suddenly pondered a crucial question, her expression darkening. Desha Chun. Can I take the money I earn in this world back with me? If I succeed in my mission and return, how delightful would it be to use that money to send those fools to a mental institution? The mere thought invigorated her.
Dasha shuri playage.
It set aside the book it was perusing. Upon reflection, the idea indeed felt exhilarating. Clearing its throat, it remarked, Host, our system is quite humane. If you successfully complete your mission, you may indeed carry over the money you accumulate to your original world. Jiang Nanshu's eyes sparkled with renewed determination. She resolved to work even harder to amass wealth. Money was her lifeblood. After all, they were merely taking advantage of her financial constraints. When she returned laden with riches, the nightmares of those fools would commence. The more she contemplated, the more euphoric she became, humming a tuneless melody as she attended her afternoon classes. Feeling an extraordinary sense of joy. Her major in broadcasting diverged from others. She could pursue a career as a host or in voice acting. Hence, her classes primarily focused on cultivating eloquence, pronunciation, and program planning. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala was to be hosted by their broadcasting department. Naturally, Jiang Nanshu was not selected as the host, but Hu Ying was. Thus, she approached Hu Ying's desk once again, tapping lightly. Jiang Nanshu. Only 10 days until the Mid-Autumn Festival. Is your program truly prepared? Chapter 72. Is having so much to say indicative of possessing more tongues than others? Jiang Nanshu regarded Hu Ying earnestly, who was typically accompanied by a cadre of similarly bespectacled followers. She admired their unwavering dedication to her character as the spiteful female antagonist. Propping her chin on her hand, she replied, It's all set. Don't worry, I won't bring shame to our broadcasting department. Hu Ying's expression soured. As long as you embarrass yourself, what does it matter to us? She then smirked, as if recalling something. By the way, didn't Lu Qingyan's White Moonlight web series wrap up filming? She has postponed her subsequent engagements to focus on her graduate studies and will be visiting our school tomorrow.
Oh.
It seems she has temporarily entered the finance department. Jiang Nanshu nodded in understanding. Got it. You go enjoy yourself. Hu Ying's face flushed crimson.
What?
Do you think of me as a dog? Why are you so unfazed? She had heard that Lu Qingyan had taken Jiang Nanshu away today. Hu Ying composed herself and sneered. Were you rejected today? Though, it's true, you don't deserve Lu Qingyan. Wait, Jiang Nanshu countered, pulling out a 100 million yuan check. Feigning shyness. Who told you that? I was merely called to collect some pocket money. Grandpa Lu even said he wanted to give Lu Qingyan a chance to pursue me. Quite embarrassing, really. Please stop asking. Hu Ying's face morphed into a palette of colors, as if Jiang Nanshu had delivered an invisible slap when she saw the check. Give Lu Qingyan a chance to pursue you? Why not reach for the sky? The pretense was unbearable. Her expression became one of disgust as she quickly distanced herself. Jiang Nanshu rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. The narrative between Su Ran and the male protagonist commenced at the school gate. They frequently crossed paths, as Su Ran had deliberately chosen to enter the finance department. The original text depicted her proximity to the male lead, reminiscing about their youthful days together in high school, facilitating the rekindling of their feelings. However, as the spiteful female antagonist, Jiang Nanshu had abandoned her own studies, wishing to spend every day in the finance department, plotting schemes. In summary, engaging in nefarious deeds. Desha Chun, how is your reading coming along? It's time for you to shine. Desha Chun replied. Host, do not fret. I have been tirelessly absorbing the knowledge from melodramatic literature. I have mastered the art of the spiteful female antagonist to perfection. I assure you, my methods will be more lethal than those of Yao Mama. Jiang Nanshu felt a surge of pride. Then my 100 billion will be entrusted to your strategic planning. Yes, sir. It wasn't until afternoon classes concluded that Jiang Nanshu finally rose from her desk, wiping the drool from her mouth. It was excruciatingly difficult. Being the top student was no easy task. Her phone chimed, and she glanced at it absently, noting a message from Jiang Lai, providing her with an address, Longfeng Qingxiang. She was to arrive before 7 o'clock. It was already 5:30. Exiting the school, Jiang Nanshu waited at the roadside until a black Land Rover came to a halt before her. The window rolled down, revealing Lu Qingyan's face, casually attired and exuding an air of calm. Where to? Jiang Nanshu raised an eyebrow in confusion. According to the plot, at this hour, he should be on his way to pick up his white moonlight. Thus, she instinctively replied, Longfeng Qingxiang. Get in, I'll drive you. But what about Su Ran? Aren't you supposed to be taking her to the wrap-up party? Jiang Nanshu stood still, scrutinizing him. Lu Qingyan exited the vehicle, rounded the door, and ushered her into the passenger seat. He seemed well-informed, even aware that Su Ran was seeking him. No wonder he stubbornly believed he only had eyes for Su Ran. How peculiar. Even after getting into the car, Jiang Nanshu remained troubled by the plot. This doesn't make sense. Can't we call Su Ran and invite her along? Give me a chance to stir up some trouble. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them. After a prolonged pause, Lu Qingyan finally remarked, Jiang Nanshu, Grandpa wants us to spend some time together. Jiang Nanshu replied, that is perfect. I was just lamenting how little time I get to spend with you. I wouldn't want to annoy you. Her cheeks flushed at the opportune moment, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. What do you have in mind for our time together? How about you move into my dorm? I happen to live alone. Lu Qingyan responded, I would, but the dormitory supervisor would never approve. Jiang Nanshu retorted, what do you mean you would? Please show some decorum. Lu Qingyan inhaled deeply, choosing to ignore her. Her contradictory nature was nothing new. He had been berated in her mind countless times. Lu Qingyan genuinely felt in high spirits, even managing to engage Jiang Nanshu in conversation without a hitch. Jiang Nanshu sniffled, lowering her head to mutter, honestly, as long as I can see you at school every day, I'd be content. Ugh, when will I be able to shed this lovesick puppy persona? Why hasn't the mission been completed yet? Lu Qingyan's expression shifted slightly. Jiang Nanshu appeared dispirited, her words lacking enthusiasm. Mission? What mission? Lost in thought. He momentarily forgot to respond to Jiang Nanshu. Hey, lost your words? Did my mushy sentiment nauseate you? No harm done. My mood has lifted instantly. Jiang Nanshu maintained an uplifting mood as she alighted from the vehicle at the designated wrap party venue. Simultaneously, a sleek white supercar came to a halt beside her. Su Ran wore an expression of discontent, forcing a smile, while on the other side, Chang'an flaunted his ostentation in a dazzling white suit, adorned with a black diamond stud in his left ear, presenting himself like a princely figure. At this moment, he cautiously regarded Su Ran, visibly tense. Ran, may I escort you inside? Su Ran cast a complex glance in his direction, poised to decline, when she caught sight of Jiang Nanshu observing from a distance, her expression subtly shifting. Chang'an noticed her as well, and upon seeing Jiang Nanshu, he instinctively shielded Su Ran as if Jiang Nanshu were a ferocious beast. Jiang Nanshu, what brings you here? Have you followed us to cause harm? How can a repugnant woman like you be so vile? Jiang Nanshu. Please. She has done nothing to deserve such an outburst. Damn it, I haven't even mentioned how unfortunate it is to encounter you too. Jiang Nanshu rubbed her ears, her eyes slightly lifting, her demeanor languid. What is that barking noise? Chang'an was taken aback, then his ire flared. He had been insulted as a dog. If you weren't following us, why are you here? Ha! A woman like you, filled with malice, I wonder how Yangu can tolerate you. Jiang Nanshu struggled to maintain her persona and finally burst out. Are you a fool? Don't prescribe remedies for others when you're the one with issues. Speaking so harshly, do you possess more tongues than others? Meanwhile, Lu Qingyan exited the vehicle, closing the door, his frigid gaze sweeping from the stunned Su Ran to the equally gobsmacked Chang'an. His voice was steady. Do you require me to personally enlighten you on how I endure her? Regarding the evaluation issue, it would suffice to point out where it falls short. I dread the heartbreak of refreshing the scores come Monday. Chapter 73. Am I your father?
Damn.
My delicate persona. Sob. Why am I so easily rattled? Upon hearing Lu Qingyan's voice, Jiang Nanshu instantly regained her composure. In his presence, she had always been the type to speak softly. How could she possibly resort to cursing? Thus, she covered her mouth, flustered as she gazed at Lu Qingyan, brother Qingyan. I feel tainted after scolding Cheng'en. Oh my, I was never like this before. Lu Qingyan. Cheng'en looked at the overly theatrical Jiang Nanshu and couldn't he help but retort. What a performance! Who could possibly outshine you? Jiang Nanshu immediately concealed herself behind Lu Qingyan, plaintively asserting, Yes, I can act. I excel at it. I'm merely a garbage can. Silently acknowledging your hurt. While Su Ran serves as your recycling station. Sob, how could a garbage can ever compare to a recycling station? The others. Cheng and was nearly exasperated to death by this sarcastic woman. Su Ran's expression also shifted, yet her innocent face remained, her eyes fixated on Lu Qingyan, subtly questioning. Perhaps sensing Su Ran's emotions, Cheng-en begrudgingly feigned indifference. Brother Yan, why are you with her? Cheng-en noticed Lu Qingyan's slight unease, causing him to stammer. Lu Qingyan's cold demeanor slowly curved into a smile. Cheng-en, do you still consider me a brother? Cheng-en's expression altered. He understood Lu Qingyan was alluding to the video incident. He had avoided appearing before him these past days, yet he had inadvertently assisted him. Unable to face Lu Qingyan's gaze, he changed the subject with a forced laugh. Are you referring to Ran? Didn't you say you were busy? Which is why you asked me to pick her up. By the way, didn't you get called home to end your engagement today? Stay far away from that venomous woman. Don't get entangled again. This love-struck brain is truly hopeless, clearly enamored yet too timid to confess. Pretending to act in Su Ran's best interest while hovering around her, will he need to bring 2 servings of breakfast in the future? Hearing Jiang Nanshu's gossiping thoughts, Lu Qingyan glanced down at her, and just then, Jiang Nanshu met his gaze, blinking her eyes in understanding. Oh, so I am to bear this wave of animosity. Who has a fiancé so utterly pathetic? Lu Qingyan. That was not his intention. He merely wanted to glance at her. Lu Qingyan's previously gentle eyes now held an icy glimmer. Indeed, I am occupied. I must escort my fiancé. Furthermore, there has been no engagement annulment, so refrain from spreading rumors. Upon his words, Su Ran's expression shifted drastically. Her fingers trembled at her side as she hurriedly lowered her head, fearing Lu Qingyan would perceive her crumbling vulnerability. Cheng-en wished to offer comfort, but was at a loss. Thus, he redirected his gaze to Jiang Nanshu, as if she were the root cause of all this turmoil. Am I your father? Must every word require a glance at me? How is it that, without my cue, you cannot continue? Lu Qingyan, if he could just endure a bit longer, they would soon depart. Jiang Nanshu looked skyward in exasperation. Fine. It has reached this extent. If I do not step forward now, it would be unreasonable. A tale of torment. Let me suffer while you indulge in your romance. She linked her arm with Lu Qingyan's, defiantly facing Su Ran. Even if you are Lu Qingyan's white moonlight, so what? You will inevitably become mere rice grains, trampled underfoot, and still complain of sticking to shoes. With that, her gaze shifted to Cheng-en, her smile bold. I haven't praised you yet. You truly are a good brother to Lu Qingyan. If not for your uploading of the video, how would he know he has an illegitimate brother soon to be welcomed back? Cheng-en's complexion paled, panic flashing in his eyes as he turned to Lu Qingyan. What? What a fortuitous assist. The male model I selected, named Liang Xiqiu, is the eldest son of Qingyan's father. Soon, the Lu family will have more than just one young master. How can you face him after causing such suffering? Cheng-en's shock was mirrored in Su Ran's expression, both rendered incredulous. Liang Xiqiu is an illegitimate child of the Lu family? He is a member of the Lu family? She had never known he bore such an identity. Liang Xiqiu had never shared this with her. She only knew he worked as a male model at night to make ends meet, and she had felt pity for his hardships, only to discover he had another layer of identity. At this moment, she could scarcely regard Lu Qingyan's callous demeanor. She merely longed to confront Liang Xiqiu and uncover the truth behind his deception. Jiang Nanshu's words left both individuals in disarray. Liang Xiqiu, Cheng-en, I nearly forgot. My elder brother is also a special guest of Su Ran, and there are countless others, truly countless. It's so tormenting. Is this the essence of melodrama? Jiang Nanshu recalled Jiang Yisan, nearly letting that slip her mind. In the narrative, when he first encountered Su Ran, he was captivated by her pure and pristine beauty. He provided her with multiple opportunities, propelling her from a rising star to a leading actress. However, Su Ran was never one to dwell on past favors. She believed her ascent to this position was solely through her efforts, unrelated to anyone else, maintaining her image of self-reliance and strength. She was ambitious, adept at leveraging her advantages, inciting various men to vie for her attention. How could Jiang Nanshu compete with the heir of the Liu family? The two families nearly became sworn enemies, ultimately leading Su Ran to accuse Jiang Nanshu of harassment. Otherwise, how could he have met such a tragic end, with no one to claim his remains? Jiang Nanshu's musings deepened, while Lu Qingyan's dark eyes grew more profound. Brother Yan, I had no idea things would unfold this way. Cheng'an finally regained his voice after a prolonged silence. It turned out it was he who, in a fervent desire to displace Jiang Nanshu for Su Ran's sake, inadvertently exposed Lu Qingyan's illegitimate brother. This was indeed a brother, and one older than Lu Qingyan. For anyone, it was a profound humiliation. Lu Qingyan chuckled lightly. Of course. You wouldn't know. You only pursue your own desires and achieve your objectives, without a care for others' lives or well-being. Cheng'an, what can I possibly say about you? Cheng'an's face turned pale. The Cheng family had always relied on the Liu family for survival. Since childhood, he had been Lu Qingyan's shadow, often envying his illustrious birth that left others in the dust, as well as his son-like, gentle disposition. He admired how Lu consistently ranked first in school, effortlessly earning the admiration and adoration of thousands, while he remained the most inconspicuous speck of dust by his side. How splendid! If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the occasion, I would have laughed out loud. I was at a loss on how to facilitate Liang Xiqiu's return to the Liu family. Heaven is indeed assisting me. Suddenly, Lu Qingyan grasped Jiang Nanshu's wrist tightly, enough to elicit a gasp from her. With red-rimmed eyes, she looked up at him, her voice soft. Brother Qingyan, you're hurting me. Chapter 74. Such a master of insults. Have you considered starting a class? Her expression was innocent, and the redness at the corners of her eyes was as stunning as a rose on the verge of blooming, with the beauty mark at the corner of her eye adding to her allure. It was at this moment that Lu Qingyan realized he had lost his composure. He quickly released her. My apologies. Jiang Nanshu glanced at the redness on her wrist and gently replied, It's quite all right. You must be upset about Liang Xiqiu, right? Brother Qingyan, he cannot compare to you. Cannot compare? She would go to great lengths to bring Liang Xiqiu into the Liu family? Only now did Lu Qingyan realize that they were all dancing to Jiang Nanshu's tune. Even knowing that Liang Xiqiu and he might have an irreconcilable relationship, she still wished to assist him in returning to the Liu family. Would she do this regardless of Cheng'an's presence? Substitute? Who was the substitute for whom? Was he Liang Xiqiu's? Lu Qingyan felt no trace of affection from Jiang Nanshu. She was utterly different from the person she used to be. At this moment, he felt a sense of suffocation. Someone like Jiang Nanshu should either be nipped in the bud or ensnared, leading to an inescapable fate. Suddenly, Jiang Nanshu leaped into his arms, tiptoeing to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek, her eyes filled with adoration for him. Brother Qingyan, I swear, I will no longer contact Liang Xiqiu. I only like you. Lu Qingyan was taken aback by her sudden action, disrupting his thoughts, leaving the three of them momentarily stunned. Su Ran appeared as if she might faint at any moment. Nothing was more painful than witnessing the one you love being embraced by another, indulging in affectionate displays. The most striking aspect was that Lu Qingyan did not push her away. He made no attempt to reject her. His face was merely a canvas of confusion. In that moment, Su Ran realized that her earlier confidence in returning to the country had crumbled into dust, because Lu Qingyan no longer harbored any dislike for Jiang Nanshu. Perhaps he had not even realized that he had grown accustomed to her presence, transitioning from initial resistance to acceptance in a mere fortnight. Lu Qingyan fixed his gaze on her, attempting to discern her thoughts. Yet, nothing emerged. Her eyes were exceptionally sincere, leaving him uncertain of their authenticity. However, the echoes of her previous sentiments resonated in his mind, and he instinctively took a step back, distancing himself from Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Nanshu looked at him with wounded eyes. Suddenly, a firm hand seized Jiang Nanshu's arm, pulling her behind him. Given Jiang Nanshu's fair skin, the circle of redness on her wrist was quite conspicuous. Although she felt no pain, it still drew attention. The suddenly appearing Jiang Lei surveyed the surroundings with a cold gaze, sweeping over Su Ran and Sheng and before fixing her eyes on Lu Qingyan. Was it you? Jiang Lei had a somewhat aloof appearance, and when she was serious, she exuded an aura of a commanding woman. Slightly taller than Jiang Nanshu, her high heels made her appear a head taller than the 165 centimeters Jiang Nanshu. She let out a cold laugh. What? Are you conspiring to bully her? Has the Jiang family ceased to exist? Her disdainful gaze flitted over Su Ran. What skills do you possess besides relying on men? Do you truly believe you are the protagonist of your own story? You merely seize others' resources, thinking you earned them through your indomitable spirit? Surrounded by so many men, why bother with acting? Finding someone to marry would be far more beneficial, and you wouldn't even have to toast the director. Su Ran's face flushed with embarrassment, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes glistening. Chang'an stepped in front of her, unable to bear seeing Su Ran in distress, and retorted sarcastically, "What business do you have here, you fake heiress? Occupying the Jiang family's young lady position for so long, do you not feel any shame? If I were you, I would have rolled out of the capital by now. Do you genuinely think you are still a lady of a prestigious family? Without the Jiang family's resources, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Su Ran's shoes." Jiang Lei scoffed coldly. Everyone assumed she had been abandoned by the Jiang family. In reality, she did not wish to rely on the Jiang family's power. She was here to hone her skills, not to play. Thus, she was more diligent than anyone else. Unfortunately, the female lead role in a web drama she had negotiated was snatched away by the inexplicably parachuted Su Ran, leaving her with no choice but to play the role of the wicked supporting character. Her aversion towards Su Ran had grown to a visceral level. Maintaining the image of resilience, she found herself engaged in such petty affairs. Perhaps you should ask Su Ran if she would let you carry her shoes, Chang'an. Don't be too foolish. We all come from prominent families. What on earth are you, with your lacking intellect? Jiang Nanshu silently gave Jiang Lei a thumbs up. Impressive. My sister, you should consider starting a class on how to insult. I would be the first to enroll. Jiang Lei, with a serious expression, almost lost her composure, her lips twitching slightly. Chang'an's face turned red. First, he was insulted by Jiang Nanshu, and now by Jiang Lei for his lack of intellect. Did he really have to endure 2 rounds of scorn today? Just as he was about to speak, Su Ran grasped his arm and calmly stated, "I may not measure up to your aristocratic standards, but I have neither stolen nor robbed. I earned this role through my own merit. Jiang Lei, there's no need for you to constantly target me over this trivial matter. Moreover, I have not bullied Jiang Nanshu. She has been the one seeking trouble with me from the beginning. I did not provoke her." "Ha!" Jiang Lei scoffed disdainfully. "True, you didn't seek her out. But what were you doing pursuing her fiancé? What? Do you wish to relive your past 3 years ago? The moment you see Lu Qingyan, your eyes turn red as if someone has wronged you. You revel in being protected by men. Should I gift you a box of blue umbrellas for protection?" Su Ran's face turned pale. She was not adept at hurling insults, as there were plenty who would retaliate for her. However, Chang'an was currently being mercilessly berated by Jiang Lei, and he could hardly pay her any attention. The current battlefield was such that even passing dogs would be subjected to Jiang Lei's scorn. Uffed. Jiang Nanshu could no longer contain her laughter. She cleared her throat and, under Jiang Lei's piercing gaze, awkwardly said, "Please continue. I just choked on my breath. I'll visit my second brother at the hospital soon for some medicine." The crowd. Jiang Lei took a deep breath, regained her composure, and turned to Lu Qingyan. "And you, don't think that Jiang Nanshu has only you as an option. After the engagement is broken, many others would be eager for her." Lu Qingyan's expression remained indifferent. Jiang Nanshu, with a professional flair for dismantling, declared affectionately, "That won't do. Even if I have countless options, Brother Qingyan will always hold the top position in my heart." Jiang Lei looked at her with an expression akin to someone who had just eaten something distasteful. Jiang Nanshu innocently sniffed. "Hee, I'm a top-tier romantic brain. I can be quite irritating at crucial moments." Well, it must be said that if one could not hear her inner thoughts, it would indeed be quite vexing. Jiang Lei softened her gaze slightly, then shot a piercing look at Lu Qingyan. "If you cannot resolve the troublesome romantic entanglements around you, do not disturb Jiang Nanshu." Lu Qingyan, with his strikingly handsome brow, remained impassive, casting a fleeting glance at the two before silently departing. The rap party is about to begin. Let's head inside together." Jiang Lei turned her gaze towards the young man who had unexpectedly spoken from a distance, her previously cold expression blossoming into a smile. "You on phone? I will be there shortly." "You on phone? Huh, what the coincidence. If I recall correctly, he is the scoundrel who relied on PUA techniques to charm his white moonlight by donating blood to save her. From now on, he will treat you as a mobile blood bank. How tragic." Today, Yi's aura was fully unleashed. Chapter 75, Zhang's Rules for Saving Money. Always serve the boss infused with the scent of copper. Jiang Lei's smile abruptly shattered. She had already severed ties with the previous male actor, even blocking him on WeChat, leaving him bewildered. All because Jiang Nanshu had mentioned he would be her future PUA husband. Regardless of the truth, distancing herself was the priority. During that period, she felt anxious whenever she interacted with male members of the crew, except for Yuan Feng, whose presence was comfortably balanced, not too intrusive, yet not distant, just right, making her feel like they were friends. Alas, he too had ulterior motives. Jiang Nanshu, noticing Jiang Lei standing still, leisurely inquired, "Isn't your friend calling for you? Aren't you going?" Jiang Lei took a deep breath. "Let's go." Su Ren also declined Cheng An's offer to escort her in, as it would not look favorable if others saw her with a wealthy heir. In the entertainment industry, seeing a female star with a rich young master often led to rumors of her being a gold digger, tarnishing both their reputations. Cheng An felt a twinge of disappointment, but did not wish to put Su Ran in a difficult position. Casting a glance at the departing Jiang Nanshu, a flicker of intensity crossed his eyes. If it weren't for Jiang Nanshu, none of this would have happened. He wouldn't have exposed the illegitimate son of the Liu family, causing Liu Qingyan embarrassment, nor would his brotherhood with Liu Qingyan have plummeted to an all-time low. If only she could vanish, then Su Ran would have her heart's desire. All he wanted was for her to be happy. Yuan Feng, taken aback by the sudden shift from Jiang Lei's smiling demeanor to her now frosty countenance, pondered whether he had inadvertently offended her. He couldn't pinpoint when Jiang Lei began to keep her distance from the men in their circle. It had taken considerable effort for him to earn her trust and engage her in conversation. With a status slightly above Jiang Lei, being a third or fourth tier star portraying the male second lead, he had ample screen time as the secret admirer of the female third lead. Thus, feigning ignorance of Jiang Lei's mood, he flashed a gentle smile and directed his gaze at Jiang Nanshu, asking, "May I ask who this is?" Jiang Nanshu responded with a polite smile. "Hello, I am Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Lei is practically my elder sister. I am here to accompany her to the wrap party." Observing the subtle dynamics between the two, Yuan Feng turned back to Jiang Lei. With a cold expression, she nodded. "Yes, that's exactly how it is." Yuan Feng had never heard Jiang Lei mention she had a younger sister, so he became more courteous towards Jiang Nanshu. "Nice to meet you. It feels a bit rushed for a first meeting. Perhaps next time I can treat both of you to a meal?" Jiang Lei hesitated. "Go ahead, eat up. The more you consume, the closer you become to a human blood-producing machine. If things progress as expected, he likely already knows your rare blood type. And the next step will be to invite you for a medical checkup." Jiang Lei's face paled, stepping back from Yuan Feng. "No, after this film wraps. My schedule will be quite hectic. I may not have time." Nanshu also has classes to attend. She just started her first year. As if she herself were not a first-year student, and considering he was a mere 18-tier star, what was he busy with? Jiang Nanshu relentlessly continued to undermine her. Jiang Lei, expressionless, retrieved a small diamond from her bag to give to her. Jiang Nanshu, accepting it with a grin, transformed her demeanor completely, cheerfully addressing Yuan Feng. "Sorry. My sister is quite busy and truly has no time." "She is right. My studies are demanding, so we won't be able to meet." Yuan Feng, truly impressive. Then, Jiang Lei pulled out a round blue jade for her. "Once we go in, can sisterly love be acted out? I don't want anyone to perceive I have a sister who constantly opposes me." Clearing her throat, Jiang Nanshu playfully patted her hand, accepting the jade with a serious yet sweet expression. "What are you saying, sister? When have we ever had issues? We are the best of friends." Jiang's rules for saving money: always serve the boss infused with a scent of copper. Is she Doraemon? How does she have so many shiny objects in her bag? Love it, love it. Jiang Lei exhaled in relief. Jiang Nanshu was truly easy to appease. Even a small gem could win her over. Yuan Feng, somewhat unwilling, continued, "No worries, we can arrange a more casual time to gather. I can wait." Jiang Nanshu shot him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on her lips. "Did you not hear her say she has no time?" Yuan Feng stood frozen, feeling his face flush in an instant. He was not one to chase after cold shoulders, but the woman he adored was in dire need of assistance. Only Jiang Lei could save her. Putting on a facade of nonchalance, he chuckled lightly and continued, "By the way, in a few days, the production team will be offering each of us a free medical checkup. You should join us. Your health is paramount." Jiang Lei regarded him as if he were a ghost. Damn it, Jiang Nanshu was right. This fellow truly wanted to invite her to the hospital. Oh. And health is so important. Is it the health of that secret crush that matters? If Jiang Lei is healthy, the next move will likely involve him playing the victim to elicit her sympathy for his white moonlight's blood donation. That would be disastrous. while his beloved would thrive. Jiang Li would be left sacrificing her own well-being. The more she listened, the more astonished Jiang Li became. Could she genuinely be so foolish as to make such sacrifices for a man? This was even more outrageous than Jiang Nanshu's love-stricken behavior. Jiang Nanshu awaited Jiang Li's reaction, knowing that in the original text, she had indeed consented to donate blood. Jiang Li's expression grew increasingly frigid. Sorry. I just had a checkup recently. I'm in excellent health. You all go ahead. Jiang Nanshu. Wow, are you serious? What about his white moonlight? Jiang Li's temples throbbed. She could not care less about their affairs. Grabbing Jiang Nanshu, she entered. Yuan Feng stood there, watching their figures recede. Su Ran observed for some time before approaching. Yuan Laosher, have you encountered some trouble? Can I assist you? Su Ran's tone was sincere, her demeanor humble. Yuan Feng, at 25, had been in the industry 3 years longer than they had, lingering in a state of mediocrity, thus he was somewhat of a senior. Yuan Feng maintained a smile. It's nothing. I merely wanted to invite Yi for a meal, but if she is unavailable, then so be it. Su Ran's expression shifted to one of surprise. In the entire crew, I've seen her only converse with you. She seems quite indifferent towards everyone else. I didn't expect her to have such an attitude with you. It may simply be Jiang Li's nature, so please don't hold it against her. Yuan Feng felt a wave of frustration, unsure where things had gone awry. After learning unexpectedly that Jiang Li was of blood type P, he had intentionally sought to get closer to her, but after noticing her aversion to male attention, he had tread carefully to avoid her disdain. He couldn't comprehend it. Hearing their conversation about the checkup earlier, he asked, Are you feeling unwell, Yuan Laosher? Su Ran continued, hoping to increase her favor with him. Chapter 76. My dream is to become a top star in Hua country. The entire crew treated her well, yet Yuan Feng's affections were directed solely towards Jiang Li. His demeanor towards everyone else lukewarm. Su Ran thought simply, the more friends, the more opportunities. Though their statuses weren't high now, if any of them became successful in the future, they might extend a hand, recalling their past camaraderie. Yuan Feng initially did not wish to engage with her. But with her persistent probing, he could only respond vaguely. The production team is covering a one-time checkup for all of us, and Yi mentioned she has already had one. So she won TV going. By the way, Su Ran, what blood type are you? Su Ran delicately twirled a strand of hair around her slender fingers and smiled gently. My blood type is rather unusual. I possess type P blood, a rarity throughout the nation. Yuan Feng's pupils constricted slightly as he subdued a hidden thrill. He did not consider it particularly rare as, including Su Ran, he had already encountered 3 instances of it. He resumed his gentle smile. On the day of the physical examination, I shall call you. Let us go together. Su Ran nodded eagerly. All right, teacher Yuan. Yuan Feng did not exhibit any overt intimacy or urgency towards her. He merely nodded and swiftly departed. A smile graced Su Ran's lips. See, no one can refuse her. The location of the rap party was on the 5th floor of a restaurant, where the web drama crew had reserved a private room at the far end. By the time Zhang Lui arrived, the atmosphere inside was already lively, with laughter and toasts filling the air. Upon her entrance, no one acknowledged her aside from a few male actors who, undeterred by her frosty demeanor, greeted her with smiles. Zhang Lui merely nodded politely in return. Hey, I recall you were supposed to be sociable and charming to ascend the ranks. What's going on? Are you abandoning your career? Listening to Jiang Nanshu's puzzled remarks, Zhang Lui felt a bitter pang in her heart. She had developed feelings for several of the male actors. Yet, due to familial circumstances, Jiang Nanshu's disdain for her and the awkwardness of her own identity, she refrained from returning home to avoid putting her family in a difficult position. Whenever she was present, Jiang Nanshu would invariably cause a scene, disrupting the peace at home. Consequently, she had reduced her visits, only returning when her mother summoned her, and deliberately avoiding encounters with Jiang Nanshu. Lacking a sense of security, she found herself ensnared in the excessive care of these male actors. However, while dating is one thing, why was she so severely manipulated? Director Chen of the campus web drama immediately set his sights on Jiang Nanshu, primarily due to her striking beauty. Gazing upon her visage, the image of a captivating femme fatale materialized vividly in his mind. She would undoubtedly rise to fame if cast in such a role. He uncharacteristically bestowed a smile upon Jiang Lui. Lui, who is this companion of yours? Jiang Lui discerned Chen's ulterior motives and recognized him as less than reputable. Thus, she replied with a polite smile, Director Chen, this is my younger sister. She is particularly curious about the entertainment industry, which is why I brought her along to observe. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not curious. It's just that. Is this the same director Chen who is about to end up in prison for sewing? Jiang Nanshu. How could she know such a scandal? Jiang Nanshu put on an innocent smile, interjecting, yes, everything my sister says is correct. I really want to break into the entertainment industry, director. Do you think I have the talent for it? My dream is to become a top star in Huagua. Do you think a year is feasible? The crowd collectively reacted. A year? Dreaming would be quicker. Jiang Nanshu's naive remarks diminished Chen's interest in her slightly. While her looks indeed held the potential for instant fame, mere beauty was insufficient. She seemed to harbor unrealistic aspirations, truly believing the entertainment industry was easily navigable. Many stars toil for years in obscurity before gradually ascending to prominence, and very few debut as top-tier artists, unless fortune itself were to intervene. The audience's disdain was barely concealed, with one person laughing aloud. Sister, what you just said could elicit laughter from all around. Becoming a top star in Huagua is no simple feat. It would be wise to refrain from such proclamations in the future. Achieving stardom in a year? I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. In their eyes, Jiang Nanshu was merely a naive girl. Humph. Jiang Nanshu pouted, cowards. I dare to dream. I simply lack an opportunity. If only I had known. I would have dropped out of school. It hinders my path to fame. At that moment, Su Ran entered, greeting everyone with a smile before turning her attention to Jiang Nanshu. I heard you were the top student in high school. Is that true? Jiang Lo-yi immediately leapt to her sister's defense. What does her academic performance have to do with you? Mind your own business. Su Ran remained unfazed. I merely believe that whether she drops out of school or not is inconsequential. Tomorrow, I will be enrolling at Jing University. Jiang Nanshu. I hope your abilities are as formidable as your bravado. Jiang Lo-yi was speechless. Was it necessary to highlight Jiang Nanshu's shortcomings based on academic performance? Su Ran had once been the top scholar, ranking just behind Lu Qingyan. Had she not suddenly gone abroad, she might have attended university alongside Lu Qingyan, and perhaps they would have married and started a family upon graduation. Jiang Nanshu cheerfully responded, all right, I'll be waiting for you. Jiang Lo-yi retorted, are you capable of that? Jiang Nanshu glanced at her curiously, lowering her voice. How can a woman declare herself incapable? Don't worry. I shall embody the spirit of the top achiever and surpass her. Su Ran diverted her gaze towards Yuan Feng, softly suggesting, Teacher Yuan. There's no more space over there. Why not sit beside me? Yuan Feng did not decline and readily accepted her invitation. Su Ran then shot a provocative glance at Jiang Lo-yi. The men surrounding her were easily swayed by her few words. What a ridiculous plot twist. Oh. I almost forgot, Su Ran is also P-type blood. Jiang Lo-yi, it seems you're actually juggling two jobs, donating blood to Yuan Feng, the White Moonlight, and also aiding Su Ran, who has lost too much blood due to injury. Alas, why has this convoluted narrative shifted to Su Ran? Jiang Nanshu was utterly perplexed. Jiang Lo-yi sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. As long as she wasn't viewed as a mere blood donor, all would be well. The two sisters remained inconspicuous amidst the crowd, and with the people around them intentionally ignoring them, Jiang Lo-yi found herself forced to converse with Jiang Nanshu. She cleared her throat, casting a glance at Director Chen, feigning curiosity. What do you think of Director Chen? Though he hasn't achieved significant acclaim in filmmaking, his reputation is decent. He has a period drama in the works and is currently seeking actors. Jiang Nanshu, observing Chen chatting amiably with Su Ran, nodded in agreement. Wow, really? What do you think of my chances to play the female lead in his next production? Jiang Lo-yi, forget about the lead role. You should be awarded the Best Actress trophy. Hee. Being unknown now is no issue. Soon I shall be famous. If I recall correctly, this director Chen is planning to seduce Su Ran, only to be discovered by Lu Qingyan, who will protect Su Ran and ultimately send Chen to jail. Jiang Lo-yi, what juicy gossip. Any more? Jiang Nanshu, you're acting strangely. Chapter 77. Shall we be together? What? Director and Su Ran? Jiang Lo-yi's gaze involuntarily drifted to the two. Director Chen was drinking with Su Ran, who wore a pure and innocent smile. If one overlooked the fervor in Chen's eyes, it seemed as though they shared merely a friendly working relationship. A sense of dread gripped Jiang Lo-yi. Her first thought was of the yet-to-be-aired web drama. After investing so much time, it couldn't simply be abandoned. Sensing Jiang Lo-yi's prolonged silence, Jiang Nanshu expressed her displeasure, channeling her inner drama queen. Do you think I'm unworthy? Are you merely flattering me about my potential in the entertainment industry? Or are you intentionally bringing me here to embarrass me? You're so wicked. I'll tell you, without a diamond, you can't woo me anymore. Jiang Nanshu. Isn't it quite easy to appease you? Jiang Nanshu turned her head away, initiating a cold war with Jiang Nanshu. In a softer tone, Jiang Nanshu promised, I'll get you one when we return. Jiang Nanshu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? You're not lying to me? But you already gave me two today. Jiang Nanshu curved her lips into a slight smile, gently patting her sister's head, her tone as unfalteringly cool as ever. Do you think everyone is as fickle as you? Jiang Nanshu instinctively glanced up at her, then abruptly turned her head away, her tone somewhat uneasy as she mumbled. Who permitted you to touch this young lady's head? That comes at an additional cost. How strange. I dislike being touched by my brother, yet I don't mind her. I mustn't let her notice. I should say something more flattering, otherwise, she might not dislike me anymore. In the next moment, she stuffed a purple crystal into her hand. Jiang Nanshu. Whoa, sister, how are you so skilled? I'm about to let some foul language slip, and you make me swallow it back. Why don't we just be together? I'll sleep with the diamonds, and you can have the sofa. Jiang Lei. With a cold, striking demeanor, she asked, Is your head permissible to touch now? Jiang Nanshu. A soldier may be killed, but he may also be petted. She playfully nudged her head against Jiang Lei's shoulder, grinning. Go ahead, feel free. I won't charge you. A subtle smile flickered in Jiang Lei's eyes. Her sister was truly adorable, just as charming as 3 years ago. This exchange between the two sisters caught Su Ran's attention. She anticipated Jiang Lei would soon lose her composure and retort. After all, during their time on the same crew, even using her makeup room had led to relentless scoldings from Jiang Lei. Was this really a young lady nurtured by a prestigious family? Frankly speaking, even a rural shrew would possess better manners. Yet, she had the audacity to call Yuan Feng over in front of her, establishing a rapport with Director Chen. In the past, Jiang Lei would have been snarky about it. But today, she was unexpectedly calm, even engaging in a display of sisterly affection with Jiang Nanshu. Did she not consider who was footing the bill for this little performance? Moreover, she had also heard from Cheng and about the true identities of the Jiang family's daughters. Just because others were oblivious did not mean she was. However, she still retained some semblance of morality, unwilling to use this matter to attack Jiang Lei. If Jiang Lei dared to provoke her, she wouldn't mind making it public. Su Ran had never been a saint. Her upbringing taught her that opportunities must be seized, or life could change drastically. Hence, she resolutely went abroad 3 years ago, regretting nothing. She refused to be a mere parasite clinging to Lu Qingyan for survival, especially since there was someone else who needed her even more than Lu Qingyan did. With that thought, Su Ran cast aside those memories. They belonged to the past. Director Chen clinked glasses with her. Xiao Ran, what are you pondering? So lost in thought. By the way, there's a health check next week. You're aware, right? Su Ran, wishing to avoid any overly intimate gestures from Director Chen, nodded. I've already heard from Teacher Yuan and arranged to go with him. Director Chen's gaze held a hint of regret. You mentioned going together. But I have a historical drama in my hands, and the lead actress is still undecided. Would you be interested in discussing it? He dangled the bait. This historical drama isn't just an online series. It's backed by an investor. If it's done well, gaining fame won't be an issue. Su Ran felt a flicker of interest. She had some renown in the country, albeit niche. Her visibility, while slightly higher than Jiang Lei's, was still modest. Otherwise, the paparazzi wouldn't be uninterested in her every visit to a bar. The brief surge of popularity she had recently was also due to Lu Qingyan's notoriety. The young master of the Lu family was well known, but that hot search had only lasted half an hour before fading without a trace. Initially, she had no intention of leveraging Lu Qingyan, but when that vile woman accused her of being a mistress, she felt the need to protect her reputation amidst the crowd. Thus, her manager devised a plan to use Lu Qingyan's influence to clarify the rumor of her being the third party. After all, with gold and jade in front, who would still care about the dregs behind? She had few photos with Lu Qingyan, all safely locked in a confidential folder. The one photo she provided to her manager was discreetly leaked. A bitter smile crept across her lips as her memories drifted back to 3 years ago, when Lu Qingyan, still youthful and innocent, chased her all the way to the airport. He snatched that check from her, assuring her that he would find a way to give her what she desired, fulfilling his promises, and that if it was due to his family's threats, he could leave the Lu family. Could the Lu Qingyan, who left the family, still be the esteemed young master he once was? Sweat dripped from his handsome face onto the ground, his chest heaving from the sprint. The youthful Lu Qingyan of that time was a stark contrast to the aloof and composed man he had become. Su Ran couldn't help but think that Lu Qingyan must have liked her back then. Yet later, when she seized the check, she coldly declared that what she wanted was beyond his reach and that they should not contact each other again. He never appeared again until she boarded the plane. Deep down, she had hoped he would chase after her to prove his love, but he didn't. He truly vanished from her world, as she had said, without a single attempt to reach out. Director Chun, noticing Su Ran's days, felt a twinge of displeasure. He was conversing with her, yet she seemed lost in thought about someone else. Xiao Ran, what are your thoughts? Interested? I'm not looking for actresses with low fame, but I'm giving you an audition opportunity because of your diligence. Hearing Director Chen's voice, Su Ran snapped back to reality, her expression apologetic. I'm sorry, Director Chen. I've been a bit overwhelmed lately. I have to report to Jingda tomorrow, and my mind just went blank. She bit her lip. Director Chen, please give me a chance to audition. I promise I won't let you down. I'll perform my best. Director Chen finally smiled with satisfaction. All right. We'll discuss this privately later. The current setting isn't suitable. I'll message you. Chapter 78. Truly, not all families are alike. Su Ran didn't dwell on it, quickly nodding, eager to seize this opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei continued to probe for information. Jiang Nanshu, what do you think of my web drama? How is the reception? Jiang Nanshu, having received a gem, was all too eager to oblige Zhang Lei's inquiries. Her flattery flowing freely. Your acting is superb. Once it airs, you'll surely gain immense fame. This leading role should rightfully belong to you. It will definitely air. After all, Director Chen got into trouble and was suppressed, and once the drama's popularity fades, the LL releases news, and the web drama will be taken down. By then, Su Ran will be famous, who will still care about a web series. Meanwhile, you, remain an 18-tier nobody. Stop struggling. How can you compete with the leading lady's aura? Just lay back and accept your fate as a supporting character. Jiang Lei, what do you mean? Did her performance in this drama indicate she had no spark? Although Su Ran was the heroine, her presence wasn't that overwhelming, was it? She wasn't merely a background character. She was the third female lead. With significant scenes, a hint of frustration welled up within Jiang Lei. Her gaze flitted over the several male actors who were discreetly assessing her. She pointed at the male lead, Xie Zimiao, the actor she had previously turned down for breakfast. What do you think of him? Jiang Nanshu had already begun to eat. Upon hearing the question, she glanced up. He was a youthful-looking young man. But that was the extent of his appeal. His looks were rather average. She looked quizzically at Jiang Lei. Why are you asking me this? Then it dawned on her. Oh, I see. You're interested in him, aren't you? Of all the people to like, you choose this mediocre fellow? Do you believe he would protect you if danger struck? Jiang Lei, I believe it. She was utterly convinced. But she couldn't voice it. So, with a stoic expression, she nodded slightly. I'm somewhat interested in dating. Jiang Nanshu set her chopsticks down, took a napkin to wipe her mouth, her thoughts swirling. What should I say now? If I speak ill of the person she likes, will she stop giving me gems in the future? Oh, do I have to flatter her? I'm at my wit's end. Jiang Nanshu inwardly lamented, finally resolving that no matter whom Jiang Lei fancied, she would say something positive. Fairness and impartiality were her guiding principles. He nodded in agreement, remarking, Your discernment is truly remarkable. Despite his less than attractive visage, he undeniably possesses a fortune in his marital prospects. He is manipulating you for your money, borrowing without repayment. He is cultivating a relationship with you, being your first husband, only to later turn the tables and drag you into court after the divorce, leaving you with a 2 million compensation for emotional distress. Jiang Loi responded, Could you possibly stifle that glaring disdain on your face before you sing his praises? Yet, he did indeed borrow from me. In a moment of desperation, I lent him 200,000 with an IOU, and this marriage will not come to fruition. As for the debt, I can take legal action first. She then pointed to the man beside Xie Zimiao, saying, And what about him? He plays the third male lead in this production, essentially my on-screen younger brother.
Wow.
What an adorable little pup. I can find no words to describe his charm. He is simply too handsome, Jiang Nanshu exclaimed. Oh, he seems to have violent tendencies. Those who admire him are in for trouble, though you have no connections with him. Jiang Loi sighed with relief. She pointed out several more, each more disappointing than the last. Not a single one was free of issues. either being a mama's boy or a man living off a wealthy woman. A total of 5. Jiang Nanshu's expression turned peculiar. You like so many of them? Jiang Lui, unfazed, replied, is it wrong to be discerning? Jiang Nanshu chuckled, continuing her flattery. Well, you little rascal, indulging in such fine selections, each a paragon of beauty, it's no wonder they caught your eye. You really do have an eye for it. They're all scoundrels. Are you a magnet for scoundrels? Jiang Lui pulled out her phone, swiftly blocking all these individuals on WeChat. Ah, how refreshing. Tomorrow, Chu Mushi returns to the country. Would you care to accompany me to greet her?
Jeanne le soudainly incroyable.
Jiang Nanshu shot her a sidelong glance. Her tone icy. I want to be going. She asks your childhood friend, not mine. Back in the country? Ha, splendid, yet another rival friend. Alas, how tragic it is for my sister to face betrayal from her friends. Jiang Lui's expression stiffened. Recollections of her decade-long friendship with Chu Mushi flooded her mind. Deep down, she refused to believe it. Her circle of female friends was scant, and only Chu Mushi was worthy of her heartfelt devotion. Though they were referred to as childhood friends, their bond resembled that of family. Well, her mother is preoccupied with an old man, while her daughter has her sights set on my fiancé. Truly, not a single family enters the same door. Jiang Nanshu mused internally. Jiang Lui concealed her emotions. If you don't wish to go, that's fine. I'll go to meet her. This weekend. Aunt Chu has invited us to the Fenglin Mountain Resort for hot springs, and she will be there too. I'll catch up with her then. Catch up? Jiang Nanshu paused, her interest piqued. She initially thought someone was calling Zhou Yanxiu. Jiang Lui glanced at her, slightly bewildered by her reaction. Yes, I meant catching up. What did you think? You should come along too. Jiang Nanshu nodded in agreement. All right. The atmosphere remained lively, yet she suddenly lost interest. The rap party isn't enjoyable. I'm leaving. She stood up, disregarding whether Jiang Lui objected, and walked away. As she exited, the sky had already darkened. The capital city was enveloped in neon lights, exuding an ethereal and surreal splendor. As the night breeze caressed her, Jiang Nanshu's thoughts began to coalesce. It had been a long time since she had thought of Zhou Yanxiu, 7 years, perhaps 8. She could not recall. She had even forgotten his appearance, only remembering him as a uniquely gentle soul who had tenderly rescued her at the age of 8, enduring all manner of suffering with grace. Still holding hope for the world. Truly heartless of me to forget my savior, Jiang Nanshu muttered under her breath, her tone laced with indifference. Da Sha-chun felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Nanshu. Host, your desire to return to your original world is driven by a longing for vengeance, is it not? After a lengthy silence, Jiang Nanshu finally chuckled softly, her gaze darker than the night. Vengeance? I would never seek revenge for someone so cowardly. I do this for myself. He entrusted his family fortune to me. Thus, that $1 trillion inheritance belongs to me. Whatever they have consumed must be repaid in kind. My possessions are mine alone. At no time shall others encroach upon them, or I shall sever their hands. I will return. I am determined to return. She whispered to herself, her voice dissipating in the wind. The following day, the campus of Jingda was abuzz with excitement due to Su Ran's arrival. The entire school was ecstatic to engage with such a down-to-earth celebrity, especially since she was the white moonlight of Lu Qingyan, his youthful crush. Zhang Yunchuan was playing basketball on the playground when he noticed Su Ran entering, surrounded by admirers and signing autographs. He could not help but scoff quietly. Is it really necessary to make such a spectacle just for a postgraduate exam? One might think she is here for a fan meeting. Yang Jiashu wiped the sweat from his brow, a smile gracing his fair face. The school will certainly be lively from now on. I suspect her intentions are not merely academic. Jiang Yunchuan was well aware that since Su Ran's return, she had been attempting to get close to Lu Qingyan. And he could not help but think of Jiang Nanshu, his sister, along with Su Ran and Lu Qingyan. What a combination that would be. The school would surely be in chaos. He felt a twinge of headache. After sinking another three-pointer, he decided to check on Jiang Nanshu. His eyes caught sight of a tall, slender man, tightly wrapped in clothing, moving cautiously through the crowd, scanning his surroundings. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was none other than his older brother, Jiang Zhouya. What was he doing here at Jingda? Little Jiang. Surprise. I've inherited a $1 trillion fortune. Chapter 79. A qualified ex should be treated as if they have passed away. Jiang Yunchuan tossed the basketball to Yang Jiashu. I'm going to check on him. You enjoy yourself. Yang Jiaxu shrugged, as a few boys nearby called out, Yang Xiao, want to join us for a game? Yang Jiaxu waved his hand, holding onto the basketball as he made his way over. Coming. Jiang Yunchuan approached, pulling his tightly wrapped brother Jiang Zhouya away from the crowd. Jiang Zhouya jumped in surprise, initially fearing he had been exposed, but relaxed upon seeing his younger brother. Fortunately, a celebrity had drawn the crowd's attention. Otherwise, if his identity were revealed, the school would instantly become a fortress. Elder brother? What brings you here? Jiang Yunchuan asked, puzzled. Shouldn't you be at home resting your voice? Why are you wandering about? If your identity is exposed, we won't even be able to attend classes. Jiang Zhouya's popularity was well known. Wherever he went, throngs of fans followed. As a new generation singer-dancer, his strikingly handsome appearance had garnered him countless admirers. Due to a vocal issue, he had been unable to tour with his group and had stayed home for over a week. Being barred from singing was more torturous than death. His lifelong passion was performing on stage, and his dream was for his songs to win numerous awards, becoming timeless classics. Thus, on the day his throat was injured, he posted on Weibo, announcing a 2-week hiatus. The comments flooded in, all wishing him a swift recovery. To prevent tour disruptions, he even supported the new member stepping in for him. In just a few days, a significant portion of his fans shifted their allegiance to the new member, comparing everything from looks to vocal ability, ultimately finding the newcomer's voice superior. It felt as though all his efforts over the past 3 years had been negated. He wondered why he had sung late into the night, striving for perfection, often falling ill, yet still humming melodies, ingraining them into his muscle memory. Whenever he heard a tune, he could sing it from start to finish. He initially believed his late-night singing had caused his vocal problems. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but it grew increasingly severe, to the point where he could barely speak. He had nearly withdrawn from the group, yet the forces behind him refused to let go. The new wave of rising stars was nothing but a setup. It was impossible to trace who had orchestrated it. Reflecting on this, Jiang Zhouya felt a wave of discomfort. His voice had improved considerably, yet it would never return to its original state. The damage was too profound. He glanced around, his voice barely above a whisper and tinged with hoarseness. Whereas Jiang Nanshu? Jiang Yunchuan looked at him with a hint of surprise. Are you here to find your sister? Jiang Zhouya pressed his lips together, struggling to voice his thoughts. He indeed required Jiang Nanshu's assistance, yet would this not render him utterly despicable? To beseech a sister whom he held in such disdain. However, could he truly evade this calamity for a lifetime? Continuously on guard against those who might wish him harm would surely drive him to the brink of madness, unless he withdrew from their 7-member ensemble. Furthermore, the company was poised to disband the group post-tour, allowing each member to pursue solo careers. Yet, who could guarantee that jealousy would not rear its ugly head, seeking opportunities to sabotage him? He longed to affirm his quest, but his tongue betrayed him. How could I seek her out? I'm trying to avoid her. Jiang Yunchuan noticed Jiang Zhouya's taut expression, and despite his desire to speak further, he recalled Jiang Isen's words. Never mind. Why should he concern himself with such matters? Presently, his sister was hardly inclined to engage with him either. Jiang Yunchuan sighed, flicking his crimson hair, furrowing his brow. So what brings you here? Is it the picturesque scenery of Jing University that enticed you? You ventured out from home without a care about being spotted by your fans. Jiang Zhouya managed a self-deprecating smile. What fans do I have left? They've all gravitated towards that new member who replaced me. What? Jiang Yunchuan exclaimed, astonished. Is your situation that dire? Weren't you boasting millions of followers? Jiang Zhouya felt a wave of nausea wash over him, gazing into Jiang Yunchuan's sincere eyes. He was struck by the realization that both his intellect and emotional intelligence were in question. How is it that the heir of the Liu family was still investing in a venture with him, unafraid of incurring catastrophic losses? He took a deep breath, reluctantly admitting, many of those followers are just zombie accounts I purchased, you know that. Fans easily forget the old when they encounter someone more dashing. Jiang Yunchuan replied, so, it appears you're not as popular as you thought. Those fans who used to chase after you, calling you brother, haven't abandoned you, have they? Jiang Zhouya's face burned beneath his mask. What did he mean by not popular? At every fan meet, the venue is overflowing. Have you ever witnessed it? Jiang Yunchuan touched his nose. Keep your voice down. Your throat is important. Jiang Zhouya, fuming, scanned the vicinity, spotting the female celebrity who had been pursuing Liu Qingyan. His brows furrowed tightly. Who is that person beside Liu Qingyan? Are they acquainted? Regarding the affair between Liu Qingyan and Su Ran, only their small circle was privy to the details. Following Jiang Zhouye's gaze, Jiang Yunchuan observed Lu Qingyan's long, defined fingers clutching a book, which bore evident creases. His expression as frigid as his demeanor as he strode forward, seemingly colliding with Su Ran. A scatter of financial texts lay strewn across the ground, intermingled with numerous physics and advanced mathematics workbooks, entirely Lu Qingyan's. She hurriedly gathered them, offering the books back to him. Lu Qingyan accepted them, only to discard them into a nearby trash bin. Su Ran's face turned pale as she stood frozen, teetering on the brink of collapse. After a moment, she bent down to rummage through the trash can, retrieving the discarded books and wiping them clean. Jiang Yunchuan winced at the sight, while Jiang Zhouye's frown deepened. After a moment, Jiang Yunchuan finally spoke, somewhat incredulously. She is the woman who was sent away by old Master Lu with 30 million 3 years ago. Upon hearing 30 million, Jiang Zhouye's memory sparked to life. At that time, he had been participating in a talent show. Hearing whispers that his newly acknowledged sister had become engaged to none other than the Lu family's heir. Who wouldn't be taken aback? Naturally. He had gleaned some information. Lu Qingyan had parted ways with his first love, making way for his new sister. He had believed that this union was ill-fated. Yet Jiang Nanshu was infatuated with romance, valuing appearances over substance. He let out a soft scoff. What game are they playing? Do they think others are fools? Jiang Yunchuan, once a supporter of their reconciliation, replied, I'm at a loss. It's quite perplexing. Jiang Zhouye remarked, a worthy ex should act as though they have perished. Why are they still intruding on others' lives? Jiang Yunchuan corrected him. They were never truly together, so they shouldn't be considered exes. Jiang Zhouye's demeanor remained indifferent. What concern is it of mine? After a moment's thought, he finally inquired, is Jiang Nanshu causing a ruckus? Jiang Yunchuan pondered, weighing Jiang Nanshu's cheerful sentiments against her contrary actions. He fell silent. Surely, she must have caused some stir, but it required further observation to confirm. Chapter 80. Unless you pay me 5 million. Jiang Zhouye, ambitious. Taking a deep breath, he finally managed to ask, where is she? ISN Tishu with you? Jiang Yunchuan looked at him as if he were a ghost. Do you honestly believe she would stand beside me? Aside from the cafeteria, I hardly see her on campus. Oh, right. With a plethora of dining options at Jing University, it's not guaranteed you would encounter her. The tenuous thread of familial ties. Are you truly searching for her? Jiang Yunchuan suddenly grasped his intent. It made sense. Jiang Zhouye wouldn't simply be wandering around Jing University without purpose. With his thoughts laid bare, Jiang Zhouye dropped the pretense. Clearing his throat, he asked, where is she? She should be in class. I believe her first period is about to end. If you want to find her, head to the broadcasting department. Ah. I'm late. Why did I oversleep? Why didn't my alarm ring? Why was my phone on silent? Jiang Yunchuan had yet to finish his sentence when a voice, distant yet approaching, echoed. Jiang Nanshu appeared, her expression calm, though her pace was rapid, her skirt swirling in her wake. Yet her inner thoughts belied her composed exterior. The two exchanged glances. Jiang Zhouye placed a hand on his shoulder, murmuring, you should leave. I need to speak with her. Jiang Yunchuan, filled with concern, finally cautioned. All right. Just don't let her drive you to madness. Jiang Zhouye. What nonsense is that? Am I such a fragile man that a little girl could drive me to frustration? Worry not. I have adjusted my mindset. I'm doing splendidly. Only then did Jiang Yunchuan depart with a sense of relief. Jiang Zhouye positioned himself in front of Jiang Nanshu, blocking her path. Jiang Nanshu took a step back. Who is this mummy? Hey, good dogs shouldn't obstruct the way, you know. Jiang Zhouye's expression darkened, mentally reassuring himself not to lose his temper. He lowered his mask, his teeth gritted tightly. It's me. You are. Jiang Zhouye's temples began to throb. In the next moment, she shifted her tone. Oh, it's my fourth brother. I barely recognized you after a few days. Jiang Nanshu bared her teeth in a polite greeting. May I ask what you need? I have class. Did he forget to take a snack today and came to Jing University to mess with my grades? Jiang Zhouye, is it truly that hard to recognize me? Or do you simply not care? And why are you blaming me for your tardiness? Just then, the class bell rang. Jiang Zhouye's voice turned hoarse and icy. You don't need to attend now. Class is over. Ah, why? This time I am truly late. The heavens are against me. Jiang Nanshu felt tears welling up, her frustration heavier than a ghost's. She had calculated that simply appearing in class would count as attending the first period, yet Jiang Zhouye's interference had caused her genuine tardiness. She stared blankly at him. Get to the point. I need to rush to my second class. Jiang Zhouya took a deep breath before saying, the final stop of my boy band's tour is in the capital. Haven't you always wanted to see my concert? Next week, I'll take you. Jiang Nanshu. I wonder how much it costs to summon the ghost-busting master from the temple on the mountain. My family seems a bit off. Jiang Zhouya. I'm truly at my wit's end. The very person who insisted on going with me is now reluctant. Will you go or not? Jiang Zhouya asked patiently once more. Jiang Nanshu fell into contemplation. The original self indeed had an infatuation with Jiang Zhouya, yearning to accompany him to meet various renowned singers and learn the art of singing from them. Driven by a desire for fame, she possessed a notably thick skin. However, Jiang Zhouya rebuffed her, expressing his reluctance to endure embarrassment. Consequently, he would not take her to concerts nor assist her in the music industry. Thus, the original self resorted to live streaming, hoping to attract fans through her singing. Unfortunately, she overestimated her vocal abilities. While her speech was melodious, her singing was woefully off-key. For an entire month, she faced a barrage of insults from viewers in the live stream, leading her to abandon that endeavor and later seek out Jiang Lei with aspirations of acting. The original self was impulsive, eager to pursue whatever seemed appealing. She gazed up at Jiang Zhouya's strikingly arrogant visage, and in the next moment, her expression turned sorrowful. Am I worthy? I can't even get a key made. How could I possibly have the right to attend a concert with you? Fourth brother, please don't humiliate me further. I genuinely wish to take you. Jiang Zhouya, perplexed, could not fathom how this constituted humiliation. Jiang Nanshu bit her lip, her apricot eyes glistening with unshed tears. Have you forgotten the words you once spoke to me? You said I could only comprehend the sounds of pigs in a pigsty, that I could never appreciate music. He had indeed forgotten. It was merely a casual remark, not something one would remember for such a long time. How disheartening indeed. Once a center of the group, now relegated to watching his teammates perform from the sidelines. Unable even to sing due to his damaged vocal cords. That must be truly agonizing, wouldn't it? Jiang Zhouya paused, struck by the truth of her words. Without the companionship of music, it felt as though he had lost his once luminous soul. The company his manager, and the teammates with whom he used to share camaraderie were all preoccupied with their tours, leaving him neglected. He could only scroll through updates about their progress on his phone, attempting to feel included. Upon encountering Jiang Nanshu's wounded gaze, an uncomfortable feeling stirred within Jiang Zhouya. He realized his previous remarks had indeed been excessively harsh. Had he acceded to her request, perhaps their circumstances would not be as they were now. Would Jiang Nanshu have resorted to such drastic measures against him? Jiang Zhouya found himself at a loss for words. I was in the wrong. My words were indeed too harsh, he managed to articulate. He suddenly discovered that offering an apology was not as daunting as he had imagined. Relaxing somewhat, he continued, that was our boy band's final performance, after which we will disband. I wish to be present and would like to take you with me. Would you be willing? Without hesitation, Jiang Nanshu replied, not willing, unless you offer me 5 million. How amusing. Claiming it's the last performance when I 1T reveal that they 1T actually disband, and you will be ousted from the group. An artist with a damaged voice holds no value to the company. Just wait for the last day of the tour. Your company will announce that you are severing ties due to deteriorating health, and a new member will take your place. You'll probably never discover who orchestrated your downfall. How thrilling indeed. Jiang Nanshu relished in the drama, suddenly finding the prospect of witnessing Jiang Zhouya's predicament and delivering a timely jab quite appealing. Life's monotony required a dash of excitement. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhouya, pale-faced, was so struck by Jiang Nanshu's words that he momentarily forgot to respond. Was everyone in the company and the team deceiving him? Help me catch the culprits. Moreover, Zhou Yanxiu was a character from Jiang Zhengyuan's world. He and Lu Qingyan were two distinct individuals. Chapter 81. Sisters share a bond, and you play mind games with them.
Dingling.
Jiang Nanshu bypassed him. Damn it. Second period has started. What bad luck. I'm late again. Please don't deduct my points. In the next moment, Jiang Zhouya grasped her arm. His once lively phoenix eyes now devoid of emotion, his voice hoarse. You'll accompany me if I give you 5 million, correct? Jiang Nanshu. Huh? I was just joking. Are you serious? Of course, no one would turn down money. If you offer it, I'll come see your skills. She beamed, her tone resolute. Absolutely 5 million. I'm at your service. If you need me to build a ladder to help you onto the stage, I can manage that too. Jiang Zhouya found himself at a loss for words. There's no need for that. He lowered his gaze to rummage through his pocket, his expression pained. 5 million. That was all he had in his savings. This girl truly knew how to talk her way into getting everything. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to gamble for his future. Just then, Jiang Nanshu's phone vibrated, revealing a message. Account 62XXXX has transferred 5 million to you. Jiang Nanshu rubbed her thumb across the screen, tears welling in her eyes as she beheld the string of numbers in her account. This money is so easy to earn. Why do I even bother attending class? If I accompany him to 2 concerts, I'll have made 10 million. I'm rolling in it. I'm a lucky charm descended to earth. Jiang Zhouya, he twitched his lips. She expected to earn another 5 million? Dream on. Next week, he would unearth the person behind this. Having received the money, he reiterated, "Don't flake on me." Jiang Nanshu nodded. "Rest assured. I'll ditch class just to accompany you." Her tone suggested she was about to face impending doom. It wasn't that dramatic. "Next Saturday will work perfectly since you won TF classes." Jiang Nanshu's eyes flickered with disappointment. "Alas, I still need to attend classes. How frustrating. My plan to skip has failed. I'll head to the classroom now. Otherwise, the teacher will call my dad, saying I've gone missing," Jiang Nanshu said before leaving. Jiang Zhouya felt in his pocket for the herbal tea, contemplating, and then took it out. "Here, this is for you. It can soothe your throat." Jiang Nanshu glanced at it. "You little rascal, are you trying to harm me?" Jiang Zhouya awkwardly added, "I bought this myself. The ingredients are safe. I've been drinking it lately, and it works well." Suddenly, Jiang Nanshu looked at him with a pained expression. "Fourth brother. Thank you for being so considerate, but how can I drink your herbal tea meant for treating your throat? Wound tea that make me feel guilty and lose my appetite? You absolutely must drink it. This poisonous tea is meant for you. It's effective, and it'll get you into ICU quickly, indeed. Now, step aside," Jiang Zhouya exclaimed, exasperated. This was purchased through Jiang Jingcheng. There was nothing wrong with it. He merely wanted to bridge the gap between him and Jiang Nanshu by bringing it for her. How could she think so poorly of him? He couldn't help but chuckle, his tone icy. "What is this? Are you afraid I'll poison you? So resistant?" Jiang Nanshu feigned innocence. "What are you talking about, fourth brother? I'm not dismissing your intentions. You keep it for yourself. My throat is perfectly fine. I can recite a 3,000-character essay without losing my voice." "Huh?" "The truth reveals itself. You're indeed trying to poison me. Jealous of my melodious voice, aren't you?" With that thought, she took a step back, instinctively raising her defenses. Jiang Zhouya was infuriated, nearly dropping his thermos. If it weren't for the need to keep his ability to hear her thoughts a secret, he would have wanted to crack open her skull and see how her imagination ran wild. Furthermore, if they truly shared a bond, why was she so on guard against him? His previously calm demeanor vanished. Let's not even go there. He had anticipated Jiang Nanshu might feel a twinge of guilt. To his surprise, she visibly sighed with relief. "Thank goodness, if you had seen me toss my trash into the bin, it would have been quite disheartening." Yet she wore a facade of concern and gentle smiles, expressing with heartfelt emotion, "Fourth brother, you needn't worry about me. Please take good care of your own health. If your throat continues to trouble you, it would deeply sadden me. In this family, your kindness towards me has been unparalleled. Despite my wrongdoings, you never reported me to mom and dad, even when I nearly faced expulsion from our home. I am truly grateful for you." Jiang Zhouya thought, must she bring up that painful memory? He had almost forgotten the embarrassment of that day. Perhaps it was indeed a psychological effect, for suddenly, a sharp pain gripped his abdomen. He stared blankly at the floral tea, cursing inwardly. Could this truly be poisoned? Why does it make me feel such urgency? A flush of embarrassment crept onto his fair cheeks. He glanced around, noting the numerous buildings of Peking University, none of which he was familiar with, and had no idea where the restroom was located. Finally, he cast a desperate look towards Jiang Nanshu and awkwardly inquired, "Jiang Nanshu, where's the restroom here?" At first glance, Jiang Nanshu's gaze fell upon his thermos, with a knowing expression. "See? The poison has taken effect. This tea is indeed potent. Not only affecting your throat, but also causing gastrointestinal distress." Jiang Zhouya exclaimed in horror. "If I had known, I wouldn't have even asked Jiang Nanshu." Jiang Nanshu, her expression slightly pained, still spoke with concern. "Fourth brother, why not hold it in and wait until we get home?" Jiang Zhouya's eyes burned with anger. "How can I possibly endure this?" Yet, Jiang Nanshu maintained her caring demeanor. "I cannot bear to see you distressed. Look, you lock the door, even when using the restroom. Fearing your secrets might escape. If you were to embarrass yourself in public, would you not be devastated? Can you bear to see such gifts scattered about? Jiang Zhouye remained expressionless as he turned to leave, swearing he would not utter another word to Jiang Nanshu before the concert. Seeing him depart, Jiang Nanshu felt a sense of satisfaction. He was someone who listened to reason. How wonderful it was to guide another soul away from the brink of misfortune. Surely, her deeds would earn her boundless merit in the afterlife. The foolish spring spirit mused, "This host is the most malicious I've ever encountered." Any discerning observer could see that Jiang Zhouye was driven away by her words. Oh, how could she be so blind? It felt as though she were transforming from a poised being into a crazed one, oscillating between sympathy and exasperation. Host. It has been detected that the female lead has entered the school and successfully encountered the male lead. To garner disdain points, one might begin by sabotaging the female lead. Chapter 82. Security. Throw these two out. Jiang Nanshu hurriedly sprinted towards the broadcasting department, in stark contrast to the financial department. No male or female lead shall hinder my pursuit of excellence. I must outshine the female lead and instill in her a sense of inferiority. The foolish spring spirit quipped, "As long as you are satisfied." By the time Jiang Nanshu arrived at her classroom, the second period was already well underway. The teacher called her in, succumbing to the pressure of authority, and once again marked her present. Jiang Nanshu approached her usual seat, only to find someone beside it, Su Xingwan. The morning sunlight illuminated her profile, rendering her features soft and delicate. Jiang Nanshu placed her book on the desk, sat down, and took a moment to catch her breath. There was still ample time before the class concluded. She opened her book on the art of language for hosts. Her major encompassed not only journalism but also aspects of hosting, including host mentality, Mandarin training, and that morning's third period was physical education. For the broadcasting department, physical education equated to physical training and dance classes, such as ballet, modern dance, and folk dance. Jiang Nanshu had yet to attend any of these classes. For each time they were scheduled, unforeseen circumstances arose, leading her to skip class. The original owner of her body had shamelessly cut class to seek out Lu Qingyan instead. She currently had no idea where the sports field even was. As the teacher lectured from the podium, Jiang Nanshu diligently took notes. She was not one to slack off. Once she committed to something, she would exert tremendous effort to see it through. Since she had promised the foolish spring spirit to outshine the female lead, she would approach it from every angle, leaving no escape route for others. Jiang Nanshu lowered her eyelashes, her gaze darting back and forth between the blackboard and her book, the pen dancing swiftly across the page. Su Xingwan glanced at her, noticing her elegant handwriting, which differed from the softer styles typically seen among girls, leaning instead towards a more incisive stroke. She will be discharged from the hospital this afternoon. She told me it was you who saved her. And I want to thank you for protecting her. Su Xingwan spoke up, her impression of Jiang Nanshu shifting for the first time. Well, and then? Jiang Nanshu replied, casting a sidelong glance at her, half smiling. The root of this matter lies with you. Your entanglement with Bo Yan led He Lianji to vent her frustrations on your friends. Finally, Jiang Nanshu sighed. Alas, when a domineering CEO ventures out, emotional turmoil inevitably follows. Su Xingwan's eyes hardened upon hearing Bo Yan's name. He Lianji has been expelled from Peking University, and now, under pressure from the Bo and Jiang families, the He family's company is on the brink of collapse within mere days. The Jiang family? My elder brother? Jiang Nanshu had not been following the developments concerning He Lianji. Su Xingwan nodded, casting her a complex glance. I believe the rumors are mistaken. Your family does not despise you. He has acquired a substantial portion of the He family shares, claiming you were wronged and wishing to see you happy. Jiang Nanshu was taken aback.
Huh?
Jiang Isan would target the He family for my sake? What have I done to deserve such attention? But thankfully, she was not one to overthink. She waved her hand dismissively. It is not solely due to me. Who benefits most from the He family's downfall? Su Xingwan pondered for a moment, her eyes widening in realization. The Bo family? Jiang Nanshu narrowed her eyes, smiling knowingly. Exactly, the Bo family. My elder brother and Bo Yan are sworn enemies, competing fiercely even over a dog that wanders past their company. It is all about interests. The He family rose to prominence thanks to the Bo family. Without their protection, they are like a toothless tiger, indistinguishable from a mere cat. The two families will clash fiercely. Su Xingwan stared at her in astonishment, seeing the true daughter of the Jiang family, often depicted as a malicious fool in rumors. If someone else learned that their kin had orchestrated the downfall of a company for their sake, They would undoubtedly revel in the attention and affection showered upon them at home. Yet Jiang Nanshu remained rational and insightful, articulating the pros and cons of the situation with clarity. Su Xingwan took a deep breath. This matter has no bearing on me. I have already severed ties with Bo Yan. As long as he does not provoke me further, I shall be content. Jiang Nanshu merely smiled, refraining from expressing her opinions. The book's portrayal of Bo Yan, the obsessive antagonist, was deeply nuanced. He was the type who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Su Xingwan, though currently fierce and offensive, would ultimately find herself entrapped by her affection for her foster brother, willingly becoming a captive bird in a gilded cage. Such emotions could not be easily untangled with mere words. Then I wish you the best of luck, Jiang Nanshu concluded, returning her focus to the lecture. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Su Xingwan found herself holding back words intended to undermine her. Coincidentally, they had both graduated from the same high school, and she was well aware of Jiang Nanshu's dismal academic performance, barely scraping 3 points on a randomly selected math exam. Sometimes, academic success was a matter of innate talent. Without a certain level of aptitude, hard work alone could yield minimal results. Until class ended, Jiang Nanshu did not engage Su Xingwan further. As students trickled out of the classroom, Su Xingwan waited for Jiang Nanshu and asked, "Shall we head to the indoor gym together?" Jiang Nanshu nodded. "Sure. It feels a bit unfamiliar, since it's my first time." Su Xingwan replied, "It's nearly been a month since school started, and you haven't attended even once. You've missed so much content. Today's class is ballet. Can you dance?" Ballet? She could indeed. She had practiced for 7 years from the age of 8 until she was 15. However, after the tragic incident that claimed her parents, she had not danced since. In her youthful curiosity, she diligently acquired an array of skills solely to receive a gentle commendation from that individual and to become a source of pride for him. Jiang Nanshu did not respond. Instead, she changed the subject. "We should leave. We'll be late." Su Xingwan pondered Jiang Nanshu's background. Although she was indeed a true heiress, she had grown up in the countryside. There were no training programs for artistic talents in her rural upbringing, hence she lacked proficiency in those areas. With a sigh, she chose not to touch upon her wounds. The two made their way to the indoor sports arena. As they approached the entrance, a chorus of cheers erupted from within.
"Ah, Su Ran.
My goddess, I adore you. How incredible. Is there anything Su Ran cannot do? Look at how beautifully she dances. The heir of the Liu family is indeed fortunate. Look, even the heir of the Liu family can't take his eyes off her." The indoor sports arena was expansive, with one half designated for basketball, while the other half was allocated for the broadcasting and dance students to practice. The delightful experience of playing basketball while admiring the graceful movements of the young ladies was simply uplifting. Following the crowd's excitement, Jiang Nanshu once again glimpsed Lu Qingyan alongside Su Ran. Lu Qingyan was playing basketball with Yang Jiashu and Jiang Yunchuan, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding chatter. And he did not cast a glance at Su Ran. Dressed in a white dress, Su Ran danced in the spacious area, her performance entirely her own showcase. At that moment, Jiang Nanshu wore an expression akin to that of an elderly man on the subway, fixated on his phone. How is it possible? She encounters me even during gym class? Help. Security, please escort these two away. Must I be subjected to this ridiculous plot? Chapter 83. A Brawl. Lu Qingyan halted his game, his gaze shifting towards the entrance. Jiang Nanshu wore a look of utter disillusionment as she stared at Su Ran. Sensing her gaze upon him, Lu Qingyan quickly averted his eyes. "Yunchuan, your sister has arrived." Yang Jiashu nudged Jiang Yunchuan with his elbow. Jiang Yunchuan had already been aware. He had noticed her presence when he heard his sister's thoughts. He glanced at the divinely ethereal Su Ran and couldn't help but smirk. Since Su Ran had joined the finance department, after accidentally knocking over Lu Qingyan's books that morning, he had not reclaimed a single one. Soon, he would be registering for the International Math Olympiad competition, and the workbook was filled with exercises he had completed. To avoid any further encounters with Su Ran, he had invited his friends to the indoor sports arena for a game, but unexpectedly, within half an hour, Su Ran had entered, surrounded by admirers. Chengnan had taken on the role of a devoted protector. Su Ran's reason for being there was to serve as an intern teacher for the dance department, dedicating a small portion of her time to instructing the freshmen in dance. Although their meeting was accidental, the coincidence was striking. Yet Lu Qingyan said nothing. And they continued their game, pretending not to notice. Little did they know, Jiang Nanshu had also arrived. One might assume that Lu Qingyan had intentionally come here
Jiang Yunchuan.
Noticing Jiang Nanshu's gaze, wiped the sweat from his brow and quietly inquired, "Shouldn't you explain things to my sister?" Lu Qingyan tossed the basketball to a teammate, wiped his sweat with his shirt, and replied coldly, "There's no need." Yang Jiashu remarked, "Is it truly so difficult to speak?" He had grown weary of the scenes that unfolded whenever Jiang Nanshu encountered Su Ran. And then there was Chang'an, acting foolishly, as if he were infatuated, lingering by the dance area. He had never realized that their elite circle was indeed rife with sycophants, and Jiang Yunchuan was one of them. For 2 years, he had pursued Lin Yeye relentlessly, never ceasing his messages. It seemed that men were often plagued by the inherent flaw of desiring what they could not have, showering her with daily greetings and gifts, even including Lin Yeye's distant cousin. Such endless flattery was indeed insatiable. However, it appeared that overnight, he had undergone a profound transformation. As for the other sycophant, Chang'an, 3 years prior, during their high school days, his behavior had not been as conspicuous. He merely took extra care of Su Ran, justifying it as looking out for his sister-in-law. In their circle, Su Ran and Lu Qingyan were already viewed as a couple. It was only after Lu Qingyan and Su Ran parted ways that Chang'an had quieted down for a while. Upon Su Ran's return to the country, he resumed his active pursuit. Su Ran's precise return was 3 months ago when she joined a web drama production. At that time, she had only contacted Chung and later, when the timing was right, the news of her return was fully revealed. The following day, Jiang Nanshu attempted to take her own life by jumping into a river. Yang Jiashu tossed aside the basketball, watching Jiang Nanshu march directly towards Su Ran. His concern growing, "Yunchuan, what if your sister gets hurt again and decides to end it all?" Jiang Yunchuan replied, "She shouldn't. Who could possibly hurt her? Just like now. Should I tackle her with a sliding kick? Never mind, falling would certainly hurt. I fear pain." Jiang Yunchuan, look at her, fearless and even eager. Worried that she might genuinely encounter trouble, he felt compelled to check on Jiang Nanshu and assist her if necessary. However, as he approached the throng, Chang'an blocked his way. "What do you think you're doing? It's bad luck. Wherever Su Ran is, she brings this clingy pest along."
And Jiang Yunchuan.
"Your sister is the one who wants to get close. Don't blame Su Ran with your blind eyes." Jiang Yunchuan, "Nothing has even happened yet, and you're already defending her." He furrowed his brows. "Chang'an, I haven't forgotten about that video you posted. You still have the audacity to show your face." Chang'an glanced at Lu Qingyan, who was engrossed in the game, then shifted his eyes back, defiantly stating, "What do I have to be ashamed of?" "You should ask your sister if she has any shame. If it weren't for the Lu family suppressing this news, do you think she could still remain in school? She'd have long been condemned on the school forum as a promiscuous woman." Chang'an's tone dripped with vindictiveness. He had never been a paragon of virtue, and he relished the thought of tormenting those he despised. Jiang Yunchuan's eyes turned crimson with rage. Unable to contain himself, he struck Chang'an squarely in the face. Chang'an fell to the ground with a thud, drawing the attention of everyone present. "Are you an animal? Even if you're reckless, there should be some lines you don't cross. My sister is a girl, not yet 19. How could you even consider harming her?" Jiang Yunchuan lunged at Chang'an. Chang'an, initially defensive, began to retaliate. Yang Jiashu abandoned the game and rushed over to separate them. "What is going on? Why are you two fighting? Stop." Jiang Nanshu, forgetting her previous intention to confront Su Ran, recalled a suggestion from a foolish friend to accidentally push Su Ran down and then feign innocence, which would likely provoke disdain from others. However, before she could act, the fight had already erupted. Su Ran, swifter than her, pushed Jiang Yunchuan aside to help Chang'an up, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. "Yunchuan, why are you hitting Chang'an? Are you throwing away your years of friendship?" Jiang Yunchuan, assisted by Yang Jiashu, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze laced with disdain. "Friendship? What kind of friendship exists between him and us? His so-called friendship is merely a pretext to betray his brothers for a woman. What use is such friendship to me? I'd rather not be stabbed in the back later," feeling utterly disgusted. Su Ran's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, and she instinctively glanced at Lu Qingyan, noticing his furrowed brow and the inscrutable emotions swirling in his dark eyes. Biting her lip, she found herself at a loss for words in the face of Jiang Yunchuan's accusations. Seeing Su Ran distressed, Chang'an could no longer remain silent. Quickly retorting, "It's better this way. I fear that someone who can't even manage their own wicked sister might secretly harm me. Just so you know, I won't hold back next time." Jiang Nanshu. She had never resorted to insidious tactics after all. Noticing Jiang Yunchuan glaring at Cheng'en in anger, Jiang Nanshu instantly switched her persona, transforming into a fierce protector of her brother. With a swift stride, she rushed in front of Jiang Yunchuan, shoving Su Ran aside, and delivered a resounding slap to Cheng'en, eliciting a look of astonishment from him. Jiang Nanshu's almond eyes glistened with tears as she vehemently proclaimed, "I will not permit you to speak ill of my brother. Should you continue to bully him, do not blame me for the consequences." Wow, that felt exhilarating. I had longed for the opportunity to slap him. Hee. Yang Jiaxu stood in a daze, utterly taken aback. He had no idea that Jiang Nanshu possessed such a delicate yet fierce side. Observing Jiang Yunchuan's stunned reaction, it seemed even he could not fathom that Jiang Nanshu would step forward to defend him. Chapter 84. Am I really so worthless? You dare to strike me? Cheng'en finally grasped the situation. This was the second time Jiang Nanshu, that repulsive woman, had slapped him in public. His eyes burned with fury, as if he wished to consume Jiang Nanshu whole. He sprang to his feet, intent on seizing her, but Jiang Yunchuan blocked his path. What do you intend to do? Are you blind? Did you not see your sister strike me? Will you not utter a word in my defense? With a cold sneer, Jiang Yunchuan returned his words. This friendship is better off non-existent. Otherwise, if my sister were to harm someone, I would still have to consider our past ties. Thankfully, that is no longer the case. Cheng'en was taken aback by the rapidity of the retribution. These words had indeed originated from him, meant solely to provoke Jiang Yunchuan into making a choice between him and his detestable sister. Now, with matters escalating to this level, Cheng'en felt that his friendship with Jiang Yunchuan had irreparably shattered. Very well, Cheng'en said, pressing his tongue against the numbness of his left cheek. His gaze as venomous as a serpent directed at Jiang Yunchuan and Jiang Nanshu. You shall not regret this. In the next moment, a basketball soared through the air. Su Ran, witnessing this, instinctively shielded Cheng'en with her back. A muffled groan escaped her lips as pain etched her delicate face. Cheng'en panicked. Ran, are you alright? You should just move away. Why did you block it? Su Ran shook her head, her eyes fixed on Lu Qingyan, who approached against the light. He had thrown the basketball, intending to strike Cheng'en, but it had struck her instead. Have you had your fill of chaos? He spoke coolly, his dark eyes indifferent as he surveyed the tumult around him. Could it be that he is feeling jealous? Seeing Cheng'en so protective of the white moonlight. Oh dear, didn't he foresee that basketball would hurt your tender heart? As Lu Qingyan's gaze fell upon them, Jiang Nanshu instinctively shrank behind Jiang Yunchuan like a quail, her tone innocent. Boo-hoo, please do not look at me so coldly. My depression is flaring up again. Am I truly so worthless? Jiang Yunchuan positioned himself to entirely shield Jiang Nanshu. Brother Yan, it was Cheng'en who instigated this conflict first. My sister was merely defending me. This matter does not pertain to her. When he spoke of protection, an inexplicable pride colored his tone, even a hint of smugness. In his heart, he thought, my sister has stood up to that scoundrel Cheng'en. I wonder if her hand hurts. She must have struck with considerable force. He was lost in his thoughts, eager to procure some ointment for her later. Meanwhile, Cheng'en glared at Lu Qingyan. Brother Yan, even if you despise me and cannot bear to see me close to Ran, you cannot resort to throwing basketballs. What if you injure her? His words resonated throughout the stadium, and suddenly, everyone understood. It was evident that Lu Qingyan had acted out of jealousy, hurling the basketball at Cheng'en. For a moment, they emerged from the scuffle, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Su Ran. Time cannot wither the beauty of first love.
Lu Qingyan scoffed lightly,
his lips parting slightly. I suggest you have your brain examined, and perhaps treat your ears as well. I have repeated myself countless times, yet you seem to grasp not a single word. How foolish. Cheng'en froze, a sudden realization washing over him. Lu Qingyan had stated numerous times that if he wished to pursue Su Ran, he was free to do so. He would not interfere, nor would he look back. Cheng'en felt it should not be this way. If two people had mutual feelings, why should they be undone by a disparity of 30 million and 3 years? Su Ran was not someone who valued wealth. Her acceptance of that 30 million surely bore hidden circumstances. Why could they not empathize with one another? Cheng'en turned to Lu Qingyan, stiffly stating, Brother Yan, I do not comprehend your words, but please do not hurt Ran any further. She has endured hardship since childhood, and arriving at this point has not been easy. If you will not assist her, then do not add to her woes. Wow. With that, he could earn a 10-level devoted admirer certificate. No, this transcends mere admiration. I shall refer to him as the god of love. Jiang Nanshu regarded him with newfound respect. How pure was his love! She thought if the author of this tale were to elevate Chang'an, there would be no need for over 1,000 chapters of suffering. Lu Qingyan's gaze inadvertently drifted back to Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Nanshu instinctively met his gaze. What are you looking at? Just follow my lead. Do you want me to write a script for you? Lu Qingyan. Suddenly, Jiang Nanshu, inspired, stepped out from behind Jiang Yunchuan, dramatically sighing. Yes, yes, she is the most unfortunate in the world, the most miserable, the one who needs protection. She is a treasure, while others are merely weeds by the roadside. My life is so hard. I have done nothing yet must bear the blame. And your words are truly amusing. Why should my fiancé support her? I might as well die. Everyone else. Su Ran's eyelashes trembled lightly as pain coursed through her back. If it were in the past, Lu Qingyan would not have treated her so. He would have gently inquired after her well-being and taken her to the infirmary. They would sit there together, he reading while she basked in the afternoon sun, a tranquil and beautiful moment, each respecting the other's space. Her throat tightened, and she fought back tears, suddenly filled with regret. If only she had turned back when Lu Qingyan pursued her 3 years ago, would the outcome have been different? Ultimately, she took a deep breath, her gaze towards Lu Qingyan and Jiang Nanshu turning icy. Anzi, do not speak such words again. I do not wish to trouble someone else's fiancé. She scoffed lightly. I have no desire to play the third wheel. Anzi, you should leave. I still need to teach them how to dance. But Ran, your back. Chang'an's voice was laced with concern. Su Ran forced a smile. It's nothing.
Fine.
With that, she limped away from the encirclement. What a masterstroke of retreating to advance. Splendid. Should I push her a little to expedite the development of Lu Qingyan and her relationship? Jiang Nanshu remained conflicted. Lu Qingyan walked away in silence. Hey, why are you leaving? I haven't made my move yet. Jiang Yunchuan regarded her with a complex expression, ultimately refraining from intervening in Jiang Nanshu's intentions. He could clean up the aftermath later. It was better to be a little malicious than to be bullied. Jiang Yunchuan reassured himself, then said to Jiang Nanshu, wait here for a moment. I will be right back. Once everyone had departed, Jiang Nanshu disregarded Jiang Yunchuan's words. What was he going to do? This incident was merely a minor interlude. Su Ran persevered through the pain, teaching ballet to the dance department, her unwavering spirit instantly garnering admiration. Thus, in the eyes of the onlookers, Jiang Nanshu, who seemed untroubled, exuded an air of petty triumph, prompting them to roll their eyes. The marriage had not been annulled yet? Truly, she was like an indestructible cockroach. Before long, someone spoke up in mockery. What's so special about her? Just fortunate enough to be picked up by the Jiang family? Strip away that identity. What does she have? Struggling in academics. Lacking the talents expected of a wealthy young lady. If this were to be known, how many would laugh until their teeth fell out? Jiang Nanshu turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a girl clad in a miniskirt with her hair styled in a bun. She appeared not to be a freshman. And Jiang Nanshu did not recognize her. Ching, do not speak so. Since Miss Jiang was chosen by the Lu family, she must possess extraordinary qualities. Do not judge solely by appearances, Su Ran interjected, her tone devoid of anger, merely stating the facts. Huang Wanting curled her lips in disdain. How ridiculous. What extraordinary talent could she possibly possess to humiliate herself in the gym? What kind of dance could she perform in her current state? If she can dance, then I might as well stream myself defecating in the restroom. Chapter 85. The candidate for Coral C's endorsement. As Huang Wanting concluded her remarks, a ripple of laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Some even mocked her further. I went to the same high school as her. I heard she signed up for a dance at the school's cultural gala and spent 2 months learning, only to perform like a heap of dung, leaving everyone in stitches. If she can dance, then pigs might as well fly. Ran dances so beautifully. It would be wonderful if she could secure an audition for the Coral C dance endorsement. I would love to see her shine on stage. An opportunity might arise. I heard that the representative for the Coral C perfume project will come to our school to select newcomers alongside the neighboring media school. Seeking that pure first love vibe akin to fresh snow. I believe Su Ran perfectly embodies that image. Whispers filled the air, but Jiang Nanshu barely paid attention. However, she did catch wind of the Coral C. In the novel, the endorsement for this perfume was indeed secured by Su Ran. Her looks were impeccably suited for it. With the new drama and the Coral C advertisement endorsement, she had successfully caught Jiang Nanshu's eye. She recalled that in the story, they first met at a soiree, and the advertisement's launch day yielded no sales initially. Yet, Su Ran, stunningly captivating, compelled Jiang Nanshu to invest heavily, ultimately leading to her skyrocketing fame and earning the title of National First Love. Huang Wanting, on the other hand, was a close friend of Su Ran since high school, who had contributed significantly to Su Ran's career. Being born into wealth, she eventually became Su Ran's most ardent supporter, profiting immensely in the process. Noticing Jiang Nanshu standing silently, Huang Wanting believed she had struck a nerve and felt a surge of pride. Got nothing to say now, do you? You can only rely on others for protection, when in reality, you are utterly worthless. Jiang Nanshu lifted her gaze, her eyes curving into a radiant smile. What did you just say? Could you repeat that? Huang Wanting pursed her lips and scoffed coldly. I said if you could dance, I would stream myself defecating. Can't you comprehend? Jiang Nanshu shook her phone, playing back the audio of Huang Wanting's earlier comments, loud enough for the entire gym to hear. She smirked, satisfied. Just gathering evidence for your impending live stream. Huang Wanting. Then she sauntered away. Seeing that Jiang Nanshu made no move to retaliate, Huang Wanting dismissed her with a scoff and turned to Su Ran. Ran. Hurry and teach the freshman ballet. It's your forte, and it will show those narrow-minded individuals what real dancing looks like. Dressed in ballet shoes and a pristine white dress, Su Ran clicked on Swan Lake, and the soft, graceful music began to play. She danced gracefully to the melody, her movements fluid and enchanting, captivating the freshmen who were mesmerized by her elegance. The gym's large windows framed the scene perfectly as the president of Jiang University arrived with a man in a suit. They paused, the president appreciating the exquisite music and the flawless dance, where Su Ran moved like an elegant swan, his eyes filled with admiration. Mr. Fong. Our dance students often practice here. This ballet is truly beautiful. The young man, referred to as Mr. Fong, turned to look inside. The pure white dress coupled with the graceful dance radiated as if illuminated by moonlight, reminiscent of a cherished first love. He nodded slightly, finding it perfectly aligned with the image he sought for the newly launched Coral Sea series. This was precisely the purity he desired, evoking memories of innocent love. As the dance concluded, he had already formed an idea. The president of Jiang University, noticing Mr. Fong's satisfaction, felt assured he had made the right introduction. Though Su Ran had only just arrived, she was still a student of his school, thus bringing glory to his alma mater. Just as the president intended to lead Mr. Fong away, his phone rang. With an apologetic smile, he remarked, Mr. Fong, please wait for a few moments while I take this call. Mr. Fong gestured for him to proceed. The president stepped aside to answer the phone. Mr. Fong was about to withdraw his gaze when a girl in a red dress made her way to the center stage. She was strikingly beautiful, a stark contrast to the innocent sweetness typically associated with ballet. Even without makeup, her beauty was astonishing, reaching the pinnacle of allure among the beauties he had encountered. He noticed the surrounding crowd viewing her as a spectacle, their faces filled with disdain. Yet, the girl in the red dress remained unfazed, performing an elegant bow, as if to thank the audience. The next moment, the crown waltz began to play. Unlike the graceful and slow tempo of Swan Lake, this piece was fast-paced and exuberant, rarely seen on stage. As the girl danced to the rhythm, the earlier ridicule transformed into astonishment and disbelief. Mr. Fong's initially casual demeanor shifted to one of awe. She was breathtakingly beautiful. He had never witnessed anyone perform ballet with such heart-stopping intensity. It was as if the venue transformed from a bustling arena into a garden where she danced freely. The vibrant red of her dress resembled a blooming rose, exuding warmth and passion. She was not merely a first love, she was a captivating mandrake, tempting one to the depths of allure. As the performance concluded, the president of Jiang University returned. Mr. Fong, do you have a candidate for the endorsement in mind? His voice snapped Mr. Fong from his reverie, his gaze still fixated on the girl in the red dress. She was a born dancer. He felt a surge of excitement coursing through him, compelling him to secure her as the spokesperson, despite her image contrasting with the pure essence of Coral Sea. Who could say that first love couldn't be passionate, intense, and unforgettable? Mr. Fong took a deep breath, suppressing his eagerness, and steadied his voice. What is her name? The president followed his gaze to Jiang Nanshu. Noticing the intensity in Mr. Fong's eyes, he inadvertently overlooked Su Ran beside Jiang Nanshu and proudly introduced, her name is Su Ran. She's a star. Whether in acting, singing, or dancing, she excels in all. I've even hired her as an intern teacher at our school. Her future is boundless.
Suran?
Mr. Fong murmured, repeating the name. A moment later, a gentle smile graced his lips. She is the one. Please arrange for her to receive the audition contract for Coral Sea's endorsement. In about half a month, the new series will begin filming, and it will launch in a month. This is my first time working with a newcomer, so please share my contact information with her. I do like to discuss things further. I want to linger, as I'm a bit busy. The president of Jing University beamed with joy. Of course, Mr. Fong. Rest assured, she won't disappoint you. Chapter 86. A cheer for her. Mr. Fong passed by the gym and caught sight of a familiar face. Leaning against the wall, clutching a basketball, was Lu Qingyan, who quickly withdrew his gaze. He had merely returned to retrieve the basketball he had forgotten, but he hadn't anticipated witnessing such a scene. The vibrant and passionate Jiang Nanshu was truly beautiful. So beautiful that he couldn't tear his gaze away. She sparkled under the scrutiny of the crowd, exuding a confidence he had never possessed. For a fleeting moment, his heart seemed to pause at her dancing, feeling a steadying heartbeat as he cast aside any odd feelings and left with the basketball clutched in his hands. In his memory, the former Jiang Nanshu was clumsy and unattractive, her eyes filled with impatience, coarse and repugnant. Lu Qingyan lowered his eyelashes. A ludicrous thought surfacing in his mind for the first time. Had Jiang Nanshu's soul vanished? And this wandering spirit, possessing a godlike perspective, seemed to know the fates of all of them. Inside the venue, Jiang Nanshu smiled at the crimson-faced Huang Yuanting. Let us go. Fulfill your promise and live stream eating feces on my account. It could attract some traffic for me. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuanting's complexion turned ashen. Jiang Nanshu truly could dance, and her performance was remarkably exquisite. Even Huang Yuanting had to concede that she danced more beautifully than Su Ran. Taking a step back, Huang Yuanting watched as Jiang Nanshu pressed the recording button. If you can dance, I'll live stream eating feces. If you can dance, I'll live stream eating feces. If you can. The echo of those words struck her ears painfully. The gaze of those around her rendered her unable to flee. Her feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, paralyzed. Perhaps she had never felt such humiliation before. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her lips quivered. I. Jiang Nanshu's smile widened. What? You're not trying to back out, are you? I've only seen dogs eat feces. And I'm quite curious about humans doing so. Come on, Huang classmate. Tears streamed down Huang Yuanting's face as she shook her head frantically. Her gaze pleading towards Su Ran. Ran, I don't want to, boo-hoo, I don't want to. Only then did Su Ran snap out of her earlier shock. It turned out that Jiang Nanshu was not as inept as the outside world suggested. She even hesitated to recall Jiang Nanshu's dance. She didn't even own a pair of dance shoes, yet she danced effortlessly and naturally. Compared to her diligent efforts, Jiang Nanshu appeared to be a natural. Born for the stage, dazzling and radiant. Oh. Trying to weasel out? You made the bet yourself. Can't you keep your word? Or how about this? You don't have to eat feces, just bow your head and apologize, and I'll let you off the hook. Jiang Nanshu's tone was languid, as if remarking on the pleasant weather, utterly calm. Su Ran positioned herself protectively in front of Huang Yuanting. That's enough. Is this how you humiliate others? Eating feces and kneeling? Do you think this school is a gang? Jiang Nanshu, Yuanting hasn't he said anything excessive. Stop being so aggressive. Huang Yuanting was deeply moved by Su Ran's defense, retreating behind her with tears in her eyes, her gratitude evident in her actions. Jiang Nanshu's smile gradually turned icy. She truly did not wish to force Huang Yuanting's head to the ground in front of everyone. How could one speak and not keep one's word? What was the difference between that and walking a dog? The mere thought of it made Jiang Nanshu's fingers twitch, struggling to control the awakening violence within her. Su Ran, in my heart, you've always been the epitome of kindness and integrity. I never expected you to protect her simply because she is your friend. Is this how you wield double standards? Su Xingwan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Despite her humble background, she had grown accustomed to being with Bo Yen. She had unwittingly learned a bit of authority and was now more than capable of intimidating others. Su Ran's face darkened, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. Su Xingwan directed her gaze at Huang Yuanting. She insulted Jiang Nanshu first. Everyone present heard it. This wager was proposed by her. No one could coerce her. Why did you remain silent when she insulted someone, yet now you're applying double standards against Jiang Nanshu? No wonder the Lu family looks down on you. Jiang Nanshu raised an eyebrow at Su Xingwan. In this school, she had always maintained a low profile, and seldom intervened. Yet here she was standing up for Jiang Nanshu. Her previously poised foot retracted, and her pent-up anger dissipated in an instant. She gazed at the pale-faced Su Ran with a serene smile. Su Xingwan's words undoubtedly struck a nerve. Su Ran glared with her fiery, beautiful eyes, her teeth clenched. You have no right to speak on this matter. What transpires between him and me is beyond your purview. You have no idea what happened back then. Jiang Nanshu's smile remained unchanged. Coincidentally, she had read about it, and indeed knew what transpired. After the original protagonist's demise, the catalyst for the male lead's dark transformation was the exposure of Su Ran's secret. Unable to accept reality, the male lead began to forcibly seize from Su Ran. The truth was that Su Ran had accepted the 30 million to save another man. As Jiang Nanshu pondered this, she had no time to indulge in Su Ran's sobbing, and thus she proposed. How about this? Since you're so eager to help your dear friend, you could take her place and bow your head instead. We can end this matter here, or I'll have no choice but to inform my brother that I'm being bullied at school. At the mention of Jiang Yisan, Huang Yuanting's face paled in terror. The fate of the He family was known throughout their circles. Jiang Yisan had been very public about his intentions to ruin the He family because his sister had been bullied, seeking revenge for her honor. The Huang family was not as formidable as the He family. With just a finger, Jiang Yisan could shatter the Huang family to pieces. Tears streamed down Huang Yuanting's face as her voice trembled. Ran, what should I do? I can't endanger my family, boo-hoo. Su Ran gazed at the unyielding Jiang Nanshu, realizing for the first time the stark class divide between the wealthy elite and the commoners. If she too were a wealthy heiress, would she have been subjected to such bullying? All eyes were upon her, and ultimately, Su Ran lowered her head. Fine. As you wish, I will bow for Yuanting. Huang Yuanting quickly grasped Su Ran's arm, her anxiety palpable. Ran. Su Ran gently patted her hand, her voice trembling with humiliation. It's all right, Yuanting, as long as you're safe. Under Jiang Nanshu's mocking gaze, Su Ran knelt down, the sound resonating sharply in the air. Her nails dug into her palm, tears escaping and falling to the floor. After 21 years, this was her most humiliating moment. A figure rushed over, grabbing Su Ran before her knees could touch the ground, his tone laced with urgency. Ran, are you all right? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Su Ran broke down in tears, throwing herself into his embrace. Brother Ci Chio. Chapter 87. She only wanted to strike them. Liang Ci Chio's appearance was sudden. Even Jiang Nanshu was taken aback, wondering how he had arrived at Jing University just as Su Ran was about to apologize on behalf of her friend. In that moment, Jiang Nanshu couldn't help but marvel at the power of narrative. Whenever Su Ran was bullied, a myriad of men would come to her rescue. Even though Su Ran had never formally acknowledged them. Wiping her tears, Su Ran, fearing someone would capture the moment and post it online, politely stepped back. I'm fine. Brother Ci Chio, I was in the wrong, and I deserve punishment. Liang Ci Chio turned to face Jiang Nanshu. Realizing she was also watching him with a hint of amusement, he stiffened. Jiang Nanshu had not contacted him in days, and he had nearly forgotten how she had once pampered him financially. Although the Lu family had approached him, the timing for his return and the revelation of his identity remained undecided. He soon understood that he had initially relied on Jiang Nanshu to expose himself to the Lu family. Now that his goal was achieved, there seemed to be no need for further obligations. Liang Ci Chio shielded Su Ran, as if Jiang Nanshu were a consuming demon that could harm the fragile Su Ran. His eyes filled with disdain. What do you want, Jiang Nanshu? Do you find joy in humiliating others? The sudden appearance of this unfamiliar man left everyone puzzled about his identity, yet his striking appearance captivated most, a sense of familiarity lingering in the air. Though none could pinpoint it at the moment, observing his protective demeanor, they watched as he scrutinized Su Ran. Was playing such a dramatic game typical among female celebrities? First there was Chang'an, and they assumed he was just another old classmate from her past. Then there was the well-known Lu Qingyan, her first love. Now, a new handsome man had emerged. With a rebellious charm, a gentle demeanor, and now one exuding a subtle ferocity, it was a trifecta of attractive types. Who wouldn't envy this? Before she donned her previous attire, Jiang Nanshu felt a twinge of envy. How blissful it must be. However, at this moment, all she craved was to unleash her wrath upon them. Tapping her temple, she wore a languid smile. Indeed, you know me so well. Yet you still protect her. Aren't you opposing me? Liang Xichio, do not forget whose dog you currently are. Liang Xiqiu nearly faltered in maintaining his composure. Su Ran, with reddened eyes, looked at him in confusion. Brother Xiqiu, what is she talking about? Taking a deep breath, Liang Xiqiu forced a smile, soothing Su Ran. It's nothing. Miss Jiang and I had some private matters that have been resolved. Only then did Su Ran feel reassured, though her gaze still held concern. Miss Jiang, I too have knelt before you. May I be spared from any more punishment for Dingting? Jiang Nanshu's eyes swept over her, tilting her head slightly, her almond-shaped eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. But you only knelt halfway before being interrupted, so it doesn't count. Su Ran bit her lower lip, her eyes ablaze with fury. You mustn't go too far. We are all girls. Why must you be so relentless? You did say that one should be forgiving only when given reason, yet I have none. Look at your brother Xiqiu. The moment he arrived, he assumed I was the one bullying you. Who do I turn to for justice? Her demeanor remained unperturbed, a smile gracing her lips. Yet her words sent chills down one's spine. Since you refuse to comply, do not pretend to be the virtuous one. Huang Ruanting. I still believe that a taste of humble pie suits you. Shall we take a little trip? Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to call my elder brother. One bankrupt He family is already enough. Another Huang family wouldn't be much of a loss. Huang Ruanting's complexion drained of color as she glanced at Su Ran, who was shielded by Liang Xiqiu, her eyes reflecting guilt and regret. Ting. Trembling, Huang Ruanting, seeing Jiang Nanshu about to make a call, collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Yes, I'm so sorry. Please, I implore you to spare me and my family. My words were thoughtless. This has nothing to do with them. How much simpler it would have been had she admitted this earlier, saving them all a great deal of trouble. Jiang Nanshu regarded her with disdain, her lack of sympathy for Huang Ruanting's plight evident. Had the target of their ridicule been another girl of lesser standing, this group of demons would never have recognized their faults, nor would they have offered an apology. As Su Ran had articulated, while all are girls, the malice among them often exceeds that of boys. Women are meant to be a collective, uniting rather than indulging in treachery and deceit. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. The third period had barely begun, yet all time had been consumed. Jiang Nanshu turned and strode towards the door. Huang Ruanting finally managed to rise with Su Ran's support. Ting, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for being so useless, Su Ran murmured, her eyes cast down. It's all right, I don't blame you. She was simply born with this malicious temperament. Huang Ruanting concealed the resentment in her gaze. This act of kneeling today would surely make her infamous at Jing University tomorrow. The concept of not being able to steal a chicken and losing the rice was vividly exemplified in her situation. Yet, she could no longer target Jiang Nanshu. Dealing with someone like her required a lethal strike, or else facing her retaliation would leave no escape route. Ultimately, she relinquished her vengeful thoughts and hurriedly departed. It's all my fault. If Ting hadn't spoken up for me, she wouldn't have been treated this way, Su Ran murmured, pressing her lips together in guilt as she addressed Liang Xiqiu. Liang Xiqiu, watching Jiang Nanshu's figure gradually fade into the distance, withdrew his gaze. Ran. This isn't your fault. I understand your nature. You've always preferred to bear the hurt rather than harm others. It would be nice if you could be a bit firmer, but then again, being the protected little princess has its merits, free from worries. Su Ran managed to smile. Thank you, brother Xiqiu. You're just like before, always knowing how to cheer me up. By the way, what brings you to Jing University? Liang Xiqiu then presented her with a small bouquet of bellflowers. I came to congratulate you on your admission to Jing University. This was your dream 3 years ago. Congratulations on its realization. I wasn't sure what to give, so here's a bouquet. Su Ran accepted the flowers, her cheeks beaming with delight. Thank you.
I really like them.
Just then, a boy at the entrance of the gymnasium called out loudly. Goddess Su, the principal wants to see you in his office. There's something to discuss. The principal of Jing University sought her? Su Ran immediately recalled the chaos she had caused on her first day at the gymnasium and feared she might be barred from attending. Internally flustered, she maintained a calm facade, responding, All right, I will be there shortly. She then turned to Liang Xiqiu. Brother Xiqiu, I must go speak with the principal. Let's have dinner together tonight. It's been ages since we dined together. Liang Xiqiu's gaze softened. Okay. After Su Ran left, Liang Xiqiu followed suit, albeit his destination was to confront Jiang Nanshu. Su Ran, lacking power and influence, was merely a defenseless girl in the harsh world. Jiang Nanshu, wielding the Jiang family's clout, truly bullied others. What surprised him, however, was encountering Jiang Nanshu at a corner of the gymnasium, leaning against the wall while unwrapping a piece of orange-flavored candy, savoring it. Sunlight filtered through the lush leaves of the camphor trees, casting a warm halo around her serene face.
You slap.
Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Nanshu struck him, causing his head to turn slightly from the force. The transition between scenes felt somewhat exhausting. Chapter 88. How can you accuse me of being excessive? The scent of oranges lingered at the tip of his nose. Though it was a sweet aroma, Liang Xiqiu found it heightened the redness of his cheek from the slap. His slightly long black hair obscured his left eye, and his gaze, as cold as a deep pool, locked onto Jiang Nanshu. Do you dare strike me? He raised his hand, but the sight of Jiang Nanshu's radiant smile made him hesitate to strike. Memories of that night surged forth, relentlessly haunting him like a shadow. Although Jiang Nanshu had done nothing wrong, she remained unforgettable, invading his dreams each night. His chest rose and fell slightly as he bore down on her with a fierce stare. Jiang Nanshu, candy in mouth, smiled coyly. Afraid to hit me? Liang Xiqiu's hand stiffened momentarily before he ultimately lowered it, turning his head away, his hair concealing the tumult of emotions in his eyes. You are utterly mad. Ranran did not provoke you. Why must you humiliate her in public? In the next moment, Jiang Nanshu seized his collar, forcefully pinning him against the wall. Another resounding slap met him, heavy enough to draw blood from his mouth. Today, he had received 2 slaps from this woman, his demeanor darkening like the ominous calm before a storm. He gritted his teeth, the corners of his eyes tinged with crimson. Jiang Nanshu, do not push your luck. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to strike a woman? I am merely teaching you what humiliation is. How can you claim that I am excessive? Jiang Nanshu, unflinching, met his gaze with her dark, almond-shaped eyes. I can help you gain entry into the Lu family, but I can just as easily strip you of everything. Accept my money, and you must behave like my dog. Do not provoke my ire. Liang Xiqiu stared at Jiang Nanshu in disbelief. How could this woman utter such words? She had struck him twice without justification, and he had yet to express his outrage. Now she demanded he not provoke her? Liang Xiqiu felt a pang of humiliation but recalled that Jiang Nanshu had transferred him 30,000 the following day, ensuring 3 months of support. He would return to the Lu family, rendering that sum unnecessary. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, begrudgingly acquiescing. Understood. But you must not bully Ranran again. You have no say in my actions. Jiang Nanshu released him, wiping her hands with a tissue. You may leave. Liang Xiqiu's expression darkened. Did she truly consider him a mere dog? Yet, with the current instability of his situation, he resolved to destroy this wicked woman once he secured his position in the Lu family. Suppressing his overwhelming rage, he walked away, gritting his teeth. Coward. Jiang Nanshu scoffed, glancing at the bouquet of bellflowers in the flower bed behind the trash can. Liang Xiqiu seemed to believe that this was his way of proving his affection for Su Ran. Unfortunately, Su Ran, at present, had eyes only for Lu Qingyan. Jiang Nanshu retrieved her phone, zoomed in the camera, and captured a close-up of the bellflower, sending it to Liang Xiqiu with a message. Ding. You have a new bouquet of trash flowers awaiting your acceptance. Delay, and someone else may snatch it away. Liang Xiqiu did not respond. Jiang Nanshu tucked her phone into her bag. Damn it, my hand still stings from the slap. Slapping someone is quite the physical endeavor. Next time I should wear gloves. Jiang Nanshu rubbed her palm, feeling somewhat gloomy. The force of action is mutual. While she relished the satisfaction, it was accompanied by pain. Witnessing everything was Jiang Yunchuan. He had long known that his sister was no pushover. Since the incident with Chen Qian, he had made it a point to avoid provoking her. Clearing his throat, he approached casually. Sister, wait. Hearing his voice, Jiang Nanshu paused. Jiang Yunchuan, feeling a bit awkward, produced the ointment he had just purchased and, mustering courage, said, You slapped Cheng'an so hard. Your hand must be swollen and painful. I bought you some ointment. His gaze fixed on her hand, fearful that she might take offense and retaliate. How considerate. Next time I need to slap someone, I'll make sure to go easy. Jiang Yunchuan. No need, thank you. Jiang Nanshu flashed her signature sweet smile. Thank you, fifth brother. You're so kind to me. It truly moves me. Snatching the ointment, she applied it to her hand, feeling the warmth dissipate, replaced by a refreshing minty coolness. The effect was remarkable. The pain vanished. Jiang Yunchuan's smile became somewhat rigid. As long as you're happy, I'll take my leave now. With that, he fled, as if escaping. Jiang Nanshu glanced at the time. Before class began, she made her way to the classroom for the fourth period. Meanwhile, in the president's office at Jing University, Su Ran arrived, her heart racing as she envisioned various scenarios, regretting her inability to resist confronting Jiang Nanshu. Yet she simply could not help herself. Why should someone like Jiang Nanshu gain the favor of the Liu family? Even if this other person was more cultured and accomplished than Jiang Nanshu, she felt no envy. But Jiang Nanshu was a person of no merit, malicious and foolish, her mind filled with useless thoughts, attending university only through her family's donations. It was an insult that someone so inferior was favored by the Liu family. It merely underscored that old Master Liu did not prioritize superficial attributes when selecting a granddaughter-in-law, rendering her lesser than Jiang Nanshu and, by extension, proving that the Liu family held her in contempt. She must demonstrate her own excellence. Old Master Liu was indeed blind. Su Ran knocked on the door, resolute that she could not leave Jing University. President, you called for me? Ah, you're here.
Come in.
Su Ran stepped inside, taking a deep breath and donning a smile. President, is there something you need? The president of Jing University, his complexion rosy, beckoned her over. Come here. I have something wonderful to show you. Upon hearing it wasn't a matter concerning the gym, Su Ran relaxed. What is it? The president, beaming, presented her with an opportunity to audition for a spokesperson role for the Coral Sea series. Congratulations. President Fong has taken a liking to you and wishes to invite you to represent the newly launched Coral Sea series. Today, I took him to the gym to see you dance, and he was very pleased with your image, so he asked me to grant this opportunity to you. Su Ran felt a bit dazed, lowering her gaze to the gilded letters spelling Coral Sea. Trembling hands flipped through the offer. It was indeed an invitation from Fong's company. The Fong family had always maintained a low profile in the capital. The head of the Fong family rarely made public appearances. Unlike the casual demeanor of the Jiang family as president or the frequent attendance of the Bo family as leader at high-end banquets. Aside from managing his own business, he had no other scandals. He was a remarkably clean individual. A rush of warmth filled Su Ran's heart. If she seized this opportunity, she could envision a bright future ahead. Who would have thought the Fong family would choose a newcomer as their spokesperson? Clutching the invitation tightly, she exclaimed, President, thank you. You are my benefactor. The president waved dismissively, handing her a contact number. President Fong is a bit busy. He asked me to give you his contact details. He wishes to speak with you. Su Ran accepted, her eyes sparkling, lips curving into a gentle smile. I will not let him down. In the comment section, there were Q-version character designs of Jiang, part of the Earthly Rich Flower series. Chapter 89. You're pressing on my chest. After leaving the office, Su Ran received a message from Liang Xiqiu. Suddenly realizing that the flowers had been left with a classmate. Retracing her steps, she found that the classmate was nowhere to be seen, and the flowers had been discarded beside a trash bin. Rushing over, she scooped them into her arms, planning to take a selfie and send it to Liang Xiqiu, only to encounter Lu Qingyan and Yang Jiashu, both holding books, heading toward the library. Yang Jiashu called out Su Ran, "Did someone send you flowers?" Noticing Lu Qingyan's gaze turning her way, she tightened her grip on the flowers, forcing a casual smile. Yes. A male friend sent them to congratulate me on getting into Jing University. She tried to discern any shift in Lu Qingyan's expression, but he offered her no acknowledgement and simply walked past. Yang Jiashu hurried to catch up. Hey, Yen, wait for me. Shall we invite Yinchuan to join us for some video games later?
Sure.
Su Ran stood there, staring at his retreating figure, her throat constricted with a lump. Losing interest in the flowers she held, she snapped a picture of the bouquet for Liang Xiqiu. The flowers are safe. Let us have dinner night. Upon receiving the message, Liang Xiqiu's anxious heart finally eased. After all, such floral arrangements weren't exclusive to him. Perhaps a student from Jing University had simply discarded them. Jiang Nanshu was indeed adept at sowing discord, but thankfully, he had not fallen for it. Soon enough, he would grow to be worthy of Su Ran. At noon, after finishing lunch, Jiang Nanshu returned to her dormitory to rest. Tomorrow was Friday. Once classes ended, she could head home. How delightful. She would once again torment her parents and brother. Each day brimmed with anticipation. Just as she opened the door, a figure dashed toward her and enveloped her in a hug. Jiang Nanshu was caught off guard, embraced fully. Whoa, Jiang, I missed you so much. Sniff. Why haven't you come to the hospital to see me? Jiang Nanshu. She looked at Su Shi, who was sobbing and hiccuping, wanting to ask when they had become so close. Su Shi, standing at a mere 158 centimeters, was petite, at least a head shorter than Jiang Nanshu, who looked down at her. Jiang Nanshu remarked, "You're pressing on my chest." Su Shi lifted her head to gaze at her, blinking her eyes. "Wow, this is such a nice hug. Oh, so soft. Jiang Nanshu smells so good, so soft, I love it." She had long wanted to cuddle her but had never found the opportunity, as Jiang Nanshu had initially regarded them with disdain and maintained a distance. With such a stunning beauty right before her, she felt she couldn't act. Who could understand her plight? Regardless, she had resolved that from this moment on, even if Jiang Nanshu found her annoying, she would become Jiang Nanshu's devoted fan. She snuggled a bit longer before releasing her, eyes sparkling. Jiang, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have perished at Jing University. Whoa. Jiang Nanshu stared at Su Shi, taken aback. It was the first time someone had earnestly thanked her. Compared to the venomous insults and death wishes she had received, this was indeed a refreshing change. Suddenly, Jiang Nanshu felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. She gently pushed Su Shi's fluffy head away. "I'm going to take a nap. Go play." Although Su Shi had a bandage on her forehead, she appeared quite spirited, immediately sitting up. "I'll make your bed. It'll be quick."
Hey.
Jiang Nanshu called after her, but Su Shi was swift, bustling around Jiang Nanshu's bed with fervor. Just then, Su Xingwan entered, her typically cold expression softening into a rare smile. "Let her be. That's just her nature. She returns kindness 1,000-fold. By the way, you were okay at the gym today, right?" She remained concerned that the whispers from school might hurt Jiang Nanshu's feelings. Jiang Nanshu let out a light scoff. "What matters could I have? It is they who have matters." Su Xingwan sighed. "That's good to hear." Jiang Nanshu cast her a sidelong glance, a smile playing on her lips. "Instead of concerning yourself with me, you might as well ponder your own affairs. If he cares for you once, he can do so a second time." Su Xingwan understood that the he Jiang Nanshu referred to as Bo Yen. Her emotions were tangled, torn between a yearning for closeness and an underlying fear. She had been raised by him since childhood. Were it not for this twisted affection, they would surely be the best of siblings. She truly regarded him as her dearest brother. However, this sentiment abruptly ceased when she turned 16. At the onset of her romantic awakening, Su Xingwan took a deep breath. He wouldn't dare. That would be illegal. Jiang Nanshu dismissed her concern, remarking on the typical tropes of such stories, noting how many CEOs were lawless rogues, including Jiang Yisun. The thought of Jiang Yisun made Jiang Nanshu's lips twitch. Before Su ran, he was but a fool, digging his own grave. Jiang, how do you like my bed-making skills?" Su Shi stood by Jiang Nanshu's bed, resembling an eager child awaiting praise. Observing her neatly arranged bedding, Jiang Nanshu ultimately nodded. "Not bad. I shall do even better next time," Su Shi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Jiang Nanshu."
Su Xingwan.
Suddenly, a twinge of jealousy stirred within her. How deep must one's affection be to find joy even in bed-making? She sighed inwardly, recognizing that it was her presence that had caused Su Shi to endure hardships. With a smile gracing her lips, Su Xingwan felt that the atmosphere in the dormitory was rather pleasant, and she wouldn't mind if it remained so. Jiang Nanshu, seated at the edge of her bed, found herself unable to utter any discouraging words in response to Su Shi's enthusiasm. She had never experienced friendship in her lifetime, and no one had ever wished to be her friend. In her previous life, at the age of 15, she had burned her parents alive. Under her acting prowess, the police had deemed it an accident, yet her younger brother, 2 years her junior, accused her of being a murderous demon, claiming he had witnessed her lock their parents in the house, leaving them to perish in flames. She had even been present, watching without a sound as they were consumed, before turning to leave. Taken away by the police, she later placed her brother in a psychiatric hospital with her own hands. Who would believe the words of a madman? Yet, because of this incident, those around her feared her. After a long pause, Jiang Nanshu finally nodded in reluctant agreement, casually stating, "Then I shall rely on you for my betting in the future." Su Shi, feeling inspired, nodded vigorously. "With me around, you need not worry about anything." Jiang, I already know how to protect myself, and if I'm bullied, I will fight back to defend you." Jiang Nanshu, unimpressed, tossed aside her blanket and fell back onto her bed. "You should focus on protecting yourself first, you weakling." Su Shi. "It's time to enroll in a self-defense class." Seeing Jiang Nanshu fall asleep in an instant, Su Shi tiptoed away, fearful of disturbing her. Su Xingwan couldn't help but twitch her lips. Why are you suddenly so concerned about her?
Sure.
Don't wake Jiang. Sushi sat at the edge of her own bed, whispering, I owe her my life, and if I were not a girl, I would gladly devote myself to her. Thus, Sushi gained a devoted little follower. Chapter 90. Exploring Swimming and Fitness. Su Xingwan, your tone suggests you feel quite regretful. Sushi propped her head up with her hand, smiling. I want to learn about her from others. Jiang is simply Jiang. She is not the malicious figure others portray her as. She is truly wonderful. She recalled that day in the restroom. When Jiang Nanshu had coldly instructed her to fight back, she had seemed so cool and fierce. That very statement had ignited an endless well of courage within her. Even if she chose to retaliate, she had Jiang Nanshu backing her. In that moment, Sushi felt as though she had found a pillar of strength. Yet, a hint of worry crept in as she glanced at the sleeping Jiang Nanshu and leaned closer to Su Xingwan to whisper, I saw Chen Qian at the hospital. She is partially paralyzed, blind in one eye, and deaf in one ear. She lies in bed daily, screaming that Jiang harmed her. The doctors have to administer sedatives to keep her quiet. Su Xingwan frowned, letting out a cold laugh. She truly has the audacity to blame others. The police determined that she was a victim of domestic abuse by her own father. How can she still point fingers at someone else? I suspect she is simply looking to extort money. Jiang Nanshu is blind to have such a friend. Sushi, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Nor should you tell Jiang Nanshu about it. Chen Qian is unlikely to stir up any trouble. Given Chen Qian's current mental state, she might very well end up back in a psychiatric hospital if she recovered. Sushi nodded in agreement. The past few days had flown by swiftly. Regardless of the rumors spread by Su Ran and Lu Qingyan reaching her ears, she remained steadfast, immersing herself in her studies. This left those hoping for a spectacle to question whether Jiang Nanshu had been possessed by a ghost. What could be more shocking than witnessing Jiang Nanshu attending mathematics and physics classes? It seemed as though she had heard, yet also hadn't. For when the professor instructed them to solve problems, she found herself growing drowsy. Even when encountering Su Ran during class, she chose to ignore her, let alone engage in any verbal sparring. Jiang Nanshu's days were quite fulfilling. The only vexation stemmed from having Su Shi as her ever-present shadow. Now, during mealtime, with Su Shi off to get food, Jiang Nanshu seized the opportunity to sneak away to the vending machine and purchase a bottle of icy orange soda. Taking a few satisfying sips, she closed her eyes in contentment. Host, you're not even taking the initiative, yet you still expect to collect disdain points. The silly spring exclaimed. With my reputation, do I even need to take the initiative? Those who should despise me won't escape. Your only virtue lies in your self-awareness. The silly spring replied. Thank you for the compliment. Regardless, the drama that is meant to unfold will arrive as scheduled, even without my proactive engagement. The silly spring suddenly realized. Right, the Fenglin Mountain Villa is also a plot point. You push the female lead into the water, and then unexpectedly end up in the water yourself. The female lead saves you, and you nearly drown. Jiang Nanshu. So being this malicious supporting character is truly no easy task. I must possess numerous skills to prevent my demise at any moment. Yet, she indeed did not know how to swim, having never learned. Thus, when the driver picked her up from the villa that afternoon, they passed by a swimming pool where advertisements were being handed out. 999 yuan for a one-day trial. A coach will personally instruct you, and if you can't learn, you'll receive a refund. Stop the car, Jiang Nanshu suddenly said. The driver slammed on the brakes and turned to her. Miss, what is it? Jiang Nanshu got out of the car, gazing at the swimming pool. I'm feeling the urge to swim. I want to watch others swim. The driver. What an unusual hobby. As long as she doesn't contemplate jumping into the pool, I'm fine with it. The driver alighted as well. Miss, shall I accompany you? No need. Just wait for me outside. You can spend an hour watching short videos. The driver was immediately touched. What a generous boss. She even permitted him to enjoy paid video time. He took out his phone, tears brimming. I want he failed to meet expectations. Before long, the voice of a middle-aged woman echoed from the short video. To film short videos, one must be fearless and not care about others' opinions. Jiang Nanshu glanced back to see the driver, past his prime, wearing a blissful smile. When the staff at the swimming pool noticed someone had arrived, they hurriedly approached with flyers. Hello, would you like to explore swimming and fitness? Jiang Nanshu took the flyer and, upon closer inspection, discovered that the 999 yuan offer was merely a promotional event, since it was only for a day. However much one learned in that day would be all they could claim. There were also monthly packages available. $19.99 for a month, $49.99 for a season, and $6,999 for a year, all-inclusive with guaranteed learning. The staff observed Jiang Nanshu as silence, and thus endeavored to promote their offerings. Miss, our rates are quite reasonable. For just $999, you can enjoy a full day of learning until closing time. Should you find yourself interested in swimming thereafter, do consider our monthly packages, where professional instructors will guide you. If you prefer one-on-one instruction, you might want to explore our $6,999 package, which guarantees a refund if you do not learn within a year. Jiang Nanshu, dismissive of the four-digit figure, glanced at the $999 price and inquired, "Do you entertain bargaining?" Puzzled, the staff momentarily doubted their hearing. "Bargaining?" Jiang Nanshu nodded, "Because I only wish to learn for 1 hour." He forced a smile. "What price would you find acceptable?" $9.90, she replied. The staff member, taken aback, responded, "Please, spare the bargaining. You're welcome to negotiate with me instead." Ultimately, Jiang Nanshu entered the facility, for the swimming pool operated for 10 hours each day, making an hour effectively equal to $9.90. The expressions of everyone in the swimming hall darkened, save for Jiang Nanshu, who radiated joy. Truly, it was a rare sight. Never had they encountered someone so miserly. Yet, she proceeded to purchase a swimsuit worth $300. Everyone wondered, is she wealthy or not? Once donned in her strappy swimsuit, the delicate black fabric accentuated her curvaceous figure, her skin as fair as snow, as she walked barefoot along the poolside, becoming a striking scene within the swimming hall. Guests found their gaze irresistibly drawn to Jiang Nanshu. As she gathered her hair into a ponytail, the one-piece swimsuit revealed her exquisite collarbone and elongated swan-like neck, while a short skirt delicately concealed her upper thighs, exuding an enchanting allure with each step. "Hello, I am your instructor." A man's voice resonated with charisma. Jiang Nanshu looked up. The man was tall, and at her height of 165 centimeters, she could only meet him at shoulder level. Upon recognizing his face, she smiled. "Handsome, you look familiar. What is your name?" Duan Huayu slightly bowed his head, clad in a fitted black tank top that hinted at the muscles beneath. He had no expectation that Jiang Nanshu would remember his name. As a rather inconspicuous male model who had once been her fleeting acquaintance, it was unlikely to remain in her memory. "Miss Jiang, my name is Duan Huayu," he reiterated nonetheless. "Whatever movement you wish to learn, I can teach you," he stated, maintaining a respectful distance with his chiseled features appearing somewhat indifferent. Jiang Nanshu recalled him as the capable bodyguard under Su Ran's employ, and according to the narrative, he had already accepted her benefaction. A playful smile curved her red lips as she caught sight of Su Ran entering through the main door. What a small world, encountering you again. Chapter 91. Like a beggar seeking alms, Jiang Nanshu believed this storyline ought to cater to her whims. Wherever she went, Su Ran seemed to materialize. At this moment, her only desire was to genuinely learn how to swim. Once she could traverse the waters like a shark, she would fearlessly leap into the ocean. "Coach Duan, how will you teach me?" Jiang Nanshu retracted her gaze, gazing cheerfully at Duan Huayu. He found it difficult to meet her eyes, though her words were quite ordinary. The soft, melodious quality of her voice seemed to ensnare him, laden with an alluring charm. He descended into the water, floating effortlessly, and extended a hand towards Jiang Nanshu. "You must come down for me to teach you." Jiang Nanshu perched at the pool's edge, her bare feet skimming the crystal surface, her pale arms resting on the ledge. As she tilted her head slightly, her loose hair danced about her. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mirth as she declared, "No." She gestured to Duan Huayu, commanding, "You swim for me. If you swim beautifully, then I'll consider your instruction." With an air of haughty entitlement befitting a young lady, her words, though somewhat ungracious, were rendered forgivable by the beauty of her visage. She wielded her allure like a weapon, prompting Duan Huayu to subtly sigh and acquiesce. He plunged into the water, his athletic form gliding gracefully, a sight to behold. "Jiang Nanshu?" Su Ran's voice pierced through. Jiang Nanshu turned to glance at her. Su Ran held a bag, her eyes filled with confusion and surprise. Jiang Nanshu beamed. "What brings you here?" Su Ran pursed her lips, having overheard the exchange between Jiang Nanshu and Duan Huayu. Watching as Duan Huayu returned midway through his swim, a surge of anger rose within her. How could she exploit her wealth so blatantly to toy with others? Maintaining her composure, Su Ran asked, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Nanshu rolled her eyes, swimming. "Are you blind?" Su Ran suppressed her irritation. If you're swimming, why are you making things difficult for the instructor? He has his own struggles, merely trying to earn a living.
What?
You seem quite concerned. Are you feeling sympathetic towards him? Jiang Nanshu blinked innocently, her tone genuine. Su Ran was momentarily at a loss, her face flushing with vexation. Jiang Nanshu, I'm merely stating a fair point. Your behavior is inappropriate. Why make things hard for someone just trying to work? Moreover, Huayu has a tight schedule. Being a swimming instructor is only his part-time job. Jiang Nanshu hadn't anticipated that she would learn so much about Duan Huayu in such a short time. Chang'an was utterly useless. Even with Su Ran around, she had managed to encounter new male figures. Emerging from the water, Duan Huayu shook his wet hair, and upon spotting Su Ran, he appeared momentarily taken aback. Miss Su? What brings you here? Su Ran smiled, lifting the bag. I have some ointment here. When I was abroad, I injured my lower back. And this is what helped me recover. Since I have some left, I thought to bring it for your mother. She should heal quickly. A faint smile graced Duan Huayu's rugged features. Thank you, Miss Su. My mother will be delighted to know that you care for her. Su Ran returned a gentle smile. It's no trouble. I'm glad to help you both. Jiang Nanshu narrowed her eyes, the narrative flashing vividly in her mind. Duan Huayu hailed from a modest background, with a mother who had suffered a catastrophic injury from a fall. All his earnings were devoted to her medical expenses. The original storyline depicted Su Ran heading out for a drink, calling Lu Qingyan for assistance. Upon his arrival, Jiang Nanshu would receive a message from her best friend Qin Qian, prompting her to confront Lu Qingyan in anger. Just as he laid Su Ran on the bed, she clung to him tightly, and before any actions could transpire, Jiang Nanshu would arrive, thereby thwarting the affair. Consequently, Jiang Nanshu seemed to emerge victorious, albeit at a cost. In the original plot, Lu Qingyan reclaimed the marriage certificate. Even if his family disapproved, the news of Jiang Nanshu's engagement termination spread widely. After this incident, Lu Qingyan would be even less inclined to reconsider his feelings. Inebriated, Su Ran encountered Duan Huayu, and upon hearing of his financial struggles, she, in a stupor, transferred 50,000 yuan to him. However, the narrative had taken a bizarre turn from the outset. Qin Qian, having been outmaneuvered, did not expose the plot. Moreover, Jiang Nanshu did not catch Lu Qingyan in the act. He departed after escorting Su Ran home. It was within this interlude that the storyline converged yet again, allowing Su Ran and Duan Huayu to cross paths. While serving as Su Ran's bodyguard, Duan Huayu had recently lost his mother, incurred debt to fund her funeral, and subsequently acquiesced to Su Ran's request. Su Ran was warm-hearted towards everyone, even responding generously to Liang Xiu, who had sent her flowers, merely identifying him as a neighbor and friend, akin to family. Jiang Nanshu's feet danced in the water, creating ripples that spread outward. With a sudden motion, she splashed water onto Duan Huayu's face, interrupting his conversation with Su Ran. Maintaining her cheerful demeanor, she said, Coach Duan, I only have 1 hour.
Can you teach me well?
Her fair skin dazzled, captivating all who beheld her. Duan Huayu then addressed Su Ran. Miss Su, I must attend to my work now. Please send me the cost of the items later, and I will transfer the money to you. Su Ran suppressed her dissatisfaction. She truly disliked Jiang Nanshu's capricious and spoiled demeanor, as if everyone were revolving around her. Upon hearing Duan Huayu's words, she hastily waved her hand. No. It's a gift for my aunt. Huayu, I understand your difficulties. Seeing you reminds me of my former self. So I strive to help those in need, as much as I can. The money need not be returned. Consider it a present from me. If you feel uncomfortable accepting it, perhaps you could assist me with some work instead. I can offer you a salary. And you wouldn't have to exhaust yourself so much. Duan Huayu frowned, remaining silent. Jiang Nanshu couldn't help but laugh. Raising her delicate neck to look at Su Ran, where do you find the funds to pay others? You rely on your entertainment company for your salary. If you ask me, you should let him pay you back. This is akin to charity. Su Ran's porcelain white face flushed with embarrassment as she glared at Jiang Nanshu. That's not what I meant. I genuinely believe Huayu needs my help. I'm merely doing what I can. Jiang Nanshu, please do not misinterpret my words. Jiang Nanshu rubbed her ears. Hiss, take your time. No need to rush. Your voice is too loud. It hurts my ears. Su Ran thought to herself, damn it, why is this person such a pain? It makes me feel like I'm the one who's in the wrong. Her usually good temper was wearing thin, and she was becoming increasingly irritated with Jiang Nanshu. Why did she have to encounter her everywhere? Ultimately, Duan Huayu nodded. Miss Su, I appreciate your kindness. I shall take it to heart. He then turned to Jiang Nanshu, extending his hand towards her again. Miss, please step down. Chapter 92. The murderous maniac has entered the house. Jiang Nanshu evaded his hand, declaring that the depth was trivial enough for her to descend on her own, and promptly jumped down with a splash into the water. Gurgle, gurgle, help. Jiang Nanshu flailed about in the water. Duan Huayu extended a hand, grasping her delicate arm and pulling her entirely out of the water. He then fitted her with a small yellow duck float. With the float, Jiang Nanshu floated on the surface. She wiped the water from her face and met Duan Huayu's incredulous gaze, awkwardly smiling. I'm sorry. I tend to get dizzy in the water. Please focus and tell me the key points. I need to return home in an hour. Duan Huayu immediately reverted to his role as a coach, instructing Jiang Nanshu on how not to thrash about after unexpectedly falling into the water, sharing various swimming techniques with her. He then guided her towards the center of the pool with the float. Jiang Nanshu paddled her arms through the water, attentively listening to Duan Huayu's explanations. Su Ran stood by the poolside, observing that Duan Huayu was the swimming coach, while Jiang Nanshu was merely a guest. There was nothing unusual about that. Yet, she inexplicably captured the scene in a photograph. Looking at the image, with Duan Huayu supporting Jiang Nanshu's arm while she glided through the water, there was nothing amiss in person, but the photo could easily provoke wild imaginations. It was only when she regained her senses that she realized what she was doing. Initially intending to delete it, her finger refused to press the button. Duan coach, you're amazing. After listening to you, I feel like I might actually know how to swim, Jiang Nanshu exclaimed as she removed the float and attempted to paddle through the water. Maintain your composure. Swimming isn't difficult. If your legs go numb, just speak up. It's a common occurrence. Their conversation was perfectly normal. Yet, Su Ran felt as if Jiang Nanshu was trying to claim something from her. She placed the medicine on the bench and turned to leave. Once outside, she caught sight of the photo, her heart racing. She promptly sent it to Chung and S chat window. However, within half a minute, she regained her senses and hurriedly retracted it. How could she do such a thing? She decisively deleted the photo, realizing that Jiang Nanshu's private matters had nothing to do with her. Why should she concern herself so much when Lu Qingyan didn't? But it was too late. Cheng'an sent her a question mark. Ran, who is Jiang Nanshu with? She really has no shame, flirting with everyone. Through the screen, Su Ran's expression became somewhat unnatural, as if she had committed a transgression. She quickly explained, Anzi, it's not what you think. I just happened to run into her. She's learning to swim at this pool. Please don't spread this. I merely captured a candid moment. After sending the message, she noticed Chung and was still typing, and he replied with a simple okay. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. She rubbed her cheeks, reminding herself never to engage in such behavior again. Meanwhile, Chung gazed at the saved photo. He had set special notifications for Su Ran, so he saw her message the moment it arrived. Upon realizing it was a photo, he swiftly saved it. Ha, shameless. He knew exactly who that coach was. Truly, she was consistent in her behavior. Meeting her lover at the swimming pool after the last time she had summoned this male model at the bar. He remembered the model at a glance. Now the two were flirting at the swimming pool. Chung and smirked coldly, wishing for Jiang Nanshu's reputation to be ruined. It would also show Lu Qingyan just how unworthy his fiancée was, merely a plaything for anyone. He directly forwarded the photo to Lu Qingyan, laced with a hint of revenge. Brother Yen, your fiancé is seeking out male models again. This time, I haven't spread it. It's just for your eyes. Don't say I'm tarnishing her reputation again. After sending it, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He couldn't care less whether Lu Qingyan saw it. He was busy playing a game, smoking a cigarette. An hour later, at the swimming pool, Jiang Nanshu had already learned to swim and even mastered several strokes: breaststroke, freestyle, dog paddle, and backstroke. Appreciation gleamed in Duan Huayu's eyes. She was truly the most talented student he had ever taught, with just a little guidance. Jiang Nanshu grasped the techniques effortlessly. Teaching her brought him immense satisfaction, allowing him to finish work early. Jiang Nanshu swam to the side, climbed up the submerged stairs, and grabbed a clean towel from a nearby chair, drying her damp hair. Duan Huayu followed suit, using a towel to wipe off the water from his body. His expression remained stern as he changed into clean clothes and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Jiang Nanshu called out to him. Coach Duan, where are you going? Duan Huayu halted. maintaining a distance of 2 steps from Jiang Nanshu to the bar for a part-time job. Jiang Nanshu draped the towel over her shoulder, raising an eyebrow, swimming and working out during the day, then modeling at 859 during the night. How do you manage to stay so energetic? For survival, he replied, pausing for a moment before adding, this time, I'm not modeling. I'll be performing as a resident singer at the bar. Only then did Jiang Nanshu notice the guitar case slung over his shoulder. He can sing too? She thought she shouldn't have called him over that day. Instead, she should have asked him to sing for her all night. With a beaming smile, she casually inquired, do you aspire to be a singer? Duan Huayu asked Adam's apple bobbed before he shook his head. It's merely a pastime to pass the time. If Jiang Zhouya heard this, he would undoubtedly confront him. Music was far more significant to Jiang Zhouya than life itself. Jiang Nanshu observed his hurried steps and finally sighed, softly stating, don't go. Go home and check on your mother. You might regret it later. Duan Huayu looked at her in confusion. He pressed his lips together. Miss, farewell. In the plot of the book, Su Ran had delivered medicine to Duan Huayu, who discovered upon returning home that his mother had tragically fallen from the window and died. Subsequently, he agreed to become Su Ran's bodyguard. Whether he heeded her advice was his own affair. Jiang Nanshu changed her clothes and exited the swimming pool. Learning to swim for just 9 yuan and 90 cents, it wasn't so difficult after all. At that moment, in the arcade in the billiards room, Lu Qingyan calmly examined the photo that Chang'an had sent him. He enlarged and reduced the image, scrutinizing it for nearly a minute before turning off his phone. Jiang Yunchuan, having missed a shot, grumbled. Brother Yan, it's your turn. Lu Qingyan aimed his cue at the ball and executed a perfect shot, sinking it effortlessly. Yang Jiashu marveled, what a splendid shot. However, on his second attempt, he slipped and grazed the edge. Oh, why are you so easily flustered? Your skills were never like this before, he chided playfully as he searched for a suitable position, propping his cue against the white ball. A wave of mild irritation washed over Lu Qingyan, prompting him to toss his cue aside. I'm done playing. What? Why would you stop mid-game? Jiang Yunchuan asked, perplexed. We haven't even finished this round. Lu Qingyan shot him a sidelong glance and suddenly smiled. Let's south go to your place. Jiang Yunchuan, bewildered, exclaimed, have you lost your mind? You usually avoid going there, fearing my sister will be home. Lu Qingyan replied with an indifferent tone, exactly, which is why I need to check if she asks back. Jiang Yunchuan could only mutter under his breath, I don't have my phone. How am I supposed to send a message? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, instead sulkingly rubbing his nose. Let us just play another time. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family villa, it was precisely 6:30 in the evening, and the sky had yet to darken. Hee dear mom and dad, I'm back. Jiang Nanshu announced, though her father had not yet arrived, her voice echoing in the empty space. Seated on the sofa and perusing the latest news, Jiang's father suddenly leaped up, dashing upstairs. The little ancestor is home. I hope this weekend doesn't bring them any more fright. Jiang Nanshu entered, only to find her father absent. He usually occupied the living room, engrossed in his newspaper. At that moment, someone emerged from the kitchen, holding an apple in one hand and a peeler in the other, his fingers long and elegant. His hair was partially tied back, with a few strands cascading over one side of his finely sculpted face, imparting an air of languor and dishevelment. Upon noticing Jiang Nanshu, he tightened his grip on the peeler, narrowing his eyes menacingly. Jiang Nanshu widened her eyes in shock. What the heck? It's a rare sight to see my third brother at home. Jiang Hemian slightly lifted his eyelids, advancing toward Jiang Nanshu with the peeler in hand. In a panic, she spun on her heels and raced upstairs. Help! A murderous maniac has entered the house.